Chapter 1. The Youth with Keen Eyes Part 1. A grand edifice resembling a palace stood majestically, its golden glazed tiles shimmering brilliantly under the sun. The palace's gilded dome and crimson doors, steeped in antiquity, evoked a profound sense of solemnity. From a distance, a haze enveloped the surroundings, and the sprawling rooftops appeared as if carved from single brick. The vastness of the estate seemed to stretch infinitely. The imposing entrance archway, rising 5 zhang high, bore the inscription Duke's Manor in bold characters. This immense residence, exceeding 3,000 acres, was not part of any city, but was uniquely situated 50 miles northwest of the capital, Xingluo City, within the Xingluo Empire. This alone attested to the esteemed status of its owner within the empire. At midday, the bright sunlight cascaded upon the crystalline tiles, draping the entire Duke's Manor in a resplendent golden hue, visible even from the ramparts of Xingluo City. Suddenly, the back door on the northern side of the Duke's Manor opened silently, and a slight figure slipped out discreetly. It was a boy who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. He had a well-proportioned physique, clad in a simple, clean gray robe, with a modest bundle slung over his back. His short black hair was neat and tidy, and a handsome visage reflected a determination that surpassed his peers. Having uttered those words, he cast one last lingering glance at the Duke's Manor before resolutely turning away. Instead of heading southeast, towards Xingluo City, he sprinted northward, his diminutive form gradually receding under the fierce midday sun. Despite his slight stature, he did not exude an air of helplessness as he departed. The Duke's Manor was flanked by broad official roads in every direction, and as Huo Yuhao ran forward, his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Mother. The image of his mother's sorrowful and unwilling expression during her final moments flashed unconsciously in his mind, causing Huo Yuhao to grit his teeth. I must be strong, I must endure. Mother taught me that one can only rely on oneself. It is only through personal strength that one can truly thrive. That a myriad of memories cascaded through Huo Yuhao's mind, each scene vividly replaying. Huo Yuhao's mother had been the Duke's personal maid, having grown up alongside him. The role of a personal maid was inherently to serve her master. 12 years ago, on a fateful night, Huo Yuhao quietly came into existence within his mother's womb. After 10 months of gestation, he was born into the world. Regardless of his mother's status, he was ultimately the son of the Duke. His treatment within the manor, though not lavish, was not entirely lacking either. With the birth of her son, his mother no longer remained a maid, she had her own small courtyard. Everything was supposed to continue in tranquility, but calamity soon struck. While the Duke represented the Xingluo Empire in battle, all affairs within the manor fell under the dominion of the Duchess. With 2 sons and a daughter, the Duchess suppressed any potential threats to her children's future. While the Duke was present, matters were manageable however. Once he departed, the manor became the Duchess's realm. Furthermore, she was the most cherished youngest daughter of the current emperor of the Xingluo Empire. Huo Yuhao's mother, having grown up alongside the Duke, was cherished by him. Yet she became the target of the Duchess's envy. Under the pretense of Huo Yuhao's mother suffering from a contagious illness, they were relegated to a servant's quarters behind the estate, stripped of all financial support. At that time, Huo Yuhao was merely 2 years old. The hardships of life gradually took a toll on Huo Yuhao's mother's already frail health, compounded by the relentless oppression from the Duchess's servants. Ultimately, in the year Huo Yuhao turned 10, she succumbed to illness and passed away abruptly. The Douluo Continent, having collided with the Sun and Moon continent that drifted from the western seas over 4,000 years ago, saw a significant expansion in its territory. Accompanied by an increase in warfare, a millennium ago, the Douluo Continent was home to only 2 nations, the Heaven Do and the Star Luo. However, 1,000 years later, the Douluo Continent had evolved into 3 nations. The Star Luo Empire persisted, though its royal lineage had changed. Fortunately, they managed to quell the various kingdoms within their borders, unifying Star Luo into a formidable power. Conversely, the Heaven Do Empire fragmented due to the overwhelming influence of several major kingdoms, ultimately resulting in its division into the Heavenly Soul Empire and the Douling Empire. The Sun and Moon continent, vast and resource-rich, albeit slightly smaller than the Douluo Continent, is represented by a single nation, the Sun and Moon Empire. Following the collision of the 2 continents, war erupted immediately. The three nations on the Douluo Continent, united against a common foe, formed a coalition and, after nearly 2 decades of conflict, ultimately vanquished the Sun and Moon Empire, thereby renaming the continent Douluo and erasing the name of the Sun and Moon Continent from existence, leaving only the Sun and Moon Empire on the Douluo Continent. Although defeated, the Sun and Moon Empire was not entirely subjugated, leveraging its advantages and the inherent conflicts among the three empires of the original Douluo Continent. A stalemate gradually emerged, though warfare persisted year after year. Due to the Duke's frequent absences on the battlefield, Huo Yuhao and his mother gradually fell into obscurity, intentionally concealed by the Duchess. When the Duke inquired about them, the Duchess merely claimed that Huo Yuhao's mother was afflicted with a grave illness. Through great toil and sacrifice, Huo Yuhao's mother raised him. At the age of 6, he underwent his martial soul awakening within the estate. The martial soul is an innate ability possessed by every individual on the Douluo Continent. Although the Sun and Moon Empire's developmental trajectory diverged from the other three nations, martial souls remained fundamental. Every individual is born with a martial soul, which can be awakened at the age of 6. A martial soul may manifest as any object, creature, or more. Animal-type martial souls are generally referred to as beast martial souls, while other types are collectively known as tool martial souls. There are also exceptional mutated martial souls that stand apart from these classifications. Following the awakening of a martial soul, only a small fraction of individuals will gain a unique power known as soul power. Only those who possess soul power at the time of awakening can pursue the most esteemed profession on the Douluo Continent, the Soul Master. Soul Masters are categorized into 9 ranks, ascending from the lowest to the highest: Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Venerable, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, and titled Douluo. The higher the rank of a Soul Master, the more formidable their abilities become. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the titled Douluo level, they possess an almost terrifying strength capable of moving mountains and filling seas, as well as altering the very course of the stars. Soul power ranges from level 1 to 10, categorizing individuals as soul practitioners. The stronger the innate soul power manifested at the time of awakening, the greater the talent and accelerated training speed one will possess as a soul master. If one awakens with a soul power of level 10, they are regarded as a genius soul master, blessed with the best possible innate soul power, ensuring significant achievements as long as their martial soul is not subpar. Although Huo Yuhao is the son of a duke, he did not inherit the powerful martial soul of his lineage. Otherwise, regardless of the Duchess's disdain for him, the mere presence of the duke's martial soul would necessitate reporting to the duke, thus altering the fates of both Huo Yuhao and his mother. Unfortunately, Huo Yuhao's martial soul manifested in an exceedingly rare mutation. The Spirit Eye is the name of his martial soul. Within the classifications of martial souls, there exists a subtle category that is neither tool type nor beast type, known as the intrinsic martial soul, wherein the awakened martial soul becomes a part of the body, such as a hand or foot. Nearly all body-type martial souls are exceptionally powerful, yet their occurrence is exceedingly rare, placing them above beast-type and tool-type martial souls in terms of significance. Thus, their emergence is met with great attention. Regrettably, Huo Yuhao's martial soul is an exception. The Spirit Eye manifests in the eyes and is an extraordinarily rare mental attribute martial soul. Under normal circumstances, Huo Yuhao would have garnered considerable attention. However, 2 factors severely limit his development. Firstly, at the time of his martial soul awakening, his innate soul power was merely level 1, indicating exceedingly poor talent and an inevitably sluggish training speed. Secondly, and more critically, not only are mental attribute martial souls rare, but so too are soul beasts possessing mental attributes. Every soul master must hunt a soul beast that aligns with their attributes to obtain a soul ring, which is essential for breaking through the bottleneck at every 10th level of cultivation. Soul rings are not only essential for overcoming these thresholds, but they also grant soul masters vital skills, forming the foundation of their strength. These 2 constraints have all but predetermined that Huo Yuhao will achieve little in his lifetime. Within the Duke's household, even the children of servants, upon awakening their martial souls, can reach soul power level 10 within 3 years, thus qualifying to advance from the lowest rank of soul practitioner to that of a soul master. Yet, At 11 years of age, Huo Yuhao has taken 5 years to barely reach level 10, despite exerting efforts nearly 3 times that of his peers. After his mother's passing, Huo Yuhao remained in the Duke's estate for an additional year. Being still young, leaving the Duke's household without any means of livelihood was not a viable option, forcing him to suppress all his resentment and grievances. Strained by life circumstances, his heart matured far quicker than that of his contemporaries. His mother had once told him that the only way to stand out in the world was to become a soul master. Even the most ordinary soul master holds a significantly higher status than the average person in the continent. Just yesterday, through 5 years of diligent effort, Huo Yuhao, despite his exceedingly poor talent, managed to elevate his soul power to the 10th level. This milestone also marked the day he had set for himself to leave the Duke's residence. He required a soul ring. Even the most rudimentary 10-year soul ring would suffice. With it, he could truly become a soul master, endowed with a skill that belonged solely to him. In the Douluo Continent, the classification of soul beasts is based on their years of existence, and the capabilities of soul ring are intrinsically linked to both the lifespan of the soul beast and its inherent abilities. Generally, soul beasts are categorized into 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and 100,000-year soul beasts. A soul master must personally hunt a soul beast to acquire a soul ring from its lifeless form. Remaining within the confines of the Duke's residence, Yuhao understood that the prospect of obtaining a soul ring was utterly bleak. There was no one to assist him there. Thus, even though he was acutely aware that venturing alone in search of spirit-type soul beast could be tantamount to courting death, he summoned an audacity akin to that of a young calf unaware of the tiger, and resolutely departed from the Duke's abode. Traveling northward, he soon found himself on the main road. Although still young, Huo Yuhao had long been preparing to achieve his goal of obtaining a soul ring. In his modest backpack, aside from a change of clothes, were some provisions and a small sum of money that his mother had saved from her laborious tasks within the residence, along with a short knife. Most importantly, there lay a rudimentary map of the continent. The Duke's residence and Xingluo City are situated in the northern part of the Xingluo Empire, while Huo Yuhao chose to hunt soul beasts in the Douluo Forest, located in the northern region of the Xingluo Empire, bordering the Heavenly Soul Empire. This vast forest, nearly the size of a province, is home to a myriad of soul beasts, including some of formidable stature. Had anyone known that the mere 11-year-old Huo Yuhao dared to venture alone into the Douluo Forest without the accompaniment of a mentor, they would surely be astonished by his audacity. With no soul skills to speak of, even a 10-year soul beast could prove insurmountable for him. The road was straight, and Huo Yuhao walked briskly along the roadside. Despite his youth, he was already a 10th-level soul master, possessing stamina that surpassed that of many adults. As he continued forward, Huo Yuhao gazed into the distance. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that his deep blue eyes had become even more crystalline, subtly radiating an ethereal glow. With the enhancement of his soul power, his vision continued to improve. It was precisely the transformations occurring within his body that solidified his resolve in his mother's words. He must become a soul master. My mother said that if I could possess a soul ring, I would become a control-type battle soul master. My martial soul is not lacking, though my talent may be poor. I shall compensate with unwavering diligence. Fueled by this steadfast belief, Huo Yuhao advanced while cultivating. When thirsty, he sought mountain spring water to drink, and when hungry, he nibbled on the coarse cakes he carried. His days were filled with travel and meditation, and at his tender age, he managed to cover 300 miles in a single day, truly a remarkable feat since the conclusion of the battle between the Douluo Continent and the Sun-Moon Continent. The land has undergone thousands of years of evolution, resulting in a complete unification of currency, where 1 gold soul coin equals 10 silver soul coins, which in turn equals 100 copper soul coins. In his childhood, his mother would occasionally sneak him out of the Duke's residence to forage for fruits and wild vegetables in the woods, ensuring he had a better diet. As a result, Huo Yuhao became quite familiar with various plant species. Often, he would forego even the cheapest coarse bread, choosing instead to search for food along the path through the woods. This was Huo Yuhao's first journey outside, and despite having a map to guide him, he inevitably took a few wrong turns. It was only through continuously asking passersby for directions that he managed to find his way back on track. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles after several days. He felt he had learned quite a bit. With the oppressive constraints of the Duke's residence behind him, his spirits had lifted significantly. The novel sights he encountered along the way filled him with excitement. After all, he was still young, his body recovered quickly, and he felt no fatigue from the journey. It was as if he were a bird freed from its cage, experiencing joy for the first time since his mother had passed away. It has been 6 days. I should be nearing my destination, Huo Yuhao mused, carefully studying the hand-drawn map in his possession and observing the direction indicated by the shadows of the trees lining the road. He concluded that he was quite close to the Douluo forest. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Huo Yuhao ventured into the woods beside the road, seeking a shaded spot to sit and meditate for a moment to regain his strength. Suddenly, he heard the sound of flowing water, which made him leap up in excitement. Water meant an improvement in his circumstances. Closing his eyes, Huo Yuhao listened intently to the direction of the sound. As a possessor of a spiritual martial soul, his senses were far sharper than those of ordinary people. Particularly when he closed his eyes, his other senses heightened significantly. Before long, he identified the direction and proceeded cautiously through the woods. His caution was not due to the uneven ground, but rather a fear of tearing his clothes on the thorns, which were lovingly crafted by his mother. In less than 200 meters, he discovered his objective. A small stream approximately 3 meters wide, its crystal-clear waters revealing a bed of smooth stones beneath, offering a refreshing coolness. With a joyful cheer, Huo Yuhao swiftly shed his clothes and leapt into the stream, which was less than 2 feet deep. It had been 2 days since his last bath, and the journey had left him with a layer of sweat. Bathing in the invigorating waters felt like the most delightful indulgence. After a refreshing wash, he emerged from the water feeling entirely renewed. He thought to himself that since he was so close to the Douluo forest, it would be prudent to rest here for a while. He changed into a clean outfit from his pack, washed his dirty clothes in the stream, and hung them on a nearby branch. Then he broke off a 3-foot-long tree branch. With his right hand, he retrieved a short blade from the small of his back. The blade measured approximately 1 foot and 2 inches in length, encased in a sheath of a deep, verdant hue, crafted from resilient leather, the origin of which, be it from a soul beast or another creature, remained a mystery to Huo Yuhao. He was aware only that this blade was the sole gift his father had bestowed upon his mother, a treasure she cherished until her last breath, at which point she entrusted it to him. The hilt, about 5 inches long, bore no ostentatious embellishments, but exuded an air of antiquity. Gripped in his hand, it felt not only fitting but remarkably comfortable. As he drew the blade from its sheath, it emitted not a whisper of sound. The 7-inch-long edge shimmered like a pool of autumn water, its slenderness rendering it nearly transparent, and an icy chill emanated from it, causing even the seasoned Huo Yuhao to shiver involuntarily. "This is the white tiger dagger," his mother had informed him. Gazing at the white tiger dagger, Yuhao's initial excitement morphed into profound sorrow. From the mirror-like blade, he seemed to glimpse his mother's visage once more. Taking up a recently snapped branch, he deftly sliced into it with the white tiger dagger. The blade glided through the wood, emanating a faint azure glow, as effortlessly as if it were cutting through tofu. In just a few strokes, the end of the branch was sharpened to a fine point. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao acted with the swiftness of lightning, thrusting the branch into the stream. With a plop, he raised his hand and twisted his wrist, impaling a 1/2-foot-long blue fish. For an ordinary person, spearing fish is undoubtedly a skillful endeavor. However, for Huo Yuhao, endowed with spirit eyes for precise targeting, it was a task of utmost simplicity. This was the very reason he felt such exhilaration upon hearing the sound of running water. Aside from catching fish, he had not tasted any other meat in the past 6 days. One small fish, of course, was insufficient for his needs. In a mere short while, Huo Yuhao had speared a dozen blue fish ranging from 1/2 a foot to a foot in length from the river. "Excellent. This should last me for at least 2 days. Roasted, they won't spoil easily," he exclaimed joyfully, squatting by the stream as he employed the white tiger dagger to clean the fish. The razor-sharp blade made scaling and gutting the fish a breeze. Having worked alongside his mother from a young age, this task posed no challenge for Huo Yuhao. Within a quarter of an hour, he had prepared all the fish. He gathered some large leaves from the forest, washed them in the stream, and placed the cleaned fish atop them. Collecting dry twigs as firewood, he swiftly kindled a small campfire beside the stream. The only seasoning he possessed was salt, yet it sufficed for roasting fish. Crafting several small racks from thicker branches, he skewered the cleaned blue fish with thinner twigs, rubbing salt into their bellies. He then retrieved a type of herb known as perilla, which he had forged a few days prior, washed it, torn it into pieces, and stuffed it into the fish's bellies before placing them on the makeshift grill. Before long, a delectable aroma began to waft from the fire, rich and enticing, possessing a unique allure. As Huo Yuhao slowly turned the fish, they gradually transformed into a golden hue, their enticing fragrance intensifying it on his first attempt. Huo Yuhao grilled only 2 fish, having prepared the others in advance. Grilling too many at once could easily lead to mismanagement of the cooking temperature. How fragrant! At that moment, a delightful voice rang out, its clarity startling Huo Yuhao. He turned towards the source of the sound and beheld 2 figures approaching along the stream. Leading the way was a girl appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age. Her long black hair was tied back in a ponytail, cascading gracefully down her back, and she donned a light blue outfit that accentuated her youthful form, brimming with vitality. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with liveliness. Framed by a delicate face that was nearly flawless, a look of surprise lit up her pretty features as her gaze fixated on Huo Yuhao's grilled fish. Trailing behind her was a boy of similar age, tall and upright, with short, deep blue hair that shimmered like gemstones in the sunlight. Although still young, he exuded an air of elegance, his handsome visage adorned with a languid yet warm smile, hands clasped behind his head as he observed Huo Yuhao, his interest clearly piqued by the boy rather than the fish. The girl, full of exuberance, bounded towards Huo Yuhao, her eyes gleaming with desire. She exclaimed, "Little brother, are you selling that grilled fish? It smells so good. How did you make it?" Huo Yuhao had encountered beautiful girls before, even in the Duke's mansion where many maids were lovely, but he had never been this close to one, and none compared to the girl before him. While she was not a paragon of perfection, she possessed an enchanting charm. With a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks, Huo Yuhao stammered, "I ill-treat you to some." The girl chuckled, "You're still shy, little brother. Then I won't hold back." As she spoke, she eagerly accepted the grilled fish he offered, sitting down beside him, exclaiming hot, while cautiously taking bites. The boy approached with an expression of playful exasperation, greeting Huo Yuhao with a wave before addressing the girl. "Xiaoya, this little brother hasn't eaten yet, and you've already started." Xiaoya's eyes widened in mock indignation. "What did you just call me?" The boy raised his hands in surrender. "All right, teacher Xiaoya. Is that acceptable?" Xiaoya shot him an amused glance. "That's more like it, remember your place." Despite her youth, her glance was imbued with a captivating allure, leaving the boy momentarily entranced. Huo Yuhao, feeling bashful, hastily offered the other grilled fish to the boy, saying, "Big brother, please have some too." The boy smiled gently. A gentleman does not take what others cherish. "Little brother, you haven't eaten yet. Did you catch these fish from the river?" Huo Yuhao nodded. "It's fine, I can grill more." As he spoke, he rose and handed the grilled fish to the boy, deftly placing the other 2 prepared fish on the rack to continue grilling. The young man smiled gently, saying, "I am called Bei Bei, and she is Tanya. What is your name?" "Young brother." Bei Bei settled beside Tanya, his manner of eating grilled fish markedly more graceful than hers, avoiding the greasy mess that often accompanied such meals. By the time the second round of grilled fish prepared by Huo Yuhao was ready, Tanya had been eagerly waiting, and despite Bei Bei's helpless gaze, she snatched a piece. However, this time Bei Bei refused to partake, gesturing for Huo Yuhao to eat first. Huo Yuhao, feeling quite hungry himself, continued to grill fish while also enjoying a piece. Though the seasoning consisted merely of simple perilla and salt, the flavor of the grilled fish was extraordinarily delightful. Despite their modest size, the dozen fish were soon devoured by the 3. "This is absolutely delicious. I've never tasted such exquisite grilled fish before. Huo Yuhao, little brother, how about I hire you as my chef?" "Would that be agreeable?" Tanya declared, reclining on the grass and stretching contentedly, her curves unconsciously on display. Bei Bei, observing her, scratched his head in exasperation, feeling utterly helpless. "Do you have any money, teacher Xiaoya?" Bei Bei remarked, dousing her enthusiasm with cold water. I will have some in the future," Tanya replied, sitting up with a hint of embarrassment, casting a discontented glare at Bei Bei for his interruption. Huo Yuhao stood, saying, "Brother Bei Bei, Sister Tang, I must take my leave." Bei Bei inquired, "Where are you headed, little brother Huo, in this desolate wilderness, especially so close to the Douluo forest where soul beasts roam?" Huo Yuhao shook his head, collecting the nearly dried garments from the branches and stowing them in his pack. Smiling and waving goodbye to the Tude, he turned away under Tang Ye's surprised gaze. Surely he isn't heading to the Douluo forest? Tang mused, watching Huo Yuhao's retreating figure thoughtfully. Bei Bei shook his head, remarking, "It's hard to say. I can sense he possesses soul power, albeit weak, yet he appears to be alone. It is indeed peculiar." Tang Ye playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, "He has soul power. Perhaps we should recruit him into our Tang Sect." Bei Bei retorted, "Are you considering recruiting him simply because he grilled fish so well?" Tang Ye blushed, having been caught in her thoughts, and playfully stuck out her tongue at Bei Bei. Bei Bei continued, "This young man must have experienced something significant. His gaze reveals a maturity beyond his years. I just wonder about his potential." A glimmer of excitement lit up Tang Ye's face. "So, you agree?" Bei Bei chuckled wryly, "The esteemed leader of the Tang Sect, Miss Tang Ye, with only you as the sole commander, you aim to expand the sect. Naturally, we should recruit suitable individuals. This Huo Yuhao appears quite composed. If his talent is decent, he could be a viable choice. Judging by his attire, his background likely isn't affluent. At this point, our Tang Sect can only accept disciples of such standing." Curiosity sparked in Tang Ye's eyes as she regarded Bei Bei. "I didn't realize you could be so cunning." Tang Ye then rose, grinning mischievously. "You were indeed clever this time, for your thoughts align with mine. I will tidy up, and then we shall depart." Huo Yuhao was entirely unaware of the conversation between Bei Bei and Tang Ye after he departed. His initial plan to set off with some grilled fish had now been thwarted. He refrained from revealing his identity as a soul master, which was why he chose not to catch any fish again. His mother had once imparted wisdom to him, advising that one should speak only a fraction of their thoughts to others and not lay bare their entire heart. Although he held a favorable impression of Bei Bei and Tang Ye, he ultimately decided to part ways with them after their meal. Despite his tender years, Huo Yuhao possessed a keen mind. He discerned that Tang Ye and Bei Bei were likely not ordinary individuals, for as Bei Bei had mentioned, they were in a remote wilderness yet bore no burdens. Thus, he concluded that it would be prudent to distance himself from these two elder companions as soon as possible. Not long after, a wooden sign by the roadside captured Huo Yuhao's attention. 50 miles ahead, you will enter the Douluo forest, where soul beasts roam. Exercise caution. Indeed, he had not erred in his journey. He was finally nearing his destination. At that moment, Huo Yuhao felt a blend of excitement and a hint of trepidation. He touched the white tiger dagger at his lower back, suppressing the unease within him, and strode forward with resolute steps. Becoming a soul master was the sole path before him, a conviction firmly lodged in Huo Yuhao's heart, and he would never regret his choice. The air gradually turned cooler, imbued with a unique weightiness. The Douluo forest loomed ahead like a soul beast with its maw agape, awaiting the entry of a youthful spirit. Opportunities, or perhaps consumption. Chapter 2. The Dream of the Ice Silkworm, Part 1. Despite his tender age, Huo Yuhao could not suppress the thrill that surged within him after a brief moment of astonishment and anxiety. After traversing for many days, they had finally reached their destination. The mere thought of potentially acquiring a soul ring and thereby becoming a true soul master ignited a fervent passion within him. Though only 11 years old, he had dedicated more than 5 years to rigorous training in anticipation of this moment. In a state of exhilaration, Huo Yuhao instinctively quickened his pace towards the Douluo forest, his eagerness palpable. As he advanced, an odd sensation flickered through his mind. He felt a slight sting in his eyes and, on reflex, summoned his soul power into his spirit eye. A faint current of energy swirled around his eyes, and he perceived a shadow darting across the left side of the path ahead. Possessing an extraordinarily rare mental type, mutated martial soul, the spirit eye bestowed upon him formidable precognitive abilities. A sudden surge of alertness gripped Huo Yuhao, prompting him to swiftly dive to the left as he drew the white tiger dagger from behind his waist. A dark figure zipped past the spot where he had just stood, landing nearby, revealing its form to him. It was a baboon, approximately 1 meter tall, adorned with a coat of tawny fur. Its brown eyes glinted menacingly, and its arms were disproportionately long, equipped with sharp claws. Its pronounced canine teeth were bared, and an aura of ferocity emanated from its gaze. After missing its initial strike, it let out a low growl before propelling itself towards Huo Yuhao once more with powerful hind legs. Although Huo Yuhao's spirit had yet to be imbued with a soul ring, its fundamental functionalities remained quite effective. With the infusion of soul power, the baboon's movements appeared significantly slower to him. Having previously fallen to the ground, he quickly rolled to the left and sprang back to his feet, retreating a few steps while positioning the white tiger dagger defensively before his chest. His heart raced with palpable tension, and he could feel his breath quickening. This was the first time he had faced an adversary, or rather, a beast. His palm, gripping the dagger, was slick with perspiration, and he felt a profound sense of bewilderment regarding how to respond. The baboon, incensed by its unsuccessful attempts, reared back, pounding its chest with its fists while emitting a ferocious roar. In a sudden display of aggression, it opened its maw wide, unleashing a burst of white light that hurtled directly towards Huo Yuhao. Even with his lack of experience, Huo Yuhao could discern that he was confronting a soul beast. Given the distance from the Star Doe forest and his unpreparedness, he realized with dawning horror that the oncoming white orb of light would strike him. With his current level of cultivation, being hit could spell disaster. At that moment, Huo Yuhao's mind was clouded with confusion. The white light, though seemingly slow, approached him in an instant. As the baboon expelled the white beam, it too lunged towards Huo Yuhao with glaring ferocity in its eyes. As the blinding white light approached, Huo Yuhao, overwhelmed by anxiety, instinctively raised the white tiger dagger in his right hand, only to be struck directly by the radiant beam. An extraordinary scene unfolded at that moment. As the white light collided with the white tiger dagger, the baboon lunged forward, its elongated arms and clawed hands seizing Huo Yuhao's shoulders. At this juncture in the battle, it seemed as though Huo Yuhao's fate was sealed. Was he truly destined to perish beneath the claws of this soul beast? With a powerful grip on Huo Yuhao's shoulders, the baboon's formidable body somersaulted in midair, preparing to hurl Huo Yuhao mercilessly to the ground. Simultaneously, a flash of white light flickered beneath the baboon just as it was about to throw Huo Yuhao. The baboon's body appeared to stiffen momentarily, and instead of sending Huo Yuhao crashing to the ground, it flung him away. Following a series of rolls, the baboon lay motionless on the ground. Huo Yuhao's body collided with a nearby tree trunk, causing him to slide down, momentarily enveloped in darkness. The intense pain robbed him of his breath. In that moment, Huo Yuhao's appearance was indeed quite tragic. Deep gashes marred both of his shoulders, and his clothing was nearly torn to shreds. Yet, amidst this excruciating agony, he gradually regained his senses, instinctively directing his gaze towards the fallen baboon. A faint white glow enveloped the baboon, gradually coalescing into an indistinct white ring above its body. The radiance, although hazy, captivated Huo Yuhao's attention. A soul ring? Excitement coursed through his trembling body, and the pain from his wounds seemed to diminish. Within the confines of the Duke's manor, he had learned only the most fundamental meditative techniques, yet he had heard countless discussions regarding soul beasts and their soul rings. It was a topic frequently mentioned by the guards within the manor. However, this was the first time he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Could it be dead? Huo Yuhao pondered, realizing that only a deceased soul beast would release a soul ring. But how had it met its demise? The effects of his spiritual eyes manifested at that moment, and memory surged through his mind like a tidal wave. At the instant the white light emitted by the baboon struck the white tiger dagger, the dagger erupted with brilliance, absorbing the entire beam of light. This pivotal moment altered the course of the battle entirely. According to the baboon's combat instincts, Huo Yuhao, this frail human, would undoubtedly lose his fighting capability upon being struck by its innate soul skill, leading to a devastating impact against the ground, likely resulting in the loss of at least half of his life. Yet, it could never have anticipated that its own soul skill would be instinctively neutralized by Huo Yuhao's white tiger dagger. As the baboon grasped Huo Yuhao and prepared to throw him, Huo Yuhao, too, acted on instinct, flinging his arms, and the white tiger dagger naturally rose in a swift motion. Though the length of the white tiger dagger should have been insufficient to reach the airborne baboon. In that fleeting moment, a blade of light suddenly erupted from the dagger, slicing through the baboon's form, seemingly transforming the previously absorbed white light into a sharp edge. Although Huo Yuhao's mind was a complete blank, and he could not recall precisely where he had struck, it was undeniable that his blade had indeed found its mark upon the baboon. Did I actually win? As he gazed at the white soul ring, the initial thrill in his heart began to wane. The significance of a soul ring to a soul master is akin to a man's dependence on a certain phallic symbol. It is an indispensable requisite for advancement. However, not all soul rings are suitable for absorption by every soul master. Only those soul rings that resonate harmoniously with one's own martial spirit may be absorbed more effectively. A superior soul ring endows the soul master with more formidable abilities. The potency of a soul ring is determined by the cultivation age of the soul beast from which it is derived. The white soul ring signifies that it originates from a 10-year-old soul beast. Any soul beast slain within the age range of 10 to 100 years will yield a white soul ring. Undoubtedly, the baboon Huo Yuhao had fortuitously slain was a 10-year soul beast, and its corresponding soul ring now vividly materialized before him. Regrettably, it was not a soul ring he could absorb. Despite Huo Yuhao's utter inexperience in hunting soul beasts and his inability to discern the baboon's attributes, he could ascertain with certainty that the baboon was not a spirit-type soul beast, making its soul ring unsuitable for him. He wished to investigate the baboon's condition, but as he attempted to rise, a wave of weakness surged through him. The excessive tension had sapped him of strength, and the pain in his shoulder intensified, forcing a muffled groan from his lips as he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. After all, he was merely 11 years old, having just faced a life-altering ordeal. Even his resolve began to waver. The number of spirit-type soul beasts was exceedingly rare, and this was merely the first soul beast he had encountered. A mere 10-year soul beast, which had nearly claimed his life. What if he were to confront a 100-year soul beast? He would have no chance of survival. Fortune could not be expected to favor him indefinitely. The miraculous moment exhibited by the white tiger dagger could not compensate for his inherent weakness. What should I do? Huo Yuhao struggled to sit up, leaning against the tree he had previously collided with, gasping for breath. I cannot perish. I must succeed. I still seek justice for my mother. I cannot simply give up. He clenched his teeth, resolutely reinforcing his conviction within his heart. Yet, the fleeting images of his brief skirmish with the baboon incessantly reminded him of his own hubris. Just as Huo Yuhao's mind was engulfed in confusion and uncertainty, an unexpected voice resonated within his consciousness. At last, I have encountered a human with a spirit attribute. Alas, I would weep if I could, for my eyes would surely overflow with tears. Huo Yuhao was startled, completely bewildered by the sudden emergence of a voice within his mind. At that moment, the ground beneath him began to tremble without warning. Cracks appeared 2 meters ahead, gradually widening into fissures. A faint golden-white light flickered from the depths of those crevices. What is this? Another soul beast? Huo Yuhao instinctively tightened his grip on the white tiger dagger, anxiously observing the expanding rift. Were it not for the fatigue coursing through his body, he might have fled in haste. A chill emanated from the fissures in the ground, and the surrounding temperature began to plummet noticeably. The cracks widened, extending to a diameter of over 5 meters in a mere moment. At last, the golden-white radiance unveiled its true form. It was a rotund head, appearing plump and measuring over 1 meter in diameter, slowly writhing as it emerged, its length exceeding 7 meters. As it appeared, a frosty mist escaped from Huo Yuhao's breath, the biting cold compelling him to shudder involuntarily. This creature was undoubtedly a soul beast, resembling a gigantic silkworm, its size incomparably greater than that of an ordinary one. Gazing upon its immense body, despair etched itself upon Huo Yuhao's features. Such a colossal form, coupled with the ability to alter temperature, could only signify it was at least a 100-year-old soul beast. It was over. Everything was over. Fear not, fear not. I shall not harm you. The earlier voice echoed once more in Huo Yuhao's mind. The enormous silkworm nodded at him, its massive head drooping to halt 1 meter away from him, emanating a faint, pleasant aroma. Huo Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment. Are you speaking to me? The giant silkworm nodded again, its voice resonating in his mind. Indeed, it is I. Are you captivated by my exquisite form? Not sensing a shred of malice from the colossal silkworm, Huo Yuhao's taut nerves began to ease slightly. What do you intend to do? The silkworm replied. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the embodiment of heroism and chivalry, the soul beast of unparalleled wisdom and beauty, the supreme sovereign, the unparalleled powerhouse. The Tianming ice silkworm, cultivated over 1 million years, setting the record for longevity in the Douluo Continent. You may call me Brother Tianming. Huo Yuhao's gaze went blank in disbelief. 1 million-year-old soul beast? This was a staggering deviation from his previous estimations, and could such beings truly exist in this world? The strongest soul beasts on Douluo Continent were reputed to be merely 100,000 years old. The Tianming ice silkworm proclaimed proudly, Are you not astonished? Are you not exhilarated? You are the very first human to behold my true form. Huo Yuhao stammered. Then what do you wish to do? The tone of the Tianming Ice Silkworm shifted to one of gravitas. I desire to become your soul ring. The first intelligent soul ring in the history of the Douluo Continent. Huh. Huo Yuhao stood there, dumbfounded, momentarily rendered incapable of thought. Yet, regardless of the truth, this immense silkworm was beyond his capacity to confront. Before Huo Yuhao could voice his objections, an overwhelming chill enveloped him, swiftly rendering him unconscious. He vaguely perceived a fluffy white mass charging toward him, and in the next moment, all cognitive ability slipped away. The 10 golden rings upon the Tianming Ice Silkworm pulsated as if they had come to life. What Huo Yuhao beheld was a pale, ethereal form, which was, in fact, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm extending its head to rest against his forehead. 10 golden halos swiftly enveloped Huo Yuhao's slender frame, while the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm itself transformed into streams of white radiance, continuously surging into his being. How utterly feeble, how disheartening. I am so pitiable. How many seals must I inscribe upon myself to enable this frail body to withstand such a burden? This intelligent soul ring is not an easy mantle to bear. As the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm infused itself into Huo Yuhao, an invisible wave of mental energy radiated outward from it. The terrifying mental force instantaneously enveloped every nook and cranny within a 100-mile radius. Bei and Tanya, who were hastening to catch up with Huo Yuhao, found themselves momentarily stunned as they were engulfed by this surge of mental energy. Although the psychic shock lacked destructive power, it rendered all living beings incapable of thought for a brief interval. At that moment, the southern expanse of the Douluo forest fell into an eerie silence. Just then, the previously clear sky darkened abruptly, and a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. In that instant, the sun's brilliance was entirely obscured by shadows. A suffocating pressure descended from above. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, striving to merge with Huo Yuhao, trembled violently at the sound of the thunderous boom, its golden eyes rolling upwards in alarm, revealing a look of terror mixed with bewilderment. Clearly, the oppressive atmosphere in the sky was beyond its comprehension. A stream of gray energy plummeted from the heavens, as if drawn by an immense gravitational pull, and in an instant, it quietly penetrated the back of Huo Yuhao's head. What dares to contest me for this soul? The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm seethed with fury, its formidable mental waves surging forth, attempting to expel the gray energy from Huo Yuhao's body. A vague silhouette materialized behind Huo Yuhao, an aged voice, imbued with an indescribable authority, spoke, holding the sun and moon, plucking the stars. There exists none like me in this world. Who would have thought that a fragment of my soul would still linger? Faced with the overwhelming mental assault of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, this indistinct figure appeared unaffected, swiftly darting into the back of Huo Yuhao's head and vanishing from sight. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm hesitated to intensify its psychic pressure, for it noticed blood seeping from Huo Yuhao's 7 orifices. It discovered that the gray energy, upon entering Huo Yuhao's mind, had transformed into a minuscule gray pearl the size of a mung bean, and then fell silent. It neither clashed with its power nor succumbed to it. Could fortune be so cruel? After such arduous efforts to find a human with a mental affinity, I must contend with an interloper. Is this the heaven's jealousy of talent? I am so unfortunate. While it lamented, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm's movements remained swift and unimpeded. The radiant white light gradually solidified, slowly infusing itself into Huo Yuhao's body, while its essence became increasingly transparent, simultaneously shrinking in size. The moment it began to channel its power into Huo Yuhao, there was no turning back. Huo Yuhao's form transformed entirely into a lustrous white, reminiscent of the earlier Tianming Ice Silkworm. The wounds on his shoulders healed at a visibly rapid pace. Regardless of the circumstances, I am finally liberated. Those who regarded me as mere sustenance will find no opportunity now. The triumphant voice of the Tianming Ice Silkworm grew fainter as the vast mental energy that once spanned 100 miles swiftly contracted and gradually vanished. Deep within the Douluo forest, several terrifying auras surged violently, seemingly sensing something, yet they were destined to return empty-handed. Just as the voice of the Tianming Ice Silkworm completely faded away, a circle of luminous white light silently manifested beneath Huo Yuhao, spiraling around his body 3 times before dissipating and merging back into him. Unbeknownst to Huo Yuhao, he had inadvertently acquired his first soul ring, a truly unique one in the annals of Douluo Continent. The radiant white hue gradually faded, revealing a delicate ice blue that emerged from beneath his skin. lingering for several seconds before softening and restoring his skin to its original color. His body swayed and collapsed against the tree he had previously leaned on. A thin, golden-tinged white membrane silently lifted from the ground, swiftly contracting into a sphere that vanished into Huo Yuhao's embrace. The Tianming ice silkworm left no trace of its presence. The large pit on the road had mysteriously sealed itself, and apart from the fallen Huo Yuhao, only the corpse of the baboon he had slain remained nearby. Everything seemed to return to normal. Before long, two figures raced towards this location at remarkable speed. "Ah!" with an exclamation. One figure accelerated and swiftly arrived at Huo Yuhao's side. "We are late. It appears my little brother Yuhao has been attacked. These soul beasts are becoming increasingly brazen." Venturing beyond the starred Dou forest, Tang cautiously helped Huo Yuhao up from the ground, her expression a mix of frustration and worry. Bei Bei approached the baboon's corpse, turning it over to reveal a long, diagonal gash over a foot in length across its chest, even piercing the heart, clearly its fatal wound. This is a wind baboon. Given its size and muscular strength, it must be a 10-year soul beast. It is dead. Bei Bei then crouched beside Tangya, assisting her in assessing Huo Yuhao's condition. To their astonishment, despite Huo Yuhao's severely tattered clothing, they found no visible wounds on his body. Bei Bei gently pressed his right index finger against Huo Yuhao's wrist, and the white tiger dagger fell into his grasp. A faint azure glow flickered across Bei Bei's hand and then vanished, instantly revealing a layer of bluish radiance enveloping the dagger. This was a soul guiding device, which Huo Yuhao must have employed to slay the wind baboon. Although this wind baboon was merely a 10-year soul beast, its speed and strength were commendable, and it possessed a signature soul skill to attack its foes. For someone of Huo Yuhao's age to have defeated it was indeed quite impressive. It appears that our previous assessment of Yuhao was somewhat inaccurate. You should have already reached the level of a first-ring soul master. Tangya anxiously examined Huo Yuhao's body, exclaiming, "What good does it do to discuss this now? It's all my fault for insisting on washing my hands and face, which wasted precious time. If anything were to happen to little Yuhao because of this, I would never forgive myself. Regardless of his innate talent, I have resolved to persuade him to join our Tang Sect." Bei Bei, observing Tangya's distress, softened his gaze. He cherished her genuine kindness above all. "Do not worry, he is fine. Did you not notice his breathing is quite normal? There are no visible injuries." From the position in which he collapsed, it seems he lost consciousness after being thrown against a tree during his battle with the wind baboon. A moment's rest should suffice for his recovery. Tangya paused, glancing up to glare at Bei Bei. "You could have mentioned that sooner and spared me the worry." Bei Bei shrugged. "Who knew you couldn't perceive that?" "Humph." Tangya supported Huo Yuhao, allowing him to lean against her as she confirmed that he was indeed not in serious trouble. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Bei Bei stood up, casting a calm gaze around as he silently guarded her side. Upon losing consciousness, Huo Yuhao felt as though he had entered a dream. He found himself in a vast expanse of pristine white, filled with countless points of light stretching infinitely. His vision seemed to extend to every corner of this ethereal space. As he marveled at the wonders of this realm, a tempest suddenly arose, with golden rays piercing through the atmosphere. These golden beams converged to form a massive golden ring suspended in midair, causing all the light points to swell in size. 10 golden rings began to rotate slowly, each adorned with a milky white halo that intensified, gradually transforming into 10 enormous luminous spheres hovering in the air. The entire space expanded exponentially in height and volume. At that moment, near one of the glowing spheres, an unassuming gray light cluster appeared. Significantly smaller than the other 10 luminous orbs, the spheres exuded a vibrant golden glow, seemingly attempting to drive it away. Yet, the gray sphere remained tranquil, unaffected by the onslaught of golden radiance. Ultimately, the 10 golden spheres relinquished their futile attempts, stabilizing themselves while shimmering with a faint glow. As Huo Yuhao's consciousness gradually became clearer, the luminous points that floated in the air began to sink, converging into a gentle golden sea, supporting 10 enormous golden white orbs of light. Only a small grayish light remained suspended in the air, refusing to join the larger spheres. "So your name is Huo Yuhao?" A sudden voice echoed. In an instant, Huo Yuhao's gaze narrowed instinctively, and he looked down to find himself standing above the golden ocean, nestled among the 10 golden white orbs, completely unclothed. "Where is this? Why am I here?" Huo Yuhao asked in astonishment. "This is the sea of consciousness within your own mind, or perhaps the ocean of your spirit. This will also be my home from now on. The space is quite limited, so I have expanded it for you. However, your body is rather weak. For now, you will have to make do." You are the heavenly dream ice silkworm? Am I not dreaming? Huo Yuhao was even more shocked. As the tone and voice of the speaker exceeded his comprehension, the scene before him was far beyond anything he could fathom. It was not just an 11-year-old who would be terrified by such a miraculous sight. Even an adult would tremble in fear. A dream? If such a beautiful dream were to occur, you would surely be enraptured. Of course, this is not a dream. I have already told you. This is within your spiritual world, the heavenly dream ice silkworm replied, a hint of irritation in its voice. Huo Yuhao, in a daze, asked, "What is the spiritual world?" The heavenly dream ice silkworm responded, "You truly are remarkably naive. How shall I explain it to you? Let us put it this way. You are aware of your own eyes, the martial soul you call the spiritual eye. I have just imprinted your memories, and I now know all about your past. This spiritual eye is both your martial soul and your eyes. The ocean of consciousness is where your spiritual power is stored. To unleash the power of your spiritual eye, you must convert your soul power into spiritual power and then release it through the spiritual eye. The place that stores your spiritual power is your ocean of consciousness, specifically located behind your spiritual eyes in your brain. Right now, your consciousness is immersed in this ocean, and the body you see is not your true form. It has been materialized by me using spiritual power, allowing us to communicate." Listening to its relatively detailed explanation, Huo Yuhao began to comprehend a portion of it, and his inner fear diminished significantly. Sometimes, children are more sensitive than adults. He could sense that the heavenly dream ice silkworm harbored no malice towards him. "Then why have you appeared in my ocean of consciousness?" Huo Yuhao inquired once more. The heavenly dream ice silkworm replied, "Did I not tell you before? I intend to become your soul ring, specifically, a wisdom soul ring. I am now one with you. In order to become your soul ring, I have greatly compressed and sealed my powers. Henceforth, you will possess a soul ring, which is what you humans refer to as a soul master. However, your talent is even more lacking than I had anticipated. It is simply abysmally poor. I truly do not know if my choice was right or wrong." Huo Yuhao, feeling a tinge of shame, replied, "My talent is not particularly remarkable, but I will strive to improve. My innate soul power is only at level 1. With a sigh of frustration, the heavenly dream ice silkworm remarked, "I will devise a way to improve your situation in 2 days." As their conversation unfolded, Huo Yuhao's courage began to swell. "Heavenly dream brother," he called. "Very well. Heavenly dream brother, you claim to be a million-year soul beast. Is that true? Moreover, why did you choose me? I have heard that a soul master can only bear soul rings no older than 400 years. How could a million-year soul beast become my soul ring?" The heavenly dream ice silkworm let out a deep sigh. "Do you think I wish to choose you? I had no other option. If I did not choose, my life would come to an end. Once I perish, my body would likely become fodder for the creatures in the Douluo forest. In desperation, I could only resort to this path, binding myself to humanity. This is my sole avenue of escape. Would you like to hear my story? We shall be together for an eternity, and I wish not to conceal anything from you. I shall lay it all bare." Huo Yuhao nodded, saying, "Heavenly dream brother, please go on." The heavenly dream ice silkworm continued, "I was once a very ordinary ice silkworm soul beast. Not born in the Douluo forest, but rather in the frigid northern regions of the continent. We ice silkworms possess both spiritual and ice attributes. Yet our combat prowess is severely hindered by our speed, rendering us quite average among soul beasts. Furthermore, we have natural enemies, and few of my kin can cultivate beyond 10,000 years. I, however, am an exception. At the age of 13, while fleeing from a predator, I accidentally fell into a crevice of ice. I thought my end had come, but little did I know, I had plunged into a mass of eternal cold essence. Thus, I fell into a deep slumber. At that time, I was still quite small, measuring less than 3 inches. This slumber lasted for 10,000 years. Upon awakening, I found myself in an ice cavern, where the eternal cold essence had long since vanished, entirely absorbed by me. Consequently, I transformed into a million-year soul beast. My surprise was beyond measure. Yet, I soon realized I could find no escape. In that cavern, surrounded by ancient ice, which was exceedingly hard, I, despite being a million-year soul beast, could not force my way out due to the inherent weakness of our ice silkworm lineage in combat. Fortunately, the cavern contained numerous crevices that allowed for my movement, and I crawled about in search of an exit. Instead of discovering a way out, I stumbled upon an even larger mass of eternal cold essence. With this essence came sustenance, and so I fell into yet another deep slumber, this time for several tens of thousands of years. Chapter 3, The Million-Year Soul Ring, Part 1. As Huo Yuhao listened to the narrative of the celestial dream ice silkworm, an odd sensation washed over him. Could it be that the name celestial dream ice silkworm stemmed from its propensity to dream incessantly? Although I could not escape the cavern, the sensation bestowed upon me by the 10,000-year-cold marrow was undeniably exquisite. Eventually, I ceased my search for an exit and instead crawled around in pursuit of the marrow, feasting upon the larger clusters I discovered, often succumbing to slumber thereafter. In time, I lost track of how long I had slept until the first circle of golden patterns emerged upon my form. The golden patterns held profound significance for us ice silkworms, symbolizing my cultivation reaching the formidable level of 100,000 years. To my knowledge, our ice silkworm clan had never witnessed the existence of a being with such prowess. I became the unprecedented first. It was then that I evolved into the golden pattern ice silkworm. At that point, I possessed sufficient strength to break through the solid ice and emerge. Little did I realize that ascending to the rank of a 100,000-year soul beast would impose considerable constraints upon my growth, rendering it exceedingly difficult to elevate my cultivation further. Perhaps fortune favored me. Coupled with the inherent lack of combat prowess within our ice silkworm clan, I miraculously drew no divine retribution. Cough, cough, having slept excessively, I grew lethargic about venturing out. Fortunately, I continued to slumber within the icy confines. With my enhanced cultivation, I could access areas previously barred to me, allowing me to delve deeper into the cavern and unearth even more exquisite cold marrow, which became my sustenance. Thus, I indulged in a cycle of eating and sleeping, oblivious to the passage of time, with only the golden patterns adorning my body marking the duration of my existence. At last, one day, I had consumed every morsel of cold marrow within the cavern and directly burrowed my way out from the depths, emerging into the vast ocean. I drifted along the sea, following the continental edge towards the south. During this journey, I encountered my first adversary. By then, I had acquired 9 golden patterns, marking me as a formidable 90,000-year soul beast. I believed myself to be an invincible entity in this world. However, the dangers of the sea compelled me to seek refuge on land, under the assumption that it would prove safer. Yet, to my dismay, the land was equally tumultuous. Perhaps due to the excessive absorption of cold marrow, my body emanated a peculiar scent that attracted the attention of all soul beasts, leading them to regard me as potential prey. Yet, that creature underestimated my prowess. Though I was not particularly adept at combat, I possessed the ability to amplify my aura. Consequently, I lured every 100,000-year soul beast within the Douluo Great Forest. What a chaotic melee ensued, encompassing nearly all soul beasts exceeding 10,000 years within the Douluo Great Forest. The ferocity of their battle was unparalleled. I had hoped for an opportunity to escape, but unbeknownst to me, these beings were cunning. Once they had fought to a near standstill, they paused to negotiate. Alas, this led to my misfortune. They ultimately conspired to absorb my power, for the soul energy within me was vast. Thus, they confined me at the heart of the Douluo Great Forest, coercing me to release my innate elemental energy for their consumption. The stronger the soul beast, the closer it drew to me, reaping ever greater rewards. These scoundrels treat me as mere sustenance. Alas, I find myself unable to resist, compelled to submit to their whims. While I endure their exploitation, I ponder potential means to liberate myself from their grasp. My innate energy is remarkably pure, sufficient for them to siphon for millennia. After thousands of years of contemplation and observation, I have come to realize that escaping their control necessitates not only flight, but also the concealment of my aura. Gradually, humans have come into my purview. On several occasions, particularly formidable individuals have ventured deep into the Douluo Forest, seeking to hunt the century-old soul beasts. Regrettably for them, their endeavors ended in tragedy. Under my nurturing, the high-ranking soul beasts within the Douluo Forest have undoubtedly become the most powerful cohort on the Douluo Continent. Despite the formidable weaponry wielded by those humans, they suffered significant losses, which also illuminated certain strengths inherent to your kind. I am a soul beast of both spiritual and ice attributes. After much contemplation, I resolved to become a human soul ring. In doing so, that human would possess exceptional strength. With my spiritual attribute, I could retain my consciousness, transforming into an unprecedented wise soul ring for humanity. At that time, I would exact my vengeance, aiding that human in vanquishing all who have persecuted me. Thus, I embarked on this endeavor. However, fate had other plans. As my first attempt ended in failure, the individual I selected appeared to be some sort of titled Douluo among your kind. Though he possessed considerable strength, He proved utterly inept, succumbing to my force in an instant without even glimpsing my true form. It became evident that becoming a suitable host was not a trivial endeavor. One must possess a spiritual attribute and the capacity to bear my soul power. This proved even more challenging. After thousands of years of searching, I had yet to succeed, and my soul power was nearly depleted by those century-old soul beasts. As I faced impending exhaustion, fortune smiled upon me, just as despair threatened to consume me. The 10th golden pattern emerged upon my being. I finally ascended to the unprecedented status of a million-year soul beast. With the manifestation of this 10th golden pattern, I acquired the strength to contend with those battle-hardened century-old soul beasts, and I could now conceal my aura. Henceforth, I named myself the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, no longer the Golden Pattern Ice Silkworm. Nevertheless, I realized I could not match the sheer number of those century-old soul beasts, and my elemental energy had been largely absorbed, leaving only my life-giving soul power, my two primary attributes, untouched. It seemed revenge was beyond my reach. Seizing an opportunity, I harnessed my newfound strength to hide my presence and burrow underground, escaping. Alas, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm remains a tragic tale. Achieving the million-year milestone has proven a double-edged sword. While it has allowed me to narrowly escape their control, my lifespan has been abruptly curtailed by divine retribution. Unless I discover an alternative means of survival, I shall soon face the inevitable decline of life. It was at this juncture that I encountered you, my diminutive counterpart. Though you are woefully weak, I find myself with no other option. After all, you too possess a spiritual attribute. Thus, I am compelled to merge with you. Regardless of the circumstances, those scoundrels shall never possess my most cherished treasures. Listening to the account of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, Huo Yuhao had long forgotten his fears and indignantly exclaimed, "They are utterly despicable. How could they imprison you for nearly 10,000 years? The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, filled with shared enmity, replied, "Indeed. Though I may appear a tad more adorable, charming, and powerful, they should never have regarded me as mere sustenance. At last, I have escaped, preventing them from claiming my body. Huo Yuhao, although you may be somewhat young and lacking in strength, your innocence is commendable. Consider it a nurturing endeavor. Once you have grown strong, you must avenge me. They have relied on absorbing my soul power to evolve, but eventually, I shall transform them into soul rings and soul bones." "Ha! Very well. I promise to help you exact your revenge when I grow up," Huo Yuhao readily agreed. The bond between the boy and the beast swiftly deepened within this peculiar yet enchanting tale. In truth, although the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm had lived for 1,000,000 years, it had encountered only a limited number of soul beasts. Its intellect, rivaling that of humans, could not fathom the treachery of the human heart. Had a human found themselves in its predicament, they would never easily divulge their story. Choosing Huo Yuhao, a similarly innocent child, was indeed fortuitous for it. With a mischievous grin, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm declared, "Fear not, I possess my own methods. After years of contemplation, I have devised a meticulous plan. Having previously experienced the expansion of my essence through humans, I understand that your safety must take precedence in any assistance I provide. I have no retreat left. If you perish, my fate is sealed as well. My original soul power has been nearly depleted by the soul beast of the Stardow Forest. Otherwise, even if I were to seal my own power, you would not be able to endure it. What I have integrated into your being is primarily my primordial and spiritual powers. You see those 10 luminous orbs? They represent the 10 layers of seals I have established. From another perspective, they can also be regarded as the essence of the first soul ring I bestow upon you, though for now, you lack the ability to wield it. In essence, while your first soul ring may possess the potential of 1,000,000 years, it currently lacks the potency of a true 1,000,000-year soul ring. However, as your cultivation progresses, the sealed powers within you will gradually be unleashed, enhancing the might of this soul ring. It may even bolster the powers of your future soul rings, for the accumulation of 1,000,000 years' worth of power is truly monumental for you." Huo Yuhao blinked, responding, "I still find myself somewhat perplexed. So many? Can't soul masters only possess 9 soul rings at most?" he exclaimed in astonishment. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm snorted, proudly asserting, "That is true for the ordinary. With my fusion, you are no longer an ordinary person. A single martial soul can indeed absorb only 9 soul rings. However, you have transcended that limitation. By slaying a 100,000-year soul beast, you shall undoubtedly acquire a soul bone and a 100,000-year soul ring endowed with 2 soul skills. You are aware of this, are you not?" Huo Yuhao nodded in understanding. Tianming Ice Silkworm remarked, as a million-year soul ring, and the first of its kind to possess intelligence, I undoubtedly surpassed them significantly. My incarnation as the first soul ring not only allows for infinite evolution based on your physical condition, but also bestows upon you 4 soul skills. However, I do not possess a soul bone to offer you, yet I can grant you an additional martial soul. Although Huo Yuhao had surmised the profound impact a million-year soul ring would have on him, he was astonished by the extent of its significance. The mere prospect of an infinitely evolving soul ring was already a source of immense joy. Yet, even greater revelations lay ahead. 4 soul skills combined with an additional martial soul. What a remarkable concept. Since these 4 soul skills stem from the first soul ring, their potency will undoubtedly evolve alongside the first soul ring itself. This is an ability that can be utilized indefinitely. Furthermore, acquiring an additional martial soul can only be described as miraculous, transforming him from possessing merely the spirit I martial soul into a prodigious dual martial soul wielder. The newly acquired martial soul would inherently accompany 9 soul rings, thus bestowing 9 additional soul skills. Such enhancements far surpass those of a 100,000-year soul ring. Although, after receiving these augmentations, he still remained relatively weak and required gradual improvement, it undoubtedly opened a gateway to extraordinary possibilities, granting the originally mediocre Huo Yuhao an infinite future. What is the ice without a soul? Huo Yuhao inquired, perplexed. Tianming Ice Silkworm explained. This means that the martial soul I have conferred upon you currently possesses only attributes, lacking a definitive form. It will only solidify once you absorb your first ice-type soul ring. The nature of the soul beast from which you absorb the soul ring will determine the essence of your second martial soul. In other words, your second martial soul will certainly be a beast martial soul. There is no need for you to worry. I have already devised a plan for you. However, your current cultivation is insufficient. Once your strength increases, I shall guide you in acquiring the first ice-type soul ring. Now you understand why I mentioned that my capacity to augment your soul rings is limited. Therefore, you must exercise extreme caution when selecting soul rings in the future and heed my counsel diligently. All right, Huo Yuhao eagerly agreed. What are the 4 soul skills? Tianming Ice Silkworm replied. That is something you must comprehend on your own. The insights you derive will be far clearer than if I were to simply divulge them to you. Nevertheless, do not become overly jubilant too soon. Indeed, I have provided you with 4 soul skills, all of which are of the mental attribute. The power I have sealed within you is substantial. However, there are several points you must bear in mind. First, the energy sealed within you can only enhance the longevity of your soul ring and thus the potency of the soul skills once your cultivation reaches a certain threshold. It cannot augment your inherent soul power. Second, due to my own limitations, the 4 soul skills I have granted you are predominantly supportive in nature, lacking significant offensive capabilities. Therefore, you remain relatively weak, and there is a long journey ahead for you to attain true strength. Do you understand? I understand. My mother taught me that no one can ascend to greatness in a single leap. It is only through diligent steps and perseverance that one may aspire to become extraordinary. Rest assured, Brother Tianming, I shall certainly strive with diligence. That is well. However, your aptitude is rather lacking. Alas, in the future, I shall seek some rare treasures from heaven and earth to enhance your abilities. Your spirit, I martial soul, is a result of mutation, possessing commendable potential. Yet the transformation has adversely impacted your physical functions since childhood. Your meridians are constricted and sluggish, making cultivation somewhat arduous. Take your time. There is no need for haste. Oh, by the way, there is something I must impart to you. Do you see the gray orb above? Huo Yuhao replied, I see it. Is that also your power? Tianming Binkin responded, No, I am uncertain what it is. When I merged with your body, it suddenly changed, seemingly attracted by my mental force. That gray orb contains a fragment of a soul, which does not appear to belong to our world. I do not know its origin. However, although this fragment is feeble, it possesses a remarkably high grade, and I am unable to manipulate it. Nevertheless, I sense no malice from it. It is likely in a state of slumber now and may never awaken in your lifetime. Yet it could also stir and cause some trouble. Rest assured, if it poses any threat to you, I shall protect you without issue. Now, you should go outside. Those 2 humans have been waiting for you. They harbor no ill intentions. 2 humans? Huo Yuhao was taken aback, and suddenly, the scenery before him grew hazy as if he were being drawn into a vast whirlpool, plunging into darkness. Why isn't he awakened yet? Tang Ye gently tapped Huo Yuhao's face and cast a questioning glance at Bei Bei. Bei Bei smiled gently and said, "His vitality is very stable, and his soul power is quite normal and vigorous. If I am not mistaken, he has just broken through to the soul master level. His body needs time to integrate this newfound power and adapt to the soul energy of his breakthrough. It is a pity that it is merely a 10-year wind monkey." Tang Ye scoffed. "What is there to lament? It is perfectly normal for the first soul ring to be weak. It is commendable that he was able to slay the wind monkey alone." Bei Bei chuckled. "Indeed, to capture a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach. Especially for someone like you, whose heart and stomach are intertwined." Tang Ye's cheeks flushed slightly. "Pa, you are the one whose heart and stomach are connected. Do not forget, I am your teacher." Bei Bei refrained from retorting, merely smiling warmly at her. A soft groan escaped Huo Yuhao's lips as he slowly opened his blurry eyes. "Little Yuhao, you have finally awakened. I was so worried." Tang Ye exclaimed with delight upon seeing Huo Yuhao's eyes open. Huo Yuhao felt a swirl of confusion in his mind. After steadying himself, he became fully aware. The memory of his prior conversation with Tianming Binken was vivid, and he could not help but mutter to himself, "Am I truly not dreaming?" Tang Ye chuckled softly, playfully pinching his arm. Huo Yuhao winced in pain. "Sister Xiaoya, what are you doing?" Tang Ye replied with a smile, "I'm just checking whether you're dreaming. How do you feel? Are you more awake now? You certainly have some audacity, daring to venture alone into the Stardow Forest." Huo Yuhao scratched his head awkwardly. It was only after encountering the wind baboon that he truly recognized his own frailty and lack of self-awareness. However, he was soon swept away by a surge of urgency that pulled him from his embarrassment. Springing to his feet, he summoned the soul power within him. To his astonishment, a remarkable transformation occurred. The soul power, which had previously reached a bottleneck, underwent a qualitative change. Even the strength of his body seemed to have increased slightly. The gentle flow of soul power surged forth, and everything his spiritual eyes beheld became clearer, with numerous instinctual skills imprinting themselves in his mind. For, indeed, there were 4 skills. Tianming truly exists. I am not dreaming. All of this is real. I have genuinely obtained a million-year soul ring. At that moment, Huo Yuhao dared to believe that everything that had transpired was indeed real. Ecstasy surged within him uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but shout, "I did it." Bei Bei and Tang Ye watched in awe as a circle of ethereal white soul rings rose from beneath Huo Yuhao's feet, gracefully ascending until it reached his head and then gently pulsating downward. It was the first soul ring. Bei Bei instinctively thought, "Sure enough, it's a 10-year soul ring." Yet he felt a twinge of confusion. Why did Huo Yuhao's 10-year soul ring appear to have a crystalline translucence, seemingly different from an ordinary 10-year soul ring? Could it be that the wind baboon was of a higher cultivation? Little did he know, a million-year soul ring could also be white. Not only the soul ring changed, but also Huo Yuhao's eyes. A faint golden sheen appeared over his deep blue irises. And both Bei Bei and Tang Ye could sense the fluctuations of soul power within his gaze, alongside a mental aura that momentarily left them in a daze. The formidable mental force emitted by the Tianming Ice Silkworm had once caused them to lose their capacity for thought. Yet they hadn't noticed due to the vast difference between them and the Tianming Ice Silkworm. However, Huo Yuhao, now in close proximity, was a different matter. The mental waves emanating from his eyes astonished them both. A mental attribute martial soul. Moreover, it was a mental attribute martial soul fused with the wind baboon as its first soul ring. The typically composed Bei Bei couldn't help but change expression. According to his understanding of soul master theory, this seemed impossible, yet the evidence lay right before them. Exchanging glances, Bei Bei and Tang Ye recognized the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. Tang Ye couldn't help but ask, "Little Yuhao, is your martial soul of the mental attribute?" "I just sensed an intense mental fluctuation." Her eyes sparkled. "Lingmo, the original martial soul? How wonderful." Bei Bei, clearly realizing something significant, nodded and remarked, "I never imagined. What a pity we arrived too late. Otherwise, we should have assisted Brother Ho in finding a better soul beast for fusion." At this moment, Huo Yuhao had awakened from his astonishment. Despite his tender years, his life experiences had instilled within him a certain wariness. He immediately surmised that Bei Bei and Tang Ye must have mistaken the first soul ring he had just absorbed for that of the baboon. Although he could not comprehend why a million-year soul ring was also white, it certainly served as his best disguise, and he had no intention of offering any explanations. "Brother Bei Bei, Sister Tang Ye, are you here to pursue me? Is there something you need?" Huo Yuhao inquired tentatively. Tang Ye chided playfully. "Initially, we merely speculated that you intended to venture into the Stardow Forest alone. To our surprise, it turned out to be true. Your audacity is remarkable. Are you not aware that the Douluo Forest is known for being a human forbidden zone? Even highly skilled soul masters dare not venture deep within. A little one like you should always have a mentor accompany you when near the Douluo Forest. We followed to protect you. Both Bebe and I are soul masters. After all, however, you are indeed fortunate. Although your first soul ring is not particularly strong, at least you emerged unscathed. Upon hearing her words, a warm surge enveloped Huo Yuhao's young heart. Though he was still a child, he had witnessed the harshness of the world in many forms. He could perceive the sincerity reflected in Tang Ye's eyes as she spoke, which was anything but feigned. Tang Ye chuckled lightly. Look at your silly expression. All right. Enough about you. Little Yuhao, now that you have acquired a soul ring, what are your plans moving forward? Huo Yuhao was momentarily taken aback by her question. Indeed, what were his plans? Prior to arriving at the Douluo Forest, his sole ambition had been to become a soul master and obtain his very first soul ring. The distinction between a soul master and a soul scholar was vast. Becoming a soul master signified entry into a new realm, where the possibilities were boundless. However, he had not contemplated what lay beyond, for he was only 11 years old, and this was his first time away from home. Noticing the confusion in his eyes, Tang Ye felt a surge of delight and exchanged a glance with Bebe. Bebe nodded in response and asked, Little brother Hua, do you have anyone else at home? Huo Yuhao's gaze momentarily froze before he resolutely shook his head. There is no one left, just me. Tang Ye's joy was palpable as she exclaimed, That is truly wonderful. Huo Yuhao was instantly taken aback, while Bebe wore a look of exasperation, lightly tapping Tang Ye on the head. What are you saying? Tang Ye quickly realized her indiscretion and shot Bebe an annoyed glance. I didn't mean it that way. Little Yuhao, since you have no particular intentions, why not join our sect? A sect? Huo Yuhao had heard of sects during his time at the Duke's Manor. In the Douluo Continent, sects wielded immense power, particularly those with a long-standing history of soul masters. In a sense, the Duke's Manor could be considered a major sect in its own right. Tang Ye nodded earnestly. Yes, a sect. Our sect was once the most prestigious on the continent. If you join, you will certainly benefit, and our sect's unique techniques are particularly suited for your cultivation. You find yourself solitary and quite young. Joining a sect would undoubtedly facilitate mutual care among peers, which is far preferable to your solitary ventures. As fortune cannot be relied upon indefinitely, what if your independent actions lead to unforeseen misfortune? Huo Yuhao instinctively inquired, Sister Tang Ye, what is the name of your sect? Tang Ye replied earnestly, Tang Sect, once the foremost sect of the continent. Upon hearing the name Tang Sect, Huo Yuhao's body involuntarily trembled. Despite its current decline, the historical significance of Tang Sect in the annals of Douluo Continent is unparalleled. No other sect can compare. From a tender age, his mother had regaled him with tales of Tang Sect's legends. Founded over 10,000 years ago, it stands as one of the oldest sects, with the first-generation master, Tang San, having altered the very landscape of the continent and laid the groundwork for the future of soul masters. In its heyday, Tang Sect was indeed the unrivaled foremost sect of the world. According to legend, Tang San transcended the pinnacle of soul masters, the title Douluo, becoming an existence of another realm, thus achieving immortality. Yet, the ultimate fate of his journey remains shrouded in mystery. Millennia have elapsed, and the legend of Tang Sect endures. Yet it has long since receded from the historical stage, with few aware of its descendants. Even the tales surrounding Tang Sect have faded in detail. However, it has been said that had it not been for Tang San's foundational work for soul masters on Douluo Continent, the continent might not have triumphed over the formidable forces from the Sun and Moon continent, unifying the two realms over 4,000 years ago. Huo Xiaodi, have you heard of Tang Sect? Bebe asked. Huo Yuhao nodded and replied, I have heard some legends about Tang Sect, but I am unaware of its current location. Tang Ye's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. Tang Sect no longer possesses a residence, its legacy having been usurped. Presently, the sole remaining members are Bebe and myself. I am the current master of Tang Sect, and Bebe is my first disciple. Huo Yuhao gazed at them in astonishment. Judging by their ages, Tang Ye was scarcely older than Bebe, and their dialogue belied the fact that they were a master and disciple pair. Bebe cleared his throat and said, As you can see, Huo Xiaodi, Tang Sect now consists of just the two of us. Nevertheless, we are determined to restore its former glory. If you are willing, we warmly welcome you to join us. One thing that Xiaoya did not mention is that there exists a technique within Tang Sect that would be particularly suitable for your cultivation and would greatly benefit your future development. After a moment of hesitation, Huo Yuhao asked, "What would be required of me should I join Tang Sect?" Tang Sect, Tang Sect. Huo Yuhao's eyes gradually brightened. He looked earnestly at Tangya and declared, "Sister Xiaoya, I promise you, I am willing to join Tang Sect." Chapter 4. The Thunderous Beibei Part 1. Beibei expressed his surprise. "Ho Xiaodi, you must think this through. Joining a sect is no trivial matter. Although our Tang Sect has declined, it was once the foremost sect in the world. Should you regret this decision in the future and wish to betray the sect, neither I nor Tangya will show you mercy." Huo Yuhao nodded and replied, "Beige, I have contemplated this thoroughly. I have no family left, and I am still quite young. My recent experience in the Stardow Forest has revealed just how perilous the outside world can be. I aspire to distinguish myself and become a formidable soul master. Joining the Tang Sect undoubtedly presents a shortcut, enabling me not only to enter Shrek Academy but also to receive your guidance. Furthermore, I trust you. Your willingness to share the challenges faced by the Tang Sect speaks to your sincerity. I am eager to collaborate with you to restore the glory of the Tang Sect." "Well said," Tangya exclaimed as she joyfully embraced Huo Yuhao. Beibei observed and nodded slightly. Indeed, Huo Yuhao exhibited a maturity beyond his years. Although he had only acquired his first soul ring after surpassing 10 years of age, talent, while significant, is complemented by diligent effort. Moreover, he was a rare possessor of a spiritual martial soul. The Tang Sect had certainly gained a fortunate addition. The faint fragrance emanating from Tangya caused Huo Yuhao's face to flush crimson, leaving him motionless, standing there obediently. It was Beibei who came to his rescue. "Xiaoya, please let him go." Tangya finally released Huo Yuhao, her face beaming with satisfaction. Of course, she would never admit that her initial motivation for wanting Huo Yuhao to join the Tang Sect was the exquisite grilled fish he had prepared. "Xiao Yuhao, let us proceed with your apprenticeship. Our Tang Sect currently comprises only 3 members, so there are no stringent protocols. Simply pay your respects to me as your teacher, and you shall be one of us," Tangya stated with gravity. Huo Yuhao nodded, and with a thud, he knelt before Tangya, declaring, "Disciple Huo Yuhao, pays respects to the teacher." Tangya remained still, allowing him to bow 3 times before helping him to his feet. "Excellent. Yuhao, you are now my second disciple. Allow me to introduce you to your elder brother," she said, gesturing toward Beibei. "Greetings, elder brother." Huo Yuhao bowed again to Beibei. Beibei smiled gently and said, "No need for formalities, little junior brother. We are family from now on." Tangya sighed in relief and continued, "Yuhao, you shall address me as Xiaoya from now on, just as Beibei does. However, do not mimic his lack of decorum, understood?" "Yes, teacher." After completing his apprenticeship, Huo Yuhao felt a bit more at ease, though he still harbored some reservations. Nonetheless, the act of joining the Tang Sect imparted a sense of security that had long eluded him. "I previously mentioned that our Tang Sect possesses a unique skill particularly suited for you, known as the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. This technique focuses on eye cultivation, and upon reaching a certain level, it can unleash tremendous offensive power. Given that your martial soul is your eyes, there is nothing more appropriate for you than this practice. You must dedicate yourself to training diligently." Upon receiving the Xiantian treasure record handed to him by Xiaoya, Huo Yuhao carefully tucked it into his bosom and expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you, teacher. I shall endeavor to cultivate diligently." Beibei raised his hand and pressed on his belt, causing a completely black belt, adorned with round pieces of white jade, to materialize in his grasp. "Little junior brother, this belt, modeled after the soul guidance device 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night once wielded by our ancestor Tang San, is a gift from me to you as a token of our first meeting. With it, carrying your belongings will be significantly more convenient." As he spoke, Beibei assisted Huo Yuhao in fastening the 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night belt around his waist, explaining its usage. It turned out that each of the 24 jade stones on the belt possessed a half-meter cubic space for storing various items. Activated merely through the guidance of soul power, a remarkably precious soul guidance device. Huo Yuhao's lack of talent was primarily reflected in his physical condition, however. He was exceptionally intelligent and, after several attempts, was able to manipulate the 24 Bridges on a moonlit night with ease. Nevertheless, during the process of manipulation, his limited soul power was nonetheless significantly depleted. "Yes, teacher," Huo Yuhao promptly replied with utmost respect. Tangya chuckled softly and remarked, "Although you have become my disciple, there is no need for such formality. With only the three of us in Tang Sect, how dull would it be to adhere to rigid customs? Bei Bei retorted with mild annoyance. With a teacher like you, it would be strange for the disciple not to be somewhat restrained. The day is waning. Let us hasten our journey. I hope we are fortunate enough to find a suitable soul beast to hunt around the outskirts of the Douluo Forest. Indeed. Tangya nodded in agreement. Let us set forth, with Tangya leading the way and Bei Bei holding Huo Yuhao's hand behind him. The trio accelerated towards the Douluo Forest. Upon acquiring his first soul ring, Huo Yuhao distinctly felt a marked enhancement in his cultivation, especially in terms of his physical condition, making their journey considerably easier. Yet, in comparison to Tangya and Bei Bei, there remained a notable disparity in speed. A gentle wave of soul power emanated from Bei Bei's hand, almost propelling Huo Yuhao forward, allowing him to conserve his own energy. As they walked, Bei Bei addressed Huo Yuhao, little junior brother. The Shantian skill of our Tang sect is one of the finest cultivation techniques on the continent. With diligent practice, you are sure to reap rewards. Allow me to impart to you the operational nuances of the Shantian skill. You must remember them well. Understood, Huo Yuhao nodded, listening intently to Bei Bei's explanation. Tangya, walking ahead, couldn't help but stick out her tongue, fully aware that if it were her explaining to Huo Yuhao, she would certainly lack the coherence that Bei Bei exhibited. As the master of Tang sect, she felt somewhat inadequate. The exchange between Bei Bei and Huo Yuhao continued seamlessly, and nearly an hour passed unnoticed. The main road had vanished, replaced by a dense forest, where the air grew increasingly fresh. Yet an ominous weight seemed to emanate from the depths of the woods. That is the general method of cultivation. The specifics you will have to explore and experiment with on your own. If you encounter any confusion, do not hesitate to ask me, Bei Bei said to Huo Yuhao. Thank you, senior brother, Huo Yuhao replied. Huo Yuhao's admiration for Bei Bei steadily escalated in his narrative, naturally leading to a heightened sense of respect. At that moment, Xiaoya, who was walking ahead, suddenly let out a cold snort. Her steps became ethereal, and in an instant, she darted towards a large tree to her left. Huo Yuhao merely caught a glimpse of a fleeting glimmer as a winged baboon, which had nearly taken his life earlier, plummeted from the treetop. Irritated, Xiaoya remarked, "These wind baboons are the most detestable. Not only do they attack, but they also resort to ambush." Huo Yuhao, having not utilized his spiritual eyes earlier, failed to grasp how Xiaoya had executed her maneuver. Teacher Xiaoya, was that a soul technique you employed? With a hint of pride, Xiaoya replied. It wasn't a soul technique. It was a combination of our Tang sect's ghostly shadow stealth and concealed weaponry. Impressive, right? If you practice diligently, you too will master it in the future. Xiaoya, be cautious. Bei Bei's expression suddenly shifted, his right hand swiftly raised, gesturing a faint grab towards Tangya. Clearly, they had coordinated frequently. Tangya lightly tapped her toes on the ground. Her body floated as if weightless, drawn forward by the force emanating from Bei Bei's hand. A shadowy figure descended silently, landing with a soft thud, followed by an intoxicatingly sweet fragrance wafting through the air. Huo Yuhao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Yet a chilling current surged from within, sealing his mouth and nose. A breath of icy mist gently escaped from him, dispersing the sweet, toxic aroma that had previously infiltrated his senses. Ice attribute, my second martial soul? Huo Yuhao immediately surmised the origin of the icy current. However, it was evident that the control of this cold flow was not his own. While he was still marveling at the effects of his second martial soul, Tangya was already drawn closer by Bei Bei's gravitational pull. She pressed her right hand on Bei Bei's shoulder, curling her body and executing a somersault to land behind him. Two rings simultaneously ascended from beneath Tangya's feet, a brilliant yellow pulsing rhythmically. Astonishingly, both of her soul rings were of the 100-year caliber. In that instant, numerous azure vines rapidly erupted from Tangya, one of which ensnared Huo Yuhao around the waist, while others swiftly spread outwards. In comparison to Tangya, Bei Bei, standing at the forefront, left Huo Yuhao utterly astounded. For so long, he had perceived this senior brother as gentle and refined, often bearing a warm smile when alongside Tangya, easily evoking a sense of intimacy. Yet at that moment, he had transformed entirely. As Xiaoya soared above him, a dazzling blue light ignited from Bei Bei's forehead. This blue radiance swiftly expanded, enveloping his entire being, as serpentine arcs of blue and purple lightning erupted, swirling around him. On the surface, Bei Bei's transformation appeared subtle, aside from the blue lightning insignia that adorned his forehead. Only one aspect of his physique had changed due to the manifestation of his martial soul. However, this singular alteration provided Huo Yuhao with a profound new understanding of soul masters. A three-ring soul master, a soul zune, his senior brother, who was merely 4 or 5 years his senior, had already attained a formidable level above 30. Moreover, his soul rings consist of 200-year rings and 1,000-year ring, representing the highest configuration. In the realm of soul rings, white signifies 10 years, yellow denotes 100 years, purple indicates 1,000 years, while the more exalted black symbolizes 10,000 years. The formidable 100,000-year soul beast that once persecuted the Dream Eye silkworm would, if transformed into a soul ring, manifest as red. Previously, Huo Yuhao had inquired about Bei, who, like Tang, was 15 years old, with Bei being slightly older by months. Achieving the rank of soul master at such a tender age, coupled with 3 soul rings of this caliber, truly epitomizes Bei as a prodigy. In terms of cultivation, he evidently surpasses Tang, who, despite being a teacher, is merely a great soul master of over level 20. Amidst the cacophony of croaking, the shadow that fell to the ground abruptly sprang up, charging directly at Bei. With a cold snort, Bei's eyes glimmered with a hint of purple. He swung his robust right arm, instantly conjuring a web of electricity in the air to obstruct the shadow's path. It was a mandala snake, a creature of the 1,000-year caliber. How splendid! Bei, I desire this one. Tang exclaimed joyfully, her voice ringing out. At that moment, Huo Yuhao discerned the shadow that had assaulted them. It was a large snake, 3 meters in length, its entire body of vivid pink, adorned with a small protrusion on its forehead resembling a flower. Bei, however, did not share Tang's exuberance. His expression turned grave. Although he was a soul master of considerable strength, facing a 1,000-year soul beast still posed a significant challenge, a fact attributable to the formidable nature of his own martial soul. If an ordinary soul master of the same rank encountered a 1,000-year beast, retreat would be their only option. Xiaoya, ensure Huo Yuhao's safety, Bei commanded in a low voice, as the first soul ring on his right arm began to shine. With a surge of potent soul power, a dragon claw of blue-purple lightning, approximately 1 foot in diameter, was unleashed, striking towards the mandala snake. This was Bei's first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. The mandala snake, cunning as it was, previously coiled on the ground, suddenly sprang into the air as Bei's attack commenced. Its long tail lashed through the air like a streak of pink light, hurtling towards Bei. Instead of retreating, Bei advanced. His body lowered as he executed the ghost shadow step, swiftly darting aside. Remarkably, the previously launched Thunder Dragon Claw altered its trajectory mid-air, pursuing the mandala snake from behind. Simultaneously, the second soul ring on his right arm illuminated, amplifying countless serpent-like bolts of electricity that transformed into arrows of lightning, flashing through the air, enveloping the mandala snake in a web of thunder. The initial Thunder Dragon Claw served merely to provoke the mandala snake into movement. It was this second soul skill, the thunderous net, that constituted the true trap. Once ensnared by the electric web, the Thunder Dragon Claw would follow closely behind, ensuring that even if it could not severely injure the mandala snake, Bei would at least gain the upper hand. However, the might of a 1,000-year soul beast is not to be underestimated. As the electric net closed in, a plume of pink mist erupted from the mandala snake's mouth, exuding a sweetness tenfold more potent than before. Tang, with Huo Yuhao in tow, hastily retreated, fearful of being contaminated, her fair face betraying a hint of concern for the first time. The thunderous arrow, transformed from an immense force, was met by the pink poisonous mist, shattering upon contact as if doused with water. The mandala serpent revealed its fierce nature, abruptly arching its body in midair and colliding forcefully against the electric barrier. Astonishingly, it managed to create a breach, and as it propelled itself forward, its tail swung, the tip glowing brightly with a pink brilliance, striking against the pursuing Thunder Dragon Claw, shattering Bei's first soul skill in the process. However, Bei's assault was not entirely in vain. As one of the most formidable beast martial spirits, his power ranked among the elite of his pure soul masters. Despite the mandala serpent's ferocity, after withstanding 2 mighty thunderous soul techniques, it too was enveloped in a layer of fine electric light, unable to continue its assault upon landing. Bei did not pursue, wary of the spreading pink mist in the air, retreating swiftly while producing a porcelain vial. After consuming a pill, he tossed the vial to Tang. She caught it deftly, pouring out 2 pills, one for herself and another for Huo Yuhao. Let me assist you, Bei, Tang said as she ingested the medicine. Bei shook his head, replying, "This foe is quite troublesome. We may need to prepare for a protracted battle. There may be other soul beasts lurking nearby. So please ensure Huo Yuhao's safety. I will handle this one." This marked Bei's second reminder to Tang Ye regarding Huo Yuhao's protection, stirring a warm current within Huo Yuhao's heart. For the first time in his life, apart from his mother, someone was showing him such kindness, filling him with a sense of excitement. "I must assist my senior brother. I am not useless." Huo Yuhao rapidly summoned his soul power, channeling it into his spiritual eyes, where the newly acquired soul skill flashed vividly in his mind. In his deep blue irises, a soft golden glow re-emerged, and a pristine white soul ring ascended from beneath his feet. At first glance, no other signs were apparent, yet in the following moment, both Bei and Tang Ye felt a simultaneous tremor in their bodies, their eyes reflecting astonishment. To their perception, time seemed to decelerate, rendering the surroundings strikingly clear. An abundance of information flooded their minds. Bei focused on the mandala serpent, instantly aware of the distance between them and even the strength fluctuations within each muscle of the serpent's form. Every minute detail was vividly presented in the depths of his consciousness. Moreover, within a 30-meter radius, there was no need for sight. All scenery manifested in three-dimensional form within their minds. Any subtle change would immediately resonate within their brains. This was both Bei and Tang Ye immediately thought of Huo Yuhao. Was this truly Huo Yuhao's first soul skill? How could it be so extraordinary? With such a probing assistance, facing any adversary would become infinitely easier, especially when facing the exceptionally swift mandala serpent, a soul beast proficient in speed. One can predict the enemy's moves with remarkable accuracy. For Bei, whose offensive power is formidable enough, no assistance could prove more effective than this. It is astounding that a skill provided by a decade-old soul ring could be so powerful, exhibiting such extraordinary supportive capabilities. Indeed, it truly deserves its reputation as a rare spiritual mutation attribute. Unbeknownst to Huo Yuhao, Bei and Tang Ye attributed the miraculous display he was currently exhibiting to his mutated martial soul. In reality, he was employing not one, but two skills. The million-year soul ring bestowed the first soul skill, mental detection, along with the second soul skill, mental sharing. Both skills are of the supportive nature, and it was Huo Yuhao's first time utilizing them. Although he had yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of these two soul skills, they still proved immensely beneficial. Given his current physical strength, the soul skills derived from the Dream Ice Silkworm's transformed soul ring possessed a power comparable to that of a 400-year soul beast. Thus, the range of both mental detection and mental sharing extended to approximately 30 meters in diameter. However, at his current capability, he could share his mental detection ability with a maximum of 3 targets simultaneously. Beyond that, he would be unable to sustain it. The consumption of soul power for these two soul skills is minimal, yet they do require a certain expenditure of Huo Yuhao's mental energy. It can be said that he is supporting these two skills through a combination of mental and soul power. With his current cultivation level, sustaining them for at least a quarter of an hour poses no problem. The exact duration he could maintain them would only be revealed through further experimentation. A deep rumble suddenly erupted from Bei, his entire being enveloped in intense blue-violet lightning. The scales on his right arm rapidly spread across his body, encompassing his right chest, and his aura surged drastically. At that moment, his purple third soul ring radiated a dazzling brilliance. The skill of the 1,000-year soul ring, Thunderous Wrath. As the possessor of the most potent attack-oriented beast martial soul, this third soul skill, Thunderous Wrath, could instantly elevate Bei's soul power attack effectiveness by over 50%, while the lightning attribute would double in intensity. Although this is not a direct offensive skill, it significantly enhances Bei's state to an extraordinarily formidable level. Even some 4-ring soul masters with weaker martial souls would find themselves at a disadvantage against him. Despite his youth, Bei possesses remarkably rich combat experience. With the support of Huo Yuhao's mental detection and mental sharing, he recognized his opportunity had arrived. Uncertain of how long Huo Yuhao could sustain this, he immediately exerted himself to unleash his utmost capabilities. In his right hand, transformed into a dragon claw, blue-violet lightning danced around it, forming a thunder dragon claw that was now double the size of its previous form. However, this time, Bei refrained from launching it directly. Instead, he swiftly dashed towards the 1,000-year mandala serpent. The mandala serpent, cunning and wise due to its millennium cultivation, sensed a considerable threat emanating from Bei. Without a moment's hesitation, it spewed forth a cloud of toxic mist before swiftly retreating. Humph! Bei snorted coldly, his gaze deepening considerably. A flurry of fragmented lightning erupted from him, dispelling the toxic mist. Simultaneously, his right hand, wielding the Thunder Dragon Claw, struck the air to the left front. At this moment, Huo Yuhao's mental detection abilities were fully manifested. It was precisely because he shared his mental probing with Bei Bei that the latter could anticipate the enemy's movements. When the Mandala Serpent sprang into action, it fled directly towards Bei Bei's left front. At that instant, a tremendous force of attraction emerged in its path, as if it had willingly delivered itself into Bei Bei's grasp. The immense pull swiftly neutralized the serpent's momentum, drawing it towards Bei Bei. Faced with a life-or-death crisis, the Mandala Serpent erupted with fury, a brilliant pink light igniting from its head as a piercing shriek echoed. The flower-like protrusion atop its head suddenly burst open, unleashing a stream of pink blood that shot towards Bei Bei. However, Bei Bei once again preemptively responded. Just before the flower-like protrusion exploded, he unleashed his Thunder Dragon Claw with ferocity, striking precisely as the protrusion detonated upon the serpent's body. The pink blood arrow had barely traveled a few inches when it was violently disrupted. Yet, a cold sweat broke out on Bei Bei's brow. For at the moment his Thunder Dragon Claw made contact with the pink blood, it was inexplicably transformed into the same hue. Had he not anticipated the serpent's actions, he would have found himself in dire straits from the blood arrow's contamination. The millennium-old Mandala Serpent was renowned for its formidable physical strength and lightning-fast speed. However, in the hands of Bei Bei, who possessed an indomitable martial soul, its defenses were rendered trivial. In a state of thunder fury, Bei Bei exerted his power through the dragon claws, audibly cracking the serpent's head, as if its bones might shatter at any moment. "Xiaoya," Bei Bei called out sharply. Tang Yu would not let such an opportunity slip by. She swiftly approached the Mandala Serpent's side with Huo Yuhao. A flying dagger, approximately half a foot long, materialized in her hand, which she plunged directly into the serpent's mouth, thus ending the life of the Millennium Mandala Serpent. As the crackling of lightning subsided, Bei Bei finally exhaled in relief, and a circle of purple spirit rings began to form slowly from the serpent's head. Tang Yu looked at Bei Bei with an expression of excitement, and Bei Bei nodded in encouragement to commence the process. Unexpectedly, encountering a Millennium Spirit Beast in such a remote area of the Star Doe Forest was astonishing. The quality of spirit beasts in this forest was indeed on the rise. Tang Yu chuckled and said, "I didn't expect it to go this smoothly. Please guard me." As she spoke, she quickly sat cross-legged beside the Mandala Serpent. A blue luminescence shone from her right hand, and she gently raised her delicate hand to tap the purple spirit ring above the serpent, instantly attracting the ring towards her, merging it into her being. Tang Yu's smile faded as she concentrated intently on absorbing the spirit ring. It was then that Huo Yuhao realized that Tang Yu had reached the 30-level bottleneck. Her and Bei Bei's venture into the Star Doe Forest was likely to find a suitable third spirit ring for her. But what was Xiaoya's martial soul? Blue vines. Xiaoya's martial soul is blue silver grass, Bei Bei said gently, seemingly perceiving Huo Yuhao's confusion. Blue silver grass? Is it the same as that legendary figure from the Tang Sect? Huo Yuhao exclaimed in surprise. Bei Bei nodded and said, "A millennium ago, the first generation of Tang Sect's master forged the illustrious legacy of Tang Sect with the blue-silver grass martial spirit. Subsequently, he ascended to divinity. Yet he did not leave any descendants within the sect. In his honor, the successors of Tang Sect have persistently chosen to uphold the glory of blue-silver grass when selecting a master. They have also devoted efforts to nurturing soul masters possessing the blue-silver grass martial spirit. Unfortunately, it has been proven that not everyone can harness its formidable power. Ever since that legendary figure departed, no champion possessing the blue-silver grass martial spirit has been able to stand at the pinnacle of the continent. Nonetheless, this tradition has endured, and no one has managed to alter it. Xiaoya has shown considerable talent with the blue-silver grass. I hope she can achieve a breakthrough." Huo Yuhao, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Senior brother, if Tang Sect was indeed as powerful as the legends suggest, why did it decline?" Bei Bei smiled slightly and replied, "You will gradually understand this question once you reach Shrek Academy. There are numerous internal and external reasons. Now, there are only a few of us left in Tang Sect. But perhaps this isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least some constraints have become difficult to impose upon us. As for you, junior brother, you have genuinely surprised me." Huo Yuhao understood that Bei Bei was referring to the soul skill he had just employed, and he felt a bit bashful as he scratched his head. "I was merely experimenting. It is best that it worked." Bei Bei spoke earnestly. It was not merely effective. I could not have confidently dealt with a 1,000-year soul beast. If it weren't for your extraordinary spiritual abilities assisting me, I might have struggled to escape unscathed just now. Previously, during the crucial moment against the mandala snake, Bei had relied on Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection to accurately anticipate the snake's movements. Moreover, the most critical moment occurred when the mandala snake unleashed its crown. At that instant, within the realm of spiritual detection, Bei distinctly sensed a radiant quality emanating from the snake's crown. Something he could not perceive with his own eyes, this insight was solely derived from Huo Yuhao's three-dimensional spiritual detection. Thus, he instinctively reacted in time. Otherwise, even a slight contact with that venomous blood could have prevented him from escaping entirely. This realization made Bei acutely aware of the immense impact Huo Yuhao's skill had during combat. He conservatively estimated that when facing an enemy, the assistance of Huo Yuhao's skill could enhance his own strength by at least 20 to 30%. Such an enhancement is indeed remarkable. What's more, this was merely Huo Yuhao's first skill. Huo Yuhao, still shaken, remarked, "That snake was truly formidable, senior brother. What soul beast is it?" Bei replied, "It is known as the mandala snake, possessing an extremely potent venom that not only paralyzes but also inflicts severe damage to the body's nerves. It is one of the most terrifying entities among poison attribute soul beasts. Its body is exceptionally resilient, impervious to ordinary blades, with its mouth and eyes being the only weak points. However, the mandala snake is adept at protecting these vulnerable areas, and its speed is astonishing. Most fearsome is its aggressiveness. Once a rival is identified, there are seldom instances of relinquishment." Chapter 5, A Glimpse into the Path, Part 1. Of course. What Bei did not mention was that without Huo Yuhao's presence, it would not have been overly difficult for him and Tang Ye to collaborate in slaying the mandala snake. Otherwise, they would not have dared to venture into the Stardow Forest. Listening to Bei's narration, Huo Yuhao acquired new knowledge, realizing the extraordinary nature of the mandala snake. If its cultivation reached 10,000 years, would it undergo further metamorphosis? Bei nodded and replied, "A 10,000-year mandala snake would transform into a yellow variant, which would indeed be a terrifying existence. Even a soul king of level 50 would not dare to provoke a 10,000-year mandala snake lightly. Only a soul emperor of level 60 would stand a chance of victory. Junior brother, while Xiaoyu absorbs her soul ring, tell me about your soul skills. What was the name of the skill you just used, and how long can you sustain it? This is crucial." Huo Yuhao, having received a reminder from the heavenly dream eye silkworm not to disclose its existence, pondered briefly before saying, "Senior brother, the skill I just used is called mental detection sharing. You sensed its range, which currently operates within a diameter of approximately 30 meters. As my soul power increases, this range should expand. I am uncertain about the duration, but it seems that this skill does not consume much soul power. Is that so?" Bei looked at him in astonishment. A skill of such significant effect with minimal soul power consumption? Your spiritual martial soul appears to be remarkably powerful, especially considering your soul ring derived from a 10-year spirit beast, the wind baboon. This is indeed perplexing. Despite the fact that the study of martial souls on Douluo Continent has exceeded a millennium, I have never encountered such a phenomenon in the literature I have perused. It is truly unimaginable. After contemplating for a moment, Bei smiled broadly and said, "Junior brother, there is no need to overthink it. Possessing a potent soul skill is ultimately advantageous. With this skill as a foundation, any soul master will likely be eager to cooperate with you in the future. However, junior brother, as a mental attribute soul master, do you intend to pursue the path of a supporting soul master or that of a controlling battle soul master?" Huo Yuhao hesitated. "I am not quite sure." Bei replied, "Choosing your cultivation path is vital, as it influences your future choices regarding soul ring skills and your training inclinations. Though you have just acquired your first soul ring, your mental attribute has already exhibited formidable potential. If you merely focus on support, it may be somewhat squandered. Although I cannot predict what other mental attribute skills you may obtain in the future, I lean towards the idea of you becoming a controlling battle soul master, dedicating yourself to the art of mental control. If all goes well, you might become the core of a team in the future." "A team? Must soul masters have a team?" Huo Yuhao inquired with curiosity. Throughout his life, he had always relied on himself for cultivation, exploring everything independently, with no one ever teaching him. Now that he had joined Tang Sect, this senior brother seemed even more significant to him than a teacher, as he had imparted so much knowledge in less than half a day. Bei patiently articulated, "The profession of soul masters has evolved over the years. Yet the team-based model was fully established under the influence of our Tang Sect's legendary founder millennia ago. At that time, he and his companions were known as the Shrek Seven Monsters. Each of the seven possessed formidable abilities, and when united, their collective power surged exponentially. Since then, collaboration among Soul Masters has become an indispensable pathway in their development, for the strength of an individual is invariably limited. For instance, the synergy between you and me earlier significantly eased my burdens in battle. Similarly, I have developed certain cooperative strategies with Xiaoya. Generally, a Soul Master team comprises no more than 10 individuals, including defensive Soul Masters, aggressive attack-oriented Soul Masters, and control-type Soul Masters who command and manage the battlefield. These three roles are paramount within a team. Additionally, there are supportive weapon Soul Masters, food-type Soul Masters, and agile attack-type Soul Masters, each serving distinct functions within the group. Huo Yuhao realized. So, does that mean you are an aggressive attack-type Soul Master, senior brother? Bebe nodded with a smile. My martial soul is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, regarded as quite powerful among beast martial souls, excelling in offense. Xiaoya wields the blue silvergrass, making her a control-type Soul Master akin to our legendary ancestor from the Tang Sect. However, her control primarily manifests through the blue silvergrass. If you too could become a control-type Soul Master, the combination of your mental control abilities with Xiaoya's blue silvergrass could potentially lead to a formidable Soul Master team, even without a support-type weapon Soul Master. Huo Yuhao nodded earnestly, stating, I will heed your guidance, senior brother. I shall strive to become a control-type Soul Master. However, my talent is rather lacking, and my progress has been slow. At this point, he couldn't help but lower his head. Compared to Bebe and Tangya, he felt his own talent was significantly inferior, having just attained the first ring at the age of 11. Bebe gently ruffled Huo Yuhao's hair, smiling as he said, Talent is merely one facet of success. In the past, you likely lacked guidance in your cultivation, and without suitable techniques, reaching your current level through sheer effort is commendable. Moreover, your martial soul is quite exceptional, with substantial potential for future development. Therefore, there's no need for self-pity. Instead, focus on your cultivation. If you can break through to level 30 before the age of 20, you will have a chance to become a powerful Soul Master. Both Xiaoya and I will do our utmost to assist you. Thank you, senior brother, Huo Yuhao responded, his face reflecting profound gratitude. Indeed, Huo Yuhao replied respectfully. In his heart, he regarded Bebe as a mentor, perhaps even more than Tangya. Oh, by the way, junior brother, didn't you mention you were unclear about the duration of your skills? Why not conduct an experiment? This is crucial for our future teamwork in battles and will also help you better understand your abilities and familiarize yourself with your newly acquired skills. With Bebe's suggestion, Huo Yuhao once again unleashed his mental detection sharing. A gentle golden light flickered in the depths of his eyes, and a three-dimensional image within a 30-meter radius re-emerged in the minds of both him and Bebe. The essence of mental detection was all-pervasive. Even the slightest changes could be discerned with clarity. As Huo Yuhao reveled in the intricacies of his two skills, Bebe likewise felt the profound benefits of the mental amplification bestowed upon him. The more he experienced, the more astonished he became. This shared mental detection was not merely auxiliary, but akin to possessing an additional brain capable of making judgments. Within the 30-meter radius, every detail was laid bare. With no blind spots, this skill was akin to having countless eyes meticulously observing from various angles. What astonished him even more unfolded subsequently. As Huo Yuhao employed his soul skill, he appeared remarkably at ease, showing no signs of exhaustion. Within the shared mental detection, they could even perceive the subtle changes in Tangya's body as she integrated her soul rings. Tangya's figure seemed to grow notably more elongated, her aura strengthening at an astonishing pace, her skin acquiring a radiant sheen, and her vitality surging. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had elapsed, and Huo Yuhao's complexion merely bore a slight pallor. Bebe silently marveled. Such an extended duration of mental detection was already sufficient for a battle. Moreover, this ability of Huo Yuhao's was not confined to combat. It possessed numerous other applications, such as during their adventures and the quest for soul beasts, an invaluable skill indeed. If, as he claimed, the range of detection could expand with his cultivation, it would truly be considered a divine technique. At last, after nearly half an hour of sustained skill usage, Huo Yuhao could no longer maintain the mental detection and staggered slightly, concluding the shared experience. He felt a piercing pain surge through his brain, a severe dizziness nearly causing him to collapse. He hastily settled into a cross-legged position, beginning to meditate to replenish his expended soul power and mental energy. This was the first time Huo Yuhao had experienced the agony of mental exhaustion. The sensation of his mind being utterly blank was far from pleasant. Bei had been observing him quietly, and when he saw Huo Yuhao, instead of collapsing, struggled to sit cross-legged and commence meditation, a smile unconsciously crept across his face, and he nodded in quiet approval. In his view, character held greater weight than talent. Undoubtedly, this young junior had passed the test in his eyes. The absorption of a Millennium Soul Ring required considerable time. Bei scattered some potions designed to repel soul beasts around their perimeter, and fortune favored them. During Tangya's cultivation, only a few soul beasts of 10 and 100 years had appeared, all of which Bei successfully drove away. They had not encountered any entities of the Millennium tier, and thus they emerged unscathed. Taking a deep breath, Tangya slowly opened her eyes. Her bright gaze sparkled with vitality, and her entire demeanor reflected a significant enhancement in spirit and energy. In the journey of a Soul Master's cultivation, reaching the 30th level marks a crucial threshold. Overcoming it to enter the realm of soul, respect signifies a true powerhouse among Soul Masters, with an immeasurable future ahead. Many Soul Masters of lesser talent find themselves unable to surmount the 30-level barrier, despite exhausting their life's efforts. Yet, success was achieved. Tangya leapt joyfully from the ground, and with the stimulation of her soul power, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rapidly ascended from beneath her feet. The most striking among them was undoubtedly the 1,000-year purple soul ring, radiating a noble aura in its vibrant hue. From this moment forth, Tangya's prowess had transcended into an entirely new realm. Bei smiled and said, "Xiaya, congratulations." Tangya cheered and abruptly embraced him, exclaiming, "Bei, thank you." Bei wrapped his arms around her delicate frame, his smile tinged with a hint of affection. "I promise to help you realize your dreams, and I shall certainly fulfill that promise." As Tangya leaned against Bei's embrace, she inadvertently noticed a pair of wide eyes staring at her in astonishment. Suddenly reminded of another presence, she quickly disentangled herself from Bei's hold, feeling a bit embarrassed as she addressed the sparkling-eyed Huo Yuhao. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a teacher-student romance?" Huo Yuhao replied earnestly, "I haven't, actually." Watching Bei and Tangya in an embrace sparked an inexplicable feeling of envy within him. Yet there was no trace of jealousy. The elder brother and teacher Xiaya truly seemed to be a perfect match. Clearing his throat, Bei remarked, "All right. Since you have absorbed your soul rings, we should leave this place promptly." Over the years, incidents involving soul masters in the Stardew Forest have become increasingly frequent. And with 1,000-year soul beasts lurking even at the periphery, it would be wise to depart sooner rather than later. Tangya nodded in agreement. "Let us go." By this time, darkness had descended, and staying overnight in the Stardew Forest was clearly unwise. The trio, disregarding their fatigue, hastily made their way toward the outskirts of the forest. Revitalized, Huo Yuhao activated his spiritual detection sharing once again, providing them with an added layer of security while navigating the forest, even managing to avoid a 1,000-year soul beast that was not inclined to attack. Naturally, Huo Yuhao was once again enlisted as the group's cook, as per Tangya's insistence, but this time he was not required to catch the fish. Bei merely dipped his right hand into the stream, and with a flash of blue-purple lightning, several stunned catfish floated to the surface, which he deftly pulled to the bank using his controlling technique. They quickly had their meal. Tangya also produced some food stored in her soul guide, and the 3 sat together, enjoying a sumptuous dinner. Tangya, in high spirits, overindulged and, after satiating her hunger, fell asleep leaning against a large tree by the campfire. However, the more accomplished Huo Yuhao did not succumb to sleep just yet. He endured the dual fatigue of body and spirit, seeking Bei's guidance to commence his first practice of the Xiantian Gong. Bei greatly admired Huo Yuhao's diligence. After draping his outer garment over Tangya, he resumed imparting essential techniques of the Xiantian Gong to Huo Yuhao, assisting him in beginning his meditation. The pathway of the Xiantian Gong was significantly more intricate than Huo Yuhao's foundational meditation practice, involving at least 10 times the meridians originally engaged. Numerous meridians, even those of Huo Yuhao, had never experienced the flow of soul power. To ensure Huo Yuhao's safety during his cultivation, Bei sat cross-legged behind him, gently placing his hands against Huo Yuhao's back, gradually channeling his own soul power into Huo Yuhao's body, guiding him through the initial circulation of his soul power. As the guidance commenced, Beibei's expression turned grave. Huo Yuhao possessed remarkable comprehension and intelligence. However, he was indeed lacking in physical aptitude. Once Beibei's soul power entered Huo Yuhao's body, he discovered that the boy's meridians were exceedingly narrow, with certain areas alarmingly thin, necessitating a gentle approach to avoid damage. There were even signs of disorder where multiple meridians converged. At that moment, Beibei realized just how arduous it had been for Huo Yuhao to reach his current level and acquire his first soul ring. Despite the physical improvements typically accompanying the acquisition of the first soul ring, Huo Yuhao's meridians remained so fragile, indicating a physical talent inferior even to some ordinary individuals who had not awakened their soul power. It was astonishing to contemplate the sheer willpower required to cultivate one's soul power to level 10 and become a soul master. Beibei, possessing a composed demeanor, found no disappointment in Huo Yuhao's condition. Rather, he felt an increased admiration. At Huo Yuhao's tender age, such unwavering resolve suggested that despite his lesser innate talent, he still held the potential for greatness in the future. Through his examination of Huo Yuhao's physical state, Beibei speculated that the formidable abilities of Huo Yuhao's spirit eye's martial soul were likely linked to its mutation. Although this mutated martial soul was powerful, it had also inflicted considerable harm on Huo Yuhao's young body. The lack of adequate nurturing had contributed to his current frailty. Had he received proper treatment with medicinal aid immediately upon birth, perhaps his little junior brother would have emerged as a prodigy. Beibei's conjecture was only partially correct. Indeed, Huo Yuhao's physical weakness stemmed from the mutation of his martial soul and the subsequent absence of sufficient care. However, the strength of the spirit eye's ability was primarily attributed to the exceptional enhancement from the million-year-old wisdom soul ring, the Dream Eye Silkworm. It took Beibei an entire night to help Huo Yuhao clear his meridians, guiding him through the first cycle of the Xian Tiangong. This process was extraordinarily challenging, yet it bore immense benefits for Huo Yuhao. With a sudden expulsion of stagnant blood, Huo Yuhao opened his eyes. In that moment, he felt as if all 36,000 pores in his body had opened, an unprecedented sense of relief spreading throughout him. The expelled blood represented the impurities from stagnation within his meridians, and after Beibei's diligent efforts throughout the night, these meridians were finally unblocked. Although they remained thin and fragile, they were now capable of allowing soul power to circulate, which would nourish Huo Yuhao during his future cultivation endeavors. To some extent, this had transformed his constitution. Even though Beibei was a standout among his peers and a formidable soul master, he felt extreme fatigue after completing the guidance and unblocking for Huo Yuhao. Little junior brother, stand up and face the east. Follow my guidance and concentrate your energy, focusing your gaze. Beibei, suppressing his fatigue, whispered sharply to Huo Yuhao while simultaneously placing his hands firmly on his shoulders. At that moment, Tangya, who had been soundly asleep, suddenly awakened, springing to Beibei's side. The three opened their eyes wide, gazing towards the east, where a faint pearly white light on the horizon began to brighten, seemingly accompanied by a delicate hint of purple mist. Had it not been for their remarkable vision and unwavering focus, they would have been unable to discern its presence. The emergence of the purple aura fully captured their attention. They held their breath, inhaling gently and slowly, their eyes fixed intently on the fleeting hue of violet. The purple mist lingered for only a brief moment, and as the pearly white light of dawn was gradually enveloped by the rising sun, the purple aura vanished completely. They then slowly closed their eyes, exhaling a long breath of stagnant air. Beibei and Tangya released streams of white mist from their mouths, resembling flowing ribbons, which dissipated gradually after several cycles of inhalation and exhalation. Although Huo Yuhao's cultivation was far inferior to that of his esteemed teacher and senior brother, the moment he beheld the distant purple hue, the warmth that surged into his mind through his spiritual eyes was undeniably profound, refreshing his gaze like never before, rendering everything remarkably clear, as if his perspective had suddenly expanded. Upon closing his eyes, the purple essence, hindered by his eyelids, gradually seeped into his vision. His spiritual eyes naturally drew upon his inner soul power, merging it with this purple essence. The initial warmth transformed into a gentle coolness, an indescribable comfort. The purple extreme demon eye, that which his teacher, Xiaoya, had deemed most suited for his cultivation, had already manifested such effects during his very first practice. Huo Yuhao felt that the soul power he had cultivated over months paled in comparison to the efficacy of this moment's interaction with the purple aura of dawn. After a full quarter of an hour, the refreshing sensation gradually faded. When Huo Yuhao reopened his eyes, A faint glimmer of purple had begun to manifest within the depths of his clear, deep blue eyes. It appeared that the results were indeed promising. Tang regarded Huo Yuhao with satisfaction. He hastily rose, respectfully expressing, "Thank you, teacher. Thank you, senior brother." As the purple hue in Beibei's eyes slowly diminished, his face still bore signs of exhaustion. He patted Huo Yuhao on the shoulder, saying, "From now on, we are family. There is no need for thanks. I shall rest for a while. It seems we will be delayed in our departure. Teacher Xiaoya, please prepare some food." Junior brother, practice the Xiantian skill once more to solidify last night's memories. Understood. Huo Yuhao's respect for his senior brother deepened, and he promptly seated himself to begin circulating his soul power according to the principles of the Xiantian skill. With the profound memory from the previous night and Beibei's guidance, it became significantly easier for him to channel his soul power. The soul power, originally acquired through meditation, was refined through the operational pathways of the Xiantian skill, gradually transforming into a soft white hue, while impurities within the soul power were evidently being purified during the process. An hour later, Beibei was the first to awaken from his meditation. His cultivation was already formidable, and any fatigue he felt had swiftly dissipated. Tang offered him some provisions and quietly inquired, "How do you feel?" Beibei smiled slightly and replied, "This time, you are indeed correct. The junior disciple is a person of promise. Although his physical condition is subpar, his comprehension is commendable. Furthermore, he possesses the fortitude to endure hardships and a stable heart. He is a fine prospect. Moreover, the Xiantian Gong itself has restorative properties. Prolonged practice will aid in mending the meridians within his body, making it the most suitable technique for him. As for his future development, it will depend on his own diligence and fate. What we can offer him is merely an open door. How far he can go will ultimately depend on himself." Tang softly responded, "Thank you." Beibei chuckled, "What has come over you? You rarely express gratitude towards me. Is it because of the junior disciple? I hope I one day end up training a rival." Tang playfully punched him, saying, "You know precisely what I am thanking you for. So stop pretending to be oblivious." Beibei stretched his arms and embraced Tang, stating, "Xiaoya, I admit that my initial agreement to join the Tang Sect was due to my affection for you. A case of love at first sight. However, as I delved deeper into the Tang Sect's practices, I discovered the profound heritage we possess. Although the Tang Sect has waned, if we can resurrect it through our own efforts, would that not be an intriguing endeavor? Thus, my dedication to the Tang Sect is no longer solely for you, but also for the sect itself." Tang blinked her large eyes and asked, "Does that mean that even if I no longer harbor feelings for you, you would still strive for the future of the Tang Sect?" Beibei's expression changed, and he replied somewhat exasperatedly, "Please, behave normally." "Hee." Tang laughed. "I simply enjoy seeing your true colors. You always present yourself with such pretentious virtue. Don't you tire of it?" Beibei flicked her forehead and retorted, "That is called self-restraint. Not everyone is as transparent as you." Tang grasped his hand, her face a picture of feigned grievance. "You must not flick my forehead again. That is an affront to our master. By the way, do you think Huo Yuhao can endure at the academy?" Beibei shook his head. "It's hard to say. It ultimately depends on him. All I can assert is that if he truly perseveres and completes 12 years at the academy, his future achievements might even surpass mine." Tang was taken aback, surprised by his high regard for the junior disciple. Beibei smiled lightly. "The junior disciple's mutated martial soul is extraordinary. Let me provide you with an example for clarity. There was a noticeable difference between his first and second uses of the mental detection sharing technique. This indicates that while he is not yet proficient with this skill, it has already provided us with significant enhancements. Furthermore, as he mentioned, this skill appears to have the potential for evolution. If every soul skill he acquires in the future matches this caliber, he is destined to become a top-tier spirit control battle soul master." Tang remarked, "But his self-defense capabilities are somewhat lacking, at least until he reaches a certain level of cultivation." Beibei countered, "No, you're mistaken. He is not in need of self-preservation. For even the soul technique he currently possesses ensures that he will never lack companions." The duration of Huo Yuhao's cultivation surpassed the expectations of Tang and Beibei. Astonishingly, it persisted until noon. During this period, Beibei meticulously observed the pathway of his Xiantian Gong with remarkable precision. It can be said that Huo Yuhao has genuinely entered the realm of mastery through this cultivation. After awakening from his meditation and partaking of some sustenance, the trio set forth on their journey westward. The majority of the Star Do Forest lies within the boundaries of the Star Luo Empire, with only a small portion extending into the Heaven Do Empire. Shrek Academy is situated to the northwest of the Star Do Forest, not too far from its edge. Tangya and Bei chose to enter the forest from the southern approach, as this direction is relatively devoid of formidable soul beasts, thus ensuring greater safety. In stark contrast, the soul beasts in the direction of Shrek Academy are the most powerful. This is attributed to the frequent incursions of Academy students into the Star Do Forest to hunt soul beasts, which has fostered a deep-seated animosity among the soul beasts, culminating in significant incidents where numerous beasts have surged out of the forest to launch a tidal assault on the Academy. Consequently, within the Academy, it is strictly prohibited for any individual below the rank of Soul King to enter the Star Do Forest directly. Even Soul Kings are required to be accompanied by a mentor to gain entry. As Huo Yuhao and his companions made their way to Shrek Academy, their pace was not particularly swift. They needed to navigate around the Star Do Forest, making their journey nearly 1,000 miles. Along the way, Tangya and Bei imparted the secrets of the Tang Sect to him. Among these, Huo Yuhao grasped the intricacies of Xian Tiangong and the purple extreme demon I most profoundly, while skills such as controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, Ghostly Shadow Stealth Step, and Xian Jade Hand were merely glimpsed at the threshold of comprehension. Huo Yuhao's diligence left a profound impression on Tangya and Bei. At merely 11 years of age, he remained steadfast in his cultivation even while traveling. After listening to Bei explain that the continuous use of soul techniques could slightly enhance one's soul power, he persistently employed mental detection sharing as long as he could. Once a break was taken, he would immediately resume his practice of Xian Tiangong. While on the road, he simultaneously unleashed skills and pondered over Ghostly Shadow Stealth Step, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, and Xian Jade Hand. It was precisely because Huo Yuhao often entered a deep meditative state for extended periods during his Xian Tiangong practice that their progress toward Shrek Academy was delayed. However, Bei and Tangya did not urge him to hasten. In fact, inspired by his dedication, they increased their own cultivation time. Xiaoya, if you could match even half of your junior brother's efforts, with your innate talent, you would likely surpass me by now, Bei remarked, observing Huo Yuhao, who was seated cross-legged beneath a grand tree, engrossed in his practice. Tangya scoffed lightly and replied, "Are you truly that diligent? You hardly compare to Huo Yuhao. Yet, there seems to be something weighing on him. It is as if his emotions drive him to such fervor, though whether this is good or bad remains uncertain." Bei smiled and said, "Having a goal is never a bad thing. Moreover, he is still young. Under our subtle influence, his inner conflicts will surely resolve. For him, the most crucial task is to break through to level 30 before he turns 20. At this moment, Huo Yuhao awakened from his meditation, a faint white vapor swirling around his mouth and nose. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of golden light sparkled within his clear gaze, and his spiritual sight seemed to have become even more perceptive. Huo Yuhao's diligent cultivation was undoubtedly aimed at achieving greatness. Yet the most significant aspect was the entirely different experience that came with the transformation brought by the Xiantian art. With the assistance of Bei and Tangya, his physique had improved to a certain extent, and the Xiantian art was indeed an exceptionally remarkable technique. They had been traveling for 4 days, during which Huo Yuhao had also practiced the Xiantian art for the same duration. Over these 4 days, his soul power had completely converted into the soul power required for the cultivation of the Xiantian art. Throughout this conversion, his previously mixed and impure soul power gradually became refined. After each session of cultivation, he felt a warm and indescribable comfort enveloping his entire body, surpassing even the restorative effects of sleep. Although the overall increase in soul power was not substantial, the complete replacement with the pure soul power of the Xiantian art allowed Huo Yuhao to distinctly perceive changes in his bodily functions and an enhancement in the endurance of his soul power. Such a remarkable advancement was unprecedented in his cultivation history. How could he not strive earnestly? Huo Yuhao, you cannot remain so tense all the time. It's essential to take breaks. Otherwise, if this continues for too long, you will become as stiff as a wooden puppet, Tangya said with a serious tone. Huo Yuhao nodded and replied, "Yes, teacher Xiaoya." Tangya chuckled softly and remarked, "Do not be so earnest and obedient. It's rather dull. Come on, we're almost at the academy. You have been immersed in your cultivation these past few days, and I haven't had the chance to share some important information about the academy with you. Now is the perfect time for you to relax and listen." Chapter 6, The First Academy of Douluo Continent, Part 1. Huo Yuhao was initially intent on continuing to ponder the grappling techniques that Bei had imparted to him yesterday. However, Upon hearing Tangya's words, he found himself momentarily at a loss. The trio rose to continue their journey, during which Tangya began to enlighten Huo Yuhao about the circumstances surrounding Shrek Academy. Established over 10 millennia ago, Shrek, derived from ancient vernacular, signifies monster. Thus, the founders of Shrek Academy aimed to create an institution for prodigies. The original motto of the academy declared its intent to cultivate only exceptional talents, eschewing the ordinary. Notably, the founder of the continent's first sect, the Tang Sect, was a graduate of Shrek Academy, and it was his generation of students that ushered in the academy's inaugural brilliance. At that time, Shrek Academy was solely referred to by the name of its distinguished students, known throughout history as the Shrek Seven Monsters. The tales of the Shrek Seven Monsters have been widely disseminated across the continent, with the most renowned being the couple who led the Tang Sect. Although the Tang Sect eventually waned, Shrek Academy stood resilient, gradually evolving into the preeminent academy of the continent alongside the passage of time. Today, Shrek Academy occupies a pivotal position on the continent, a phenomenon primarily attributed to the cataclysmic battle that transpired over 4 millennia ago, when the Douluo Continent collided with the Sun-Moon Continent. Initially, the three great empires of the Douluo Continent were discordant, which led to their disadvantage in the early stages of the war, even allowing the armies of the Sun-Moon Continent to penetrate deep into Douluo territory. At this critical juncture, the then president of Shrek Academy issued a rallying call, which resonated with remarkable efficacy, summoning nearly 60 titled dual-level superpowers from across the continent. These formidable leaders took command of the three armies and decisively vanquished the forces of the Sun-Moon Empire. Ultimately, they achieved victory in the war, unifying the continent under the name Douluo Continent, while the Sun-Moon Empire was compelled to cede territory and pay reparations to sustain its existence, albeit with its military might severely diminished, rendering it incapable of contending against the coalition of the three great empires of Douluo. This battle catapulted Shrek Academy into the limelight, not solely because of the assembly of 60 titled Douluo, but also due to the president of the academy emerging as the supreme commander of the three armies. Under his unifying orchestration, the royal families of the three empires were astounded to discover that nearly all the commanding generals hailed from Shrek Academy. With the president's adept coordination, the coalition of the three empires never again encountered internal discord. And it was this complete unification of their strength that led to their resounding success. From that moment forward, Shrek Academy ceased to belong to any single nation, existing instead as an independent entity. The academy has since produced a succession of remarkably astute presidents. Despite its esteemed status on the continent, Shrek Academy has never sought accolades, maintaining a uniform attitude towards all nations and refraining from establishing private militias. Even the number of instructors is kept within certain limits. Thus, Shrek Academy has consistently remained an institution of learning, never instilling a sense of crisis in any nation. Thus, not only has it endured, but its esteemed position on the continent is one that no nation can easily destabilize. The Shrek Academy is situated in the southeastern region of the Heaven Do Empire, with the Star Do Forest to the southeast, the Douling Empire to the east, and the Xing Luo Empire to the south. It can be said to be at the very heart of the intersection of these three great empires. Tangya informed Huo Yuhao that the Douluo Continent is currently divided into an outer academy and an inner academy. Each year, approximately 1,000 new students are admitted. Yet the total number of students at the academy has never exceeded 5,000. The journey from entering Shrek Academy to graduating in all subjects spans 12 years. Thus, the academy experiences an exceptionally high elimination rate annually. Those who fail to pass the academy's assessments are ruthlessly expelled. However, those who truly manage to graduate from Shrek Academy are undoubtedly extraordinary individuals. It is fair to say that Shrek Academy is a genuine cradle of the strong. Each year, the admission numbers of Shrek Academy elevate the political stature of the Heaven Do Empire, the Douling Empire, and the Xing Luo Empire, underscoring the renown of this prestigious institution. Conversely, the Sun-Moon Empire, perhaps due to its animosity towards Shrek Academy, has never sought to send representatives for study there. The Sun-Moon Empire also possesses several higher educational institutions that, after thousands of years of development, have attained considerable scale. Yet, the military strength of the Sun-Moon Empire has always been constrained by prior agreements, preventing significant expansion. Outwardly, the Sun-Moon Empire remains quite low-key. Yuhao, upon entering the academy, you will begin your training in the Outer Academy. The Outer Academy is divided into various departments. For now, you shall temporarily join the Control Department. Concurrently, you may also study the Soul Guidance Department. What do you think? After providing a brief introduction to Shrek Academy, Tang addressed Huo Yuhao. Teacher Xiaoya, what is the Soul Guidance Department? Huo Yuhao inquired. Tang replied, the Soul Guidance Department focuses on the creation of soul-guided weaponry. There was a hint of bitterness in her tone as she spoke of soul-guided weapons. Soul-guided weapons? Huo Yuhao remained somewhat perplexed. This was understandable, as Shrek Academy stands as the foremost institution on the continent, while he had grown up in a relatively isolated environment, limiting his exposure to such matters. Seeing Tang's somewhat displeased expression, Bei interjected to explain to Huo Yuhao, the concept of soul-guided devices is closely related to our Tang Sect. In a certain sense, soul-guided devices are weapons powered by soul energy. The higher the quality of a soul-guided device, the greater its destructive capability. This means that even if you are merely a weapon soul master, possessing a powerful soul-guided device grants you substantial offensive strength. Moreover, the development of soul-guided devices is fundamentally responsible for the decline of our Tang Sect. Over 4,000 years ago, our Tang Sect was at the height of its power. The collision with the Sun-Moon continent precipitated our decline. Tang said with resentment, our Tang Sect was renowned for our hidden weapons, which constituted our primary economic source. Historically, nearly every nation would purchase a certain quantity of hidden weapons from us, even various sections. After the collision between the Sun-Moon continent and our Douluo Continent over 4,000 years ago, were swiftly ensued. The three great empires, equipped with the secret weapons crafted by our Tang Sect, clashed with the armies of the Sun and Moon Empire. Although the latter was not particularly strong in terms of soul masters, they possessed unique advancements in soul guidance technology. Their soul devices, powered by soul energy, surpassed our Tang Sect's hidden weapons in both overall power and range. Consequently, the initial stages of the war resulted in significant losses for the three empires of the Douluo Continent, while we ultimately emerged victorious. The efficacy of our Tang Sect's hidden weapons was called into serious question. Following this, nations began to drastically reduce their procurement of our crafted armaments. Despite the profits generated, most of the income was donated, as per the wishes of our first sect leader, to improve the lives of the impoverished and to construct schools and public facilities. Thus, we found ourselves with little surplus. At that time, the Tang Sect boasted thousands of members, yet the speed of our decline was astonishingly rapid. Within merely 2 centuries, we had swiftly diminished. The once preeminent sect of the continent had lost its former glory. By the time it reached my generation, only my father, mother, and I remained. In a tragic encounter during a hunt for soul beasts, my parents departed from this world, leaving me as the sole survivor of the Tang Sect. As I recounted this, tears streamed down Tang Ya's smooth, delicate face, and her fists clenched tightly. Teacher Xiaoya, murmured Huo Yuhao, is it truly the case that our Tang Sect's hidden weapons cannot compare to those soul devices? Tang Ya sighed and replied, in certain respects, it is indeed fair to say so. The Sun and Moon continent has brought with it not only soul devices but also a wealth of mineral resources. These rare minerals serve as excellent conductors of soul energy, particularly suitable for crafting soul devices. This has led to a rapid development of soul devices over the following millennia, leaving our Tang Sect's hidden weapons increasingly marginalized. However, in terms of precision and ingenious design, our hidden weapons undoubtedly surpass those of soul devices, especially the top-tier hidden weapons, which are exceptionally intricate to produce. Bei gently patted Tang Ya's head and remarked, the advancement of soul devices has indeed had a profound impact on our Tang Sect's hidden weapons. When I first met Xiaoya, she stubbornly believed that hidden weapons were superior to soul devices. Yet the reality is that soul devices have become widely accepted as weapons, and there is sound reasoning behind this. Primarily, they are incredibly easy for the public to embrace, particularly for those who are not offensive soul masters. The introduction of soul devices has almost instantaneously transformed them into battle soul masters, requiring only the expenditure of their soul energy. Therefore, after discussions with Xiaoya, we resolved that for our Tang Sect to thrive, we must not remain insular, lost in our own world. To restore our former glory, we need to comprehend soul devices and integrate the craftsmanship of our hidden weapons with that of soul devices, creating even more formidable soul devices. Only then can our Tang Sect discover a path to resurgence. Thus, every disciple of the Tang Sect must pursue not only the cultivation of their own martial soul but also the study of soul devices. Huo Yuhao inquired, Teacher Xiaoya, senior brother, with such formidable soul guide devices, How did the Sun-Moon Empire lose to our Tri-Nation alliance back then? Bei responded with a calm smile. Though the soul guides were indeed powerful, even the mightiest of them could not rival the strength of a tidal Douluo. However, over the course of several millennia, exceptionally potent soul guides have begun to emerge, some even posing a threat to tidal Douluos. Yet, there exists a limitation: the more powerful the soul guide, the greater the soul master required to wield it. Without sufficient soul power, the effectiveness of a soul guide is significantly curtailed. Thus, after the unification of our two continents, an intriguing phenomenon arose. We diligently pursued the methods of soul guide creation, while the Sun-Moon Empire focused on cultivating formidable soul masters. After thousands of years, it seems a certain balance has been achieved. With Bei and Tang's introduction, Huo Yuhao finally formed a preliminary impression of Shrek Academy. After wiping away her tears with Bei's sleeve, Tang remarked to Huo Yuhao, "Little Yuhao, the most crucial thing for you now is to remain at Shrek Academy. Bei and I are already third-year students. With my newly acquired Millennium Soul Ring, I should seamlessly advance to the fourth year alongside him. Once we enter the fourth year, the elimination rate diminishes significantly. In a few years, we will both have the opportunity to study in the inner court. However, your situation is different. Having just entered as a first-year student, the competition is particularly fierce. The Academy conducts evaluations for new students every 3 months. Only those who pass can continue. Although Tang Sect has reserved spots for admissions, your ability will ultimately determine whether you can remain in the Academy. This is something no one can assist you with. Do you understand?" Huo Yuhao nodded earnestly, affirming, "Teacher Xiaoya, I will give it my all." However, despite your and senior brother's capabilities, you have yet to become inner court students? Tang explained, "Gaining entry to the inner court of Shrek Academy is no simple feat. The Academy's motto has never wavered. The outer court was established later, in response to the demands of the 3 great empires, to cultivate more talent. However, only those who enter the inner court are, in a certain sense, considered true Shrek Academy students. All of them are exceptional geniuses or even prodigies. Outer court students undergo an examination after reaching the 6th year. Those who pass can graduate. Only a select few of the most outstanding candidates may then take the inner court assessment, and upon passing, gain permission to enter the inner court, where they study for 6 years. It is said that those who graduate from the inner court are at least titled as Soul Emperors and receive the most favorable invitations from all nations, including the Sun-Moon Empire." Tang added, "I have also heard of a senior from the 12th grade who, upon graduation, had already attained a level above 70 as a soul sage and possessed a red 100,000-year soul ring. That senior was subsequently retained within the Academy to be groomed as the next dean." Listening to their narratives, Huo Yuhao felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. His recent interactions with Tang and Bei had profoundly illuminated the immense benefits of having a good mentor in his cultivation journey. Undoubtedly, Shrek Academy stood as the finest choice for him. He silently vowed that regardless of the effort required, he would strive to remain in the outer academy, aiming for the opportunity to enter the inner academy of Shrek in the future. With such sentiments, Huo Yuhao could not help but ponder the various Tang Sect secret arts as he walked. The introductions provided by Tang and Bei had ignited a fervent flame within his heart. Observing Huo Yuhao's demeanor, Tang and Bei exchanged knowing smiles, reminiscing about their own initial days at Shrek Academy, when they too had shared similar feelings. Several hours later, Huo Yuhao finally beheld the location of Shrek Academy. Rather than merely an academy, it resembled a grand city, emerging from a thicket along the main road. He gazed upon the towering city walls of the expansive plain stretching out before him. Shrek Academy was established atop the Limus Plain, covering an extensive area, effectively constituting a city in its own right, known as Shrek City. On the Douluo Continent, Shrek City ranks among the foremost metropolises, housing over 2 million inhabitants. The Academy exercises autonomous governance over the city, exempt from taxes imposed by any nation. This singular privilege far surpasses that of other academies, including those within the Sun-Moon Empire. Shrek Academy is not situated at the heart of Shrek City, but rather in its eastern sector, facing the Stardow Forest. The city boasts comprehensive transportation links in all directions, making it not only the site of Shrek Academy, but also a pivotal commercial hub at the confluence of the 3 major empires of the Douluo Continent. Thanks to the presence of Shrek Academy, the city's security is exemplary, ensuring that trade is not only fair, but also trustworthy. Consequently, merchants from the 3 major empires often prefer to conduct international trade within Shrek City. The southern, western, and northern gates of Shrek City allow free entry and exit, while the eastern gate is exclusively reserved for Shrek Academy. Huo Yuhao, accompanied by Bei and Tang, arrived at the eastern city gate. Although this gate was designated solely for the academy, it was bustling with activity, with over 5,000 people gathered outside, creating an atmosphere more vibrant than that within the city itself. Huo Yuhao quietly inquired, "Senior brother, is the assessment very difficult?" Bei hesitated briefly, instinctively glancing at Tang. Tang replied candidly, "He will find out eventually. This knowledge will serve as motivation for his future efforts, so it is best to inform him." Little Yuhao, there are 2 requirements for admission to the Outer Academy of Shrek Academy. First, candidates must not exceed the age of 12. Second, their soul power must be no less than level 15. From the perspective of the assessment alone, you do not meet the criteria. She refrained from urging Huo Yuhao to strive harder, for she recognized that he was already putting forth considerable effort. Huo Yuhao earnestly inquired, "Will the first assessment 3 months later also evaluate soul power?" Given his physique, it was entirely implausible for him to elevate his soul power from level 11 to level 15 within such a limited time frame. Bei shook his head and replied, "No. The assessments at Shrek Academy are always grounded in practical combat. A teacher once articulated that any statistics pale in comparison to real-world experience." Huo Yuhao nodded vigorously, reflecting a calmness beyond his years, and within his eyes burned a determination surpassing his age. "Teacher Xiaoya, senior brother. Perhaps I am currently not on par with the majority of the new students who have registered, but I assure you, I will eventually surpass most of them." Bei, towering over Huo Yuhao by a head, placed a reassuring arm around his shoulder and encouraged, "Let us proceed. If you can endure the next 3 months, I have faith that you will reach the end." Together, Bei and Tang guided Huo Yuhao around the crowd to the eastern city gate. At the gate stood a dozen young men and women of similar age, each adorned in yellow attire emblazoned with a green emblem. This was the uniform of 2nd and 3rd year students from the Outer Academy of Shrek Academy. Bei greeted each senior and junior with a smile before exchanging a few words with the leader of the group. The student glanced at Huo Yuhao and promptly nodded, affirming, "There is no doubt about Beiji's words. You may take this young brother in for registration." The individual, in a jovial spirit, added, "We certainly won't let this opportunity slip away." Bei reciprocated with a fist bump, assuring, "I won't let everyone down." With that, he and Tang led Huo Yuhao through the eastern city gate, a symbol of Shrek Academy's entrance. Not far away, a newly registered student approached the senior responsible for his assessment, asking, "Senior, who was that senior just now?" The reply came, "That was Senior Bei. He is known as Bei, often referred to as Thunder Bei. He possesses the formidable blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul and is exceptionally gifted. By the age of 13, he had already surpassed level 30, and it is said he is now nearing level 40. Within a year or 2, he is expected to break through to become a soul master. He is among the strongest in our outer academy, if not for accompanying his junior sister Tanya. With his prowess, he could have already attempted the 5th year assessment. Should he break through to level 40, even the 6th year assessment would likely pose no challenge for him. Not only is Senior Bei powerful, but he is also known for his amiable nature. Among our outer academy, he is arguably the most well-liked. Furthermore, he is a white knight in the hearts of many female students. However, he remains devoted, having turned down countless love confessions from those who admire him, including seniors from the inner academy. It is said that in no more than 2 years, he will surely enter the inner academy. As Bei and Tang led Huo Yuhao into Shrek Academy, the surroundings differed greatly from Huo Yuhao's preconceived notions of grandeur and solemnity. The academy boasted a beautiful environment, replete with lush vegetation and abundant flora. Walking along the expansive boulevard, one can observe no fewer than 10 varieties of meticulously pruned plants in any direction. After advancing 200 meters, a few colossal statues obstruct the view ahead. There are more than 10 statues, each towering at a height of 10 meters, sculpted from the hardest granite. In the front row stand 3 statues, with the central figure being an elderly gentleman, sporting spectacles and a cheerful smile, of average build and slightly stout, exuding an amiable presence. Bei remarked to Huo Yuhao, "The gentleman in the center is none other than the founder of our Shrek Academy and its first dean, Flander. To his left stands one of my ancestors, Yu Xiaojiang, renowned for establishing the foundational teachings of each department at Shrek Academy and revered as a master in the spirit realm. My mother is a direct descendant of his. The woman to his right is also an ancestor, Lu Erlong, who is the wife of the master. Together with Dean Flander, they formed the Golden Triangle. While Flander created Shrek Academy, the master is its true soul, having personally nurtured the Shrek Seven Monsters who followed him. The statue of the master depicts a somewhat slender middle-aged man, while Lu Erlong is portrayed as an elegant middle-aged woman. Behind them stand 7 additional statues. As Huo Yuhao's gaze fell upon the foremost statue, he involuntarily shuddered slightly. It depicted a tall, handsome man, strikingly unique with his dual-colored eyes. A royal insignia adorned his forehead, and despite being merely a statue, it emanated an imposing aura. Behind the Golden Triangle, these 7 statues represent the illustrious Shrek Seven Monsters. At the forefront is the white tiger Douluo, Daimubai. In second place stands the sausage Douluo, Oscar, and third is our Tang Sect's ancestor, the Thousand Hands Douluo. Tang San. Among the 7, Tang San is the most handsome, with flowing blue hair cascading down his back, clad in simple yet sturdy attire, and surrounded by spiraling blue vines, evidently representing his blue-silver, grass martial spirit. A subtle smile graces his lips as his gaze is vividly directed towards the 5th figure, a woman with scorpion braids. The 4th is the evil phoenix Douluo, Ma Hongjun. The 5th is the wife of our Tang Sect's ancestor, the soft-boned Douluo, Xiao Wu, who is said to have once been a soul beast that cultivated into a human over 100,000 years. Following her is the 9-treasure Douluo, Ning Rongrong, known as the strongest support soul master, and she is the wife of the sausage Douluo. Lastly, the spectral Douluo, Zhu Qing, is the wife of Daimubai. The white tiger Douluo. The 7 statues of the first generation of Shrek Seven Monsters exhibit diverse forms, and merely by their titles as Douluo, one can discern the immense power they once wielded. Tang Yu's gaze remained fixed on the statue of the Thousand Hands Douluo, Tang San, acknowledging that the Golden Triangle and the first generation of Shrek Seven Monsters laid the foundation of Shrek Academy. Over the millennia, countless talented individuals and formidable warriors have emerged from Shrek Academy, yet only 10 statues grace this place, and none have ever been added. Bebe then informed Huo Yuhao. From here, we must diverge. To the left lies the Martial Soul Department, while to the right is the Soul Guidance Department. This is also one of the 2 major divisions of Shrek Academy, both belonging to the external college. Comparatively, the Martial Soul Division is larger, while the Soul Guidance Division is relatively smaller. The Martial Soul Division is further segmented into various departments. We shall first proceed to register at the Martial Soul Division, for only after passing the initial assessment for new students can one qualify to enroll in the Soul Guidance Division. As we move left from the statue, the path remains broad enough to accommodate 4 or 5 carriages side by side, with a signpost indicating the lakeside path. Beyond the shaded trees on our right, a vast body of water can be faintly discerned. This implies that behind the 10 statues of the Golden Iron Triangle and the Shrek Seven Monsters lies a large lake. Tang Yu noticed Huo Yuhao's gaze and, with a hint of pride, remarked that man-made lake, known as the Sea God Lake, was constructed to commemorate our ancestor from the Tang Sect, the thousand-handed Douluo Tang San. According to legend, our ancestor Tang San inherited the divine mantle of the sea god. The Sea God Lake is expansive, fed by underground springs. Our Shrek Academy's inner court is situated on an island at the heart of the Sea God Lake. All students from the external college take great pride in being able to set foot on this island. Bebe cast a deep glance toward the direction of the Sea God Lake, his eyes shimmering with a resolute and unwavering light. Indeed, the Sea God Lake is vast, stretching south along the lakeside path for nearly a quarter of an hour before turning west, and after an additional quarter of an hour, a broad rectangular plaza came into view. A sign indicating Shrek Plaza appeared alongside. Behind Shrek Plaza stood towering teaching buildings, each adorned in varying hues, primarily white, yellow, purple, and black. Gazing toward the far northern expanse of Shrek Plaza, it seemed there was a cluster of gray teaching buildings. Bebe pointed towards the teaching buildings on the opposite side of the plaza and explained, the colors of the teaching buildings represent different grades, differentiated according to the colors of the soul rings. White signifies the freshman teaching building, akin to the lowest tier of tenure soul rings. Yellow represents the sophomore and junior teaching buildings. Purple corresponds to the buildings for the 4th and 5th grades, while black is designated for the 6th grade. Those who emerge from the black teaching building have already earned their graduation certificate from the external college. The gray teaching buildings in the distance belong to the Soul Guidance Department. In terms of area, the Soul Guidance Department occupies approximately 1/3 of the main teaching zone, while the Martial Soul Division comprises the remaining 2/3. Beyond these initial teaching buildings, there are numerous specialized teaching areas, such as the battle arena, assessment zone, dormitory area, and faculty offices. The white freshman teaching building is located at the southernmost end and is closest to the lakeside path. As Huo Yuhao and his companions traversed the southern side of Shrek Plaza, they arrived at this teaching building. Given that it was the enrollment period for new students, the freshman teaching building was particularly lively, with some newly admitted students who had already passed their assessments registering here. With the guidance of Bei and Tang Ye, Huo Yuhao's registration proceeded smoothly. Bei covered the tuition, which amounted to a staggering 10 gold soul coins for one academic year, excluding meal expenses. If one were to withdraw from the academy without passing the assessment, the tuition would not be refunded. Tang Ye added, Huo Yuhao, your dormitory is just behind the teaching building, in the largest building in the entire academy. You can head there by yourself shortly. 3 days remain until the new academic year officially commences, allowing you some time to acclimate to your surroundings. We have covered your tuition for the first year. Thereafter, it will be your responsibility. The academy hosts various competitions, all of which come with monetary rewards. Moreover, as you are now a soul master, upon registering at the academy, you will receive a monthly stipend issued by the 3 great empires. If you manage your expenses wisely, it should suffice for your meals. Huo Yuhao meticulously committed Tang Ye's words to memory, preparing to bid farewell to teacher Xiao Ye and his senior brother. However, Bei furrowed his brow slightly, his attention drawn to a notice on the nearby bulletin board. Huo Yuhao did not need to approach. With a slight exertion of his soul power, his keen vision revealed the contents of the notice clearly. His mother had taught him to read from a young age, and although he had never formally attended school, his literacy was quite commendable. The notice read, Class 1's homeroom teacher, Zhou Yi, Class 2's homeroom teacher, Zhou Yi. It seems I am indeed in Class 1. Huo Yuhao had registered early and was directly assigned to the first class. Tang Ye also noticed what Bei was observing and gasped softly, what? How could it be that peculiar old hag Zhou Yi? ISNT, she's supposed to teach the third-year students? Why is she assigned to the new student classes? Bei replied with a wry smile. I've heard that teacher Zhou was excessively strict with her third-year students, resulting in only 1/10 of the class advancing to the 4th year. She was repeatedly reported by the students to the academy, which is likely why she has been demoted to teach the new students. Junior brother, you must exercise caution. While Shrek Academy's external students are few, there are indeed many formidable teachers, and this teacher Zhou is among the most formidable. Chapter 7. The New Student Enrollment, Part 1. Upon hearing Bei's introduction of their impending instructor, teacher Zhou Yi, Huo Yuhao was taken aback. Is the academy unconcerned about such methods employed by this teacher? Bei replied softly, although teacher Zhou Yi is stern, she is undeniably an excellent teacher. Not a single student who has progressed in her class has ever criticized her. Her strictness primarily stems from her high expectations and rigorous teaching methods. Remarkably, nearly a quarter of her students who have successfully advanced have entered the inner academy, a figure that ranks among the best in the entire institution. This time, due to the considerable commotion, teacher Zhou has been relegated to the freshman grade. However, as long as you are diligent and outstanding, there are only benefits to be gained under her guidance. With a gentle smile, Bei continued, all right, Xiao Ye and I must proceed to our promotion tests. If we pass, we will both advance to the 4th grade. I reside in dormitory 316, so feel free to come find me if you need anything. Indeed. Bei and Tang Ye had numerous matters to attend to. Tang Ye was particularly eager to acquire her 3rd spirit ring to ensure a smooth transition through the 4th grade promotion assessment. There were also many responsibilities awaiting them post-advancement. Huo Yuhao had ventured into the Stardow Forest alone and successfully obtained a spirit ring, demonstrating his capability to care for himself, alleviating any worries they might have had. As Huo Yuhao passed between the white freshman teaching building and the black 2nd and 3rd year teaching buildings, he soon spotted the dormitory. The dormitory complex was expansive. Although it comprised a single structure adorned in white, yellow, purple, and black hues, evidently representing the different living quarters for students of varying grades, towering 6 stories high. Arriving at the entrance of the white building, Huo Yuhao noticed an elderly man who appeared to be of considerable age seated there, dressed in gray cloth attire. The wrinkles on his face seemed capable of simultaneously swatting more than a dozen flies. His eyes were a dull yellow, and his eyelids sagged, presenting a visage of a life nearing its twilight. The sunlight filtering through the buildings fell perfectly upon him, and he reclined comfortably in his seat. Huo Yuhao promptly approached the old man. The elder squinted at him for a moment before returning to him an item, saying, "Go ahead. Room 108 is the third one on the left on the first floor. The fourth floor is designated for female students. Entry is prohibited. Any violators will be expelled. Thank you. Huo Yuhao bowed respectfully to the old man before stepping into the dormitory building. The elder remained in his original position, mumbling, "What a rare, polite child." As he spoke, several other new students passed by, evidently oblivious to the elderly figure by the door, entering without acknowledgement. The old man did not deter them, simply remaining in his drowsy state. Following the elder's directions, Huo Yuhao quickly located his dormitory. The student dormitory resembled a long corridor with doors lining either side, each marked with a number. It was apparent that the interior of the building bore signs of age, having served its purpose for many years. At each end of the corridor, there were communal bathrooms. With a key, he unlocked the door, and a wave of somewhat stale air rushed out. Huo Yuhao quickly stepped aside and took a moment to catch his breath before dashing in to open the window. This room had evidently been uninhabited for over a month, as a layer of dust coated every surface. Seizing the opportunity to ventilate, Huo Yuhao took a moment to observe the layout of the dormitory. It was quite small, approximately 10 square meters, with 2 beds occupying most of the space. Apart from that, there was merely a table and 2 metal wardrobes, with a single light fixture hanging from the ceiling. The walls bore several metallic protrusions, which Bebe had informed him were part of a simple soul guide device that required soul power to illuminate. These metallic protrusions served as the points for infusing soul power. After a brief period of ventilation, the musty air finally cleared, and as Huo Yuhao gazed upon this modest space, a surge of indescribable excitement welled within him. From this day forth, this would be his dormitory for the coming year. It appeared he would also have a roommate. First, he ought to tidy up. As the saying goes, a child of poverty learns to take responsibility early. Despite his noble heritage, Huo Yuhao's upbringing had often been more akin to that of a commoner. With the little money he had, he purchased a basin from the student supply store outside the dormitory and acquired a used cloth from the shop. He immediately set to work cleaning the dormitory. In just half an hour, under the meticulous scrutiny of his keen eyes, every corner was spotless, devoid of dust. Although the dormitory remained stark in its simplicity, it now exuded a refreshing ambience. Huo Yuhao had no intention of purchasing bedding. The wooden plank bed sufficed for his dedicated training. Feeling a slight pang of hunger, he stepped out to inquire about the location of the dining hall. He also bought the cheapest bowl from the student supply store before heading to the cafeteria. Each grade had its designated dining hall, situated just behind the dormitory. Upon entering the freshman dining hall, Huo Yuhao was taken aback. At this moment, the hall was sparsely populated, creating an air of emptiness. Not a single table or chair was present. It was entirely an open space, with only one side featuring a sink for washing hands and utensils. The inner side displayed the windows for purchasing meals, each marked with prices. There were 8 windows in total, each offering different dishes, with prices increasing from right to left. Was there truly no place to sit and eat in the cafeteria? A sign at the entrance indicated that food was strictly prohibited from being taken outside. As he ate, Huo Yuhao observed the cafeteria and noted that the most expensive windows meal prices were calculated in golden soul coins, a notion that was beyond his wildest dreams. Sitting cross-legged on the hard wooden bed, Huo Yuhao swiftly entered a meditative state, commencing his practice of the Xiantian art. Although his cultivation speed paled in comparison to Bebe and Tanya, he had made considerable progress relative to his own past. Since switching to the Xiantian art, he could feel tangible improvement each day, a vast enhancement compared to before. Moreover, during his journey over the past few days, his previously chaotic and impure soul power had been entirely transformed into the Xiantian art's energy. Notably, the soul power derived from the Xiantian art had a beneficial effect on him, as it naturally nourished his meridians during its operation. Though the benefits are not immediately apparent, Bebe had informed him that persistence over time would undoubtedly lead to an improvement in his physical constitution. Huo Yuhao had meticulously arranged his daily schedule. Each morning, he practiced the purple extreme magic eyes, followed by an hour dedicated to mastering the control of cranes and capturing dragons, ghostly shadow steps, and Xianyu hands, along with various grappling techniques taught by Bebe. The remainder of his time, aside from meals, was devoted entirely to cultivating the Xiantian Gong. Soul power is the foundation of a soul master, and he must invest more time in honing the Xiantian Gong. This technique is indeed remarkable, quite suitable for your current state. You humans are truly capable. Just as Huo Yuhao entered a meditative state, a sudden wave of white enveloped him, and the voice of the sky dream ice silkworm resonated, transporting him once again to his spiritual sea. Sky dream? Huo Yuhao called out with a hint of surprise. The languid voice of the sky dream ice silkworm replied, "Your physical condition has notably improved over the past few days. This marks a promising beginning. Your body's endurance is gradually strengthening. Well done. The abilities you are cultivating are quite fitting for you, especially the meditation technique and the method for practicing your eyesight. You must have sensed the 4 skills I imparted to you. Regular practice, particularly of the last skill, in conjunction with your eye training method, should yield excellent results, providing you with a foundational offensive soul skill. It exceeds my expectations. Sky Dream, I will certainly strive to cultivate diligently." Hearing the voice of the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm reaffirmed Huo Yuhao's belief that merging with a million-year soul beast was not merely a dream. Huo Yuhao asked, "Can I still seek you out?" The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm assured him, "If you encounter insurmountable danger, I will naturally assist you. Rest assured, as long as you live, I shall live as well. Sleep now." As the white light faded, Huo Yuhao awoke from his meditation, astonished to find that night had completely fallen. He had been in training for at least 3 hours, and it seemed his Xian Tian Gong had made a slight advancement. It was now evening, and he felt a pang of hunger, but judging by the darkness outside, the dining hall had likely closed for meals. Fortunately, he still had a few pieces of dry rations in his pack, which he consumed with a bit of clean water to stave off his hunger before returning to his training. Once these tasks were complete, the sky brightened once more. After freshening up, Huo Yuhao headed to the dining hall to purchase his meal. Upon arrival, he wore a worried expression. Ever since he began cultivating the Xian Tian Gong, his appetite had significantly increased, enhanced vitality demanded adequate nutrition, and he found himself short on funds. His tuition had already been covered by his senior brother, and he hesitated to ask Bei Bei for assistance. Fortunately, breakfast options were limited and inexpensive. Huo Yuhao bought a few eggs and a bowl of porridge, reluctantly spending 3 copper coins. At last, he managed to replenish some of his nutrients. What he had previously deemed affordable fare now struck him as noticeably pricier than the outside world. "Little junior brother, you cannot skimp on meals. Insufficient nutrition is unacceptable. The school offers some jobs within the capabilities of students that you could take on as a source of sustenance." Unbeknownst to him, Bei Bei had approached Huo Yuhao. "Senior brother," Huo Yuhao exclaimed in surprise. Up to this point, within the Shrek Academy, he had only acquainted himself with Tang Ya and Bei Bei. Bei Bei, with a hint of apology, remarked, "My intention in not directly providing you with money is to encourage your self-reliance. Combat prowess is but one facet of strength. True capability encompasses a myriad of skills, the most vital of which is the ability to survive in any circumstance. Do you understand? Senior brother, you have already aided me immensely. I comprehend. I still possess a few silver coins, and once classes commence, I shall seek employment," Huo Yuhao replied. Bei Bei ruffled his hair gently, saying, "I must take my leave now. Remember, money can be earned again, but do not skimp on sustenance. You require nourishment." As Huo Yuhao exited the dining hall alongside Bei Bei, he resolved to heed his senior brother's advice and treat himself to a hearty meal that afternoon. Just then, a young man emerged from a room. Pausing momentarily upon seeing Huo Yuhao, the youth possessed a strikingly handsome visage with fair skin and uniquely pale blue eyes. His neatly cropped hair mirrored the same hue, and his good looks, perhaps even surpassing Bei Bei's, marked him as the most attractive peer Huo Yuhao had encountered. He appeared to be of similar height and age. "And you are?" Huo Yuhao instinctively inquired. The young man cast a haughty glance at him and stepped aside. Observing the youth's lofty demeanor ignited Huo Yuhao's ire. "Why should I heed your command?" With a disdainful scoff, the young man retorted, "If you refuse to listen to me, I shall have no choice but to throw you out. Do test me." Having been oppressed since childhood in the Duke's manor, Huo Yuhao harbored a deep aversion to such arrogance and coldly replied, "Very well, let us see if you can." The youth, amused by Huo Yuhao's defiance, smiled, a charming expression that nevertheless stoked the flames of Huo Yuhao's anger with its condescension. "I still do not know your name," he queried dismissively. In a measured tone, Huo Yuhao responded, "Shouldn't one introduce oneself before inquiring about another's name?" The young man shrugged nonchalantly, "I am Wang Dong." "I am Huo Yuhao." Wang Dong smirked slightly, suddenly stepping closer to Huo Yuhao. "Very well, I predict your name shall soon vanish from Shrek Academy. Come, fool," he taunted, turning on his heel to leave. Huo Yuhao clenched his fists tightly, striding after him. Despite recognizing his lack of formidable combat prowess, he vowed never to allow himself to be bullied, especially by someone who would be his roommate for at least the coming year. Episode 2, The Monster Academy. This place boasts monstrous teachers and monstrous students. It is none other than Shrek Academy. Huo Yuhao has become a new student at Shrek Academy, and as a specially admitted student, he finds himself the weakest in terms of cultivation in his class. Yet, he possesses a resolve and determination that surpasses that of his peers. Thus, his extraordinary journey within this remarkable academy begins. Chapter 8. The Monster Teacher, Part 1. The Shrek Academy sprawls across a vast expanse, with significant distances separating its numerous edifices. After stepping out of their dormitory, Wang Dong came to a halt in the open area just outside, turning to beckon with his finger towards Huo Yuhao. A fierce fire burned within him, yet Huo Yuhao refrained from rushing in. Having endured life and death trials in the Stardow Forest, he had learned the value of composure. At the entrance of the dormitory, an elderly man reclined in a chair, slightly lifting his head. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in his dimly lit eyes as he observed Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong with keen interest. A soft golden light shimmered in Huo Yuhao's eyes, and a white soul ring emerged from beneath his feet, activating his spirit and martial soul. Upon noticing Huo Yuhao's 10-year soul ring, Wang Dong chuckled lightly, expressing his curiosity about how Huo Yuhao managed to enroll with such limited ability. With your meager skills, I need not even utilize my martial soul to deal with you. As he spoke, Wang Dong's left foot tapped the ground, propelling him toward Huo Yuhao like an arrow. His speed was remarkable, and he appeared extraordinarily agile, arriving before Huo Yuhao in the blink of an eye. He lifted his right leg, aiming a direct kick toward Huo Yuhao's chest. In that moment, Huo Yuhao discerned that Wang Dong possessed legs of an exceptional length, and the kick was imminent. Reacting swiftly, Huo Yuhao stepped to the right and struck at Wang Dong's ankle with his left hand. It was as though he had anticipated Wang Dong's move. As the kick was launched, he crouched low, then sprang upward, his right shoulder colliding with the underside of Wang Dong's thigh. The rapidity of their actions would have led an onlooker to believe that Wang Dong had intentionally offered his leg for Huo Yuhao to meet with his shoulder. Wang Dong's physical prowess was undeniable. His thigh was lifted, and while most would have lost their balance, he elevated his right leg high and maintained a one-legged stance. His left foot firmly planted on the ground. Huo Yuhao felt a softness and elasticity where his shoulder met Wang Dong's thigh, and he pressed forward, hoping to exploit Wang Dong's precarious balance to topple him. However, Wang Dong executed a remarkable maneuver. His elevated right leg arched backward in concert with his upper body, while his left foot snapped up to kick at Huo Yuhao. At this moment, the extent of his legs spread exceeded what one might conceive as humanly possible. Foreseeing the incoming attack granted Huo Yuhao a modicum of advantage. As Wang Dong's left foot aimed for his chin, Huo Yuhao instinctively pressed down with both hands to meet the strike. The impact was staggering. Wang Dong's kick carried an indescribably powerful shockwave, leaving Huo Yuhao's palms tingling. He instinctively summoned the strength of his Xuan Yu hand. Despite this, he was still forced to stagger backward. During his retreat, as Wang Dong's right foot struck the ground and his body rebounded, Huo Yuhao reacted promptly. His steps became nimble, and he swiftly darted to the left side. With a resounding thud, Wang Dong's right foot forcefully struck the ground, leaving a shallow imprint on the hard stone surface, a testament to the magnitude of his strength. In the next moment, he surged forward like a windmill, his legs resembling two steel whips as he unleashed a tempestuous barrage of attacks upon Huo Yuhao. Having experienced prior skirmishes, Huo Yuhao had attained a state of calm, fully engaging his mental sensing abilities to anticipate Wang Dong's every move. He executed the elusive phantom shadow steps with an adeptness that allowed him to navigate Wang Dong's ferocious onslaught. Akin to a small boat managing to remain upright amidst turbulent waters, Wang Dong, increasingly alarmed, sensed that Huo Yuhao's capabilities were far inferior to his own. In terms of speed and strength, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Yet, he found his strikes failing to connect, for although Huo Yuhao was not particularly fast, he possessed an uncanny ability to predict Wang Dong's actions and evade them effectively. Despite Wang Dong's attempts at feints, he could not deceive his opponent. Proud and stubborn by nature, Wang Dong had vowed not to employ his martial soul, resolutely adhering to that promise. He persisted in intensifying his assault, convinced that Huo Yuhao could not possibly endure indefinitely. Indeed, Huo Yuhao felt the strain of the relentless barrage. Wang Dong's swift and powerful legs proved a formidable challenge, and Huo Yuhao could barely keep pace, relying solely on his mental acuity to withstand the onslaught. As time progressed, the disparity in their physical conditioning became increasingly apparent. Huo Yuhao's difficult upbringing had left him undernourished, and while the nourishing effects of the Xiantian skill were just beginning to take hold, he still lagged far behind the seasoned Wang Dong. Though he had tapped into his martial soul, Wang Dong had yet to do so. However, the replenishing qualities of soul power were intrinsic. As the battle wore on, Huo Yuhao inevitably began to falter, suffering minor missteps that allowed Wang Dong's strikes to graze him, igniting sharp pains across his body. The once-mastered phantom shadow steps became increasingly disordered, rendering him more passive. Desperation set in, and Huo Yuhao found himself retreating at an alarming rate, unable to evade Wang Dong's impending strike. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze decisively, prompting Wang Dong to instinctively glance at his face. What he saw was a fleeting glimmer of purple within Huo Yuhao's softly glowing golden eyes. In an instant, Wang Dong felt a piercing pain in his mind, as if a needle had struck him, and his thoughts momentarily blanked out. Seizing the opportunity, Huo Yuhao lunged forward with a burst of speed, leaping into the air to tightly grasp Wang Dong's arms while wrapping his legs around his waist, forcefully bringing him crashing to the ground. Wang Dong, whose attacks had relied solely on his legs, found himself at a disadvantage. Huo Yuhao's urgent maneuver rendered him unable to generate any power with his limbs. The sharp pain in his head made Wang Dong furrow his brow tightly. Yet within 2 seconds, he regained his clarity, only to find himself pinned to the ground by Huo Yuhao, who had ensnared him tightly with his legs. Their faces were mere inches apart, breaths mingling in the air. Huo Yuhao gasped heavily, his voice a low growl as he demanded, "Do you concede?" "Concede to you. You big-headed ghost. Let go of me." Wang Dong retorted angrily, struggling with all his might. Yet Huo Yuhao exerted every ounce of strength, channeling his soul power, making it no easy feat to escape without employing his martial soul. "Are you unwilling to admit defeat? If I had used my knife just now, you would already be dead." Huo Yuhao shot back defiantly. At that moment, he found himself in close proximity to Wang Dong's body, and was somewhat taken aback to discover that Wang Dong's physique was not only remarkably supple and elastic, but also exuded a faint, refreshing fragrance that was quite pleasant. Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's words, Wang Dong paused, his resistance waning. Indeed, although he had experienced a brief moment of dizziness and pain, their closeness allowed Huo Yuhao ample opportunity to harm him if he so wished. "I admit defeat. Just get up quickly," Wang Dong said with a voice full of anger, his eyes betraying a mixture of defiance and resentment. However, Huo Yuhao did not release him just yet. Coldly, he declared, "The 5 conditions you mentioned earlier are not beyond my capabilities, but it is not due to your threats. It is out of respect for my roommate. I am aware that your strength surpasses mine, and if you were to employ your martial soul, I would undoubtedly be no match for you. Nevertheless, remember this. If you dare to insult me again, even if it costs me my life, I will at least take a piece of flesh from you." As Huo Yuhao's demeanor grew increasingly fierce, his gaze almost bloodthirsty like that of a soul beast, Wang Dong's hatred dissipated, replaced by a flicker of fear. Though the opponent was evidently weaker, in terms of momentum, he found himself thoroughly at a disadvantage. Huo Yuhao slowly released Wang Dong and stood up, taking a few steps back before turning to walk towards the dormitory. Wang Dong sat on the ground for a moment before rising and walking slowly back to the dormitory. As he reached the door, a frail voice echoed in his ears, "You have indeed lost, not just in battle, but in spirit as well." "Why?" Wang Dong spun around to face the elder, his expression one of disbelief. "I am clearly stronger than him. Had I wished to confront him, he wouldn't even have touched me. How could he possibly win?" The elder pointed to his own heart. "It is due to this. He possesses a fearless heart, while you do not. Not everyone can face death with such resolve." Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he bowed deeply to the elder. "Thank you for your enlightenment," he said before striding towards the dormitory. Upon returning, Wang Dong found Huo Yuhao meditating on his wooden bed. He wanted to say something but ultimately held his tongue. With a huff, he busied himself with arranging his bedding. In stark contrast to Huo Yuhao's humble setup, Wang Dong's bed was adorned with a thick, plush fur blanket, crafted from the hide of some unknown soul beast, appearing both voluminous and soft, accompanied by a cozy comforter. His belongings were already crammed into his side of the cabinet, with a plethora of items scattered across the desk. Yet, Wang Dong seemed disinterested in tidying up further, sulking as he pulled the blanket over his head and fell asleep. In the ensuing 2 days, neither Huo Yuhao nor Wang Dong acknowledged each other, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Wang Dong was somewhat astonished to observe that, aside from meal times, Huo Yuhao was perpetually immersed in his cultivation. He could faintly sense the intensity of Huo Yuhao's soul power, yet the more he felt, the more incredulous he became. How could someone of such caliber possibly triumph over me? The enrollment process for the new academic year had finally concluded, and the new dormitory building buzzed with life. Although each dormitory room was modest in size, they were shared by 2 occupants. Outside, the atmosphere was lively, yet the dormitory boasted excellent sound insulation. During these days, Huo Yuhao had been relentlessly honing his skills. His battle with Wang Dong had provided him with significant insight, and his victory was largely attributed to that particular technique awakened by the ice silkworm of the dreaming ice. The ice silkworm, despite not being a formidable soul beast, bestowed upon Huo Yuhao for skills that, in their essence, were not particularly powerful: mental detection, mental sharing, mental interference, and soul impact. Huo Yuhao was quite adept with the first 2 skills, having validated their efficacy with Bei Bei. Meanwhile, mental interference was a range-based skill capable of affecting all life forms exhibiting mental fluctuations within a 30-meter diameter centered around Huo Yuhao's body. However, its disruptive capability was limited. At his current level of cultivation, it could at most induce a fleeting moment of mental disorientation. Moreover, he could only sustain this skill for less than 3 seconds, with its energy consumption significantly greater than that of the previous 2 abilities. Soul Impact was the sole skill among the 4 with a modicum of offensive capability. Being a single-target skill, it inherently possessed greater strength than the area effect mental interference, though still not excessively so. Huo Yuhao's triumph over Wang Dong stemmed from his integration of the abilities of the Purple Extreme Demon Eye into the Soul Impact, yielding results that surpassed his expectations. Of course, this was also due to Wang Dong being taken unawares. Had he been prepared, the efficacy of the Soul Impact would have been considerably diminished. Nonetheless, Huo Yuhao, through these 4 mental attribute skills, had begun to form the semblance of a control-type soul master. However, his senior brother had previously informed him that during the first year, classification was irrelevant. All must endure the trials of the freshman year. Are classes commencing now? Huo Yuhao instinctively inquired, marking their first exchange since their altercation. Wang Dong, without even glancing at him, replied coolly, in half an hour. Oh, Huo Yuhao responded before closing his eyes to meditate. After several days of diligent practice, he had become increasingly proficient in the Xiantian skill. Half an hour was sufficient for him to circulate the Xiantian skill for a full cycle, allowing for a slight enhancement of his soul power. The doors of the white teaching building swung open, and the new students, clad in white uniforms, filed in. Each bore a green emblem of a small creature, symbolizing Shrek Academy, on the left side of their chest. Students from different grades donned uniforms of varying colors, mirroring the hues of their respective teaching buildings. As Huo Yuhao hurriedly arrived at the new student teaching building, the bell rang just in time. He dashed inside and, upon seeing the plaque of Class 1 in the first classroom on the left, he unhesitatingly entered. At that moment, the spacious room was already filled to capacity. And since he was the last to arrive, there were very few available seats left. After a considerable effort, he managed to find an empty spot to sit down, next to a remarkably beautiful young girl. However, this girl bore a striking resemblance to Wang Dong when he first met her. She exuded an air of arrogance, tilting her head and not sparing him a glance. Once seated, Huo Yuhao took a moment to observe his surroundings. The classroom was vast, accommodating over 100 students from his class. Considering the scale of 1,000 new students, there must be around 10 classes. He soon spotted Wang Dong, primarily due to her exceptional appearance. Surrounding her were girls seated in front, behind, and on either side, each as captivating as the young lady beside Huo Yuhao. At that moment, an elderly woman entered through the classroom door. She was frail and had silver hair arranged atop her head, clad in a long white robe and of average height. Strikingly, she possessed a pair of incredibly bright eyes, her dark irises sparkling with intensity. Given that Huo Yuhao's martial soul was the spirit eye, he was particularly sensitive to the eyes of others, and he sensed a formidable mental pressure emanating from the elderly woman. Despite her advanced age, she stood upright and gracefully made her way to the podium. Undoubtedly, she was the teacher of Class 1. Upon her entrance, the previously chaotic class fell silent, all attention focused on the podium. The elderly woman calmly scanned the room from left to right, and instantly, every student felt as though she was scrutinizing them, an invisible pressure settling in their hearts. My name is Joey, and I am your homeroom teacher. I cannot guarantee how many of you will walk with me through the coming year. However, I must inform you that in my class, no mediocrity will pass the assessment. I aim to cultivate monsters, not fools. Joey's voice was a harsh rasp, akin to a cracked gong. Upon hearing her words, many students displayed expressions of indignation, having qualified to become students of Shrek Academy. They were hand-picked elites from various nations across the continent, undeniably deserving of the title of elite among their peers. Yet in the eyes of this teacher, They were labeled as rubbish and fools. Huo Yuhao remained composed. The moment he laid eyes on Zhou Yi, he recalled the words of his senior brother and teacher Xiaoya, who had warned him of her strictness and formidable temperament, yet acknowledged her genuine abilities. Those who have engaged in fights, please stand up. Zhou Yi's next statement once again stunned the entire class. These students were freshly admitted. And who among them would dare to fight within the academy? Even if one had, who would admit to it? As the class remained silent, one individual stood up. It was Huo Yuhao. He rose not out of honesty, but because he sensed that Zhou Yi would not adhere to conventional expectations. Upon witnessing Huo Yuhao rise, Wang Dong let out a scoff and, unwilling to be outdone, stood as well. Among the 100 students in the class, only these two had the audacity to stand, instantly making them the center of attention, akin to cranes amidst a flock of chickens. Just the two of them? Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, deeming the rest a group of inept individuals. Do they not understand that avoiding confrontation is a mark of mediocrity? Save for these two. The rest of you are to leave and run 100 laps around the Shrek Square. Anyone who fails to complete it will be expelled. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the class. It was merely the first day of school, and they had yet to attend a single lesson. Yet punishment was being meted out for not engaging in a fight. Who could accept such an injustice? Immediately, one student stood up, declaring, "Teacher, I refuse to comply. Why should we be punished for not fighting?" Zhou Yi replied coolly, "Because I said so. If you are dissatisfied, you may leave. As the homeroom teacher, I possess the authority to expel any student. You have 1 minute. If I do not see you running around the Shrek Square within that time, the entire class will be expelled." As she spoke, a chilling aura surged from her, the overwhelming pressure of her soul power rendering every student present breathless. Circles of soul rings began to rise beneath Zhou Yi's feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, 6 rings in total exuding an indescribable powerful presence. This teacher, Zhou, was indeed a soul emperor, possessing 2 10,000-year soul rings. It was no exaggeration to say that if she wished to deal with these 100 novice students, it would be as easy as child's play. Given that these students were merely newcomers, under such pressure, none dared to resist further and all shuffled out, heads hung low. Zhou Yi retracted her soul rings, expressionless as she watched them leave the classroom. "Let me remind you, you have exactly 1 hour. Anyone who does not complete 100 laps within that time will be deemed unqualified. This is your first assessment as students. Those who fail will be dismissed." Upon hearing this, the students hastened their pace, quickly making their way to the playground after exiting the classroom. Wang Dong cast a surprised glance at Huo Yuhao. Only the two of them remained in the classroom. Zhou Yi's demeanor seemed to soften considerably as she waved them over. Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao approached together. Observing the two, Zhou Yi nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Not bad. At least there are 2 spirited children among you. Now, tell me, who were you fighting? And what was the reason behind it?" Just as Wang Dong was about to speak, Huo Yuhao interjected, "Report, teacher. We are roommates and had a conflict over a trivial matter." Zhou Yi appeared intrigued. "Oh, roommates, you say? Excellent. Fighting among roommates is the best, as it fosters competition and encourages mutual progress." Standing before Zhou Yi, both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat trickling down. The earlier display of authority from this teacher was overwhelming, and indeed, she did not follow conventional logic. Her way of thinking was utterly distinct from that of an ordinary person. Truly, a monster of a teacher, as described by the senior brother. Zhou Yi's face betrayed a smile that was more unsightly than tears, her aging visage seeming to twitch slightly. While conflicts can be beneficial, I find little pleasure in witnessing my students engage in such disputes. Remember, if you must fight, let it be with students from other classes. Our Shrek Academy has always maintained a relaxed set of rules, allowing for the expression of individuality among the students. We typically turn a blind eye to altercations. Yet there are certain boundaries. Allow me to elucidate. Upperclassmen are strictly forbidden from initiating provocations or assaults against underclassmen, and any such behavior will result in immediate expulsion. Conversely, underclassmen may challenge upperclassmen, provided a teacher is present to ensure that it is not an act of bullying. As for students of the same grade, they may engage in fights freely, as long as no lives are endangered. The Academy does not interfere in such matters. Combat is indeed an excellent means of enhancing one's capabilities. Should you advance to the 2nd year, you will have the opportunity to compete in the Soul Arena, where rewards await those who prevail. However, for now, you may commence your running exercises." Wang Dong hesitated. "Teacher, didn't you just say we possess spirit?" Zhou Yi maintained her smile, yet replied, But I never stated that you need not run. Engaging in a fight with your roommate at the onset of the school year. How ambitious you are, given your evident ambition. The assessment difficulties should be a touch more challenging than those for others, and you must also endure the same hardships as your peers. Your completion time for the 100 laps will be identical to that of the others. Oh dear, it seems time has slipped away from us. Wang Dong wished to say more, but was pulled along by Huo Yuhao, who turned and sprinted outside without hesitation. Though Wang Dong felt a twinge of frustration. He followed suit. Why are you dragging me? Huo Yuhao retorted. Can you out-talk her? Can you defeat her? If not, and you wish to remain at Shrek Academy, you have no choice but to comply with her directives. Run swiftly, I assure you. Her warning about being expelled for failing to complete 100 laps is no idle threat. Exiting the new student teaching building, they arrived at Shrek Square. The square was not particularly large, measuring approximately 300 meters in circumference. For an ordinary person, running 100 laps around the square would be no trivial feat. However, for these young scholars, possessing a foundation in soul mastery, it was quite manageable. With earnest effort, they could easily complete the task within an hour. As Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong joined the throngs of runners, they soon attracted a number of mocking voices. Yet, the two were unfazed, aware that they had already fallen behind by a quarter of an hour and needed to hasten their pace. While running, Wang Dong suddenly queried Huo Yuhao, "What skill did you employ to defeat me that day? I still cannot fathom it. Is your martial spirit of the mental attribute?" Huo Yuhao nodded. Wang Dong was taken aback. So it truly is a mental attribute. No wonder I could not discern your martial spirit when you activated your soul ring. At least my defeat was not entirely unjust. Huo Yuhao replied with a hint of exasperation, "You were simply too arrogant. Had you utilized your martial spirit, I would have had no chance at all. I can sense that your soul power is significantly more formidable than mine." Wang Dong, with a hint of pride, remarked, "Of course, among this year's newcomers, only a select few possess strength comparable to mine. With merely a decade of soul rings, you are certainly no match for me." Huo Yuhao, unable to tolerate his haughty demeanor, retorted, "Do not forget, you recently lost to someone with a decade of soul rings." Wang Dong, slightly annoyed, replied, "All right. Let us not dwell on that. Given that you defended me in front of that peculiar teacher, I shall consider the past as bygone. From now on, I will look out for you. Should anyone dare to bully you, I will ensure your protection." Huo Yuhao, feeling a sense of exasperation, thought to himself, "I do not require your protection." As he spoke, he quickened his pace and ran ahead. Wang Dong, with far superior physical capabilities, easily matched his speed and kept up with him. "You truly lack empathy." Wang Dong expressed his dissatisfaction. Huo Yuhao shot him a glare and said, "If you treated me as an equal classmate, you would not feel this way." Wang Dong scoffed, "Throughout my life, I have found no one among my peers deserving of equal regard." Huo Yuhao huffed in response, choosing not to engage further, for their conversation had grown stale. Wang Dong, seizing the moment, suddenly accelerated past Huo Yuhao, running with astonishing speed around the Shrek Square. It must be acknowledged that while Wang Dong was indeed proud, his skills were exceptional, and his physical prowess remarkable. As he surged forward, none among the new students could keep pace with him. At this moment, Zhou Yi had arrived beside Shrek Square, quietly observing the running students. Her gaze was soon captivated by Wang Dong, though her expression shifted momentarily before returning to normal. Time flew by, and as the laps increased, the breathing of the runners grew heavier. At this juncture, physical fitness and cultivation began to manifest. Zhou Yi had not prohibited the use of soul power for assistance, allowing everyone to utilize their soul energy to recover their stamina during the long run. Leading the pack were around a dozen individuals, all maintaining a brisk pace, with Wang Dong at the forefront. Despite being one of the last to start, he had managed to catch up with the frontrunners within half an hour, even surpassing them. Observing his demeanor, he appeared to be expending little energy, his speed unwavering. Trailing behind the leading group was the main body of runners, comprising over 70 students, all maintaining a steady pace, without appearing overly strained. At their current speed, completing 100 laps within an hour seemed entirely feasible. In stark contrast, a cluster of about a dozen students lagged behind, including Huo Yuhao. In an attempt to catch up with his peers, Huo Yuhao had begun at a swift pace, but after running 20 laps, he felt his stamina depleting rapidly. Not only was he at the back, but his late start of a quarter of an hour had left him significantly behind in lap count. As time passed, Zhou Yi's voice suddenly resonated in the ears of all the students. "Accelerate, and use my position as the finish line." Just as she spoke, Wang Dong zipped past her. being the first to complete 100 laps. After completing the 100 laps at an astonishing speed, a flush of color adorned Wang Dong's handsome visage. Breathing heavily, he slowed his pace, taking another lap around the field before finally coming to a halt. Gradually, other students began to finish their 100 laps, with just a quarter of an hour remaining until the hour was up. Upon stopping, Wang Dong's gaze swiftly fell upon the last runner, Huo Yuhao, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow, murmuring, "How could I possibly lose to him?" Huo Yuhao's speed had diminished significantly from the outset. His school uniform was drenched in sweat. As his martial soul was of the spiritual attribute, the assistance of soul power to his physical form was relatively minimal. Were it not for his cultivation of the Shintian skill, he would be in an even more dire state. Completing 100 laps within an hour was a challenge Huo Yuhao could barely endure, but having lost time due to Zhou Yi's interference, he found himself in a precarious situation. The deliberate increase in speed had severely drained his stamina. At present, he lagged 3 laps behind several fellow students and still had 20 laps to go to reach the 100. Completing 20 laps in a mere quarter of an hour was an almost insurmountable task. Chapter 9, The Goddess of Light and the Butterfly, Part 1. No, I must persevere. I cannot allow myself to be eliminated. With gritted teeth, Huo Yuhao quickened his pace once more, in an effort to awaken his fatigued spirit. He even summoned his soul power to unleash a soul shock upon himself. The intense pain in his mind invigorated his bodily functions, and indeed, his speed increased yet again, allowing him to overtake the last few individuals in the group beside him. Zhou Yi stood there quietly, her attention not on the students who had completed their laps, but rather on those who had yet to finish. Among these students, the one who appeared most exhausted was Huo Yuhao, his uniform thoroughly drenched in sweat. Yet, he gritted his teeth and soldiered on. Time flew by, and Huo Yuhao managed to push through another 8 laps, with only 5 minutes remaining until the hour's end. Alongside him, 7 others also struggled to complete their laps, their remaining counts ranging from 3 to 5, and they were all giving their utmost to accelerate. There was still a possibility of completion for them, but Huo Yuhao was still a daunting 12 laps behind. At that moment, a figure suddenly dashed out from Shrek Square, swiftly catching up to Huo Yuhao within just a few strides. What followed was a spectacle that left the audience in awe. From behind the individual who had overtaken Huo Yuhao, a pair of blue butterfly wings unfurled instantaneously. The colors at the edges of the front wings shifted from deep blue to azure to light blue, resembling a brilliant array of rings embedded in the blue sky, forming a V shape that radiated light to the world. The shape and hues were unparalleled, a beauty beyond compare. The sudden appearance of such resplendent wings was nothing short of breathtaking, eliciting gasps of astonishment from nearly all the students, regardless of gender. Those wings were extraordinarily beautiful, their surfaces reminiscent of white waves surging upon the azure sea, with colors and patterns that were truly magnificent, purple-blue hues adorning the wings like jewels, sparkling and utterly enchanting. Even though the wings were merely an ethereal illusion, under the sunlight, they cast a spell on everyone, leaving them entranced, including the teacher, Zhou Yi. As the butterfly wings unfurled, the figure swiftly positioned itself behind Huo Yuhao, arms slipping beneath his armpits. With a powerful flap of the wings, he lifted Huo Yuhao off the ground. "Why you? What are you doing? Hurry and channel your soul power to lighten your body," Wang Dong exclaimed, as he accelerated with a flourish of his dazzling wings, spiraling Huo Yuhao around the Shrek Square at high speed. Huo Yuhao was mesmerized by the beauty of Wang Dong's wings. It was simply breathtaking. Was this truly his martial soul? He could even sense the V-patterned light on the wings absorbing the warmth of the sun. Setting aside all else, the fact that he possessed a martial soul capable of flight made him an extraordinarily formidable entity. In the natural world, there has always existed the legend that beauty begets strength. A glimmer of astonished satisfaction flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes as she murmured to herself, "The goddess of light butterfly? The most exquisite butterfly martial soul on the continent. Excellent, splendid. At last, I am not entirely disappointed." Wang Dong's speed of flight was remarkable, completing 12 laps in merely 5 minutes, a feat no longer deemed unattainable. As he and Huo Yuhao finished their final lap and landed simultaneously, they stumbled slightly beneath their feet. Huo Yuhao swiftly turned, grasping Wang Dong's shoulder as he himself fell backward. Wang Dong landed squarely on top of him. Climbing off with a look of disdain, Wang Dong exclaimed, "You reek. Did you think I wanted to land on you?" Huo Yuhao, unfazed, rose alongside him, gasping for breath while giving him a thumbs up. Wang Dong paused in surprise before nodding in acknowledgement and reciprocating the gesture. A smile inevitably graced their faces as the previous grievances dissipated in that moment. All the students completed 100 laps within the allotted time, standing loosely in Shrek Square. Zhou Yi, her expression impassive, turned to the students and calmly stated, "Those whose names I call, step forward. Cheng Qing, Jiu Jianrao, Tang Dao, Shang Wanchentian, Lin Ziyu, Zhuge Yun, Tai Long, Tang Ling, Yin Xiaopiao." 9 individuals were named. The students, evidently taken aback, were astonished that Zhou Yi could effortlessly recall the names of 9 among them. Despite their lack of self-introductions, the summoned students stepped forward hesitantly. The 9, still weary from their recent exertion, were instantly taken by surprise, while the remaining students gasped in disbelief. "Teacher, why?" protested Tai Long, a tall youth, stepping forward with an angry expression. Among those who had just completed the laps, he had been in the leading group, one of the earliest finishers. Zhou Yi replied coldly, "Shrek Academy does not require students who resort to cunning tricks. Those with strength but lacking a proper and upright mindset will only bring calamity rather than assistance to any nation once developed." She turned to Tai Long, asking, "Did you complete 100 laps?" Tai Long retorted, "Of course I did." Zhou Yi smiled, "Completed, you say?" "If I recall correctly, at the outset of the run. Before my arrival at Shrek Square, you leisurely strolled for 2 laps, and only began to follow when the frontrunners reached their 5th lap. Thus, you did not run 100 laps, but rather 97. I believe more than one person witnessed your initial laziness." Tai Long's face flushed crimson, shocked that Zhou Yi, who had not been present on the field at the time, could so precisely recount his deceitful behavior. However, he stammered, "Even if I ran a few laps short, you cannot expel me for that." Zhou Yi scoffed dismissively, "The reason has already been stated. You do not deserve to be called a student of Shrek Academy. Pack your things and get lost." Tyrone was utterly taken aback. In truth, with his capabilities, completing 100 laps posed no challenge at all. He could easily rank among the top in his class of first-year students. Yet, he never anticipated being eliminated in such a manner. Zhou Yi glanced at the other students and remarked coolly, "Although I may have a temper, I am a person of my word. The 9 individuals I have pointed out all engaged in deceit during the running and failed to complete the 100 laps. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to report me to the academic office. However, you may leave now." "Teacher Zhou, I protest," exclaimed Lin Ziyu, another eliminated student, his anger palpable as he pointed at Huo Yuhao. He also didn't run the full 100 laps. He only completed it with help. Why was he not eliminated? Zhou Yi smiled. "Dissatisfied, are we? His name is Huo Yuhao. If he too had failed to complete the 100 laps, he would be among you. I stand by my word. However, he finished the required laps. I never stated that assistance was prohibited. Wang Dong aided him of his own accord. If anyone else wishes to help you during your run, they may do so. But did anyone assist you? I do not concern myself with the process, only the outcome. The result is that Huo Yuhao completed his 100 laps, whereas you did not. Now leave, or I shall render your martial souls useless." Under Zhou Yi's imposing authority, the 9 pointed out students left in disgrace, not to gather their belongings, but to head straight to the academic office to lodge a complaint. It was only the first day of school. How could they accept this? Huo Yuhao, drenched in sweat, felt a surge of anxiety as he witnessed Zhou Yi's unyielding expulsion of the 9 students. If not for Wang Dong's assistance, he too might have found himself among them. Grateful, he cast a glance at Wang Dong. The expressions of the remaining students had shifted dramatically. They dared not even breathe in Zhou Yi's presence. Within just an hour, Zhou Yi had established absolute authority in the first-year class. This time, no one dared to delay even a moment. They scattered with a rush, sprinting towards their dormitories. "Thank you," Huo Yuhao said. "If it weren't for you, I might have." Wang Dong scoffed. "No need for thanks. If you hadn't fought with me, you could have completed it on your own. Go change. I haven't worked up much of a sweat." Huo Yuhao paused. "Aren't you coming in too?" Wang Dong replied. "Did you forget the 5 rules I told you that day? I don't like to see other people's bodies for fear of developing needle marks. Hurry up." Absolutely breathtaking. Truly magnificent, Huo Yuhao thought, marveling at the martial soul before him. Others might not have noticed the wings, but Huo Yuhao clearly saw that when Wang Dong released his martial soul, 2 soul rings emerged. Astonishingly, one was yellow and the other purple, indicating that his second soul ring was of the 1,000-year level. This exceeded the common knowledge of martial soul practitioners. No wonder he exuded such pride. He indeed had the merit to be proud. In terms of strength, Huo Yuhao recognized that he was vastly inferior to Wang Dong. The time allotted by Zhou Yi for changing clothes was a mere 15 minutes. However, in reality, The slowest among them took no longer than 10 minutes. And all the students were already seated in the classroom. Observing the 9 vacant seats, the fear in their eyes had yet to dissipate. Everyone had heard the adage that entering Shrek Academy is easy, but leaving is a challenge. It was only when faced with this reality that they truly felt a profound sense of crisis, and no one dared to entertain any thoughts of taking shortcuts. As the 15 minutes elapsed, Zoe arrived punctually in the classroom. With a nod at the 91 students present, she stated, "We shall commence our lesson now. Your performance in the earlier test has largely satisfied me. The vast majority successfully completed the running assessment." Huo Yuhao stand. "Yes, teacher." Huo Yuhao quickly rose, his posture impeccably straight. Zoe coldly instructed, "State your soul power level." "Yes, my soul power is at the 11th level," Huo Yuhao respectfully replied. From the moment Zoe called out their names, he realized that this teacher, though seemingly aloof, was well acquainted with them. He feared that his own cultivation could not remain concealed. Upon hearing the words 11th level, a look of skepticism spread among the students, with Wang Dong even raising a hand to shield his eyes. What a disgrace to lose to someone with only an 11th level soul power. Wait, how could he only have an 11th level soul power? Wasn't the admission requirement for Shrek Academy a minimum of 15th level? With this thought, Wang Dong looked up in astonishment at Huo Yuhao. Indeed, Huo Yuhao's soul power was merely at the 11th level. I know you are all curious as to how he managed to pass the Academy's assessment and become a freshman. I will address this matter only once. Until he is eliminated, no one may inquire about this again. He is a specially invited student and, upon entering the Academy, was not required to undergo the assessment. However, this is the sole exception for invited students. Should he fail to complete the academic tasks assigned by the Academy, he too will face elimination. Now, Huo Yuhao, you may sit down. Thank you, teacher. Huo Yuhao resumed his seat, his heart brimming with astonishment. Zhou Yi's words were clearly protective of him. She had clarified his situation regarding insufficient soul power for admission, ensuring that no one would use this against him in the future. Zhou Yi appeared unfazed by the students' reactions, turning to the blackboard to write 2 large characters: attack, defense. Having finished, she faced the class once more. I understand that most of you are quite displeased with my earlier decision to have you run laps and expel 9 individuals, but you merely suppress your discontent out of fear of my authority. I see no need to explain myself to you. Those with insight will understand in due course, while the foolish may remain in their ignorance. Now, let us begin our lesson. Huo Yuhao mused to himself, realizing that Zhou Yi seemed to be targeting him and Wang Dong today, fortunate that they were not expelled. In a flash of thought, he arrived at an answer and stood, declaring, "It is because of the soul guide." A hint of softness finally graced Zhou Yi's stern expression. "You are not entirely foolish. It is no wonder you have become a specially invited student. Indeed, it is the advent of the soul guiding devices that has blurred the lines between offense and defense, which is the subject I wish to discuss today. Please take your seats. I trust that everyone is well aware that over the past few millennia, soul guiding devices have advanced at a remarkable pace. Initially, the Douluo Continent introduced a plethora of rare materials and the fundamental methods for crafting these devices. Through thousands of years of evolution, the fabrication of soul-guiding devices has become increasingly refined, with their potency escalating correspondingly. This has led to a scenario where even a food-type soul master wielding a sufficiently powerful soul-guiding device can unleash an attack that rivals, or even surpasses, that of a formidable attack-type battle master. Conversely, a speed-type battle master equipped with a robust defensive soul-guiding device can temporarily assume the role of a defense-type soul master. It is evident that the emergence of soul-guiding devices has profoundly altered the trajectory and landscape of soul master cultivation. In truth, it is the significance of soul rings that has been diminished. With ample soul power, one can compensate for the efficacy of soul rings through the use of soul-guiding devices. This has caused many to overlook the importance of soul rings, resulting in the current trend among the 4 great empires where soul masters focus exclusively on the pursuit of soul power for their cultivation. Undoubtedly, this approach proves effective in the short term, particularly for soul masters below the 50th level, where the results are quite pronounced. However, I must inform you that our Shrek Academy does not cultivate such soul masters, for beyond the 50th level, they become utterly ineffectual. You may be perplexed, so allow me to illustrate with an example. Suppose you are a weapon soul master who has attained the 50th level, while I am a speed-type battle master, also at the 50th level. If you possess a soul-guiding device capable of threatening my life, whilst I am unarmed, who do you think would prevail in this confrontation? The answer is straightforward. I would emerge victorious. Why, you may ask? Because with my speed, you would have no opportunity to strike me with your soul-guiding device. Even if you wield the most elite soul-guiding device, I could outlast you by exhausting your soul power, as the more formidable the device, the greater the consumption of soul power it entails. Thus, while defense, support, and food-type soul masters may acquire the offensive prowess of attack-type battle masters through soul-guiding devices, they do not possess the actual combat capability of a true attack-type master. This is a crucial point for you to remember. Therefore, while soul-guiding devices significantly enhance the abilities of defense, support, and food-type soul masters, if your physical constitution is lacking, you will invariably be the first to fall on the battlefield. Your adversaries will not spare you simply because you are not a battle master. Rather, they will target you with greater fervor, for you are perceived as a soft target. If your offensive power is formidable due to your soul-guiding device, yet you remain weak in other aspects, your enemies will make their choice accordingly. Conversely, if my physical attributes are exceptionally strong, granting me considerable combat capability, the addition of a powerful soul-guiding device would only serve to augment my strength, truly embodying the essence of a formidable warrior. The blurring of offense and defense allows any member of a soul master team to assume the role of an attacker. However, enhancing one's own attributes is paramount to maximizing survival on the battlefield. Unless one-day soul-guiding devices evolve to completely replace the human body, the cultivation of physical attributes and the selection of soul rings will remain of utmost importance in your future training. Zhou Yi was unaware that, in 10,000 years, soul-guiding devices would indeed evolve to the extent she had described, replacing the physical body. Over the next 3 months, my primary focus for your training will be on physical aptitude. Regardless of your identity, background, or innate talent, should you fail to pass my assessment after this period, you shall be dismissed, just like the previous 9 individuals. This morning's lesson concludes here. I recommend you have a hearty meal at noon. In the afternoon, we shall commence with physical training. Class dismissed. Huo Yuhao, please accompany me to my office. Upon uttering these words, Zhou Yi turned decisively and departed, even as the bell signaling the end of class had yet to ring. Until Zhou Yi exited the classroom, a profound silence enveloped the room, with most students still engrossed in her earlier discourse. Despite her unconventional approach, they could not deny the validity of her insights. Huo Yuhao rose to follow Zhou Yi outside. Aside from the office building situated behind the purple and black teaching blocks, each educational edifice contained modest offices. Huo Yuhao trailed Zhou Yi to an office not far from the classroom, where she gestured for him to close the door before taking her seat behind the desk. Despite her age, her movements exhibited no sign of frailty. Huo Yuhao, I am not one for superfluous chatter. Wang Dong's martial soul astonished me. Yet yours piques my curiosity even more. I cannot discern its nature through my experience. I must know the answer. Zhou Yi's assertiveness was unmistakable in her words. There was little to conceal regarding his martial soul from a teacher, and Huo Yuhao replied, My martial soul is the spirit eye of the mental attribute. Upon hearing his revelation, Zhou Yi was evidently taken aback, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her bright eyes that belied her aged visage. A primary martial soul of the mental attribute? Eyes. Huo Yuhao nodded in affirmation. Zhou Yi closed her eyes slightly, seemingly contemplating something. Moments later, she inquired, Could you tell me what your first soul skill is? It is customary for teachers to ask about their students' martial souls. But soul skills are the most crucial abilities and secrets of every soul master. Even Zhou Yi, with her commanding presence, adopted a tone of inquiry. Others might hesitate. But Huo Yuhao faced no such dilemma. Revealing 2 out of the 4 skills of his first soul ring seemed quite reasonable. Zhou Yi, unlike Bei Bei or Tangya, was a formidable soul emperor above level 60. Although she was not a mental attribute soul master, her cultivation ensured her mental prowess was certainly formidable. Dismissing Huo Yuhao's mental skill, a mere 11th level soul master, would be a trivial matter. However, she clearly chose to embrace it, and upon doing so, Zhou Yi's pupils widened in astonishment. The mental detection shared vividly manifested in Zhou Yi's vision. Everything around her transformed, the clarity imparting a sensation akin to stepping out of a fog. All became lucid and orderly, describable in precise data. The kind of precise judgment that seemed to manifest as a second brain transformed along with the direction of her gaze. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Zhou Yi murmured, What an extraordinary skill. No wonder the Tang Sect selected you as a special student. With this talent alone, that little girl, Tangya, has indeed made the right choice. I once thought this seemingly unremarkable, yet clever girl would never choose someone with merely a level 11 cultivation and an average physique. It turns out there is such a mystery behind it. Huo Yuhao, you must follow me. As she spoke, Zhou swiftly rose to her feet, leading Huo Yuhao out of the office at a brisk pace. Huo Yuhao was utterly perplexed. He sensed a significant emotional shift in Zhou upon discovering his martial soul and soul skills, yet he could not discern whether it was a good or bad sign. Nor did he understand her intentions. The scenery around him rushed by, while he felt enveloped by an invisible barrier, rendering his surroundings a mere blur. Undoubtedly, Zhou was the most formidable soul master Huo Yuhao had ever encountered. What astonishing speed! He hastily released his mental probe, allowing him to vaguely discern the direction they were headed. After heading west for a while, Zhou changed course to the north. Huo Yuhao felt they were leaving the outer courtyard's martial soul department and entering the soul engineer department at such a rapid pace. Several minutes passed before Zhou finally halted, bringing Huo Yuhao to the front of an immense structure. The teaching building before them was already quite grand, yet it paled in comparison to the elongated gray edifice that loomed ahead. The total area of this building could rival that of the dormitory for martial souls. The gray structure appeared immensely solid, constructed not only from bricks and stones but also featuring numerous metallic gleams across its surface. A low, rumbling sound resonated from within, causing even the ground beneath Huo Yuhao to tremble slightly. A nearby sign revealed the purpose of this place, the Soul Engineer Experimental Zone. Huo Yuhao was filled with confusion. Why would teacher Zhou bring him to the Soul Engineer Experimental Zone? What was her intention? Naturally, Zhou would not provide an explanation. Releasing her grip on his shoulder, she proceeded towards the experimental zone. Upon entering, Huo Yuhao immediately noticed that the entire interior was composed of metal structures, made from an unfamiliar, dark brown alloy. The entrance led to a long, horizontal corridor reminiscent of the dormitory area, but with doors every 30 meters labeled with titles such as Experimental Zone Number 1, Experimental Zone Number 2, and so forth. Zhou seemed quite familiar with the place, guiding Huo Yuhao along the corridor until they reached the end, stopping before a door marked Experimental Zone Number 12. With a flick of her wrist, she produced a hexagonal silver token and pressed it against the door of Experimental Zone Number 12. In a remarkable display, a gap appeared on the door, perfectly accommodating her token. Huo Yuhao sensed a brief fluctuation of soul power before the token was ejected from the opening. Soon after, accompanied by a resounding clang, the gate of Experiment Zone Number 12 opened laterally. Upon its opening, Huo Yuhao was astonished to discover that this gate, crafted entirely from metal, was an impressive 2 feet thick. Tracks at both the ground and the top facilitated its gradual movement. As the gate fully opened, Zhou gestured for Huo Yuhao to follow her inside. Just as Huo Yuhao crossed the threshold, a tremendous roar startled him. A powerful wave of vibration mingled with a rush of air surged towards him, causing his school uniform to flutter wildly. Zhou, however, seemed unfazed by the commotion as she continued onward. Upon entering Experiment Zone Number 12, it became apparent that this place was a veritable realm unto itself. With heavy metal panels partitioning the area into distinct sections, resembling a series of metallic boxes. Under Zhou's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the largest section, a vast expanse of approximately 2,000 square meters, soaring to a height exceeding 10 meters. At the periphery of the space, several individuals were manipulating peculiar objects. "Fan you," Zhou called out, immediately drawing the attention of a group nearby. Among them, a tall, middle-aged man approached, his brow slightly furrowed. Standing at about 1.8 meters, he possessed broad shoulders and was clad in simple, humble attire, his robust arms exposed, showcasing muscles as solid as granite. His sharply defined features and intense gaze imparted an imposing presence, reminiscent of a mountain standing resolute. "Zhou, what brings you here?" It was evident that this middle-aged man was the fan she had called out to. "Do you recall what you mentioned to me last time?" Zhou inquired, her excitement palpable. Chapter 10, The Initial Encounter with Soul Guidance Devices, Part 1. Before the students, the formidable teacher Zhou appeared as an indomitable force. However, in the presence of a middle-aged man named Fan Yu, she seemed to relinquish her usual dominance and spoke amiably. "I refer to the matter you mentioned previously regarding the use of soul guidance devices by spirit attribute soul masters." At her words, Fan Yu's eyes brightened, and his gaze instinctively shifted to the side, landing on Huo Yuhao. Did he possess a spiritual martial soul? Zhou nodded, affirming, "Indeed, this is Huo Yuhao, a new student this year. His primary martial soul is the spirit eye, a spiritual attribute. After scrutinizing Huo Yuhao for a few moments, Fan Yu shook his head, declaring, "No, his physique and soul power are far too weak. He likely cannot even lift the least powerful fixed soul guidance device. Moreover, his talent appears rather mediocre, falling short of my standards." Shoei huffed in response, "Are you underestimating my judgment? True, Huo Yuhao's current strength is lacking. Yet his soul skills are quite extraordinary. They are the most practical spiritual attribute skills I have ever encountered. Huo Yuhao, allow him to experience it." As a student, Huo Yuhao could only play the role of an observer. He immediately unleashed his spiritual detection sharing towards the middle-aged man. To his astonishment, he nearly lost his composure. When his spiritual detection shared connected with Fan Yu, the latter's brow furrowed slightly. In that fleeting moment, Huo Yuhao felt as though an immense and terrifying beast had suddenly opened its maw before him, as if it intended to swallow him whole. This sensation even awakened the dormant ice silkworm in his body, bringing a refreshing essence to his spiritual sea and dispelling the shock within him. The terrifying aura emanating from Fan Yu vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, allowing Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing to establish a connection with him. In mere moments, Fan Yu discerned the intricacies of Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing, and his previously calm demeanor rippled with intrigue. Huo Yuhao, of course, refrained from disclosing the matter of the ice silkworm, instead attributing it to the wind monkey. 10-year wind monkey? Both Fan Yu and Zhou Yi exchanged incredulous glances. Zhou Yi turned to Fan Yu and inquired, "Could it be that the soul skill has undergone a mutation?" Fan Yu nodded, acknowledging it is a possibility. This young fellow possesses a primary martial soul that is also a spiritual martial soul, making him inherently a unique existence. The soul beast soul ring he has chosen is entirely incompatible with his martial soul, which may have triggered this rare mutation. The fact that a spiritual martial soul can absorb a wind attribute soul ring without backlash is already miraculous. And now we witness this mutation. It is unlikely such a miracle can be replicated. "Kai-tu, come here." Fan Yu beckoned to a group of individuals not far away. Instantly, one of the youths hastened over. Upon seeing the youth, Huo Yuhao could not help but be taken aback, judging by his facial features. He appeared to be of a similar age to Bei Bei. However, his stature was remarkably imposing, towering over 2 meters tall. His shoulders were broader than those of Fan Yu, and his bare torso displayed muscular, sun-kissed skin, devoid of any hair. Compared to an ordinary person, he was significantly darker, exuding an air of simplicity and earnestness. "Teacher," the youth respectfully greeted Fan Yu with a bow. Fan Yu gestured towards Huo Yuhao, instructing, "You should attempt to fire a fixed-position soul-guided cannon, allowing this lad to assist you in targeting a moving target." "Understood," replied the robust youth, not posing any questions. He flashed a simple smile at Huo Yuhao and said, "Little brother, follow me." Zhou Yi added, "Huo Yuhao, simply utilize your skills to assist him." "All right." Huo Yuhao now had a clearer understanding of Zhou Yi's intentions for bringing him here, and promptly followed the sturdy youth. "Hello, little brother. My name is Kai-tu. Everyone calls me Kai-tu. You may call me that as well," the robust youth said with a cheerful grin. "Greetings, brother He. I am Huo Yuhao," he replied. Upon addressing him as brother, Kai-tu initially appeared taken aback, but then he gave a thumbs up and remarked, "Little brother, you're quite impressive." Unbeknownst to future historians, the friendship between the soul master Huo Yuhao, known for the Eye of Shura, and the source of destruction, Kai-tu, commenced with such a simple form of address. The two arrived at the periphery of the testing ground, where Kai-tu patted a dark belt around his waist. In an instant, a peculiar object materialized in his hands. It was a black metal tube approximately 1.5 meters in length, with a diameter of about 15 centimeters, the rear being slightly thicker, adorned with numerous intricate engravings. Kai-tu skillfully gripped the tube, pressing a button at the rear with his right hand. A cover sprung open, revealing a gap roughly 20 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide. With his left hand, he swiftly retrieved a shuttle-shaped metal piece from his waist, carefully placing it into the exposed gap before sealing the cover once more. Raising his right hand, he hoisted the metal tube onto his broad shoulder. In that moment, the previously affable Kai-tu underwent a dramatic transformation in demeanor. Huo Yuhao's spiritual affinity heightened his senses, leading him to perceive a palpable aura of danger emanating from Kai-tu. "Huo Yuhao, let us commence," Kai-tu's voice rang out. Huo Yuhao's eyes shimmered with golden light as his mental probing accurately focused on Kai-tu. A flicker of surprise crossed Kai-tu's eyes as he excitedly shouted towards the distance, "Moving target, fire." It appeared that someone was operating from afar. as a disc-like object swiftly shot forth from a corner, hurtling toward Huo Yuhao and Hikaitu. At that moment, a powerful surge of soul energy erupted from Hikaitu, as 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, flashed simultaneously. The metallic tube on his shoulder seemed to tremble slightly, with a deep black aura swirling around its surface. Hikaitu's body moved gently, directing the tube toward the swiftly flying disc. With a resounding boom, a dazzling black light burst forth from the metallic tube, creating a massive airflow that nearly caused Huo Yuhao to stumble. The airflow persisted for several seconds before gradually stabilizing, while the disc that had been launched landed not far from them, remaining within the confines of the testing area. Hikaitu, looking somewhat dejected, remarked, "It still doesn't work." Fan Yu and Zhou Yi approached, with Zhou Yi appearing somewhat troubled. However, Fan Yu seemed to have an epiphany and inquired of Huo Yuhao. "Huo Yuhao, what is the range of your spiritual detection?" Huo Yuhao replied, "Approximately 30 meters in diameter." Fan Yu nodded in realization. That makes sense. After all, this is merely a 10-year soul ring skill. Achieving such precise detection within a certain distance is already quite impressive. We cannot expect too much, though it is a pity. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao interjected, "Teacher Fan Yu, my spiritual detection sharing will increase its range along with the enhancement of my soul power." Fan Yu was momentarily taken aback, thinking it impossible for a soul skill to evolve. Yet Huo Yuhao affirmed earnestly, "It is indeed possible. Since acquiring this skill, my detection range has already expanded by 1 meter in diameter. Moreover, I am not yet able to fully control this skill. Perhaps in the future, I could adjust the range to be smaller but extend the distance." Having been brought here by Zhou Yi and engaged in this conversation, Huo Yuhao had keenly sensed that this might be an opportunity for him, though he was uncertain what this opportunity entailed. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle that one should not let an opportunity slip away, he expressed his thoughts. Fan Yu turned to Zhou Yi, who gave a slight nod. Fan Yu then said, "Very well. If one day your spiritual detection sharing can reach over 100 meters in one direction, come find me. I will teach you how to create soul-guiding devices." "Yes, thank you, teacher," Huo Yuhao replied, bowing respectfully. Fan Yu waved his hand, instructing Kaitu, "Take him aside and explain to him what a fixed soul-guiding device is." "All right," Hikaitu responded, having a good impression of Huo Yuhao, and beckoned for him to follow as they walked to the side. As Fan Yu watched their figures recede, he turned to Zhou Yi and asked, "What do you think of this child? His skill is indeed formidable, and his role in a team is undeniable. Am I being too demanding of him? However, to enable his skill to work in conjunction with a fixed soul-guiding device, he will need to achieve at least a distance of 100 meters. I dare say, if one day his range for spiritual detection sharing extends to a straight line of 1,000 meters, he will become the most formidable support-type soul master on the continent." Zhou Yi replied, "I have only just begun to interact with this child. It is too early to make any judgments. However, it should be evident to you that although his cultivation is not strong and his physique is rather frail, this child possesses a maturity of character that surpasses that of his peers. It is unlikely that other students would have articulated such sentiments. Allow me to keep an eye on him for now. Nonetheless, should he fail to pass the assessments of his freshman year, I will have no choice but to expel him. Rules must not be disregarded." Fan Yu pondered for a moment and replied, "Please observe him closely. Even if he does not succeed in the martial soul department's evaluations, as long as his spirit detection sharing soul skill continues to progress, I may consider recruiting him into the soul guidance department. I have dedicated over a decade to the research of fixed soul guidance devices, and after integrating the wisdom of predecessors, I have finally developed this formidable soul guidance device. What is currently lacking is its user." Zhou Yi let out a soft sigh and said, "Do not be overly fixated. You must understand that aside from the lack of users, the exorbitant cost of fixed soul guidance devices is a fatal flaw that precludes their widespread application." Fan Yu replied proudly, "Soul guidance devices are inherently powerful weapons that can only be wielded by a select few exceptionally skilled soul masters. I have never intended to promote fixed soul guidance devices among soul masters. It suffices that a mere handful of them can utilize it. For then the fixed soul guidance device will become our academy's true ace in the hole." "What is a fixed soul guidance device, brother?" Huo Yuhao inquired with curiosity towards Hikaitu. Hikaitu chuckled and explained, "There are many classifications of soul guidance devices, and it is difficult to elaborate on them all at once. Primarily, they are divided into close-range and long-range soul guidance devices. Close-range devices are akin to the weapons we typically use, which, when infused with soul power, unleash greater strength. In general, close-range devices tend to possess more power within a certain range. Conversely, long-range devices are those that launch attacks from a distance through the infusion of soul power. The more powerful the soul guidance device, the greater the amount of soul power required. In other words, the higher a soul master's cultivation, the higher the grade of soul guidance devices they can employ. A fixed soul guidance device is a unique invention derived from the synthesis of ancient wisdom by our teacher. It facilitates long-range attacks without necessitating excessive infusion of soul power. You witnessed its operation earlier. To put it simply, it separates the soul guidance device from the attacking weapon. The soul guidance device serves merely to launch and detonate the projectile. Its greatest advantage lies in its minimal soul power consumption and the fact that it can be utilized without requiring an exceptionally high cultivation. Nevertheless, its drawback is its difficulty in targeting, particularly against moving objects, making it quite challenging to hit accurately. However, against stationary targets, its power is formidable. The production of the projectiles is rather complex and demands a considerable amount of precious materials, which is why our teacher seldom permits indiscriminate firing. Theoretically, a fixed soul guidance device can amplify a soul master's attack power tenfold. However, its potency is limited, as it is subject to the constraints of the materials used, which ultimately means it can only be wielded by a select few compatible soul masters. The narrative presented by Hichaidu may not be exceptionally captivating, nor particularly lucid. Yet it ultimately unveiled to Huo Yuhao the gateway to soul guides for the very first time, granting him a preliminary understanding of their essence. He vaguely comprehended that Master Fan Yu must possess remarkable achievements in the realm of soul guides. Teacher Xiao Ye had mentioned her ambition to learn the art of soul guide crafting, and it was evident that becoming a disciple of Master Fan Yu would be the most advantageous choice. "Let us go, Huo Yuhao," came Zhou Yi's voice. Huo Yuhao turned to Hichaidu and said, "Brother He, I shall take my leave now. It was a pleasure meeting you." Hichaidu chuckled and replied, "You must be a new student this year. Strive hard. It would be wonderful if you could become my junior brother in the future. The teacher seldom allows me to leave this place. It can be quite stifling." Watching Zhou Yi depart, Huo Yuhao proceeded directly to the cafeteria, where students from other classes had already finished their lessons, and the entrance was bustling with activity. Suddenly, a figure obstructed his path, startling Huo Yuhao. Upon looking up, he was taken aback to find it was Tangya. "Teacher Xiaoya?" Tangya wore a somewhat enigmatic smile as she pulled Huo Yuhao aside and whispered, "Little Yuhao, you're short on funds, aren't you?" Huo Yuhao nodded, affirming yes. "My senior brother informed me that there are some jobs available at the academy. I plan to try my hand at it after school, with a tuition fee of 10 gold coins for the year, along with daily expenses." Huo Yuhao preferred to devote his energy to cultivation, yet he had to sustain himself. Tangya grinned mischievously and said, "You are a disciple of our Tang Sect, so the teachers ought to look after you. I've devised a plan. I know the lady in charge of procuring food for the cafeteria. I'll have her reserve an additional 20 fish for you each day. Furthermore, I've arranged for a grill and some charcoal. I've also prepared some seasonings. After school, you can sell grilled fish at the academy gate. With your skills, you'll surely manage to sell them. The cost of the fish is approximately 1 copper coin, and selling them for 5 copper coins would be effortless. This way, you'll have some money." Huo Yuhao's eyes lit up. "Teacher Xiaoya, this is truly a splendid idea. I possess spiritual sight, which allows me to master the cooking process with precision. Shall I give it a try tonight?" Tangya nodded vigorously, revealing her ulterior motive. "By the way, I'll be providing these items for you. So when you grill the fish, make sure I get the first taste. Rest assured, I'll pay for it. As for future supplies, you'll have to procure them yourself." Since tasting the grilled fish made by Huo Yuhao, she had been unable to forget it. After completing her assessments, she had finally devised this mutually beneficial plan yesterday, all while keeping it a secret from Bei Bei. Noticing the gluttonous expression on Tangya's face, Huo Yuhao understood, sharing a knowing smile. "All right, Teacher Xiaoya, shall we meet here tonight?" This session of cultivation brought Huo Yuhao considerable delight. After an intense morning of running, he discovered that practicing the Shantian Gong during the noon hour yielded a slightly greater enhancement of his soul power than usual. Though the increase was but a trace, it was immensely gratifying for him. In contemplation, he mused that rigorous physical training indeed fosters the growth of spiritual power. Given that his physical aptitude was rather average, it was imperative for him to engage in exercise. Such endeavors complemented one another splendidly. Upon awakening from his meditation, Huo Yuhao was startled to find Wang Dong seated across from him. his piercing gaze fixed intently upon him. In a hushed tone, Wang Dong inquired, Huo Yuhao, I have always been curious about the nature of your martial soul. You witnessed my martial soul today. Might you reveal yours to me? Huo Yuhao, having donned his shoes and standing tall, replied, My martial soul is my own eyes, which I refer to as the spiritual eyes. It possesses a mental attribute. I understand your curiosity. My soul skill is mental detection. The reason you could not strike me that day was due to my preemptive foresight of your actions through this ability. Wang Dong's expression shifted to one of clarity as he realized, so that's it. I did not expect you to possess a corporeal martial soul. Come, we mustn't be late. I inquired a bit earlier. Our teacher Zhou is nicknamed the Peculiar Old Spinster. It is said that the number of students she has expelled is equivalent to the combined total of at least 10 other teachers. With such a homeroom teacher, our luck seems rather unfortunate. Huo Yuhao chuckled, shaking his head. One cannot merely state it that way. Teacher Zhou is simply more stringent. We must hold ourselves to the same rigorous standards to meet her expectations. He continued, By the way, I have seen your martial soul, but I am yet unaware of its name. I noticed you possess one yellow and one purple soul ring. How is it that your second soul ring is of a millennium grade? Wang Dong grinned mischievously. The fact that my second soul ring can be of a millennium grade is a secret I cannot divulge. My martial soul is the radiant goddess butterfly, one of the most exquisite butterflies on the continent, now teetering on the brink of extinction. It is rarer than your corporeal martial soul, and soon you shall witness its might. By the way, what did Teacher Zhou summon you for today? As they conversed, the two exited the dormitory and made their way to the teaching building. It was evident that no student from the freshman class dared to arrive late. Huo Yuhao did not conceal the matter of being summoned by Teacher Zhou to meet Teacher Fan Yu, for there was little to keep secret. He recounted the details to Wang Dong. What? Your mental detection can be shared? Please, let me experience it. The curiosity of youth, being merely 11 or 12 years old, spurred Wang Dong's excitement. Reluctantly, Huo Yuhao complied, releasing his mental detection for shared experience, allowing Wang Dong to perceive it as well. Suddenly, everything within a 30-meter radius became astonishingly clear, accompanied by a data-like feedback that left Wang Dong momentarily stunned. It was akin to a blind person suddenly gaining sight of the world. The overwhelming sensation was one that every soul master encountering Huo Yuhao's shared mental detection for the first time would inevitably experience. Moreover, with continued use, Huo Yuhao's mental detection became increasingly adept. While allowing Wang Dong to enjoy the experience, he couldn't help but recall Fan Yu's words. Subconsciously, he directed his mental detection towards a specific direction, striving to extend its reach as far as possible. In a state of intense concentration, Huo Yuhao was unaware that the pale golden hue in his eyes had intensified, and the mental fluctuations he emitted had grown significantly stronger. His originally comprehensive mental probing began to converge towards the front. Wang Dong also sensed the change in the mental probe. He noticed that the three-dimensional images to the left, right, and behind had vanished, leaving only the one directly ahead, which was gradually extending its range. For Huo Yuhao, a few seconds felt longer than the usual 15 minutes of mental probing. He could only perceive his soul power transforming into mental energy at an astonishing rate, flowing outward. In that brief moment, waves of weakness washed over him. He staggered slightly, grasping Wang Dong's arm to stabilize himself. And the mental probe shared between them came to an end. Huo Yuhao, what's wrong? Wang Dong hurriedly supported him. Huo Yuhao's complexion had turned pale. Beads of cold sweat gathered on his forehead, revealing a distinctly weakened state. He waved his hand to indicate he was fine, explaining that the consumption of mental energy had been considerable. Wang Dong, how far could my mental probing reach when you looked straight ahead? Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao felt a surge of energy, and his fatigue diminished significantly. This is wonderful. It truly works. However, the consumption of mental energy is rather excessive. By altering the direction of his mental probing and extending its range, the expenditure of his mental energy was nearly tenfold compared to normal. This was why he experienced such rapid depletion in such a short span. Nevertheless, Huo Yuhao believed that this was merely the result of his first attempt and that with further practice, he would undoubtedly improve. Teacher Fan Yu had once mentioned that once his mental probing reached 100 meters, he could become his student. Having witnessed the terrifying power of soul-guided devices and listened to the discussions about them, he felt an overwhelming curiosity for such extraordinary entities. In the classroom of the first-year class, 10 minutes before the afternoon bell rang, all 91 students were seated, and an unusual silence enveloped the room. Not a single student dared to raise their voice. Thus, it can be said that sometimes a teacher's strictness is not a bad thing. It greatly encourages students to engage earnestly in their studies. As there were no designated seating arrangements, Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao found themselves sitting together. The two 11-year-old boys appeared deep in thought. Huo Yuhao was naturally contemplating his gains and losses from altering the direction of his mental probing, while Wang Dong's thoughts remained a mystery. When Zhou Yi gracefully entered the classroom, the atmosphere in the first-year class shifted to one of solemnity, awakening Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong from their reverie. Although not much time had passed, Huo Yuhao, due to his relatively low soul power base, had already regained most of his mental and soul energy, alleviating his sense of weakness. All rise, gather in the square. Surprisingly, Zhou Yi uttered just this one sentence before turning to leave the classroom. No one dared to be negligent. The group of students swiftly exited the classroom, following Zhou Yi in an orderly and silent procession until they arrived at the Shrek Square. They did not notice that a hint of amusement flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes. This teacher, who was stern to the point of being somewhat eccentric, was contemplating the advantages of teaching new students. At least these fledgling learners exhibited a lesser degree of rebelliousness, making them more manageable. This was in stark contrast to the students in the third year and beyond, whose achievements had fostered a heightened sense of pride and defiance. At some point, a pile of iron chains had accumulated in Shrek Square. Under Zhou Yi's command, the students stood in neat formation. Wang Dong, Zhou Yi called out. Present. Wang Dong stepped forward. Zhou Yi addressed all the students. I have reviewed your entrance examination results, along with this morning's assessments. Thus far, Wang Dong possesses the highest cultivation among you all. Therefore, I hereby declare him the class leader of the new students. The position of class leader is fluid. Anyone who can best him may take his place. Is that understood? Understood, echoed the students. A few male students, confident in their abilities, cast sharp glances at Wang Dong, while the female students regarded him with a gentler demeanor. Zhou Yi pointed to the iron chains before them. These are iron garments, specifically designed to enhance your physical prowess. Each of you will don one. Once equipped, you shall commence running laps around the square. This will continue until the class bell rings. You may utilize your soul power, but soul skills are prohibited. Rankings will be determined by the number of laps completed. The student in last place will be expelled from the new class. I must reiterate one point. In my class, eliminations do not only occur during assessments. They can happen at any time. Today, we will reduce the number of students from 91 to 90, starting now. As she spoke, Zhou Yi deftly flicked her foot, and an iron garment composed entirely of thick chains landed before Wang Dong. He quickly accepted it and donned it. Upon wearing the iron garment, his expression shifted slightly. It weighed at least 30 pounds. Upon hearing of the impending elimination, the students dared not delay, rushing to don the iron garments. The male students fared slightly better, but the female students, after putting on the heavy attire, appeared visibly distressed. Zhou Yi stated coldly, I am aware that many of you wish to express that this is unfair, citing the inherent physical differences between genders, as well as the varying physical qualities of weapons masters, beast masters, and battle masters. However, I must inform you that in my class, all are treated equally. Consider this. On the battlefield, will the enemy spare you simply because you are female or a weapons master? Now, begin running, regardless of the indignation simmering within. The students dared not voice their dissent. Led by Wang Dong, they collectively surged toward the edge of the square, burdened by the weighty iron garments, and began to run. None wished to be eliminated. Thus, their spirits and vigor in running were markedly different from that of the morning. Wang Dong took the lead, excelling among his peers in both martial spirit and soul power. Although clad in the iron garment, his speed remained remarkably unimpeded. The few male students eager to compete with him swiftly dashed out, following closely behind. However, Huo Yuhao did not accelerate. He was acutely aware of his physical condition. Zhou Yi had advised him to run continuously until the class bell rang. The afternoon class was set to last nearly 2 hours. This was merely the beginning. He had established the most reasonable goal for himself, to persist in running until the moment the bell signaled the end of class, rather than competing in speed with others. Consequently, when he commenced his run, his pace was noticeably slower than that of his peers, and he observed them overtaking him one by one. Yet, Huo Yuhao remained calm and composed, maintaining a steady, albeit somewhat sluggish, stride. After merely 2 laps, he found himself in last place, even surpassed by the female students. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. By the 4th lap, Wang Dong, who was leading, had already lapped him once. As he passed by, Wang Dong cast a surprised glance in his direction. Zhou Yi stood expressionlessly on the square, observing the students as they ran, her thoughts a mystery to all. Chapter 11. The Most Feeble Class Leader, Part 1. As Huo Yuhao, drenched in sweat, completed his 10th lap, Wang Dong, who led the pack, had already surpassed him by 3 laps. The other students had at least lapped him once, and many cast disdainful glances in his direction, fully aware that Huo Yuhao possessed the weakest soul power among them all. However, at this juncture, the pace of those in front had begun to falter. The longer the duration of the run, the more pronounced the weight of the iron garments became. Even Wang Dong was now drenched in perspiration. The male students who had initially trailed closely behind him had fallen behind, some even overtaken by others from the rear. Drops of sweat began to dampen the track beneath their feet. As the time reached half an hour, a frail female student collapsed onto the ground, struggling to rise but unable to do so. Just then, Wang Dong passed by her, lifting her up with a supportive hand, his eyes conveying a silent inquiry. The girl shook her head, sitting down on the square, resolutely refusing to stand again, her voice rendered mute by exhaustion. Once the first succumbed, the second followed suit. Perhaps it was due to Huo Yuhao's presence at the back that the students, despite their efforts, found their willpower wavering. The burden of running in heavy iron garments was immense, especially after an initial sprint that quickly depleted their soul power. For students of their age, relying solely on their physical strength to bear such weight proved to be a formidable challenge. As an hour elapsed, at least half of the students had collapsed onto the ground. Zhou Yi stood there, her expression impassive, neither urging them to continue nor displaying any sign of concern. Huo Yuhao was on the verge of giving in. Although he maintained a steady pace, minimizing his physical exertion, his soul power remained the weakest among them, and his stamina was lacking. To have persevered this far was already a considerable achievement. In terms of laps completed, he had managed to rise above the last position due to his prolonged endurance. Before him, the world began to blur into darkness, and a searing sensation seemed to ignite in his chest, his throat parched, and his entire body drenched in sweat, clinging uncomfortably to him. The heavy iron garments rubbed against his uniform and skin, sending waves of sharp pain coursing through him. I cannot hold on any longer. A voice echoed insistently in Huo Yuhao's mind. He strained to channel his remaining soul power into his spiritual eye. A refreshing wave surged through him, momentarily sharpening his senses. It was then that he felt a warm sensation radiating from his abdomen. Although his soul power was nearly exhausted, this warmth gradually circulated through his limbs, easing the soreness in his muscles. Is this the power of the Xiantian skill? Huo Yuhao quickly recognized the source of the warm current. After practicing the Xiantian skill, it ultimately converges in the lower abdomen, despite his limited time spent training in it. The foundation of his soul power allowed him to transform his essence into the first layer of the Xiantian skill. His senior brother and the Dream Eye Silkworm had both remarked that the Xiantian skill was particularly suited for him, nourishing his meridians. At this moment, was it truly beginning to function? As he pondered this, Huo Yuhao instinctively followed the trajectory of the Xiantian Gong's operation with his thoughts. To his surprise, as he focused, a warm sensation within his lower abdomen began to flow through his meridians alongside his consciousness. He perceived a faint essence of soul power from the Xiantian Gong, which gradually dispersed within his meridians, thus explaining the warmth he felt. Even more astonishing was the fact that his meridians were eagerly absorbing this soul power, which was the source of his relief from fatigue. Although Huo Yuhao was born with a frail constitution, he possessed remarkable intelligence. The fact that he could absorb the Xiantian Gong even when his body reached its limits indicated that he could operate the technique while in motion, rather than solely through meditation. This method of operation differed from regular cultivation. Although the speed of soul power enhancement was modest, it was more intimately connected to his physical state. With this revelation, Huo Yuhao promptly focused his mind, slowing his pace and quietly initiating the operation of the Xiantian Gong. The Xiantian Gong, introduced to this world by the first-generation master Tang San, was not originally from the Douluo Continent, yet it was undoubtedly a top-tier technique, offering considerable benefits for health. By a fortunate accident, Huo Yuhao gradually developed a method to operate the Xiantian Gong in a non-meditative state, transforming its effects primarily into nourishment for his body, utilizing soul power to enrich his meridians. As the Xiantian Gong circulated, it gradually restored itself, creating a remarkable cycle within him, a form of cultivation in action. Huo Yuhao was unaware that even Tang San, the first-generation master of the Tang Sect, had not achieved this, for only he possessed such unique advantages. His cultivation was still weak, placing him at the brink of physical limits, yet his mental strength was formidable. The possession of a spiritual martial soul enabled him to perceive and manipulate this extraordinary phenomenon. Many formidable individuals had emerged from the Tang Sect, yet none shared Huo Yuhao's current conditions. After they attained strength, they would seldom encounter their limits, nor would they carefully sense the faint warmth emerging from their dantian. Thus, it could be said that the Xiantian Gong was undergoing an evolution within Huo Yuhao. As the warmth flowed along the path of the Xiantian Gong, when it completed a full cycle, that slight warmth seemed to diminish. At that moment, the cycle concluded, and the warmth appeared to amplify, continuing its journey. His body grew increasingly fatigued, yet Huo Yuhao's spirit soared with excitement. The Xiantian Gong's nourishment of his meridians in this state was precisely what he needed. Delicate meridians, which previously required utmost caution, became more resilient under this warmth, even slightly widening. Wherever the warmth traveled, an unprecedented sense of fluidity confirmed to Huo Yuhao that his actions were indeed correct. Surrounding Shrek Square, the number of fallen students grew, with even those who had sprinted ahead beginning to falter. The sound of iron hitting the ground echoed intermittently. As Wang Dong once again passed by Huo Yuhao, he was struck by the sight of him, moving with great difficulty. To his astonishment, he noticed that Huo Yuhao's eyes were slightly closed, revealing only a narrow slit through which a faint golden light flickered. His pace was slow, yet he continued to advance steadily. While many of the students with far superior cultivation had collapsed, he persevered against the odds. Each step he took left a mark on the ground, a testament to the sweat that fell from his brow. "Don't force it if you can't continue," Wang Dong murmured softly before pressing on. He had already completed a significant number of laps, far ahead of the others, yet his own physical state was nearing its limits. An hour and a half had passed, and the sound of the bell signaling the end of class drew ever closer. Only 9 students remained running in the outer circle of the Shrek Square, and remarkably, Huo Yuhao, who had been at the bottom from the outset, was one of them. Zhou had been observing Huo Yuhao closely. When an hour had elapsed, she began to feel astonished. Given her calculations of his stamina and soul power, he should have reached his limits. Yet, he continued to endure. Despite his advantage of running at a steady pace, his cultivation and physical condition were evident. Could a person's willpower truly be so formidable? And at such a tender age? No less. Thud, thud. 2 more students collapsed, and their fall triggered a chain reaction akin to a row of dominoes. Several students fell one after another. One of them inadvertently bumped into Wang Dong as he passed. Wang Dong stumbled, his already weary legs giving way, and he collapsed onto the ground. In that moment, the resolve that had sustained him crumbled. He had completed the most laps. No one could surpass him now. Only 3 remained, including Huo Yuhao. 5 minutes later, the other 2 students fell in succession, leaving Huo Yuhao, the weakest of the freshman class, standing alone on the playground. Though his steps were unsteady and he could barely move faster than walking, he persisted while all others had succumbed. This drew astonished gazes from many of his peers. Indeed, Huo Yuhao had reached his limits. The warmth brought by his Xiantian skill could nourish his body and somewhat alleviate his fatigue, but it could not truly empower him. Time and again, he pushed himself beyond the brink. Huo Yuhao was acutely aware that among the freshmen, he was the weakest. To remain in the end, he would have to exert 200 or even 300% more effort than others. Remarkably, this extreme physical trial began to widen his meridians and enhance his soul power. He was determined to endure for as long as possible. Persevere, hold on. Huo Yuhao continuously urged himself in his mind. He had reached a point where he no longer possessed the soul power to stimulate his spirit through his spiritual eyes. Gradually, a rallying cry began to form in his throat, supporting him onward. "Mother, mother, for the sake of my mother's dying wish." In hopes of one day retrieving her remains from that place with dignity, and to cleanse her name, to seek vengeance, I must persevere at all costs. Thud, thud. The weighty footsteps of Huo Yuhao echoed heavily, his legs and body trembling uncontrollably, yet he did not falter. In such excruciating conditions, he mechanically repeated the motions of lifting and lowering his feet. Gradually, the mocking glimmer in the eyes of those who had already collapsed faded away. The power of exemplary conduct is formidable. One by one, they began to rise from the ground, staring in awe at Huo Yuhao's unwavering determination. After a moment of daze, Wang Dong was the first to rush forward, trailing behind Huo Yuhao, yet this time he did not surpass him. With Wang Dong leading the charge, more followed, second, third, until the entire class of new students gritted their teeth, lifting their stiff, lifeless legs, awkwardly shuffling back onto the track. Zhou Yi was moved. Since becoming a teacher, she had seldom been touched by her students' performances, but this time, she was genuinely affected. Not only by Huo Yuhao, but also by the 90 students who rose to follow him. This was no mere physical exercise. It was a test of their spirit. On the faces of these children, merely 11 or 12 years old, Zhou Yi saw a resolute determination amidst their fatigue. This lesson exceeded her expectations by leaps and bounds. Ding, ding, the school bell finally rang. Crash, crash, this time it truly toppled the dominoes. The jarring sound of the bell instantly overwhelmed the multitude. The clang of their armor against the ground created a cacophony, as the fallen first-year students stirred up a cloud of dust. At last, Huo Yuhao succumbed as well. The bell signaled a complete release of the tenacity and resolve that resided within him. However, he did not fall directly to the ground. As he collapsed, Wang Dong seized the back of his armor, and together they tumbled to the earth, gasping for breath, gazing up at the sky. Huo Yuhao felt a wave of darkness envelop him, while his entire body was filled with a warm, soothing sensation. His soul power was depleted, his stamina thoroughly exhausted. Yet his meridians provided him with an inexplicable comfort. He had a premonition that after this ordeal, he would experience significant progress in various aspects. Wang Dong lay beside Huo Yuhao. His physical condition and cultivation were far superior. Although he too felt utterly fatigued, he was not as incapacitated as Huo Yuhao. It was incomprehensible what force sustained him to this point. A soul master with merely 10 years of soul rings managed to endure longer than I, a greater soul master. Truly a marvel. Huo Yuhao chuckled foolishly a couple of times, yet he lacked the strength to speak. Zhou Yi took a slow, deep breath and waved towards the distance. A man clad in white floated gracefully towards her, seemingly arriving at her side with just a few delicate steps. After nodding at her, he turned to address the gathered students. A mesmerizing array of soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, amounting to an astonishing total of 7. He was a soul sage, a formidable figure of over level 70, nearing the pinnacle among soul masters. Remarkably, he appeared to be in his 30s. Yet the depth of experience reflected in his eyes belied his youthful appearance. As he raised his hands, a gentle green hue began to blossom from his palms. The 7th soul ring shimmered with dark light, and with a swift motion, he vanished. In an instant, the formidable presence of the 7 rings transformed into a towering tree. A gentle breeze rustled through the air, causing a precise total of 91 verdant leaves to detach from the grand canopy and gracefully descend upon the students of Class 1. Each individual felt an unparalleled wave of soothing coolness wash over them, alleviating their exhaustion and rapidly mending their aching muscles and wounds, even restoring their stamina bit by bit. Yet, their soul power remained untouched, devoid of the influence of the emerald leaves. Wang Dong, the most accomplished among them, was the first to regain his composure. He swiftly sat up, his gaze fixed intently on the magnificent tree. He inhaled sharply. This was one of the pinnacle manifestations of plant-type martial souls, the Tree of Life. A soul master of over 70, Zhou Yi had indeed summoned a plant-type soul sage to aid in their recovery and healing. One by one, the students rose from the ground. Although traces of fatigue lingered, the exhilarating sensation of having surpassed their limits was undeniable. Huo Yuhao also emerged from a semi-conscious state. Rejuvenated by the divine soul skill, the refreshing sensation banishing his muscular fatigue, while his meridians basked in the warm embrace of the Xian Tian Gong. It was a true juxtaposition of extremes. Since awakening his martial soul at the tender age of 6, he had never experienced such comfort. Observing her students rising, Zhou Yi remarked softly, "I must say, you have surprised me with your response. Today, no one will be eliminated." At her words, the students erupted into jubilant cheers, particularly the few who had lagged behind in the laps, feeling an immense sense of relief. "You should thank Huo Yuhao," she continued. "Originally, I had prepared a punishment for you. The task assigned was to run until the class bell rang before counting the laps. However, aside from Huo Yuhao, none of you completed the run in its entirety. Yet, considering that you managed to ignite a spark of determination under his influence, I shall forego the punishment. Wang Dong, step forward." "Teacher," Wang Dong said as he stepped up. Zhou Yi replied coolly, "As class leader, you have focused solely on yourself and failed to set a commendable example. From this moment forth, I hereby revoke your position as class leader, which shall be succeeded by Huo Yuhao. Until the next physical training class, Huo Yuhao shall serve as the class leader." Should anyone wish to challenge him, Wang Dong, you shall be responsible for accepting the duel. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Yi's voice turned cold as she asked, "What? Do you have any objections?" It was only then that Wang Dong realized, vigorously shaking his head as he replied, "No, Teacher Zhou, I fully accept." The other students responded in unison, yet instead of dispersing, they collectively surged toward Huo Yuhao, lifting him high into the air. For these young individuals, excitement and joy were profoundly immediate. Thanks to Huo Yuhao, no one faced elimination, thus averting punishment for the group. In that moment, Huo Yuhao emerged as their hero. Furthermore, following the arduous and painful physical training, Teacher Zhou had summoned a remarkable plant-type soul master to assist in their collective recovery and healing, allowing them to tangibly experience the might of a high-ranking soul master. The physical pain dissipated, and their resentment towards Teacher Zhou diminished considerably. What the 91 students were unaware of was that this very lesson had gradually fostered a sense of collective honor among them. Merely a day since the establishment of their class, and despite still struggling to remember each other's names, a sense of camaraderie had already begun to flourish. Undoubtedly, this was a testament to Zhou Yi's effective guidance, coupled with the fortunate outcome of Huo Yuhao's performance. The newly formed Class 1 had already taken the lead, with Huo Yuhao becoming the most unassuming class leader. At this moment, Huo Yuhao remained absorbed in his unique comprehension of the Xiantian skill, and without further thought, proceeded to cleanse himself. The Xiantian skill within him had not ceased its operation. However, he noticed that the warm currents that had previously surged within him were beginning to weaken. Why is that? Could it be because my stamina has been restored? Huo Yuhao felt perplexed, and it was only after he finished washing that he began to form a vague hypothesis. It seemed that the warmth only manifested when his soul power was nearly depleted and his body was utterly fatigued. Now, as his body had significantly recovered through treatment, and his soul power was gradually replenishing, the warm currents ceased to arise. If only I had refrained from treatment, Huo Yuhao thought with a hint of regret. Perhaps my meridians could have reaped greater benefits. Just then, a voice called out his name, pulling him from his reverie. He beheld a dazzling sight before him. A silhouette. The shoulders, neither broad nor overly defined, gracefully curved downwards, tracing a soft arc at the waist, before gently rising at the hips. The legs, slightly elongated compared to the average, were straight and slender. Everything, owing to their age, was modestly proportioned. Yet, the skin, glistening with droplets, appeared luminous and translucent, creating an overwhelming visual impact. A sharp gasp escaped the air. In the next moment, the white before Huo Yuhao transformed into a dazzling blue. A pair of magnificent wings unfurled abruptly, and then he beheld a V-shape illuminated by golden halos upon the wings. The deep azure wings gradually transformed into a shade of bluish purple. A powerful surge of soul energy erupted momentarily, as if it were about to engulf him. Fortunately, that tidal wave of soul energy eventually subsided. "What are you doing? Why didn't you knock?" Wang Dong's voice resonated with anger. The blue light receded, and when Huo Yuhao glanced back, he saw Wang Dong, now clad in his school uniform, rushing towards him with fervor, yet he refrained from attacking Huo Yuhao. At that moment, Huo Yuhao, who had just finished cleansing himself, was clad only in his undergarments, his body impeccably clean. However, in comparison to Wang Dong, his skin tone was markedly different. The bronzed hue of his skin shimmered with health, yet it could not rival the captivating fairness that adorned Wang Dong. Someone is calling me outside. I'm in a hurry. I'm so sorry." Huo Yuhao, inexplicably anxious, felt his heart racing and hurriedly donned a fresh uniform before dashing out. As he rushed out of the dormitory, Huo Yuhao's emotions began to settle. Yet the earlier vision of stark whiteness lingered in his mind, particularly that of the somewhat prominent and well-defined posterior. What am I even thinking? Huo Yuhao scorned himself internally, quickly redirecting his thoughts to contemplate the Xiantian skill. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his ear, prompting him to exclaim in discomfort, "Are you even aware that you're supposed to be out here? I've been waiting for ages." Tangya's playful reprimand followed. She released her grip and, noticing Huo Yuhao's somewhat pale complexion, frowned slightly. "Has that perverse old hag Zhou Yi been a bother to you? Be careful. She is known for her strict and unyielding nature. If you fall into her hands, it's either death or severe punishment. How are you feeling? If you're unwell, we can postpone this until tomorrow." Huo Yuhao quickly shook his head, asserting, "Teacher Tangya, I'm fine. Let us go." Today's physical training had further enlightened him on the necessity for abundant nutrition. The warmth from the Xiantian skill within him had dissipated, replaced by a fierce pang of hunger. Without funds, how could he procure food? Tang chuckled. I've prepared 20 grilled fish for you. It won't take up too much of your time, certainly less than the time wasted working for the academy. Teacher Tang, where are we going to sell them? Huo Yuhao inquired. Tang appeared to have already planned this. At the academy's entrance. The gate of Shrek Academy is the east gate of Shrek City, where numerous vendors gather, including many of our Academy's students engaging in business. We will go there. With your grilling skills, you need not worry about selling them. Even if they don't sell, we can enjoy them ourselves. As Huo Yuhao followed Tang out of the academy, he was taken aback. The area outside the east gate was bustling with vendors, each stall brimming with a variety of goods, particularly an abundance of food vendors. The air was filled with the clamor of their calls, clearly aimed at catering to the students of Shrek Academy. Tang, evidently eager, set up her supplies just a short distance from the city gate, even encroaching slightly onto the thoroughfare. She was indeed well prepared, having specifically commissioned a craftsman to create a metal grill, complete with an iron frame, an array of seasonings, and freshly cleaned green fish. In no time, she had everything set up. To accommodate these items, she even made a small table. Huo Yuhao assisted her in setting up the grill, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Teacher Tang truly had a low resistance to delectable food. Tang took the charcoal out and placed it on the ground, saying, "All right, my task is complete. Now it's your turn. I'll go buy some other snacks. Remember, there are 2 fish of mine in there. Just sell them for 5 copper coins each. In the future, if you need to buy ingredients, just approach Aunt Lin from your dining hall." After saying this, she dashed off with enthusiasm. Huo Yuhao first inspected the seasonings and then began to prepare the green fish. There were indeed quite a few seasonings, and Tang had been thoughtful enough to even procure some perilla. Huo Yuhao tore the perilla leaves into pieces, mixed them with other seasonings, and stuffed them into the fish's belly, securing it with bamboo skewers. Starting a fire was a trivial task for him. In a short while, several pieces of glowing red charcoal were already heating the grill. The grill was quite spacious, capable of accommodating 4 fish simultaneously, and he began the roasting process without hesitation. It must be said that Huo Yuhao's skills in grilling fish were truly exceptional. Before long, a rich aroma wafted through the air. This was more effective than any advertisement. Not only did the students emerging from the academy take notice, but even the surrounding vendors cast curious glances in his direction. "Hey, little brother, how much are you selling this grilled fish for?" A male student clad in a yellow uniform approached and inquired. Huo Yuhao responded courteously, "Senior, the grilled fish is 5 copper coins each." The student, also straightforward, said, "It smells delightful. I'll take one to try." As he spoke, he handed Huo Yuhao 5 copper soul coins. This was Huo Yuhao's first successful transaction, filling him with excitement. After receiving the coins, he became even more meticulous in his grilling, even channeling his recently recovered soul power to gauge the fish's doneness through mental observation. With the first inquiry made, it naturally attracted others to gather around. However, since it was Huo Yuhao's first appearance here, no one knew how the fish would taste, despite the enticing aroma. The onlookers were mostly students from Shrek Academy who had just finished their classes. When Huo Yuhao handed a perfectly grilled green fish to the student in yellow, the gazes of the others inevitably fell upon him. Chapter 12. Su Sancher and Jiang Nanan, Part 1. The golden brown grilled fish glistened with a delicate sheen of oil, and an enticing aroma wafted from its belly. As teeth met the perfectly charred and crisp skin of the fish, a subtle crackling sound echoed, revealing that it was flawlessly crispy without a hint of burn. Beneath the crunchy exterior lay tender, juicy fish flesh, imbued with rich flavors. With just one bite, the young student in yellow was mesmerized, too captivated to offer praise as he devoured the fish in mere moments. In a remarkably short time, Su Sancher garnered an impeccable reputation for his grilled fish. Positioned at the academy's entrance, bustling with foot traffic, his modest stall quickly became inundated with eager patrons. "This is absolutely delicious. Truly divine." The first buyer, a student in yellow, managed to push through the crowd, exclaiming, "Junior, please give me 3 more. I'll be having my dinner here tonight." A slightly older student in purple coldly interjected, "Form a line at the back." Su Sancher was taken aback by the success of his grilled fish venture. Apologetically, he addressed the gathered students. "Dear seniors, today marks my inaugural foray into business. I can only prepare 18 fish, of which I have already sold 4. Thus, I have 14 remaining. In accordance with the principle of first come, first served, I kindly ask those who have not queued to return tomorrow." One by one, the grilled fish emerged from the grill, and Su Sancher meticulously tended to each. refusing to compromise on quality despite the throng of customers. Every student who received a fish was blissfully satisfied, with some even requesting to reserve fish for the following day. After careful consideration, Su Sancher decided to adhere to the queue system, for freshly grilled fish offers the best flavor. Any delay would diminish the experience. At that moment, several female students clad in purple uniforms emerged from the gates of Shrek Academy. The foremost among them instantly captivated countless gazes. She appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years of age, her figure tall and graceful, cascading golden waves of hair trailing down her back. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her eyes sparkled like clear waters, exuding an aura of elegance and grace. With a complexion as radiant as jade, reminiscent of a crescent moon-esque glow, she embodied beauty that seemed to dim the colors around her. "Nana, what a delightful fragrance." "What is that?" asked another female student, astonished by the aroma beside the stunning girl. Although the second student was also attractive, she paled in comparison to the brilliance of the first. The enchanting girl, having caught the scent herself, drew the attention of the surrounding students, who instinctively parted to create a pathway for her and her companions to approach the grill. Yet, rather than displaying arrogance, the captivating girl greeted the students with a warm smile and a nod of appreciation. Anyone who met her gaze was left blushing, overwhelmed with excitement. Upon beholding the exquisite visage of the enchanting maiden, Huo Yuhao found himself momentarily entranced. Prior to this encounter, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen was Tangya. Yet, the young female student clad in purple before him not only rivaled Tangya in beauty but also exuded a gentle and warm demeanor. Coupled with the lingering sorrow evident in her eyes, she evoked a sense of poignant admiration. In contrast, Tangya was a vivacious and cheerful optimist, and any comparison of their appearances was ultimately a matter of personal taste. "Junior, how much do you sell your grilled fish for?" the enchanting maiden inquired softly. At that moment, Huo Yuhao had just completed the sale of 18 grilled fish, leaving only the last 2 on the grill, reserved for Tangya. "Senior, it's 5 copper soul coins each," he replied. The maiden's brows furrowed slightly as she responded, "That seems a bit expensive, considering the cost and your preparation. 3 copper soul coins would suffice, and you would still profit." Huo Yuhao was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a striking girl would haggle with him. No other student had ever done so before. "I apologize, but my prices are fixed, and I have already sold out for today," he stated matter-of-factly. The prices were set by Tangya, and he had no intention of altering them, especially since this income was vital to him. The enchanting maiden hesitated for a moment before apologizing. "I'm sorry, I was merely making a casual calculation. If there is another opportunity, I shall certainly try it." With that, she turned and walked away. Huo Yuhao sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The students who had previously gazed at him with eager anticipation now cast him scornful glares. "Kid, do you dare not to sell?" A deep, resonant voice filled with ire suddenly echoed, followed by a flash of golden light hurtling toward Huo Yuhao's stall. The golden light struck the grill with precision, embedding itself within. It was a gold soul coin. Moments later, a figure approached rapidly, swiftly bypassing the enchanting maiden to reach Huo Yuhao's stall, extending a hand toward the 2 grilled fish on the grill. As he had been maintaining his spiritual eye to monitor the cooking fish, Huo Yuhao felt an immense sense of pressure when the deep voice resonated. His spiritual perception instinctively activated. Although the hand reaching for the fish moved swiftly, Huo Yuhao, through his mental acuity, was able to anticipate the action, snatching the 2 grilled fish and retreating a few steps. These were meant for Tangya. He could not allow anyone else to take them. The large hand missed the fish but instead plunged into the grill, grasping a few pieces of burning charcoal. It was at this moment that Huo Yuhao could clearly discern the appearance of the newcomer. Clad in a black school uniform, the individual was a 6th-year student, seemingly of similar age to Bei Bei, tall and imposing, with thick brows and sharp eyes, a straight nose, and a square jaw, handsome in an imposing way. His fair skin flushed slightly with anger, his chubby cheeks lending him an intimidating presence. "Kid, are you courting death?" the black-clad youth bellowed, crushing the charcoal in his hand. Sparks flying, yet he exhibited no sign of being scorched. With a swift kick, Huo Yuhao's grill was sent tumbling aside. With a decisive stride, the young man in black lunged forward, aiming directly at Huo Yuhao's chest. Within Huo Yuhao's mental perception, this black-clad youth was not merely imposing. His seemingly simple grasp was imbued with a myriad of transformations. Although Huo Yuhao could discern some flaws, his cultivation was too lacking, and he failed to evade, allowing the black-clad youth to seize him by the chest. With a swift motion of his right hand, the black-clad youth hoisted Huo Yuhao into the air, while his left hand snatched away the 2 roasted fish from Huo Yuhao's grasp. The entire sequence of events unfolded with such rapidity that it was only at this moment that the onlookers began to comprehend what had transpired. 2 voices rang out almost simultaneously. "What are you doing?" And stop. The former voice belonged to a striking young woman, her face a mixture of shock and fury, while the latter was accompanied by a figure rushing forward like lightning, delivering a palm strike aimed directly at the black-clad youth. Clearly taken aback by the unexpected assault, the black-clad youth found himself caught off guard. With one hand gripping Huo Yuhao and the other clutching the roasted fish, he was forced to relinquish one in order to defend against the incoming attack. He chose to abandon Huo Yuhao, and with a flick of his wrist, Huo Yuhao was sent flying sideways, his right hand raised to collide with the descending palm. A thud echoed as both individuals staggered back a step, neither gaining the upper hand. The assailant was none other than Bei, the elder brother of the Tang Sect. As Huo Yuhao spun through the air, a graceful figure appeared beneath him, catching him with outstretched hands, ensuring his safe descent. The one who supported him was Tangya, her delicate face etched with fury. "Su Sanshur, if you dare bully my people, I shall not back down," she declared, raising her right hand, a beam of golden light shooting straight towards Su Sanshur. The black-clad youth swung his right hand, summoning a fierce black light to intercept the golden beam. However, an astonishing spectacle unfolded as the golden light suddenly flared brightly, piercing through the dense black soul power and vanishing into Su Sanchi's being. The black-clad youth trembled violently, his gaze freezing in shock. Eyes ablaze with fury as 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose from beneath him. His once fair skin darkened, muscles bulged, and he appeared to swell in size. Most remarkably, a black tortoiseshell shield, approximately 1.5 meters in diameter, materialized in his right hand. With his mental perception activated, Huo Yuhao could clearly sense that the aura emanating from this black-clad youth upon releasing his martial soul was no less formidable than that of Bei when he unleashed the blue lightning tyrant dragon. "Tangya, do not think that just because Bei is protecting you, I cannot deal with you," he growled, his eyes burning with intensity. Tangya scoffed. "Come at me. I fear you not." Bei interjected calmly. "Su Sanshur, you have bullied my junior disciple. You must provide an explanation for today's incident, or we shall settle this in the soul arena." Su Sanshur, momentarily taken aback, pointed at Huo Yuhao and asked, "He is your junior disciple?" Bei nodded expressionlessly. Su Sanshur coldly remarked, "And so what? His lack of respect towards Jiang Nan reflects his disregard for me. It's merely 2 grilled fish, and I have already settled the payment." Tangya retorted angrily, "Those were reserved for me by Yuhao. Bei, why are you wasting your breath? Just teach him a lesson. If you incapacitate him, I shall reward you with a kiss." Initially, Bei maintained a stern expression, but upon hearing Tangya's mischievous words, his facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Su Sanshur smirked and said to Bei, "Your little you remains as unpredictable as ever. It's been a while since we sparred. Isn't it merely the soul fighting zone? Let us go." However, Jiang Nan remained unyielding, though she was amiable towards others. Her demeanor towards Su Sanshur was as frigid as winter, as she icily stated, "Su Sanshur, I have told you before, there is no possibility between us. Please refrain from bothering me in the future." With that, she turned and strode away. Su Sanshur felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Straightening his posture, he glared at the onlookers surrounding them, demanding, "What are you staring at? Disperse." He then instructed Bei, "Let us go." As he spoke, he headed towards the academy, tossing the grilled fish directly at Huo Yuhao. Tangya, quick as a flash, intercepted the fish before Huo Yuhao could react. Her movements were fluid and graceful as she effortlessly caught the fish and bit into it without hesitation. With her other hand, she tugged at Huo Yuhao, saying, "Come on. Let us go enjoy the spectacle." The Soul Fighting Zone is a significant area within Shrek Academy, situated in the northwestern corner of the Martial Spirit Department, not far from Shrek City and close to the Soul Tool Experimentation Zone that Huo Yuhao had previously visited. This locale is frequently visited by many senior students. Here, various competitions can be held, overseen by dedicated teachers who act as referees, determining the victor, ensuring the safety of the participants, and providing medical assistance when necessary. Naturally, all of this incurs a fee. To partake in a soul fighting match, both parties must at least pay 10 gold soul coins as a venue fee. Yet, numerous students remain eager participants. The allure lies in the fact that combat here is unrestricted, and there is no fear of serious injury. as the refereeing teachers adeptly maintained control over the situation. Moreover, victory in the Soul Fighting Zone awards students with academic credits, which contribute positively to their grades during annual examinations. Upon reaching the 4th grade, accumulating soul fighting credits becomes essential for advancement. For instance, moving from the 4th to the 5th grade requires a minimum of 10 victories against peers in the soul fighting zone. Progressing from the 5th to the 6th grade necessitates even more. After the 6th grade, aspiring to enter the inner academy seemingly demands an even greater emphasis on soul fighting credits. The competitions in the soul fighting zone are open to all students, provided they pay a ticket fee of 1 silver soul coin. Huo Yuhao was astonished to discover that the duel between Bei and Su Sanshi had captivated many students' attention. A significant number of onlookers, regardless of grade, chose to follow along to witness the event. Teacher Xiaoya, the academy truly knows how to generate revenue, Huo Yuhao exclaimed after listening to Tang Ye's brief overview of the soul fighting zone. Tang Yadao remarked that it was only natural for the academy to have considerable expenses given its vast size, without finding ways to generate additional income. How could they sustain themselves? However, the tax revenue from Shrek City was also substantial. After all, our academy is the wealthiest on the continent. By the way, Huo Yuhao, your skill in grilling fish has improved. Perhaps it is my seasoning that makes it so delectable. Before they even reached the soul arena, Tang had already finished her 2 grilled fish. Huo Yuhao, feeling quite hungry himself, took the opportunity to purchase dinner as they passed the cafeteria. By the time they arrived at the soul arena, a considerable number of people had already gathered, and news of the event had spread rapidly, attracting even more students. Tang paid 2 silver soul coins and led Huo Yuhao into the arena. The soul arena was hexagonal, nearly as expansive as Shrek Square, with a large open area at its center, clearly designated for the students' competitions. Surrounding it were tiered seating arrangements, capable of accommodating approximately 3,000 spectators. At this moment, around 200 to 300 individuals were already seated at the edges of the arena, and Huo Yuhao and Tang had arrived relatively early, securing seats in the front row closest to the action. However, the arena itself remained empty. It was unclear where Bei and Su Sanshi had gone. Understanding that Huo Yuhao was unfamiliar with the rules of the Soul Arena, Tang took the time to explain. The arena opens after classes each day and remains accessible until midnight. Students wishing to compete must first pay a fee and register. If the contenders are well known within the academy, the institution will broadcast the match across various dormitory districts using soul-guiding speakers to draw in more spectators. The academy retains half of the ticket revenue, while the other half goes to the victor of the match. Your senior brother has already earned a significant sum here. Furthermore, Su Sanshi is a 5th-year student, while he has only just advanced to the 4th year, making it a challenge beyond his current grade. Thus, should Su Sanshi lose, he would be required to forfeit an additional gold soul coin. Both your senior brother and Su Sanshi are renowned students in our outer academy, celebrated as geniuses. It is anticipated that today's audience will exceed 500. Huo Yuhao inquired about a certain Jiang Nanan he had seen earlier. Tang playfully tapped him on the head, scolding him for his youthful indiscretion, as he seemed more interested in beautiful girls than in his studies. Huo Yuhao winced from the playful jab and refrained from asking further, instead focusing on his dinner. Observing his earnest demeanor, Tang couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I will tell you. Jiang Nanan is famously known as the most beautiful girl in the outer academy. She hails from a humble background, is kind to others, and has garnered quite a following within the academy. Do you think she is more attractive than I am? Huo Yuhao hastily shook his head in disagreement. Tang, feeling a sense of pride, declared, exactly. I don't think she surpasses me in any way. As for Su Sanshi, he possesses a remarkably powerful mutated martial soul known as the Xianming Turtle, with dual attributes of water and earth, offering exceptional defense, said to be as solid as a fortress. His cultivation level is comparable to Bei's, both wielding top-tier beast martial souls. Rest assured, I have already avenged you. I gave him a dragon whisker needle earlier, which should suffice. Let him pursue Jiang Nanan if he wishes, but those who cross me shall not go unpunished. Strangely enough, Jiang Nanan, perhaps due to some underlying issues with her sexual orientation, has been pursued by numerous outstanding male students in the academy. Yet there has been no indication of her inclination towards anyone. While others have generally offered mild refusals, her responses to Su Sanshi have been notably cold and scathing, leaving one to wonder if this fellow has taken advantage of her in some manner. The spectators, innocent in their ignorance, are only aware that Bei and Su Sancher are reputed to possess the strongest offensive and defensive martial spirits in the Outer Academy, respectively, unaware that the two are already acquainted. I suspect that they have conspired together for a financial gain, which is why they have ventured into the Seoul arena. Huo Yuhao expressed his astonishment, asking if the senior brother knew Su Sancher. Tang nodded, reassuring him, "Do not worry, Yuhao. Though they are acquainted, your senior brother will certainly challenge him. He won't allow himself to be bullied." In the Seoul arena's lounge, Su Sancher, visibly disgruntled, lifted his shirt to reveal a sizable lump the size of an infant's fist on his right side, despite maintaining his martial spirit's release, causing his skin to become as hard as iron. Bei, with a huff, remarked, "You deserve it. Who told you to bully our junior brother? Enough chatter. Hand over a Xian Shui Dan, and I shall assist you in removing this dragon whisker needle. Otherwise, prepare to dig out a piece of flesh yourself." This dragon whisker needle is a relic from the first generation of our Tang Sect, passed down solely to the sect leaders. It is clear that Tang Ye is truly angered this time. Su Sancher questioned, "Was that brat really one of your Tang Sect members? I couldn't discern any of his skills. As for the Xian Shui Dan, you can forget about it. Hurry up. I can't maintain my martial spirit indefinitely. And this dragon whisker needle is excruciating, specifically targeting soul power." Caught off guard, I fell for Tang Yue's trap, and it's quite vexing. Bei gazed skyward, stating, "Suit yourself, whether you choose to give it or not. You struck our junior brother and destroyed his stall. Now you can suffer with the dragon whisker needle. The competition is about to begin, and I doubt you can contend with me while burdened by it." Su Sancher, with a huff of indignation, retorted, "Fine, Bei, just wait. You shall see how I deal with you in the arena. I will not hold back." Bei smiled slightly. "Do I need your mercy?" As he spoke, he extended his right hand towards Su Sancher. Reluctantly, Su Sancher retrieved a small white jade porcelain vial from his pocket and tossed it to Bei. Bei caught it with gratitude. "Thank you. Now, retract your martial spirit, and I shall help you extract the dragon whisker needle." With deft movements, Bei's right hand swiftly tapped around the injury, and then both hands began to work in unison, continuously infusing gentle soul power into the cramped muscles. His actions were remarkably swift, with each movement of his fingers conveying varying degrees of soul power. In no time, a slender golden thread, finer than a strand of hair, gradually emerged from Su Sancher's waist. With a sigh of relief, Su Sancher exhaled, though his face still bore an expression of anger. "Bei, you are truly taking advantage of me. You know how precious the Xian Shui Dan is. Let us make a wager. If I win this battle, you must return the Xian Shui Dan." Bei chuckled lightly. "What if you lose?" Su Sancher snorted and replied, "Then I shall give you 1,000 gold soul coins." Bei shook his head, saying, "That won't do. The Xian Shui Dan is worth far more than a mere 1,000 gold soul coins. I refuse to gamble on anything unfair." Su Sancher retorted angrily, "This is all the money I have. If you don't agree, I might just turn hostile." With a gentle sigh, Bei responded, "Do you think I lack money? Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. I know you possess another Xian Shui Dan. Wager it if you dare." A flicker of doubt crossed Su Sancher's eyes. "It feels as though I am falling into your scheme. You seem rather confident of winning against me, don't you?" Su Sancher scoffed. "Will I lose? While I may not necessarily triumph over you, winning against me will not be a simple task. What if it ends in a draw?" Bei maintained his smile. Despite Su Sancher's keen observation of his expressions, he gleaned nothing of significance. "You are not truly foolish. However, whenever matters concerning Jiang Nanan arise, you seem to lose your wits. I wonder if you two are fated to be entangled from a past life. Although Jiang Nanan is indeed beautiful, there are many exceptional female students among us. Why must you fixate on just one flower?" Su Sancher retorted, "Do not speak so glibly. Why don't you give me Tangya?" Bei stood up, saying, "You should quickly adjust your mindset, lest you become discontented if you lose later. I shall take my leave." As he spoke, he made his way towards the door. Just as Tangya had surmised, the number of students gathering in the soul fighting zone was steadily increasing. By rough estimation, it had already surpassed 400, and it seemed certain that 500 would soon be reached. "Huo Yuhao." A voice filled with suppressed rage startled Huo Yuhao. Turning to look, he saw Wang Dong striding toward him, fully dressed and exuding an intimidating aura. Wang Dong's face shifted between red and white as he plopped down beside Huo Yuhao, lowering his voice. "Now tell me, what have you seen?" Huo Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, replying, "I haven't seen anything." Wang Dong scoffed. "Next time I won't knock. I'll just kill you." Huo Yuhao, aware of his fault, muttered defensively, "We're all men. What's the big deal about seeing something? You aren't losing anything. What did you say? Wang Dong erupted in anger, raising his hand to grab Huo Yuhao. Just then, a slender hand intervened, swatting Wang Dong's hand away. It was Tang Ye's voice. Huo Yuhao, you haven't introduced me yet. Only then did Wang Dong notice Tang Ye's presence. Upon seeing her exquisite beauty, he momentarily froze but quickly regained his composure, snorting and straightening up, ignoring Huo Yuhao. After Huo Yuhao had fled, he had hastily dressed but could not find Huo Yuhao anywhere. Attempting to meditate proved futile, and it was only upon hearing the dormitory's announcement that he decided to take a stroll, unwittingly encountering Huo Yuhao and Tang Ye. Huo Yuhao introduced, Teacher Xiaoya. This is my roommate Wang Dong. Wang Dong, this is Tang Ye, our senior. That was the best introduction he could muster. Wang Dong nodded to Tang Ye, who smiled and remarked, what a charming little boy. I adore him. How about you, Huo Yuhao? Work some magic and bring him into our Tang Sect. Upon hearing the mention of the Tang Sect, Wang Dong's body slightly trembled, and he exclaimed in surprise, You are members of the Tang Sect? Tang Ye nodded emphatically, saying, Indeed, there are only the 3 of us left in the Tang Sect now. I am the current leader. Are you not astonished? Come, the Tang Sect welcomes you. Her words were somewhat casual. Despite her typically carefree demeanor, anyone who underestimated her would eventually suffer a significant loss at her hands. She had already discerned Wang Dong's exceptional qualities. His essence was restrained, and his soul power was solidified, clearly surpassing Huo Yuhao in cultivation. However, to Tang Ye's surprise, after a moment of contemplation, Wang Dong nodded and said, Sure, I have long heard of the wonders of the Tang Sect's hidden weapons. Sect leader, I wish to join the Tang Sect. Please accept me. Ah, you truly wish to join us in the Tang Sect? We are down to only 3 members now. Tang Ye was taken aback, her gaze at Wang Dong filled with confusion. Wang Dong earnestly nodded and declared, I aspire to join the Tang Sect to learn about hidden weapons. As they conversed, Bei Bei had already entered the arena from the resting area. The moment he appeared, some of the observing students began to chant his name, Thunderclap Bei Bei. Thunderclap Bei Bei. Bei Bei smiled and waved to the students along the sidelines. Yet his gaze searched the stands. Tang Ye stood up and waved back at him. Only then did Bei Bei spot them. Due to the distance, he couldn't hear their words, so he gestured to Tang Ye. Huo Yuhao, what is the maximum distance for your mental detection sharing? Tang Ye quietly inquired of Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao replied, If it's just in one direction, it can reach about 50 meters. He had just tested the limits of single-direction mental detection with Wang Dong. In normal circumstances, the range of mental detection would only be a 30-meter diameter, meaning the actual detection distance in any direction was merely 15 meters. However, 50 meters was already more than double that limit, but it would consume a significant amount of Huo Yuhao's soul power. Tang Ye immediately raised her right hand and gestured toward Bei Bei, who nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Su Sancher also entered the battle arena, accompanied by a teacher of about 40 years of age. Once inside the arena, Su Sancher and Bei Bei adopted a stern demeanor. This was not their first competition in the arena. In previous matches, they had exchanged victories, but draws were the most common outcome. They had indeed profited considerably from these battles and were keen to keep their close relationship concealed. The referee approached the center of the arena and announced in a solemn voice, 4th year Bei Bei challenges 5th year Su Sancher. Should Su Sancher lose the match, he must pay an additional 10 gold soul coins. You have already made private agreements regarding the stakes. Are you both prepared? Bei Bei and Su Sancher simultaneously nodded to the referee. Chapter 13, The Mysterious Water Pill, Part 1. As the competition commenced, the referee swiftly retreated after announcing the start. In that very moment, Bei Bei and Su Sancher unleashed their martial souls. The previously bustling arena fell silent, with all eyes fixated upon the 2 figures on the field. As prominent figures from Shrek Academy's outer court, every soul battle they engaged in was thrilling, captivating the students who eagerly anticipated their matches. In private, many students even placed clandestine bets. With a concentration of azure lightning, Bei Bei's right arm rapidly swelled, enveloped in a radiant blue glow as he summoned forth his blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. On the other side, Su Sancher was equally undeterred, his body expanded, stretching his school uniform taut, and a massive turtle shell shield materialized in his right hand. The 2 slowly stepped sideways, their piercing gazes locked onto one another. Their powerful soul forces rising, one a vivid blue, the other a deep black, distinctly contrasting in the arena. On the surface, they appeared evenly matched, both being soul masters above level 30 with 3 soul rings each. However, Judging by their martial souls, it was clear that Bei Bei was an assault-type soul master, while Su Sanshi, wielding a shield, likely belonged to a defensive category. With Bei Bei's formidable blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex against Su Sanshi's mutated and powerful shimming turtle, it was truly uncertain who would gain the upper hand. Wang Dong seemed to have forgotten his own matters with Huo Yuhao, completely absorbed in the spectacle of the two combatants on the field, and Huo Yuhao mirrored this sentiment, their emotions ebbing and flowing with the clash of the soul masters before them. Upon releasing his martial soul, Bei Bei's demeanor transformed from gentle to fierce, while Su Sanshi exuded a newfound calmness akin to a towering mountain. Just as Su Sanshi cautiously moved closer to the stands where Huo Yuhao and the others were seated, Bei Bei suddenly shouted, charging at Su Sanshi like a bolt of blue lightning. Su Sanshi was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't revealed any vulnerabilities. So this was not an opportune moment. When did Bei Bei become so impulsive? Despite these thoughts, he dared not underestimate him. Fully aware of Bei Bei's explosive power during an attack, Bei Bei leaped forward, closing in to within 5 meters of Su Sanshi. And with a powerful thrust of his scaled right arm, he aimed to strike at Su Sanshi's head, the dragon claw crackling with blue-purple lightning, poised to unleash a soul skill at any moment. Su Sanshi, however, remained unfazed. He stepped back slightly with his left foot, crouched down, and raised his heavy shield in front of him, completely shielding his body within. Simultaneously, dark soul power surged forth from the turtle shell shield, forming an almost imperceptible black barrier that enveloped him securely. With a resounding crash, Bei Bei's dragon claw struck forcefully against the thick black turtle shell shield. Both combatants felt the impact. Bei Bei was momentarily halted, descending to the ground, while Su Sanshi slid back a meter. As Su Sanshi activated the first century-old yellow soul ring among his 3 soul rings, the black aura emanating from his tortoise shell shield intensified dramatically, expanding into a formidable black halo that enveloped an area of over 10 square meters, resembling a colossal barrier pushing outward. The process was accompanied by a resonant rumble. This was his first soul skill, Shinming Shock, a wide-ranging repulsion skill with a stunning effect. Should his adversary's cultivation be inferior to his, they would not only be pushed back but also rendered dazed, creating at least a significant distance between them. However, Su Sanshi was taken aback by Bei Bei's resolute response. At the very moment he unleashed his first soul skill, Bei Bei's second and third soul rings illuminated simultaneously. The first to shine was the 1,000-year level third soul ring, radiating a brilliant purple light, accompanied by a deep, thunderous roar that erupted from Bei Bei. A surge of intense blue-purple lightning enveloped his entire being, the scales on his right arm swiftly spreading across his chest, causing his aura to swell dramatically. This was the Wrath of Thunder. Immediately following, the second soul ring glimmered, unleashing thick arcs of serpentine electricity that erupted outward from Bei Bei's body. By combining the second and third soul skills, he boldly confronted Su Sanshi's Shinming Shock. Even with Su Sanshi's renowned defense, the Shinming Shock could not repel Bei Bei. The black barrier was forcefully torn open, and undeterred by the onslaught of dark energy, Bei Bei surged forward. In astonishment, Su Sanshi acted without hesitation, activating his second and third soul rings in succession. He was well acquainted with Bei Bei's abilities and held utmost confidence in his defenses. While he may not have been certain of besting Bei Bei, he believed that steadfast defense would ensure Bei Bei could not triumph over him. Yet, in the instant he unleashed his second and third soul skills, a sudden pain akin to a sharp prick jolted his mind, clouding his consciousness momentarily and causing a brief pause in the activation of his abilities. Bei Bei's advancing form suddenly became ethereal, employing the Tang Sect's ghost shadow misty steps. He crouched slightly, gliding almost seamlessly along the ground. In one swift motion, he grasped the lower edge of the tortoise shell shield with his right claw and swept around to position himself behind it. Su Sanshi, unable to release his soul skills in time, found himself at a critical disadvantage. With Bei Bei having maneuvered behind the shield, his fate was sealed. Bei Bei's right foot struck Su Sanshi's calf with the force of a thunderous bolt, an eruption of lightning surging forth under the amplification of the Wrath of Thunder. In the next moment, Su Sanshi's body trembled uncontrollably, while Bei Bei's massive dragon claw latched onto his shoulder. The outcome was unmistakable. The match concluded far more swiftly than anyone had anticipated, with many spectators barely grasping the entirety of the contest. Bei Bei had successfully bypassed Su Sanshi's tortoise-shell shield and claimed victory. As the referee declared Bei Bei the winner, he did not hesitate to slam Su Sanshi to the ground. "You got played. A bet is a bet," bring forth the Xianshui Dan. With a smile, Bei infused a surge of lightning soul power into Su Sanshi using his dragon claw, causing Su Sanshi's towering frame to tremble. Little did Su Sanshi know that in the stands, someone had already succumbed to unconsciousness in an attempt to assist Bei in overcoming him. Indeed, as Su Sanshi prepared to unleash his second and third soul skills, the agonizing sting in his mind originated from Huo Yuhao's purple extreme magic eye combined with a soul impact. Despite Huo Yuhao's seemingly modest cultivation level, the combined might of these two skills generated an overwhelming force that caught Su Sanshi, cloaked in soul power, off guard. The distance between Huo Yuhao and Su Sanshi was approximately 30 meters, perfectly within the range of his soul impact skill. Moreover, prior to executing this skill, Huo Yuhao had utilized mental detection and mental sharing to pinpoint Su Sanshi's vulnerabilities for Bei. It could be said that in that fleeting moment, Huo Yuhao showcased the pinnacle of his abilities as a soul master. The successive deployment of 3 soul skills alongside the purple extreme magic eye decisively turned the tide of an evenly matched battle. This victory rightfully belonged to both Bei and Huo Yuhao, the brotherhood they shared shining through. Aside from Tang Ye and Bei in the arena, only Wang Dong sensed the shift. Although Huo Yuhao had deliberately restrained his soul rings from ascending during the use of his soul skills, the resulting fluctuations in soul power could not escape Wang Dong's keen perception. Wang Dong distinctly observed a faint golden hue emerge in Huo Yuhao's eyes, which rapidly intensified before a flash of purple light flickered at the depths of his gaze. In the next instant, Huo Yuhao collapsed toward him. Instinctively, Wang Dong caught Huo Yuhao just as the match concluded. What has happened to him? Wang Dong inquired, astonished. Taken aback by Huo Yuhao's fall, Tang Ye hurriedly checked his condition, exhaling in relief upon discovering the exhaustion of his soul power. He'll be fine. We should leave. It's best to depart before any trouble arises. Furthermore, Tang Ye pondered in her heart, how could Huo Yuhao's mental detection and sharing abilities be so potent? Bei's original intention was merely to secure the initiative. With both Bei and Su Sanshi at comparable cultivation levels, the advantage would significantly sway the odds of victory. Yet it had unexpectedly culminated in a single strike. Huo Yuhao was indeed utterly fatigued. After an entire day of physical training coupled with the repeated exertion of his mental skills, this bout of mental exhaustion had rendered him completely unconscious. A protective mechanism of the body. Little brother, I entrust him to your care, Bei implored Wang Dong, as upperclassmen were prohibited from entering the dormitories of lowerclassmen. According to school regulations, Wang Dong, somewhat dazed, was from a prestigious background and had witnessed much. He had clearly seen the deep blue pill that Bei had poured out. It was cherry-sized, adorned with various shades of white patterns, and after being released from the porcelain vial, a delicate mist enveloped the pill. A refreshing aroma lingered in the air, soothing to the senses. Is that the Xianshui Dan? No way, Wang Dong thought, astonished. Not only he, but even the elderly man who had been languidly reclining at the dormitory entrance, slightly opened and closed his eyes before reverting to his previous state. Bei retorted with irritation. All you do is eat. Today, you nearly caused trouble for the junior disciple. Tang Ye snorted dismissively. Don't give me that. I see you've long been scheming behind Su Sanshi's back. That fool fell right into your trap, just as you intended. She stuck out her tongue at him. What I meant was to beat him so badly that he couldn't take care of himself. Do you have that capability? It's all about cultivation. Suddenly, Wang Dong interjected, Senior Tang Ye, please consider my request. I genuinely wish to join the Tang Sect. Tang Ye nodded, waving her hand at him, while Bei wore a contemplative expression, smiling at Wang Dong before turning away with Tang Ye. Huo Yuhao enjoyed an exceptionally sweet slumber. Ever since joining the Tang Sect, he had been diligently practicing the Xiantian skill, and this was the first time he had truly rested. In his dreams, he felt as if he were immersed in a refreshing pool, the sensation of comfort and clarity nearly causing him to moan. After a brief period of meditation, Wang Dong reopened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at Huo Yuhao across the room. He had been awakened by the palpable fluctuations of soul power in the air. Indeed, the rich waves of soul power emanated from Huo Yuhao, who, enveloped in the night, radiated a faint blue light. It was evident that a delicate mist seemed to float around his body, permeated by a subtle fragrance. Wang Dong leaped from his bed and quietly crouched beside Huo Yuhao's bed to observe closely. He noticed that Huo Yuhao's skin appeared to be subtly undulating. A gentle stream of energy escaping from his pores, which accounted for the soul power fluctuations he sensed. The pale blue mist continuously surged in and out through his pores. As time passed, the color of the mist deepened, while the fragrant aroma gradually faded. The Xian Shui pill, truly an invaluable treasure. How could Senior Bebe casually give him such a precious elixir? Could it have been a mistake? Wang Dong murmured in astonishment to himself. Shortly after Wang Dong departed, the scent emanating from the mist surrounding Huo Yuhao transformed from sweet to foul, its color darkening. Huo Yuhao's breathing became increasingly steady. His slumber was indeed profoundly sweet and refreshing. He was awakened by a sticky sensation. As soon as he regained consciousness, he couldn't help but let out a loud sneeze. What on earth? It stinks. What is that smell? Huo Yuhao turned over and sat up abruptly, instinctively assuming that Wang Dong was playing a prank. However, when he opened his eyes to look at the opposite bed, he found it empty. Wang Dong was nowhere to be seen in the dormitory. The outside world remained shrouded in darkness. Yet Huo Yuhao quickly sensed something amiss, for within his dormitory, every detail was vividly clear, untouched by the veil of night. In the past, he could achieve such vision, but it necessitated the activation of his soul power, unleashing his spiritual and martial soul. Yet now, he had not invoked his martial soul at all. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that his school uniform had transformed into an inky black, emanating a foul odor that arose from the fabric itself. In the areas not covered by the uniform, his skin bore an additional layer of grimy darkness, reminiscent of having plunged into muck only to be dragged back and discarded here. Could Wang Dong harbor such animosity towards me? Huo Yuhao gazed at his own body in disbelief. Upon rising, he noticed that his wooden bed was also uniformly coated with a layer of black filth. The stench from both his body and the bed was unbearable. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled out of bed, flung open the dormitory window, and dashed out of the door, heading straight for the restroom at the end of the corridor. The grime on him had an oily texture, and after cleaning the bed and doing laundry, it took him nearly half an hour to resolve the situation. As he contemplated this, he seated himself cross-legged and began to channel his soul power according to the principles of the Xiantian Gong. 3 seconds into his meditation, Huo Yuhao suddenly opened his eyes wide, disbelief etched across his features. Am I dreaming? He pondered momentarily before hastily shutting his eyes once more. After another 3 seconds, upon reopening his eyes, his face was alight with exhilaration. Indeed, an astonishing phenomenon had occurred. As he entered a meditative state and activated his soul power, he felt an unprecedented sensation. If his previous soul power operation had been akin to a snail's pace, then now it was at least comparable to that of a spider. The speed of his soul power had increased by 3 to 5 times, and its potency had significantly augmented, flowing with remarkable smoothness. Throughout the process, an unprecedented sense of strength coursed through him, as if all his meridians had opened wide. The sensation was exquisite, with a tingling feeling of growth radiating from his limbs and bones. Huo Yuhao, unable to contain his excitement, closed his eyes once more and activated his soul power again. It proved to be an undeniable reality. Typically, a complete cycle of soul power operation following the path of the Xiantian Gong would take at least half an hour. Yet this time, he accomplished it in less than a quarter of that time. Moreover, the increase in his soul power was severalfold greater than before, evolving in substantial increments rather than in mere trickles. Simultaneously, through his meditative practice, Huo Yuhao discovered that his entire meridian system had become remarkably unimpeded. Previously constricted and slender areas had widened and thickened considerably, now exhibiting a resilient elasticity. The surge of soul power impacting upon them posed no danger whatsoever. Had he truly undergone a metamorphosis overnight? At that moment, he was reluctant to engage in further contemplation. Since beginning his cultivation at the tender age of 6, he had never experienced such an immediate sense of enhancement. Having finally grasped this feeling, he was resolute in his unwillingness to relinquish it. Merely ceaselessly urging the operation of his soul power, the speed at which the Xiantian skill was functioning seemed to subtly increase. Under the nurturing of the Xiantian skill, the meridians within him began to experience that warm and comforting sensation once more. Huo Yuhao was oblivious to how many cycles of soul power he had traversed until the dawn gradually brightened the sky, revealing a hint of pale light on the horizon. It was only then that he emerged from his meditative state. Sitting cross-legged for half the night, his legs felt neither stiff nor numb, with a slight movement. He found himself at the window, gazing at the burgeoning purple mist rising in the east. His soul power naturally flowed into his spiritual eyes, initiating the cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye. The transformation of his body and the enhancement of his soul power seemed to render everything distinctly different. As his spiritual eyes focused on the layer of purple mist ascending from the east, he distinctly felt as if something within his mind had broken free. An invisible pull emerged within his spiritual eyes, drawing in the fleeting hint of purple from the pale light as if a great whale were drawing in water. The surface of his eyes radiated warmth, while within, they felt refreshingly cool. Huo Yuhao sensed his mental energy extending outward imperceptibly, swiftly surpassing his original limits, and ultimately reaching a diameter of approximately 40 meters before ceasing. The depth of the purple essence within his eyes intensified significantly, and even his skin acquired a lustrous sheen. His vitality, energy, and spirit had transformed completely compared to the previous day. He realized that something extraordinary must have transpired within him. Otherwise, such a remarkable enhancement could not have been achieved even after 6 months of cultivation. Just as bewilderment filled Huo Yuhao's mind, the door to his dormitory swung open. He looked at Wang Dong with a puzzled expression and asked, "What in the world has happened? Why did I wake up covered in grime? Yet my cultivation has improved considerably? It truly feels as if I've undergone a metamorphosis, just as you said." Wang Dong's ancient golden bracelet glimmered, and a round metallic sphere appeared in his hand, which he tossed to Huo Yuhao. "First, let us see how much your soul power has increased. This testing soul guide can measure soul powers from levels 10 to 30. Simply infuse your soul power into it." "All right," Huo Yuhao replied, grasping the metallic sphere and gradually channeling his soul power into it. Initially, the sphere emitted a faint yellow glow, which gradually expanded outward. A number appeared on its surface, first stabilizing at 11, then swiftly bouncing to 12. As the yellow light continued to spread, the number 12 began to tremble, but Huo Yuhao, having exerted all his strength, could not provoke it to rise again. Wang Dong's expression mirrored his astonishment. "Indeed, the Zhuangshui Dan. In just one night, it has elevated your soul power by nearly 2 levels. You are now at the pinnacle of level 12, just a step away from level 13. Huo Yuhao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is what you're saying true? What is the Zhuangshui Dan?" Wang Dong snatched the testing soul guide from Huo Yuhao's hands, huffed, and retorted, "This device is quite accurate. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? It is worth noting that you should express your gratitude to Senior Beibei. What is your relationship with him? He so casually bestowed upon you a precious Xianshui pill, which is worth its weight in gold. I suspect he may have mistakenly given you the wrong pill." Observing the puzzled expression on Huo Yuhao's face, Wang Dong elaborated. "The Xianshui pill is an extraordinarily wondrous concoction, reputedly unique to a water attribute martial soul sect. However, I am unaware of the specific sect in question. The creation of the Xianshui pill necessitates the essence blood of numerous water attribute soul beasts, alongside a variety of water-based flora, meticulously blended through specialized methods. Water possesses a cleansing quality. The Xianshui pill not only provides substantial nourishment and enhances soul power, but also boasts a remarkably gentle nature, making it easily absorbable by soul masters of any rank. For soul masters below level 20, it can elevate their soul power by at least 1 rank. Yet, its most invaluable attribute lies elsewhere, its ability to purify and refine the body. While our bathing rituals cleanse only the surface grime, the Xianshui pill purges impurities from within. This pill proves beneficial to anyone, offering enhancement and augmentation to those with exceptional talent. However, for soul masters of average endowment, it serves as a vital boon, expelling internal impurities and nourishing the meridians. One Xianshui pill can potentially elevate the innate potential of an ordinary soul master by a full rank. In other words, if your martial soul awakens with an innate soul power of merely 1, consuming a Xianshui pill would elevate it to 2. This signifies a profound enhancement of both talent and constitution. Unbeknownst to Wang Dong, his analogy was indeed accurate. Huo Yuhao's innate soul power was precisely 1. However, Huo Yuhao could distinctly perceive that the transformative sensation following the Xianshui pill's cleansing was far more profound than a mere increase of 1 rank in innate soul power. His cultivation speed had effectively surged nearly 4-fold. While he still could not be compared to prodigies like Wang Dong and Beibei, he had at least reached the level of an ordinary soul master, no longer struggling as he once did. Senior brother Huo Yuhao found his eyes misty. It was senior brother who had given him the invaluable Xianshui pill. This bond of friendship was etched deeply in his heart. Huo Yuhao's fortune was indeed remarkable. Wang Dong's description of the Xianshui pill was entirely accurate. Typically, the enhancement afforded by the Xianshui pill aligns with his explanation. However, Huo Yuhao's opportunity to consume it was perfectly timed. After an entire day of arduous training, his body had undergone an extraordinary trial. akin to having completed a thorough warm-up before taking the Xianshui pill. Furthermore, his comprehension of the Xiantian skill had allowed it to permeate his meridians, placing them in a state of nurturing. Huo Yuhao, having pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion, consumed the Xianshui pill while teetering on the edge of fainting. Consequently, he would not consciously attempt to control the process, allowing the pill's effects to be uniformly distributed throughout his body. This resulted in an optimal acceptance of the nourishing properties of the Xianshui pill by his physique. Moreover, it is of paramount importance to note that the Xianshui Dan is intrinsically a water attribute elixir, while the second martial soul bestowed upon Huo Yuhao by the heavenly dream, ice silkworm, is ice, a manifestation of water itself. This synergy renders the absorption of the Xianshui Dan exceedingly advantageous for him, accompanied by the transformative effects of the Xianshui Dan on his physique. The first of the 10 colossal source powers sealed within Huo Yuhao by the heavenly dream, ice silkworm, finally manifested a fissure, allowing a portion of its energy to amalgamate with his body. Consequently, in comparison to the elevation of his soul power, the enhancement of his mental prowess was, in fact, far more significant. This explains the expansion of his spiritual perception from 30 meters to 40 meters. It can be asserted that this singular Xianshui Dan has orchestrated a comprehensive enhancement of Huo Yuhao's physical being, resulting in such a remarkable transformation, which will undoubtedly benefit his future cultivation immensely. Even the purple extreme magic eye underwent an evolution as a result. The purple extreme magic eye comprises 4 realms: observation, subtlety, seed, and vastness. Huo Yuhao's cultivation of the purple extreme magic eye through the spiritual eye has proven to be remarkably efficient, as the Xianshui Dan simultaneously activated the source power of the heavenly dream eye silkworm. This source power exerted a siphoning effect on the purple aura of the heavens during his prior cultivation of the purple extreme magic eye, thereby allowing Huo Yuhao to leap directly from the observation realm to the subtlety realm. It can be said that he is the fastest individual in history to cultivate the purple extreme magic eye, even surpassing the founder of the Tang Sect, Tang San. At this juncture, Huo Yuhao remains unaware that the advancement of the purple extreme magic eye has significantly augmented his control over all mental attribute skills. Consequently, when he endeavors to manipulate soul skills, the consumption of soul power will markedly diminish. Observing Huo Yuhao's slightly dazed expression with his crimson eyes, Wang Dong patted him on the shoulder and said, "Let us go. It's time for breakfast. I intend to have double portions today." Huo Yuhao chuckled, "Sure. I could even eat 4 portions. Wang Dong shot him a glare. "You're the one who resembles a pig." The moment the words escaped his lips, both of them erupted into hearty laughter, dispelling the awkwardness of the previous night. At this innocent age, they both continue to nurture a pure heart. Chapter 14. The Dream of the Finger, Part 1. Yesterday, after earning some money from grilling fish, before heading to watch the match between Beibei and Su Sanshur with Tangya, Huo Yuhao did not forget to extract a gold soul coin from the oven. Upon arriving at the dining hall with Wang Dong, he felt an unmistakable sense of affluence. Their breakfast was exceptionally sumptuous, a generous replenishment of their physical needs. They were among the earliest to arrive at the dining hall, and by the time they finished their meal, only a few other students had shown up. Since his arrival at Shrek Academy, Huo Yuhao's spirits had gradually lifted. Here, he finally had friends, as well as his caring teacher, Xiaoya, and his senior brother, Beibei. This atmosphere was a welcome contrast to the coldness he had experienced at the Duke's Manor. "All right," Huo Yuhao readily agreed. Having been enrolled for a few days, he had yet to visit the Sea God Lake, and with class time approaching, it seemed an opportune moment for a stroll. The two exited the dining hall, circumvented the freshman teaching building, and headed east along the southern edge of Shrek Square. Before long, they arrived at the lakeside path. As they traversed the wooded area beside the path, the shimmering Sea God Lake came into view. A gentle mist mingled with the fresh air, and although the lake was merely artificial, its waters were remarkably clear. The azure hue of the lake was pure and profound, exuding a gentle elegance. The surface, akin to a blue satin, rippled softly, reminiscent of a maiden's sparkling gaze. Reflections of the blue sky and white clouds danced upon the water, accompanied by the shaded greenery along the shore. How beautiful! Wang Dong could not help but inhale deeply, stretching his body with vigor. As he did so, his shirt inevitably pulled upward, revealing a rounded and pert backside. Huo Yuhao did not intentionally gaze in that direction, yet a fleeting glance inadvertently reminded him of the sight he had encountered yesterday, causing him to awkwardly turn his head away and focus on the distant expanse of the lake. The sea god lake was vast, likely surpassing the main campus of Shrek Academy to the west. In the distance, a layer of mist hovered above the water's surface. Following the evolution of his purple extreme magic eye, Huo Yuhao's visual acuity had significantly enhanced. Even without infusing soul power into his spiritual eye, he could still see far ahead. He vaguely discerned what appeared to be buildings amidst the mist on the far side of the lake. Recalling Shaya and Bebe's descriptions, he mused, that must be the inner courtyard. If such an exceptional soul master as his senior brother could only study in the outer courtyard, how formidable must the seniors in the inner courtyard be? Suddenly, as Huo Yuhao pondered these thoughts, he perceived a red dot emerging from within the mist on the lake. What is it? Wang Dong inquired, puzzled. Huo Yuhao pointed in the direction he had seen. Look, there seems to be a red dot over there. Wang Dong followed Huo Yuhao's gesture but initially saw only mist. Where? He questioned, just as he was about to doubt Huo Yuhao's observation. The next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. He too saw it, a vivid red figure racing across the water's surface at an astonishing speed, and it appeared to be heading directly towards them. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged a glance, both exclaiming in astonishment, "Senior from the inner courtyard?" The speed of that crimson figure was truly astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had already dashed to the center of the lake. With each delicate touch of his toes upon the water's surface, ripples were sent forth, and he adeptly utilized the faint buoyancy to accelerate, resembling a swirling red cloud racing forward. As he drew nearer, Huo Yuhao could discern that the figure was not merely clad in red attire. Even his hair was a deep crimson hue. His tall stature exuded an air of chilling ferocity, akin to a fearsome soul beast. Adorning his face was a similarly red mask, and even his eyes glowed a blood red. The air around him shimmered subtly, and wherever he passed, mists of water swirled beneath his feet. This senior appears exceedingly powerful. Look, he is running across the lake without even unleashing his martial soul, Wang Dong excitedly analyzed to Huo Yuhao. Although Huo Yuhao's cultivation was inferior to Wang Dong's, his perception was significantly sharper. Wang Dong, something feels amiss, he remarked. The crimson figure had approached too swiftly, within the span of their conversation. He was already within 100 meters of the shore. A wave of terrifying heat surged forth, and both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong's eyes widened in horror. They simultaneously sensed an indescribable aura of madness emanating from the senior, one that was entirely abnormal for a human. With a swift motion, azure wings unfurled behind Wang Dong, who seized Huo Yuhao in an attempt to ascend into the air. Yet, in the mere moment it took to execute this action, the crimson figure had already closed the distance. The overwhelming heat erupted instantly, enveloping Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong in what felt like a sea of flames. Wang Dong's wings curled in an instant, rendering him unable to fly, and both of them plummeted to the ground. In a heartbeat, all vegetation within several dozen meters had turned a charred yellow. The gap in their cultivation was far too vast. Wang Dong attempted to unleash his soul skill, but as soon as he stirred his soul power, he was immediately struck by the terrifying heat, letting out a muffled groan before losing consciousness. Though Huo Yuhao's cultivation was inferior to Wang Dong's, one must not forget that he possessed an unformed martial soul of ice. The intense external heat triggered the awakening of this ice attribute martial soul. Yet Huo Yuhao's peak level 12 soul power was consumed entirely within a mere second by the external scorching temperatures. Moreover, a massive hand from the crimson figure bore down upon him menacingly. The temperature surrounding him was already so fearsome. Should he be struck directly, it would surely spell a horrific demise. The last recourse for Huo Yuhao was to launch a soul shock. However, the disparity between them was insurmountable, and his soul shock could not even penetrate the thick, fiery aura dissipating within the heat. As he faced imminent annihilation beneath that searing giant hand, everything before Huo Yuhao suddenly faded into a blank void, and the surroundings grew indistinct. Am I dead? Is this how I meet my end? At the moment when death approached, he felt not resentment, for everything transpired so abruptly that he was left in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, the scene became clear. Huo Yuhao witnessed a bizarre spectacle. He saw himself. If Wang Dong were still conscious, he would undoubtedly be astounded by the extraordinary sight before him. Just as Huo Yuhao was about to be engulfed by the fiery giant's hand, the hue of his mystical eyes transformed unexpectedly. His deep blue irises, shimmering with a faint golden light, instantly morphed into a stark white, reminiscent of ancient glacial ice. An intense chill radiated from Huo Yuhao, abruptly dispelling the searing heat around him, causing the crimson figure to let out a muffled groan as it was forced back. As Huo Yuhao unleashed the power of his mystical eyes, a white soul ring emerged beneath his feet, which, in that moment, transformed into a resplendent golden hue. The dazzling golden light shone brightly, as if a radiant sun were rising from beneath him. Within 100-meter diameter surrounding Huo Yuhao, the environment instantaneously transformed into a realm of ice and snow. Even the sea god lake ahead froze solid. The red figure seemed to tremble violently, as a terrifying pressure began to coalesce in the air. Huo Yuhao slowly raised his right arm, his index finger having mysteriously turned ice blue, while a brilliant white light radiated from his eyes. A somber voice resonated in the air. "Dare to disturb the one chosen by my brother? Prepare to perish." He pointed his index finger forward, and in an instant, a beam of ice blue light shot through the air, aimed directly at the red figure. The temperature surrounding the crimson entity plummeted under the influence of Huo Yuhao's intense cold, perhaps sensing the imminent danger. It struggled violently, and then a resounding cry of a phoenix pierced the air. From its back, a colossal fire phoenix ascended, adorned with 6 soul rings in hues of yellow, purple, and black, a soul emperor-level powerhouse. Among the 6 rings, the second, third, and 6th began to shimmer simultaneously, and the flames behind it morphed into a dark crimson. A slender fire thread, as thin as a finger, erupted from the phoenix's mouth, colliding with the ice blue ray emitted from Huo Yuhao's finger. A series of hissing sounds ensued as the fire thread rapidly disintegrated. The immense fire phoenix lunged forward, positioning its massive form in front of the red figure. Just as Huo Yuhao was about to pursue, he hesitated momentarily, as the previously heard voice echoed once more. "Annoying. More company has arrived. Oh, this little fellow's physical prowess is improving rapidly. It seems he can handle a bit more power." The once tumultuous sea god lake now lay in complete tranquility. On the shore, only Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong lay unconscious. In the distance, from the depths of the sea god lake, a dozen figures approached with astounding speed, reaching the shore in mere blinks of an eye. "This is bad. An outer courtyard student has been harmed." Leading them was an elderly man clad in white, who suddenly stepped through the air, as if traversing dimensions, arriving beside Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. With a swift motion of his hands, both individuals were suddenly suspended in midair. Fortunately, they had merely fainted and sustained no injuries. "Teacherly, please tend to them," came the instruction. "Certainly," replied another middle-aged man clad in white, hastening forward to attend to Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. If they had been conscious, they would have recognized this teacher Li as the soul saint who had employed the soul of the tree of life to restore their entire class just the day before. Soul rings blossomed, and circles of verdant light enveloped Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong's bodies, gradually infusing them with healing energy. A miraculous scene unfolded as the surrounding withered vegetation began to rejuvenate at an astonishing pace. Faintly, one could observe the vast greenery along the shores of the sea god lake glowing softly, flowing towards Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, and gently merging into their forms. Xiao Tao is here. With a splash, a figure in white emerged from the water, having retrieved the red-clad individual who had previously plunged into the depths of the sea god lake. Soaked to the skin, the figure revealed an exquisite woman. The elderly man in white approached her, placing his hand upon her shoulder, and one could see a rich stream of white soul power surging into the body of the red-dressed woman at an extraordinary rate. How peculiar. The elderly man's brow furrowed, as if pondering something perplexing. "Teacherly, how are the 2 external academy students faring?" he inquired of the instructor attending to Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. "There is no cause for concern. They will awaken shortly," the lead teacher assured, addressing the others. He then lifted the red-clad woman, his form flickering as he transformed into a streak of white light, vanishing deeper into the sea god lake. At the moment Huo Yuhao collapsed, his consciousness was severed from the external world, leaving him oblivious to the subsequent events. "Brother Tianming, was that you who intervened just now?" Huo Yuhao asked in a daze. "Of course, it was me. Otherwise you would have been reduced to a mere charred husk," Tianming Binkin replied. "That fellow possessed a formidable fire attribute, bearing a trace of the divine beast Phoenix's bloodline. Otherwise, with a mere gesture, I could have obliterated her. Nonetheless, it seems she has lost her sanity. Her flames were somewhat sinister, but after consuming the eternal ice essence for so many years, I am not to be trifled with. She has a long way to go. Xiao Yuhao, your cultivation is progressing smoothly. Your physical constitution has improved significantly. Among the 10 seals I left within you, the first has begun to unlock," Tianming Binkin continued. "Really?" Huo Yuhao exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Arriving at Shrek Academy, he had increasingly come to realize his own insignificance and after encountering so many powerful individuals, his desire for strength had only intensified. Yet, burdened by his lackluster talent, he could only strive in silence. Now, even Tianming Binkin had praised him. How could he not be elated? However, Tianming Binkin expressed his concern, but I just employed my primal power. This is my source spirit, which, in a sense, serves as wisdom affixed to your soul rings. Only in this way could I protect your body before utilizing my strength. Moreover, following the recent impact on your body, you must exercise extreme caution, as my power cannot be attached to you for at least a year. Upon encountering such an opponent, one against whom you are utterly defenseless, it seems that our fates are intertwined. Enough of this. I shall return to my slumber. You must strive diligently. Once you ascend to the second ring, you need not trouble me any further. The celestial dream-eye silkworm always arrives in such haste. Originally, Huo Yuhao intended to inquire about matters of soul skill control, yet it has succumbed to slumber, and the surroundings have dimmed. Wang Dong awakened first. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a middle-aged man clad in white before him. Before he could utter a word, Huo Yuhao, beside him, also stirred, slowly rousing from his own slumber. The white-clad man spoke with a calm demeanor, stating, "You are both unharmed. Please forget what you have just witnessed. Otherwise, you shall be expelled from the academy. Here are 2 items for you, as compensation. I trust you are both intelligent individuals." As he spoke, he tossed a green object to each of them. Instinctively, they raised their hands to catch them. The white-clad man then took flight towards the sea god lake, urging them to attend their lessons. Remember to forget all that you have seen before. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged bewildered glances, remaining silent for a moment. Huo Yuhao shook his head, murmuring, "I don't know. It seems we have encountered a madman." Wang Dong glanced at the green object in his hand and was struck with astonishment, followed by a beaming smile. "Wow, this is a fortune. An Ascension Soul Pill. I can't believe it." Huo Yuhao looked curiously at the green item in his grasp. It was a pill the size of a walnut, emitting a faint, fragrant aroma. Its surface was a vibrant green, and within, a soft radiance seemed to swirl, crystalline and alive with vitality. "What is this Ascension Soul Pill? Is it similar to the Xianshui pill?" Huo Yuhao inquired. "Indeed," Wang Dong replied. "Moreover, it is of the same grade as the Xianshui pill. However, the Xianshui pill is comparatively more precious due to its ability to cleanse the marrow and refine the bones. For soul masters above the 30th level, who have already solidified their foundations, the Ascension Soul Pill is even more beneficial. Thus, its value is comparable to that of the Xianshui pill. You should treasure it well. It is said that concocting such a pill is exceedingly difficult. I never anticipated that the instructor would grant us such a lavish compensation. I have decided to act as though I have seen nothing of the preceding events. Could you please clarify? What exactly does the Ascension Soul Pill do?" Huo Yuhao pressed. Wang Dong chuckled mischievously. "I shan't tell you. You must plead with me." With that, he turned and sprinted towards the freshman teaching building. Huo Yuhao, perplexed, carefully stowed the Ascension Soul Pill away before pursuing Wang Dong. As he ran, he called out, "If you don't tell me, I'll just ask the senior brother. He surely knows. Tell me now, and I shall treat you to lunch." Wang Dong slowed his pace, waiting for him to catch up. "In that case, I want something delicious." Huo Yuhao produced all his meager possessions, proclaiming, "After all, I am an orphan without a home. This is all I have. Do as you see fit." Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback. You are an orphan?" Huo Yuhao nodded. Wang Dong remarked, "Your dormitory bed lacks even bedding. Is it not due to your rigorous training, but rather a reluctance to spend on blankets?" Huo Yuhao replied, "I believe that saving money for meals is more crucial, as the cafeteria food is rather expensive." Unbeknownst to him, Wang Dong halted his steps, prompting Huo Yuhao to do the same. "What are you doing? We must hurry. Class is about to start." Wang Dong pressed his lips together, fixing his gaze upon Huo Yuhao. Feeling uneasy under Wang Dong's scrutiny, Huo Yuhao inquired, "What is wrong? Has that fellow from earlier affected your mind?" Wang Dong inhaled deeply through his nose and exhaled slowly. "Huo Yuhao, I apologize. I did not realize you were an orphan. I should not have bullied you." Huo Yuhao chuckled lightly. "But you did not succeed in bullying me, did you?" Wang Dong, slightly irritated, patted him on the shoulder. "When I am feeling sentimental, could you refrain from interrupting? Let us go to class. From now on, I will cover your meal expenses." As they resumed their walk toward the classroom, Wang Dong shared the effects of the Ascension Soul Pill. The primary function of the Ascension Soul Pill is to enhance one's soul power, crafted from rare herbs and minerals. Each soul master may consume only one in their lifetime. augmenting their soul power roughly equivalent to the increase experienced when progressing from level 30 to 31. Such an elevation in soul power is a rare and invaluable opportunity. However, excessive consumption could adversely affect one's future cultivation potential. Moreover, the Ascension Soul Pill bears some resemblance to the Xian Shui Pill, as it primarily stimulates latent potential while providing substantial nourishment, hence its gentle nature. Any soul master with a cultivation level above 10 may safely consume it. If I were to take it, how much soul power could I gain? Huo Yuhao inquired cautiously. Wang Dong shook his head. I cannot say. I have yet to hear of anyone willing to use an Ascension Soul Pill at such a low level. This item is highly sought after at any auction, and very few are available for sale. It is said that only a handful of plant-type soul masters can produce it, with an annual yield of no more than 20 pills. We truly have stumbled upon extraordinary fortune this time. The Academy seems fair. That individual threatened our lives yet bestowed upon us such a precious gift. Unlike Wang Dong's admiration, Huo Yuhao felt little elation, for he understood that without the presence of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, he and Wang Dong might have already turned to cinders, rendering any pill moot. When do you think would be the best time to take it? Huo Yuhao asked again. The thought ignited a fervor within him. Though he did not feel inferior, he was acutely aware of the impending challenges. Given his original talent, passing the first assessment after 3 months as a newcomer would likely be difficult. However, the rapid progress of the past few days had instilled a glimmer of hope within him. He resolved to persevere. In comparison to yesterday's class with Shoei, today's lessons were exceedingly light for the students. The morning and afternoon comprised solely theoretical courses. The morning focused on the classification of martial souls, while the afternoon was dedicated to identifying the age of soul beasts. Many students, due to their familial backgrounds, do not place much importance on these 2 courses. However, Huo Yuhao is different. He listens attentively. What he lacks is not only talent and cultivation, but also knowledge. As expected, Wang Dong treated him to a sumptuous meal at noon, and in the afternoon, as soon as school was dismissed, Tang Yu arrived. While speaking, Tang Yu handed Huo Yuhao a porcelain vial. Wang Dong, observing from the side, widened his eyes in astonishment. He had seen this kind of vial just yesterday. It was identical to the one Bei had used to give Huo Yuhao the Xian Shui Dan. Could it be that this was the second Xian Shui Dan? Unlike the Sheng Han Dan, the Xian Shui Dan has no restrictions on consumption, though its effects diminish after the first, as the impurities within each person's body are finite. The enhancement of soul power is not as substantial as that provided by the Sheng Han Dan. Teacher Xiaya, have you considered my request? Wang Dong asked eagerly. Tang Yu smiled and replied, I discussed it with Bei. He said if you achieve first place in the first assessment for new students, you can join our Tang Sect. All right, it's a deal, Wang Dong readily agreed, as the benefits of the Tang Sect are indeed remarkable. This made 2 Xian Shui Dan for Huo Yuhao. Although he believed his talent was exceptional and that the Xian Shui Dan would not benefit him much, who knows what other treasures the Tang Sect might possess. Furthermore, his primary motivation for joining the Tang Sect was not merely the benefits. Huo Yuhao placed the porcelain vial into the moonlit night beneath the 24 bridges, without asking further questions, and followed Tang Yu as they walked out of the academy. Wang Dong hurried to catch up, saying, I'm coming too. Huo Yuhao, after all, we are roommates. I should treat you and buy a couple of grilled fish. Huo Yuhao chuckled, let me treat you. Wang Dong shook his head, insisting, that one tea do. Friends are friends, and business is business. I one tea let you pay. I'll buy it myself. While saying this, he pulled out a silver soul coin and firmly pressed it into Huo Yuhao's hand. Initially, he thought he was helping Huo Yuhao, but once the 3 of them exited the academy, Wang Dong realized he had unwittingly benefited himself. Outside the academy, there were at least 30 people waiting for Huo Yuhao to emerge for grilled fish, among whom the most conspicuous was Su Sancher, who had lost to Bei in the soul battle the previous day. Seeing Su Sancher, Huo Yuhao paused momentarily, but Tang Yu immediately stepped forward. What's wrong? Not satisfied? How about I challenge you to a duel today? Su Sancher retorted irritably. You? Spare me. I don't fight women. Don't cause trouble. I'm here to buy grilled fish, not to stir up chaos. Can't you see I'm first in line? Upon hearing this, Tang Yu's expression softened, and she said somewhat begrudgingly, buying it for Jiang Nannan? Yes, Su Sancher nodded. Tang Yu teased, I didn't know you were so infatuated. Too bad she doesn't notice you. Su Sancher snapped, Tang Yu, don't provoke me. Your Bei tricked me badly yesterday, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Tang Yu stuck out her tongue and turned to Huo Yuhao. Let us begin, little Yuhao. In light of the generous offerings provided by a certain individual yesterday, today he decided to sell him 2 fish. With the grill set up, Huo Yuhao commenced his second venture of selling grilled fish outside Shrek Academy, yet the first 2 were not bestowed upon Su Sanshi, who had previously assaulted him, leaving Huo Yuhao with an unfavorable impression of him. Moreover, it was Wang Dong who made the initial payment. Thus, the first 2 grilled fish were given to him. The third and fourth were allocated to Tang Ye. It was only when Su Sanshi's expression grew increasingly dark that he finally received the 5th and 6th grilled fish, after which he tossed down the payment and departed. Delicious, truly delectable, Wang Dong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight as he savored the grilled fish, his enjoyment rivaling that of Tang Ye. By the time he finished the 2 fish, his face and hands were already greasy with oil. Meanwhile, as Huo Yuhao continued his enterprise, within a secret chamber on the heart-shaped island of the Sea God Lake at Shrek Academy, a figure gradually stirred from unconsciousness. A soft moan escaped the lips of the woman clad in red as she instinctively clasped her hand over her chest, murmuring, "So hot, so uncomfortable. I feel so distressed." Gradually, she opened her eyes, revealing a faint pink hue, her former vibrancy having faded. A hint of confusion flickered in her gaze as she wondered why the heat had dissipated. Suddenly, she flipped herself upright, instinctively glancing down at herself. Her once drenched garments were now dry. Leaping off the bed, she swiftly removed the mask from her face, revealing a slightly pale oval visage, appearing around 20 years of age. Her facial contours were somewhat cold, yet they could not conceal her captivating beauty. Standing upright, she displayed a figure that was both voluptuous and enchanting, akin to a ripe peach. "You have awakened," a venerable voice resonated, followed by a long sigh. "Xiao Tao, you nearly made a grave mistake this time." It is uncertain whether it was mere coincidence, but a surge of external ice attribute energy has flowed into your body, quelling the evil fire within you. Do you recall what transpired after you emerged from the Sea God Lake? With the 3rd episode titled Martial Soul Fusion, 3 months had elapsed since the commencement of the new academic term. With the aid of 2 Xianshui pills and a Shenghun pill, Huo Yuhao had made significant strides in his strength. The time for the freshman assessment was finally approaching. How would he confront this challenge? And what mysteries lay within his spiritual, martial soul? Chapter 15, 3 months. In the secluded chamber. The woman clad in red was none other than the formidable fire attribute 6-ring Soul Emperor, who had nearly brought disaster upon Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. If she truly appeared to be around 20 years of age, then her talent could not simply be described as extraordinary. A 20-year-old Soul Emperor is a rarity in the entire history of the Douluo Continent since the emergence of Soul Masters, even rivaling the first generation of the Shrek 7 Monsters from Shrek Academy. The elderly man in white approached her with furrowed brows and spoke in a grave tone. "How could you not inform me that the malevolent fire within you is uncontrollable? Do you understand the calamity that almost ensued? 2 external academy students nearly lost their lives to your wicked flames." Xiao Tao was momentarily taken aback. I didn't know it would be so severe. I thought I could manage it." But the elderly man sighed deeply. "The longer you suppress it, the more catastrophic the eruption will be. Xiao Tao, from this moment forth, you must cease your cultivation. Despite being the most talented individual in Shrek Academy in centuries, you cannot sacrifice yourself for the academy. If the malevolent fire were to obliterate your consciousness next time, I would regret it for all eternity." Xiao Tao retorted stubbornly, "No, master, I wish to continue my training. I promise it won't happen again. I can feel that the malevolent fire's strange and intense heat has been completely suppressed. There surely won't be any issues in the short term. But what power could possibly suppress my phoenix malevolent fire?" The elderly man pondered. "That is an exceptionally pure ice attribute, a force of utmost coldness. Its purity far surpasses that of your phoenix malevolent fire, reminiscent of the absolute frost breath of an ancient ice dragon. This is what has thoroughly restrained the impact of the phoenix malevolent fire on your body, even exceeding any method we have employed before." Xiao Tao questioned, "But it's impossible for an ancient ice dragon to exist, and certainly not within our academy. Could it be that someone has infiltrated the academy?" Xiao Tao added, "Master, let it be. There is no need for you to investigate further." The elderly man replied, "This concerns your future. How can I not be anxious? If we could locate a male possessor of an ultimate ice attribute martial soul to be your counterpart, it could alleviate the negative effects brought on by your phoenix malevolent fire. Only then could you truly soar in the future. As it stands, you are completely constrained." with your cultivation speed diminished and your life at risk. Xiao Tao's cheeks flushed. I do not wish to marry, especially not to someone I do not like for the sake of my martial soul. The elderly man sighed. The issue is that the malevolent fire cannot be contained. Xiao Tao huffed. I will manage it. I simply refuse to marry. The elderly man admonished. Ma Xiao Tao, if you continue to be so willful, I will no longer recognize you as my disciple. Upon seeing her master's anger, Ma Xiao Tao became considerably more subdued and replied with a hint of grievance. But, Master, the elderly man gently patted her head. Silly girl, feelings can be nurtured, but life is singular. Moreover, you are exceptionally gifted. Regardless, I will ensure you find a suitable future. Jiang Nanan shook her head. No need, thank you. Su Sancher tentatively inquired. Do you think I was too violent yesterday? In truth, I am not usually like this. It is only because of you that I acted so. Nanan, I understand that you harbor grievances from past events. However, our reunion at Shrek Academy is also a form of fate, is it not? I have genuinely developed feelings for you, and I assure you of my unwavering devotion. Jiang Nanan replied coldly. I recall telling you that after our last meeting, we would pursue our own paths, each seeking our own ends. There is no possibility of any intersection between us. Su Sancher, you are a lofty noble. Why must you trouble a mere girl like me? I have nothing to offer you. Please do not disturb my life any further, or I shall report you to the academy. And do refrain from bullying other students because of me. Upon finishing her words, she turned to leave, only to be obstructed by Su Sancher, who exclaimed angrily. Bullying other students? You are unaware of how badly I have been bullied by that fellow Bebe. The one who grilled the fish yesterday was his junior disciple, who took the opportunity to swindle me out of 2 xianshui pills. Tangya even gave me a dragon whisker needle. I still have a large bruise on my waist. What have I done wrong? You simply refuse to give me a chance. Gazing at her retreating figure, Su Sancher fell into a stupor for a moment before biting fiercely into the grilled fish in his hand. Su Sancher, you are truly pathetic. What is so impressive about this? I can eat it myself. This grilled fish is actually quite delicious. Huo Yuhao chuckled. You can't possibly eat grilled fish every night. Can you? No matter how delightful something is, overindulgence will lead to weariness. Wang Dong added, it's all right. I don't mind. I just want to enjoy it first. It's settled then. Tomorrow night, I want to eat 4. 2 are simply insufficient. Moreover, look at all the people still waiting in line today. I think you should prepare more. It won't take too long, and otherwise, before you can sell them, they'll all be consumed internally. The senior brother has given me another xianshui pill, Wang Dong remarked. What do you think? Should I take this one first or the Shenghun pill? Huo Yuhao asked, pulling out both pills to consult Wang Dong. Wang Dong clearly had more experience with elixirs. With 2 precious pills now in his possession, Huo Yuhao felt a surge of urgency. Should he convert these into his cultivation, he would no longer lag behind his classmates. Wang Dong pondered for a moment and replied, if I may advise, it would be best not to rush into taking either of them just yet. Why? Huo Yuhao asked, puzzled. After hearing Wang Dong's analysis, Huo Yuhao found it quite reasonable. Thank you for informing me. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss regarding how to consume them. What about you? Are you taking yours today? Wang Dong nodded and said, I am already at level 21, with my physique and meridians in excellent condition, making it ideal for me to absorb the Shenghun pill. I will take it now. There is enough time tonight to assimilate its potency. Tomorrow I will at least be at level 22, perhaps even 23. Didn't T senior sister Xiaoya say that once I achieve first place in the new student assessment, I would be invited to join the Tang Sect? Upon consuming the soul elevation pill, my confidence has surged immensely. Very well, I shall commence my cultivation now. You may continue your practice. As he spoke, he retrieved the walnut-sized pill and brought it to his lips, gently biting into it. Instantly, a rich and refreshing fragrance erupted from the elixir, and Wang Dong inhaled deeply, drawing a stream of verdant liquid into his abdomen from the ruptured surface. He did not neglect the outer shell, which he chewed and swallowed with ease. At that moment, the dormitory was enveloped in a fragrance reminiscent of a flourishing garden, and Huo Yuhao felt his mind clear, as if all 36,000 pores of his body had opened, filling him with an indescribable exhilaration. Without hesitation, he promptly seated himself in a meditative posture, seizing the opportunity presented by the complete mobilization of his soul power to engage in cultivation. Following the transformative effects of the xianshui pill, Huo Yuhao found that this period of practice was nothing short of a delight. He soon entered a state of deep meditation. as the Shantian skill flowed effortlessly through his body, nourishing him while gradually and steadily enhancing his abilities. After the tumultuous first 2 days of the semester, Huo Yuhao's academic journey stabilized and gradually garnered him some recognition. His fame was not derived from remarkable strength, but rather from his exceptional grilled fish technique. Nearly all students and teachers who had tasted Huo Yuhao's grilled fish sang his praises. Initially, he prepared 20 fish daily, which soon increased to 30. Yet it still fell short of the demand from students and faculty alike. However, he refused to augment the supply further, as he wished to allocate more time to his cultivation. To indulge in a single serving of grilled fish, many students rushed out to line up immediately after class. And due to the limited availability, a restriction of 1 fish per person was enforced. Nevertheless, Huo Yuhao maintained his prices, earning unanimous acclaim from the students and forging numerous friendships. The first beauty of the outer academy, Jiang Nannan, finally managed to savor a grilled fish, having queued for it herself. Interestingly, although Su Sancher was unable to charm Jiang Nannan with the fish, he developed a fondness for its flavor and became a loyal patron of Huo Yuhao's culinary offerings. Time passed swiftly, and the initial 3 months of the freshman studies had elapsed. Under the rigorously demanding guidance of Zhou Yi, the first freshman class underwent a remarkable transformation. However, the academy's higher-ups were astonished to discover that, after 3 months of rigorous training, Zhou Yi's class still retained 67 students, a stark contrast to the academy's estimate of merely 1/3 remaining. If one were to identify the student who underwent the most significant change in this 3-month period, it would undoubtedly be Huo Yuhao. At the commencement of his studies, his soul power was a mere level 11, and he had only recently acquired his soul ring, placing him at the very bottom of the academy's rankings. Yet, 3 months later, Huo Yuhao had undergone a complete metamorphosis, and since assuming the role of class leader, no one had contested his position. This was not because of an astonishing prowess that rendered him unbeatable, but rather due to the spirit he embodied, earning him the heartfelt respect of all his classmates in the freshman class. This is also a significant reason why the first-year class has managed to retain 2/3 of its students under Zhou Yi's stringent guidance. Huo Yuhao is exceptionally diligent. Nearly every instructor who has taught the first-year class is aware of his presence, regardless of the time of day, morning, or afternoon, and irrespective of the subject matter. There is always a pair of eyes fixated on the teacher, attentively absorbing every explanation. His innate talent is not particularly remarkable, nor is his ability exceptionally strong. Yet, he consistently embodies the spirit of earnestness. Zhou Yi's strictness is unparalleled throughout the academy, yet even she cannot find a single fault in Huo Yuhao. Her grueling, extended physical training sessions are torturous for students of his age. However, Huo Yuhao not only endures until the end each time, but also engages in additional practice every night. Upon closer inspection, she beheld a figure with a bare torso, drenched in sweat. His iron attire was already soaked through. Each step he took seemed laborious, and Zhou Yi even observed a trail of moisture left on the track. This figure, not particularly tall but steadfast and resolute, was Huo Yuhao. In that moment, Zhou Yi was profoundly moved. He was practicing even in the dead of night. Zhou Yi called out to Huo Yuhao and inquired about his actions. He simply replied, "Teacher, my talent is lacking, so I must exert myself more than others. After physical training, I meditate, which seems to hasten my progress." At that moment, Zhou Yi even questioned whether Huo Yuhao was aware of her presence that night, as if he were performing for her. However, she soon dismissed that thought. For regardless of the weather, be it windy or rainy, every night, a solitary figure would quietly appear in the plaza of Shrek Academy, running for over 2 hours. Moreover, his iron attire gradually transformed from a single piece into 2. Although Huo Yuhao had not confided in anyone, his classmates became aware of his commitment. Other students had attempted to join him in his nocturnal runs, but none could persevere beyond 3 days. The daytime was already filled with intensive learning, and continuing to practice at night was not merely a physical regimen. It was a true test of endurance. Yet, it was this very ordeal that Huo Yuhao managed to withstand. His tenacity, where others faltered, garnered the respect and admiration of all his classmates. Under Zhou Yi's rigorous expectations, he persevered for 3 months, becoming one of the 67 students to remain in the first-year class. Hard work can compensate for lack of talent, a simple phrase. Yet how many can genuinely embody it? Huo Yuhao did, and thus he reaped the rewards. Indeed, the 2 mystic water pills and 1 ascension pill were crucial factors in his significant advancement in cultivation during this brief span of 3 months. However, his growth transcended mere soul power. It encompassed a holistic development. In terms of knowledge and various skills, today, 3 months later, he has undergone a remarkable transformation. Once slightly shorter than Wang Dong, he now stands at a height comparable to Wang Dong's, and his physique has noticeably become much more robust. While he does not possess exaggerated muscles, when his upper body is revealed, one can observe that his form is remarkably well proportioned, with each muscle seemingly imbued with ample explosive power. More significantly, Huo Yuhao's constitution has undergone a profound transformation over the past 3 months. A metamorphosis that is both internal and external, and certainly not merely a result of the 2 Xian Shui Dan he consumed. After achieving a unique insight into the Xian Tian Gong, Huo Yuhao conveyed this understanding to Tang Ye and Bei Bei. However, despite their attempts, they were unable to generate the same nourishing effect on their meridians as he did. Huo Yuhao's nightly physical training sessions stem from the necessity of exhausting both his physical stamina and soul power before experiencing the rejuvenating effects of the Xiantian Gong. Each subtle infusion has led to a slight expansion of his meridians, a sensation that has diminished over time. His cultivation speed has also been significantly enhanced. Following the consumption of the second Xian Shui Dan, Huo Yuhao's cultivation velocity has escalated to 7 times its initial rate, with impurities in his body being progressively expelled. After 3 months of diligent practice, his meridians have continuously broadened and grown more resilient, now reaching approximately 10 times his original cultivation speed. What an astonishing improvement this is! At this juncture, Huo Yuhao's cultivation level has reached the average standard of his peers within the class. Even more commendable is the fact that through his own efforts, his soul power has continued to rise over these 3 months. As of today, he has reached the pinnacle of level 17 and is on the verge of breaking through to level 18. This is still due to the need for him to stabilize his foundation after earlier rapid advancements through medication. It can be said that his talent has long since transcended the status of being a mere underachiever upon entering Shrek Academy. Today, the physical training class has been suspended. Zhou Yi stands behind the podium, her aged visage maintaining a neutral expression, yet whenever she teaches, nearly all students sit upright, with none daring to show any sign of disruption. 3 months have passed since the beginning of the semester. You are about to face your first assessment as entrants to Shrek Academy. Only by passing this evaluation can you officially become first-year students, thereby truly joining the ranks of Shrek Academy. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, you should be able to remain at the academy for further cultivation until at least the graduation examination of the first year. The assessment will commence tomorrow, and today I will outline the key points regarding it. Rarely does Zhou Yi's tone exhibit such calmness. Her gaze sweeps across the 67 students below, and she feels a profound sense of satisfaction. While this cohort may not possess superior qualities compared to previous classes, their willpower, cultivated over the past 3 months, undoubtedly surpasses that of any class Zhou Yi has ever taught. For Zhou Yi, this is indeed a delightful surprise, with Huo Yuhao as class leader, playing a pivotal role in this development. Huo Yuhao. Over these 3 months, Huo Yuhao's respect for Zhou Yi has been deeply genuine, rather than stemming from her authoritative demeanor. Zhou Yi indeed often employs unconventional methods in her teaching, at times pushing her students to the brink of despair. However, it must be acknowledged that her pedagogical prowess is remarkable, and the efficacy of her unique approaches surpasses their expectations. Consequently, the first-year class has undergone a striking transformation. Today, the remaining 67 students exude an aura of unwavering determination. Huo Yuhao has observed students from other classes, but has not witnessed a similar spirit among them. As Bei Bei aptly stated, although Zhou Yi is strict, those who persevere under her guidance are destined to become exemplary students, and perhaps even formidable forces in the future. Zhou Yi gestured for Huo Yuhao to approach, and he promptly walked to the podium to receive a stack of papers she handed him. Without needing further instruction, he quickly distributed them to each classmate. Zhou Yi said, "After the freshman assessment, we will tailor our teaching to your individual needs. Please write down your future cultivation directions to submit to me later." The cultivation directions she referred to include categories such as offense, defense, control, and support for soul masters. While the initial 3 months of instruction allow for collective learning, the true first-year studies will necessitate differentiation, as the training inclinations of various types of soul masters differ significantly. Zhou Yi continued, "You are all my students. Although the class will be reorganized after the freshman assessment, I hope you little rascals will not forget what I have taught you. Please submit the papers after class. Now, let me explain the key points of the freshman assessment. As she spoke, Zhou Yi turned to the blackboard and sketched a few lines, inscribing the word battle prominently in the center. Indeed, the freshman assessment revolves around battle, and every individual must participate. I understand that among you, the equipment soul masters, particularly those of the support and food categories, may be perplexed as to why you must also engage in combat. I assure you, you are indeed required to step onto the battlefield, just like the battle soul masters. Although Shrek Academy cultivates well-rounded talents, the paramount focus remains on battlefield capabilities. On the first day of school, I mentioned that with the advent of soul guidance devices, the classifications of soul masters have become increasingly blurred. Even if you are a support or food equipment soul master, you can unleash formidable combat power through soul guidance devices. However, from where will your combat instincts arise? Can a soul master simply wield a soul guidance device and naively enter the battlefield, expecting to survive? Certainly not. Combat proficiency must be honed through actual combat. Thus, all of you must undertake a combat assessment. Rest assured, the Academy will not pit support-type equipment soul masters against defense-type battle soul masters, as that would be unjust. Therefore, the freshman assessment will be conducted in the form of team battles. However, the number of participants will not be excessive. The final decision for this year's team battle will consist of 3 members per team, a commendable standard for your age group, to develop a certain degree of coordination. When forming teams, there may be no more than one offense-type battle soul master per group. Moreover, the other 2 team members will be assigned at random. Firstly, it will be taken into account that the students from the same dormitory form a team, while the others may freely combine as they wish. For those who fail to form a team, a draw will determine their groupings. Shortly, I shall provide you with a more reasonable division of subgroups. The freshman assessment will be conducted uniformly across the entire grade. Given the considerable number of students in our academy over the years, this time, close to 300 teams will participate in the freshman assessment, yet only half will be retained, specifically the top 150 teams. This ranking will be based on the points accrued during your combat competitions. The matches will be determined by a draw, with each team required to engage in at least 10 battles. Ultimately, the ranking will depend on the number of victories achieved. The top 64 teams will then enter a knockout stage, with distinct rewards designated for the top 4 teams in the elimination round. The reward for the champion team will be exceedingly rare. Song Qinghan, Zhou Yi announced in a firm tone. A diminutive student swiftly stood up, clearly taken aback that Zhou Yi would call upon him first, as he had always been rather inconspicuous in class. Zhou Yi continued. Each class's homeroom teacher may nominate one exceptional student to pass the assessment directly. The individual I have selected is you. Based on my observations, I believe you would be better suited to continue your training in the Soul Guidance Department. Do you have any objections? You now have 2 choices, either proceed to the Soul Guidance Department or leave. Her assertiveness was truly formidable. All students' gazes converged on Song Qinghan. I am willing, thank you. Teacher Zhou, Song Qinghan responded, showing no resistance to Zhou Yi's strong demeanor, nearly leaping with excitement. His purpose for coming to Shrek Academy was precisely to enter the Soul Guidance Department. Zhou Yi gestured for him to take a seat, and the grouping commenced. First group, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong stood up almost simultaneously, having intended to be in the same group. Upon hearing Zhou Yi explicitly assign them together, they exchanged glances, both recognizing the surprise in each other's eyes. Alongside them stood a petite female student from the front row, who, like Song Qinghan, was not particularly outstanding among her peers, seemingly possessing abilities that hovered around the average level. Second group, Zihao, Ma Qingshuang, and Lung Lung. Third group. Although Zhou Yi appeared formidable after her group announcements, each student felt a sense of relief. Huo Yuhao observed keenly, silently admiring her. Despite her typically stern and severe demeanor, she evidently understood each student well, and her groupings were clearly well thought out. Chapter 16. The Freshman Assessment, Part 1. As Zhou Yi's gaze suddenly turned icy, every student involuntarily shivered with trepidation. Undoubtedly, the memories she left behind would likely become their nightmares. In an instant, the atmosphere among the freshmen transformed into one charged with palpable tension. Even if it was merely to avoid the torment of this instructor, they were determined to pass the assessment with all their might. Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, stay behind. Bring them to me. Wang Dong, sensing the impending scrutiny, immediately bowed his head and discreetly retreated a step, hiding behind Huo Yuhao. Joey scrutinized the 3 blank sheets of paper in her hands, her eyes twitching slightly before she raised her gaze to Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. Under her piercing stare, they felt as though their very beings were being penetrated. All right, you 3 are deliberately trying to intimidate me, are you? She slammed one of the sheets onto the desk with a resounding thud. Bang! All 3 of them trembled in unison. Control system, Joey stated coldly. She then grabbed the second sheet and brought it down with equal force upon the desk. Control system. Her voice elevated noticeably. And Huo Yuhao glanced at Wang Dong in surprise. Undoubtedly, the second sheet belonged to him. Bang! Joey's final strike nearly shattered the podium, declaring yet again. Control system. Huh? This time, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong were both astonished, their gazes shifting to the downcast Xiao Xiao, who was fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. In their recollections, Xiao Xiao was meant to be an auxiliary soul master. How had she transitioned into the control system? Huo Yuhao hastily interjected, Teacher Zhou. I have always aspired to become a control system battle soul master. My mental detection allows me to survey the entire battlefield, and surely, the soul rings I will absorb in the future will include offensive abilities. Therefore, I do not wish to solely be an auxiliary master. The control system aligns more suitably with my future development. Zhou slowly nodded. That holds some merit. The control system indeed offers greater prospects than the auxiliary system. Your choice is not misguided. Consider yourself past. Wang Dong, why are you hiding? Step forward. While it's somewhat justifiable for Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao to claim control system. What about you? A powerful assault system master submitting a control system application. Are you intentionally causing trouble? Wang Dong cautiously stepped out from behind Huo Yuhao, a sheepish grin adorning his face. Teacher Zhou, please do not be angry. I genuinely believe my capabilities would allow me to function as a control system battle soul master. After all, if I can control the battlefield through sheer offensive power, wouldn't that equate to control? Moreover, I possess both aerial and ranged attack capabilities. Isn't controlling the field feasible? You. Zhou was nearly amused to the point of exasperation, casting him a knowing glare. Do not think I am unaware. You simply wish to remain close to Huo Yuhao. If I were to label you foolish, it would be ironic, as you are the most accomplished one in the class and could be considered a genius. Yet, if I were to call you clever, you would appear as dense as a blockhead. When have you ever witnessed an assault system battle soul master and a control system master separated? Class division is indeed commendable. Yet the assault spirit masters and control spirit masters have been grouped together. You imbecile, rectify this at once. As she spoke, she cast the white paper in her hand towards Wang Dong. Cough, though insulted as a fool, Wang Dong maintained a cheerful demeanor, swiftly altering the classification from control to assault, and then respectfully presented it to Zhou. Humph. Zhou huffed in annoyance, her gaze finally landing on Xiao Xiao. And you, Xiao Xiao, if my memory serves me correctly, your martial spirit is the rare soul calming tripod, which can be regarded as a top-tier weapon spirit. The primary function of this soul calming tripod is support. Why then, have you opted for a control role? Xiao Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Wang Dong and replied in a soft voice, Teacher Zhou, my soul calming tripod is not quite like the ordinary ones. It integrates both offensive and supportive capabilities. It can also serve for defense, albeit with some difficulty. It is a mutated soul calming tripod, known as the Tri-Life Soul Calming Tripod. Zhou paused momentarily. Xiao Xiao, are you not aware that a scattered inclination may hinder your future development? I recommend that you focus your efforts in a singular direction. Even for a mutated martial spirit, it is essential to maintain a clear inclination when attaching spirit rings. Xiao Xiao nodded in understanding. I am aware, which is why I primarily chose to emphasize attack and defense within the capabilities of the Tri-Life Soul Calming Tripod. Zhou frowned, yet that still bears no relation to control. It was evident that she possessed considerable patience towards this girl named Xiao Xiao. In a hushed tone, Xiao Xiao added, however, I have another martial spirit that can perform support and control. What? This revelation not only astonished Zhou, but even Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong widened their eyes in disbelief. Wang Dong was particularly taken aback. He had believed himself to be the singular powerhouse among the new students, only to discover such a hidden gem within the class. Dual martial spirits? Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong exclaimed in unison. Xiao Xiao shyly lowered her head. Huo Yuhao nodded and said, Teacher Zhou, even if I were to secure the championship, I would still wish to follow you in my training. Zhou was momentarily taken aback. You foolish child, do you not find me overly stern? I am well aware of what they privately call me. There is no need to flatter me. Huo Yuhao shook his head earnestly. No, Teacher Zhou. I genuinely wish to continue learning from you. Although you may be a bit strict, it is only under your guidance that I can acquire more valuable knowledge. I have occasionally observed students from other classes, and at least during these initial 3 months, their progress pales in comparison to that of our classmates. A hint of a smile finally graced Zhou Yi's face, though her aged features did not lend themselves to beauty when smiling. Huo Yuhao sensed a gentle warmth from her for the first time. Indeed, the three responded in unison, stepping out of the classroom together. As soon as they exited, Xiao Xiao, as if summoning her courage, said, "Wang Dong, may I have a word with you? She has feelings for you." There is no need to reject her so overtly, Huo Yuhao teased Wang Dong. For 3 months, the two had grown exceedingly familiar with one another. The rigorous training life at the academy had only served to strengthen Huo Yuhao's physique, while his spirit felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Here, every student was treated as an equal, devoid of the class distinctions that pervaded the Duke's manner. With his mind liberated, his demeanor had become notably more cheerful. He was no longer the reticent and shy boy he had once been. I truly cannot best you, you've won," Huo Yuhao conceded. Wang Dong chuckled and said, "Let us go. We can leave early today. Let us grab some grilled fish to eat. Tomorrow marks the official registration, and the assessments are likely to commence the day after." Huo Yuhao replied with mild annoyance, "You eat grilled fish every day. Don't you ever tire of it? Besides, with the assessments approaching, shouldn't we sharpen our skills?" Wang Dong scoffed. "You and your rigid thinking, all you know is to practice. Aren't you worried about becoming dull?" Huo Yuhao laughed lightly. "With my mediocre talent, it's only natural for me to make an early start. You know that my soul power has reached level 17 largely due to medicinal assistance. At least I now have a chance to pass the assessments. Teacher Zhou placed me in the same group as you, and Xiao Xiao, clearly out of consideration for me. If I do not put in the effort, wouldn't that be a disservice to Teacher Zhou's goodwill?" Wang Dong shrugged. "Your talent may be lacking, but your martial soul is commendable. Don't worry. With a genius like me around, even if it's just dealing with a few newcomers, even second-year students may not be able to defeat me when the time comes. Just use your spirit-sharing detection and watch from the sidelines. With me in action, victory will be within our grasp." Huo Yuhao cautioned, "We are at Shrek Academy, the foremost academy in the world, where hidden talents abound. Do not take things lightly. I also think Xiao Xiao has considerable strength. You both should coordinate well." Though he possessed 4 significant mental abilities, Wang Dong was aware only of the spirit-sharing detection. In terms of direct combat prowess, while Huo Yuhao had established a foundation through the Tang Sect's unique skills, relying solely on these skills and the strength of his martial soul was insufficient. As Wang Dong had said, during the assessments, his primary contribution would indeed be the spirit-sharing detection. With soul power at level 17, he could already coalesce a stream of white energy within his body, circulating along the path of the Xian Tian Gong, rendering his entire being transparent. His meridians felt warm, providing not only comfort but also marked progress. After 3 months of diligent practice, Huo Yuhao sensed that under the nurturing effects of 2 Xian Shui pills and the insights gained from the Xian Tian Gong, his meridians had significantly expanded and exhibited remarkable elasticity and resilience. In terms of physique, he was no longer inferior to any of his peers. However, having started on this path later than Wang Dong, it was improbable for him to catch up. They would have to progress together. At this rate, Huo Yuhao felt confident that by the end of the first year, he would break through to level 20, allowing him to acquire his second spirit ring. Brother Tianming had once mentioned that upon obtaining the second spirit ring, his strength would experience a dramatic leap, especially as his ice martial soul would finally possess its own capabilities. In that moment, Huo Yuhao was filled with anticipation. When the time came, he would fight alongside Wang Dong once more, and undoubtedly, he would be able to assist him even more. Time during meditation always seemed to pass the swiftest. And soon it was evening. As customary, Huo Yuhao made his way to the dining hall to purchase some processed fish, heading straight for the academy's entrance. Today, the flow of people at the academy's gates was noticeably diminished, perhaps due to the impending new student assessments, which instilled a sense of urgency in the majority of freshmen, who were likely honing their skills in their dormitories. However, Huo Yuhao's business remained unaffected. By the time he arrived, a line had already formed, with Su Sancher standing at the front. Su Sancher flicked a silver coin to Huo Yuhao, saying, "No need for change, just give me a large one." Huo Yuhao chuckled, remarking, "Brother Su, you truly are undeterred by the weather." The previous discord between them had long since faded, and they had grown quite familiar with one another over time. Upon getting to know Su Sancher better, Huo Yuhao discovered that although Su was not as gentle as Bei Bei and had a somewhat fiery temper, his passionate nature was accompanied by a warm-heartedness. Su Sancher grinned, saying, "What can I say? I'm quite fond of your cooking. If I don't indulge in this every evening, I can't enjoy my dinner. I've had my share of roasted fish before, but none can match your mastery of the grill. Even Jiang Nandan praises your cooking. By the way, I heard you have the new student assessments coming up?" Huo Yuhao nodded, replying, "Indeed." Su Sancher urged, "You must give it your all. You absolutely cannot be eliminated. Otherwise, I'll have nowhere to get my roasted fish." At that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that Bei Bei had won due to Huo Yuhao's influence, believing instead that Huo Yuhao was merely of average talent, with his only skill being his delectable roasted fish. In reality, Huo Yuhao's reputation as a fish cook at Shrek Academy far surpassed his actual strength. Just then, a cool, clarion voice suddenly pierced the atmosphere. Upon hearing it, Su Sancher shivered, and Huo Yuhao could discern a hint of fear in his eyes, though more prominently, he sensed resignation. Those in line behind Su Sancher fell silent, instantly struck dumb. A woman emerged from the academy's entrance, walking gracefully, and the crowd instinctively parted to clear a path for her, even daring not to meet her gaze, bowing their heads instead. The effect she had surpassed even that of Jiang Nanan's entrance. Huo Yuhao looked up to see a woman clad in red, her figure tall and well-proportioned. The first thing that caught one's attention were her somewhat exaggerated curves, firm and towering, yet her waist was exquisitely slender, flaring out only at her hips, with long, straight legs exuding a vibrant youthful aura. However, her face remained concealed behind a scarlet veil, though one could surmise from the arch of her brows that she was undoubtedly a beauty. Her pale pink eyes possessed an enchanting allure that could captivate the soul. Fortunately, her gaze was cold, tempering the mesmerizing intensity of her eyes. Su Sancher clearly recognized her. Mustering his courage, he turned to face her, avoiding her gaze, and slightly lowered his head, saying, "Sister Xiaodao." Huo Yuhao was increasingly astonished. Su Sancher was fiery in temperament and notoriously unruly. As a fifth-grade student, his standing in the outer academy was even superior to that of Bei Bei. Owing to his formidable talent, many sixth-grade students held him in awe. Even the teachers would not dare to adopt such an attitude towards him. Who, then, was this woman in red? For reasons unknown, both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, standing beside him, felt an inexplicable familiarity upon seeing her. The woman in red glanced at Huo Yuhao's roasting stove and gracefully approached Su Sancher, inquiring, "Little Su, are you here to enjoy grilled fish?" Su Sancher nodded and replied, "Indeed. The grilled fish made by Yuhao is exceptional and delicious." A glimmer of curiosity flickered in the woman's eyes as she turned to Huo Yuhao and said, "Please prepare one for me to taste." She was no ethereal being unaccustomed to the mundane. She spent most of her time in cultivation and naturally found new experiences intriguing. Huo Yuhao instinctively responded, "I apologize, but I only sell 30 fish each day, and the queue for today has already reached that number. I kindly ask you to come earlier tomorrow." He had uttered this same line to countless others. However, as soon as his words fell, nearly every person in line suddenly looked up in horror at him, including Su Sancher. What astonished Huo Yuhao even more was that those who had been behind Su Sancher in line scattered in an instant, leaving without a trace. The woman in red smiled and remarked, "Well, it appears that the line has vanished. I believe I should be able to partake now." Su Sancher kept signaling to Huo Yuhao with his eyes. Huo Yuhao, being a reasonable person, nodded and continued to focus on grilling the fish. Wang Dong, however, was not pleased. He indignantly said, "Who are you to disrupt our business?" The woman in red raised her right hand, revealing fingers as delicate as spring onions. On her right index finger rested a magnificent ruby of an exquisite blood-red hue. With a flicker of brilliance, a gold soul coin materialized in her hand, which she then extended towards Wang Dong, saying, "I shall cover the cost of today's grilled fish." Wang Dong, showing no hesitation, accepted the gold soul coin without further protest. Despite the imposing presence of the woman in red that had frightened many away, she appeared to be quite reasonable. Nonetheless, he felt an unsettling sense of fear towards her begin to stir within him. Huo Yuhao, however, honestly stated, "There is no need for such a large sum. My grilled fish costs 5 copper soul coins each." The woman in red seemed disinclined to engage further with him, responding coolly, "Consider this as a deposit in the future. When I wish to indulge, you shall not charge me." "Very well," Huo Yuhao nodded in agreement, meticulously continuing to grill the fish. Although the woman in red had initially appeared to seek out Su Sancher, she now paid him no mind, and instead focused intently on Huo Yuhao as he cooked. Moments later, she let out a soft exclamation. "Ah, your control over the heat is impeccable. Are you a fire attribute soul master?" As a master of fire herself, she could easily discern Huo Yuhao's deft adjustments of the fish's position to master the flames. Huo Yuhao shook his head. Moments later, the first batch of 4 grilled fish was completed. With no one else around that day, Huo Yuhao presented 2 fish each to the woman in red and Su Sancher. In truth, he procured more than 30 fish daily, with the surplus allocated for Tang Ye and Wang Dong. Su Sancher appeared noticeably unsettled upon encountering the woman in red, his enthusiasm for the grilled fish waning. In contrast, the woman gradually lifted her veil, revealing her stunningly beautiful visage, and began to eat with deliberate grace. To Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong's astonishment, as she consumed the fish, the bones mysteriously vanished from her hands, leaving no trace behind, despite eating with her hands. Not a hint of grease remained. What manner of ability is this? Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. The 2 grilled fish were soon devoured, and the woman in red nodded toward Huo Yuhao, remarking, "Your grilled fish is exquisite, both in flavor and in its earnestness. Allow me to observe your martial soul." Her words bore an undeniable authority. After the eruption of flames within her, which had been subdued by an unusual ice attribute, she had been free from her martial soul's oppressive malevolence for the subsequent 3 months. However, as time passed, the aura of ice had gradually been refined by her own phoenix flames, causing the backlash to re-emerge. She sought out Su Sancher because his Xianming turtle martial soul was the finest water attribute among the current students, capable of assisting her in suppressing her internal dark flames. For Su Sancher, this process was akin to tempering steel, yielding benefits, albeit through a painful ordeal. This was why he wore a grim expression upon seeing her. He had endured such torment more than once or twice. Huo Yuhao furrowed his brow, while Wang Dong bristled with indignation, only to be restrained by Huo Yuhao's gesture. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to the woman in red, a pale golden light igniting in his eyes. As this faint gold illuminated his gaze, a layer of violet also rippled within his deep blue irises. Among the Tang Sect's profound skills, Huo Yuhao's most rapid advancement was in the purple extreme demon eye. Each morning, as he absorbed the eastern purple aura, his spiritual eyes generated a siphoning sensation. His training yielded results in 1 day that surpassed those of Bei Bei and Tang Ye in 10 days, thus facilitating the swift progress of the purple extreme demon eye. The long lashes of the woman in red slightly arched, as she sensed Huo Yuhao's remarkable spiritual detection sharing. With the enhancement of his cultivation, the potency of Huo Yuhao's soul rings began to amplify. As the Tianming Iceworm had stated, the extent of Huo Yuhao's endurance directly correlated with the power of the first soul ring it manifested. Initially, although the first soul ring contained 4 skills, it was equivalent to the effect of a soul ring around 400 years old. Now, however, the first soul ring boasted the power of approximately 600 years. The range of his spiritual detection and interference had expanded to a diameter of 50 meters, with heightened precision. The first seal of the heavenly dream eye silkworm within Huo Yuhao has partially activated. Its formidable mental essence will naturally enhance the power of the first soul ring as Huo Yuhao's cultivation progresses, an unfathomable prospect for other soul masters. As Huo Yuhao's strength increases, his first soul ring will undoubtedly grow even more terrifying. The heavenly dream ice silkworm cannot bestow overwhelming power all at once. However, it has granted Huo Yuhao a future of exceptional brilliance. The woman in red chuckled softly, introducing herself. "I am Ma Xiaotao. It is a pleasure to meet you. I shall return for your roasted fish when the opportunity arises." She then turned to Su Sancher. "Let us depart." Su Sancher, with a pained expression, remarked, "Sister Xiaotao, could you please take it easy today?" Ma Xiao shot him a fleeting glance, prompting Su Sancher to quickly amend his words. "No problem at all. I am entirely agreeable." As he spoke, he hurried ahead, gesturing for Ma Xiaotao to follow. Once they entered the academy, Wang Dong whispered, "Her name is rather commonplace." Huo Yuhao replied, "Does a name signify anything? Do you not find her somewhat familiar?" Wang Dong suddenly gasped. Could she be the person we encountered before? In red attire. Is she perhaps an inner court disciple? Huo Yuhao shrugged, indicating uncertainty. As soon as Ma Xiaotao and Su Sancher departed, others rushed to form a queue. And a 4th-year outer court student, overhearing their conversation, lowered his voice. "Brothers, please speak quietly. We must not casually discuss inner court disciples, especially senior Xiaodao." Huo Yuhao expressed his astonishment. She is indeed from the inner court? The senior confirmed, of course. In our Shrek Academy, those in red are all from the inner court. I am unsure of the exact number of inner court members, but they seldom venture out. There is a ranking system within the inner court, and competition is fierce. Senior Xiaodao ranks among the top 10, her strength far beyond what we can compare. He continued, Senior Su Sanshur seems to have a close relationship with her. Perhaps she might recommend him for the inner court in the future. Wang Dong inquired, is a recommendation necessary to enter the inner court? The senior replied, absolutely. Although I am not well versed in the specifics of the procedure, it is said that every outer court student wishing to enter the inner court requires a recommendation from an inner court member. The roasted fish sold remarkably well. And as the event approached its conclusion, Bei Bei and Tang Yu arrived. Huo Yuhao presented them with the stock he had prepared, inviting them to partake in the roasted fish. Junior brother, the new student assessment begins tomorrow. I have received precise information. Registration will take place in the morning, followed by the assessment in the afternoon. You must be prepared, Bei Bei said with his usual gentleness. Huo Yuhao nodded affirmatively. Elder brother, I will strive to pass the assessment. Thank you, Teacher Tangya. He added as he accepted the treasure pouch, having a fair idea of its contents. Wang Dong, filled with curiosity, asked, Teacher Tangya, we cannot use soul-guiding devices for the new student assessment, can we? Tangya retorted, what's soul-guiding devices? Do you not know what our Tang Sect is renowned for? Wang Dong, upon observing the concealed weapons of Huo Yuhao, could not help but curl his lips in disdain and remarked, your esteemed teacher, Xiaoya, evidently underestimates me. With my presence, there is no need for you to take action. Chapter 17. First Collaboration, Dual Control, Part 1. Huo Yuhao remarked with a hint of exasperation, pride leads to stagnation. We should maintain a sense of humility. Wang Dong scoffed. Do you think my martial soul can ever be understated? Indeed, the brilliance of his bright goddess butterfly martial soul was always a spectacle, making discretion quite a challenge. The night passed in silence, consumed by their training. Early the following morning, after breakfast, the two arrived at the teaching building. As soon as they entered the classroom, they were enveloped by an eager atmosphere. Following yesterday's grouping by Zhou Yi, today, the students were clustered in threes, engaged in hushed discussions. Xiao Xiao had arrived earlier than them and waved eagerly as they entered. The assessment begins this afternoon. Let us strategize our tactics, she urged. Wang Dong nonchalantly replied, there is nothing to strategize. We'll just charge through. Xiao Xiao gently shook her head. It's not that simple. I've heard that each class has exceptionally talented students forming elite teams, all vying for the championship. They won't be easy to contend with. We must coordinate seamlessly to have a chance. Wang Dong was about to retort, but was halted by Huo Yuhao's intervention. Wang Dong, adjust your attitude, or I shall request a team change from Teacher Zhou. Xiao Xiao, possibly harboring resentment from being rebuffed by Wang Dong the previous day, quickly chimed in. Indeed, excessive confidence borders on arrogance. Wang Dong huffed, but fell silent. Huo Yuhao placed a reassuring arm around his shoulder. All right, let us not dwell on it. If we work well together, defeating our opponents will be much easier. Let us share our strengths. Though they had studied together for 3 months, their training was conducted individually, and they were largely unfamiliar with each other's martial souls. I'll go first, Huo Yuhao began. My martial soul is of the spiritual attribute, adept at mental detection and sharing. I can provide detailed awareness of any movements within a 50-meter radius during combat, which also grants us a tactical advantage. Wang Dong added, I am a powerful attack-type soul master, capable of both ranged and close combat, and I can fly. His arrogance was not unfounded. In terms of soul power, martial soul, and soul skills, he was indeed peerless among his contemporaries. The mere fact that his second soul ring was of a millennium level was unmatched within the academy. Xiao Xiao nodded. My primary martial soul is the 3 Lives Town Soul Cauldron, which integrates both offense and defense and exerts a certain control over the battlefield. It primarily relies on colliding with the enemy to induce a state of disorientation while simultaneously dealing damage. My secondary martial soul is the Xiao, the 9 Phoenixes Elegant Xiao, which focuses on auxiliary control. Currently, my secondary martial soul possesses only a century-old soul ring, capable of slowing down opponents during battle. Wang Dong expressed his surprise. Isn't your auxiliary martial soul meant to amplify our allies? Xiao Xiao smiled with a touch of pride. Not necessarily. Sometimes, weakening the opponent proves more effective than simply enhancing ourselves. You'll understand when the time comes. However, I shall not readily employ my second martial soul. We will conceal our strength and proceed gradually. Both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong have come to the realization that Xiao Xiao is perhaps more formidable than they initially imagined. Unbeknownst to them, when Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao form a dual control field, an astonishing level of control will be unleashed. Bang, 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 the sound of 3 knocks echoed. And in the next moment, the entire class fell into an utter silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Zhou Yi stood at the entrance of the classroom, her right hand just having descended. She was the source of the earlier knocking on the teacher's door. She strode to the podium, maintaining her characteristic icy demeanor, and announced, "I have submitted the competition teams. The contest officially commences this afternoon. During the 10 rounds of the circular matches, you will not encounter each other, but will face students from other classes. My only guidance for you is this. Whoever obstructs your progress through the assessment, you shall strike without mercy. That will be all. You may disperse now and gather in the assessment area this afternoon." With that, the elderly lady coolly turned and departed. Wang Dong whispered to Huo Yuhao, "Do you not think that teacher Zhou is becoming increasingly striking?" Huo Yuhao cast a glance at him and replied, "It is not striking, it is sheer dominance." Xiao Xiao, approaching from the side, giggled and said, "What teacher Zhou possesses is called presence. Let us find a place to practice first. Otherwise, how shall we coordinate this afternoon?" Without waiting for Wang Dong to respond, Huo Yuhao immediately nodded in agreement. "Wang Dong, if you wish to indulge in grilled fish in the future, I require you to follow my orders during the freshman assessment. Do you agree?" Wang Dong looked at Huo Yuhao's resolute gaze, his expression filled with indignation. "Huo Yuhao, you are taking advantage of the situation." Huo Yuhao, unfazed, replied, "You may choose not to eat." After a moment of hesitation, Wang Dong ultimately acquiesced, "All right. I relent. I will follow your lead. But from now on, the cleanliness of our dormitory shall be your responsibility." Huo Yuhao looked at him with disdain. "Did you manage the cleaning for the past 3 months?" "Well," Wang Dong was momentarily speechless. "You win this round." Xiao Xiao, having seemingly aligned completely with Huo Yuhao, chuckled, "Laziness is a vice." Suddenly, Wang Dong blurted out a remark that caused Xiao Xiao's cheeks to flush. "Xiao Xiao, your ability to shift affections is truly rapid." Xiao Xiao pointed an accusing finger at Wang Dong, her face a mixture of anger and indignation. "Enough, enough. Did we not say we would practice? Let us hurry along. I suggest we venture outside the academy. There are ample groves to avoid disturbance." Wang Dong stuck out his tongue at Xiao Xiao and dashed off. Huo Yuhao offered a few comforting words to Xiao Xiao, who then broke into a smile. And the two of them chased after Wang Dong. They exited the academy along the lakeside path. Finding a quiet spot outside Shrek Academy was a simple task. Although the area was crisscrossed with numerous thoroughfares, both sides of the main roads were adorned with abundant vegetation. Some were naturally grown, while others had been cultivated by human hands. The trio found a relatively flat clearing amidst the trees, and Wang Dong inquired, "How shall we practice? Shall we each demonstrate our soul skills?" Xiao Xiao immediately retorted, "What would be the point in that? The essence of a drill is best captured through a confrontational dynamic. You are a formidable assault-type battle soul master, while I shall align myself with the squad leader. Let us engage in a contest. Are you two really going to challenge me?" Wang Dong raised his right hand, his index finger shaking dismissively. "You stand no chance, not a glimmer of hope." Xiao Xiao, with a sharp and mocking smile, retorted, "How can you ascertain that without giving it a try? However, as an assault-type battle soul master, you cannot initiate the fight up close. We must maintain a distance. I propose 30 meters. As Huo Yuhao listened to their banter, he increasingly recognized Xiao Xiao's cleverness. His mental detection shared a radius of 50 meters, and by positioning Wang Dong 30 meters away, it meant that the moment he made a move, he would fall within the range of Xiao Xiao's mental perception. Wang Dong readily agreed, without hesitation. Xiao Xiao added, "You can fly, while we cannot. This is a drill, so don't think of flying away if you lose." Wang Dong casually replied, "I'll remain grounded, no more than 5 meters. Is that acceptable? I'll step back now and let you signal the start." As he spoke, he had already retreated. Xiao Xiao immediately turned to Huo Yuhao and said, "Squad leader, we'll be flying kites. You just need to use your mental detection to assist me. Let us make that arrogant fellow eat his words." Before arriving at Shrek Academy, Huo Yuhao would have had no understanding of what flying kites entailed, but now he grasped that it referred to a tactic of advancing and retreating strategically. Huo Yuhao nodded in agreement. "All right, I will support you." He was eager to witness the extent of Xiao Xiao's and Wang Dong's abilities. It had been 3 months, and he had yet to see Wang Dong unleash his martial soul in battle. Nevertheless, he understood that while Wang Dong might come across as somewhat arrogant, it stemmed from confidence rather than hubris. Such confidence was rooted in genuine strength. The distance between them quickly widened. Wang Dong languidly leaned against a large tree, observing Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao from 30 meters away, even increasing the distance further. He waved his hand to signal that he was ready. Standing side by side, Xiao Xiao, petite in stature and often referred to as a pocket-sized beauty among her classmates, turned to Huo Yuhao and nodded. "Squad leader, lend me your support." "Of course," he replied. Xiao Xiao then turned to Wang Dong and called out, "Begin." As she spoke, she swiftly unleashed her martial soul. 2 rings of yellow light simultaneously illuminated beneath her feet, soaring upward in an instant. Astonishingly, she too was a soul master above level 20, which left Huo Yuhao feeling somewhat overwhelmed. As the 2 soul rings rose around her, her form remained unchanged, with only a mass of black light rapidly condensing above her head. This shadow distinctly took the shape of a tripod, approximately 1 meter in diameter. Known as the 3 Lives Soul Settling Tripod, her primary martial soul. Simultaneously, Huo Yuhao activated his mental detection share, a circle of white soul rings emerging from beneath his feet, which made Xiao Xiao feel slightly inadequate. She thought to herself, no wonder the squad leader trains so diligently. His innate talent appears somewhat lacking. However, Xiao Xiao was soon taken aback by the extraordinary phenomena revealed through the mental detection share, centered around their bodies. Everything within a 50-meter diameter instantaneously transformed into a 3-dimensional pattern within her mind. There was no need for contemplation. A myriad of information swiftly emerged in her consciousness, encompassing even the minutiae of every blade of grass and tree within the vicinity. It was as though a panoramic, 3-dimensional map, augmented by an intellect akin to a brain, had taken form. Xiao Xiao cast a stunned glance at Huo Yuhao, while on the other side, Wang Dong had already sprung into action. Although he appeared to disdain Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao outwardly, he was far from careless. He had previously experienced Huo Yuhao's mental detection and was well aware of its formidable capacity for anticipating an opponent's moves. In a dazzling display, a pair of blue wings unfurled from his back, enveloping him in a shimmering blend of blue and purple hues. Golden orbs of light ignited along his enormous wings, forming a V shape. 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, ascended as the light goddess butterfly martial soul was unleashed. With a flicker, Wang Dong surged forward at high speed. The soul power emanated from the golden orbs on his wings, propelling him to remarkable velocity. This was not a soul skill but rather an inherent ability of his light goddess butterfly martial soul, showcasing its immense strength. As Wang Dong closed the distance to within 25 meters of Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, the data regarding his movements rapidly materialized in Xiao Xiao's mind, detailing his trajectory, bodily changes, transformations of his martial soul, and even the subtle flow of soul power within his meridians. Xiao Xiao remained composed. Huo Yuhao's soul skill, derived from a decade-old white soul ring, had already astonished her. As she observed Wang Dong approaching at breakneck speed, she too sprang into action. With a pointed gesture towards Wang Dong, the shadow of a massive cauldron, 1 meter in diameter, surged forward. It did not directly collide with Wang Dong but rather occupied his inevitable path. Similarly, she relied on the innate capabilities of her weapon martial soul without initially activating a soul skill. Wang Dong found it exceedingly disconcerting that the black cauldron occupied precisely the route he needed to traverse. This was undoubtedly a testament to the effectiveness of Huo Yuhao's mental detection. Otherwise, Xiao Xiao would have had to rely solely on her eyesight and the fluctuations of soul power for judgment, which could never achieve such precision. Left with no choice, Wang Dong slightly retracted his left wing, causing his body to pivot in midair to alter his trajectory. Yet, to his vexation, the black cauldron swiftly shifted, remaining resolutely in his way. Anticipating his moves proved advantageous. Xiao Xiao instinctively glanced at Huo Yuhao, whose eyes gleamed with golden light. With the aid of mental detection, she no longer required her eyes to track Wang Dong. She merely followed Huo Yuhao's mental guidance to execute her attack. It was an exceedingly straightforward endeavor. Wang Dong, however, was obstinately unwilling to concede. He flapped his wings, maneuvering acrobatically in the air and accelerating multiple times. Yet, Huo Yuhao's mental detection allowed him to perceive even the flow of Wang Dong's soul power, perpetually enabling him to remain one step ahead. The notion of evading Xiao Xiao's freely moving 3-life-town cauldron was evidently unrealistic. Wang Dong's frustration mounted as he could not help but exclaim, "Huo Yuhao, Do you have no humanity? As I cannot evade, I shall resort to forceful measures. As he spoke, the first soul ring on his body suddenly gleamed brightly. The golden light in Huo Yuhao's eyes intensified, and through mental perception, he could distinctly sense the soul power within Wang Dong surging explosively, frantically channeling into a pair of forewings. The hind wings were fully extended, maintaining the balance of his body. It was evident that his forewings had transformed into a deep azure hue, adorned with swirling golden patterns that radiated a golden glow, instantly forming a sharp golden edge about 3 inches wide along the wing's perimeter. Xiao Zhao's expression shifted slightly through Huo Yuhao's mental sharing. She could clearly perceive the astonishing destructive power of Wang Dong's wings, enhanced by the soul skill. Wang Dong raised both hands and grasped the inner sides of his forewings, suddenly thrusting them outward. The forewings spread wide, complemented by the golden edge, resembling 2 colossal blades. With a sudden twist of his body, his right wing cleaved towards the Sansheng Zhenhunding. True to his words, when gentleness proved ineffective, he opted for brute force. However, he underestimated the formidable synergy exhibited by Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao in their control. The Sansheng Zhenhunding did not directly withstand the blow, but instead retreated 2 meters in an instant, deftly avoiding the strike of his right wing, before charging forward and colliding with the flat surface of his wing. With a thunderous crash, Wang Dong was sent flying several meters away. While Xiao Zhao's Sansheng Zhenhunding remained suspended in midair, Wang Dong felt a wave of frustration. He considered his strength to be superior to Xiao Zhao's. Yet when faced with the combined might of Xiao Xiao and Huo Yuhao, he found himself unable to unleash his true potential. Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up his eyes. This time, he chose to retreat instead of advance, swiftly distancing himself from Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao by 25 meters, thus exiting the range of mental perception. Huo Yuhao, I wonder how you will gauge my condition now. I possess long-range attacks, he said. As his second soul ring began to glow, Huo Yuhao smiled slightly and replied, Have you forgotten that I can fix my direction of perception? I can currently detect up to 100 meters. If you believe your attacks can surpass that distance and lock onto us, feel free to try. Furthermore, when your long-range attack enters my mental detection range, I will have ample time to assist Xiao Xiao in defending, unless your strength can break through Xiao Zhao's Sansheng Zhenhunding. Moreover, do not forget, Xiao Xiao has yet to utilize her second martial soul. Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, though his second soul skill was of millennium rank and possessed formidable power, its efficacy would diminish significantly beyond 100 meters. Besides, Huo Yuhao indeed had sufficient time to aid Xiao Xiao in defense. However, he could not concede verbally. My long-range attacks are still area attacks. Even if you detect them, it would be of no use. Xiao Xiao chuckled. Wang Dong, do not become too complacent. Remember, I have yet to employ my 2 soul skills. Do you know what my soul skills with the Sansheng Zhenhunding are? Quite frankly, in a one-on-one scenario, you may not be my match. As for your so-called long-range attacks, while they may possess considerable might, I merely need to secure enough time for myself and the class leader to evade. Just wait and see. As she spoke, her right hand pointed once more at the 3 lives soul-suppressing cauldron. Instantly, the cauldron trembled slightly, and then astonishingly divided into 3 parts, spreading out above her and Huo Yuhao's heads, forming a tripod stance. Simultaneously, the first soul ring on Xiao Zhao's body illuminated. A thunderous roar erupted in the air, causing the atmosphere within a space of approximately 10 square meters above them to twist violently under the shock. The 3 cauldrons converged once again, quietly settling before Xiao Xiao. This time, the expressions of both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong shifted dramatically. Such a formidable martial spirit. The division of the 3 lives soul-suppressing cauldron was instinctual, while the final tremor was the true attack. Through mental detection, Huo Yuhao could distinctly perceive the terrifying force of that shockwave. Wang Dong's countenance quickly regained its composure. He conceded, against the 2 of you working in tandem, I truly stand no chance. However, Xiao Xiao, you will come to understand that in a one-on-one confrontation, you would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage against me. Nevertheless, in scenarios where the levels of cultivation are comparable, the one benefiting from Huo Yuhao's mental detection possesses an almost guaranteed victory. His skill leaves no room for escape. Unless one possesses overwhelming strength to crush with sheer power, one will forever remain in a passive position. Though Xiao Xiao is unconvinced by Wang Dong's claim of being able to defeat her in a one-on-one duel, she wholeheartedly acknowledged his subsequent remarks. Nodding, she said, Indeed, with the class leader's mental detection, I only need to execute my skills simply during battle. Class leader, your ability is truly remarkable. The synergy we share feels fantastic. I must apologize for having underestimated your decade-long soul ring. She was a straightforward girl, speaking her mind without hesitation, which immediately endeared her to Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. Huo Yuhao extended his right hand, and with a beaming smile, Xiao Xiao placed her hand upon his. Wang Dong approached and positioned his own hand atop theirs. Huo Yuhao declared, "From this moment forth, we are partners in a team. In the new student assessment, we shall claim victory." Victory! The three shouted in unison. Their bond deepened instantly, with Xiao Xiao feeling the most elated, as she finally sensed her genuine acceptance by Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. Thus, in the realm of soul masters, the assertion of strength remains the most straightforward, direct, and effective means of communication. The assessment area of Shrek Academy is situated in the northern central part of the Martial Spirit Division, adjacent to the Soul Fighting area. Compared to the Soul Fighting Zone, the assessment area is significantly larger. For the students of the Outer Academy at Shrek Academy, this space serves as a paradise for outstanding students to showcase their talents. Yet it is also a nightmare for those of lower cultivation levels. Each year, many students are eliminated for failing to pass the assessments, with the majority occurring within this assessment area. The assessment area is oval-shaped, lacking the enclosed stadium-like structure of the Soul Fighting Zone, instead comprising an open space. Surrounding it is a low wall, while the interior is partitioned into several sections by dividers, which can be dismantled at any time to adjust the size of the areas. The new student assessments historically involve the greatest number of area partitions, not only due to the high number of new students, but also because their destructive capabilities and attack ranges are limited. Thus, a smaller area suffices for them to demonstrate their abilities. The entire assessment area spans approximately 20,000 square meters, which has been divided into 50 zones, each measuring around 400 square meters, taking the form of elongated squares of 20 meters in length. For the freshmen, most of whom possess only the first or second ring of cultivation, this is more than sufficient. Following a morning filled with intense group formations, the assessments are set to commence in the afternoon. As today marks the inaugural day of evaluations, each group is permitted to participate in only one match before departing, allowing the newcomers to acclimatize. The Academy has dispatched 50 teachers to oversee the assessment registrations across the 50 zones. The competitors for today's evaluations were determined through a lottery held at noon, ensuring that teams from the same class do not encounter one another in the forthcoming 10 rounds of competition, except for Class 1, which comprises only 22 groups. Other classes generally host over 30 groups, and unless a student has performed exceptionally poorly during their initial period, instructors typically refrain from prematurely eliminating students before the assessments, granting them the opportunity to prove themselves. Ultimately, 310 groups of students, totaling 930 individuals, are participating in the freshman assessments. From these 310 groups, only 150 will remain, officially transitioning into first-year students to continue their studies, while the remainder will face elimination. Studying at Shrek Academy undoubtedly entails fierce and brutal competition, yet it is precisely this intensity that drives students to exert greater effort and unlock their potential, contributing to the Academy's enduring legacy of triumph. With 50 zones designated for the freshman assessments, each zone accommodates 6 or 7 teams competing, not only today, but they will also engage with other teams assigned to the same zones tomorrow, until all have faced each other and regrouped to complete 10 matches. The other classes have also arrived, revealing a spectrum of emotions among the students. Some appear anxious while others are eager and ready to fight. All are merely 11 or 12 years old, unable to conceal their feelings, and the mutual glances exchanged clearly convey animosity. After all, only half of them may remain. Although the assessments consist of 10 matches, each one significantly impacts their future. Attention all freshmen, attention all freshmen. Please proceed to the assessment area immediately to prepare for the evaluations. There are only 10 minutes remaining for entry. Latecomers will be deemed to have forfeited this round. The booming announcement reverberated throughout the outer courtyard, its voice capable of reaching every corner. The expressions of the freshmen turned serious. Their first assessment looms ahead, and to claim they were not nervous would be disingenuous. Huo Yuhao instinctively clenched his fists, occasionally touching the 24 bridges of the moonlit night at his waist. The use of soul guides is prohibited during the assessment, yet concealed weapons qualify as ordinary arms and are exempt from this restriction. Generally, Soul masters seldom wield weapons unless employing a soul guide, but as a disciple of Tang Sect, Huo Yuhao is an exception. Wang Dong placed his left hand on Huo Yuhao's shoulder, leaning slightly against him. Don't be nervous, it's just a small matter. This time, Xiao Xiao refrained from commenting on Wang Dong's pride and nodded towards Huo Yuhao instead. Although Wang Dong did not showcase his full potential during their sparring session, the resolute statement he made at the end revealed that his cultivation had at least reached par with theirs. Coupled with the class leader's remarkable mental detection ability, it was evident that few among their peers could rival them. Huo Yuhao whispered, "We are champions." Both Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong nodded in agreement, their hands once again stacking atop each other. Despite their youth, they understood that while passing the assessment might not be overly challenging, securing the ultimate championship hinged upon their unity. Thus, even Wang Dong tempered his pride. The significance of the freshman assessment was paramount. The Academy's reminders through the soul guide devices were of little consequence, as all the students had already arrived at their designated areas, ready for the challenge. A teacher, appearing to be around 40 years of age, entered Area 33. He bore a rather ordinary appearance, devoid of any imposing aura. His face adorned with a warm smile that exuded friendliness, a stark contrast to Zhou Yi. After counting the students, he nodded with a smile and said, "Excellent. We have a total of 6 groups of students for the assessment, and everyone is present. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Yan, and I will be your instructor for the next 2 days." "Hello, Teacher Wang," the students responded promptly, bowing respectfully. Wang Yan chuckled lightly and replied, "There's no need for such formalities. I have always regarded my students as friends. From this moment until the conclusion of the assessment, you shall all be my little friends. Therefore, I do not wish to see anyone harmed. Although this assessment will determine whether you can continue your studies at Shrek Academy, I must remind you that it is a competition, and causing permanent injury to your opponents is strictly prohibited. If such an event were to occur, I would be regretfully compelled to dismiss the offending individual and report the incident to the Academy." His tone was gentle and understated, deliberately omitting the consequences of injuring a rival. Yet, it was clear to any astute student, particularly those capable of entering Shrek Academy, that they comprehended the underlying implications. Nodding in understanding, while speaking, he produced a folder, glanced at its contents, and then looked up to announce, for the first round of the first assessment, Class 1, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Class 3, Ouyang Junyi, Jinju Feng, Zhao Haochen. You may now enter the arena, taking your positions in respective corners. The release of your martial souls is permitted only after I declare the match to commence. The 6 groups of students were set to engage in 3 matches that day in Area 33. Huo Yuhao and his companions were surprised to find themselves first in the lineup. After exchanging glances, they swiftly entered the arena, positioning themselves in the northwest corner. Their arrangement was strategic. Wang Dong stood at the forefront, followed by Xiao Xiao, while Huo Yuhao occupied the rear corner. Conversely, the trio from Class 3 opted for the southeast corner. All 3 boys from Class 3 were well-built and handsome, with Ouyang Junyi being the tallest and most attractive among them. Although he fell short compared to Wang Dong in some respects, his physique appeared considerably more robust. Beside him, Chen Junfeng, though not short, possessed a remarkably slender physique. At the back, Zhao Haochen was a plump child, with a round belly and a simple, honest smile gracing his face. Once both sides had arranged themselves in their designated positions, Teacher Wang Yan nodded and announced, "The assessment begins." In an instant, both parties unleashed their martial spirits. Although Huo Yuhao stood in a corner, he skillfully restrained his spiritual perception from encompassing the area behind him, instead enveloping the entire competition field. Similarly, Xiao Xiao summoned her 3 lives town soul cauldron, which swiftly took form above her head as a grand black vessel. Wang Dong's actions were more direct. He dashed forward with a flash, his dazzling blue-violet wings unfurling in midair, adorned with brilliant golden patterns. The sheer beauty of his wings astonished both his opponents and Teacher Wang Yan, who oversaw the match, eclipsing the presence of Xiao Xiao and Huo Yuhao behind him. Meanwhile, the 3 opponents had long since prepared themselves, promptly releasing their own martial spirits. Chapter 18, The 33 Districts, 3 against 3, Part 1, Standing at the Back. Zhao Haochen bellowed, "Come quickly, my large chicken drumsticks." A circle of yellow soul rings rippled beneath his feet, and 2 beams of yellow light shimmered in his hands, swiftly materializing into 2 roasted chicken drumsticks, which he promptly handed to the 2 individuals in front of him, Ouyang Junyi and Chen Junfeng, while unleashing their martial souls. Eagerly seized the drumsticks and took hearty bites. A food-type martial soul? This was the first time Huo Yuhao had encountered such a manifestation, however. He was uncertain of the drumstick's effects. Zhao Haochen possessed only one soul ring, yet it was a century-old one, suggesting that its amplification effect was likely quite significant. Nevertheless, the sight of Ouyang Junyi and Chen Jufeng munching on their drumsticks was rather peculiar, prompting a chuckle from Xiao Xiao. The Three Lives Town soul cauldron hovered above her head, showing no inclination to engage. Simultaneously, Ouyang Junyi and Chen Jufeng made their moves, one wielding a beast martial soul and the other a weapon martial soul, both being agile attack-type soul masters. Ouyang Junyi's martial soul was the sword-billed hummingbird, and upon its release, a sharp spike manifested at the end of his right arm. His martial soul was avian in nature. However, due to his insufficient cultivation, he had yet to sprout wings. This alone illustrated the disparity in martial soul quality compared to Wang Dong, whose divine butterfly martial soul naturally possessed wings, epitomizing an elite beast martial soul. Chen Junfeng's martial soul took the form of a flexible sword. All three were one-ring soul masters, each boasting a yellow century-old soul ring. Among them, Ouyang Junyi was the strongest, having attained soul power level 19, while Chen Jufeng had reached level 18. Zhao Haochen, as a food-type soul master, progressed at a relatively slower pace, with a cultivation level of only 17. After consuming the chicken drumsticks, the two agile attack-type soul masters launched themselves toward Wang Dong like twin arrows, their speed startling even him. Yet, he quickly deduced that the drumsticks they had consumed likely enhanced their velocity. Not only would Shoei divide the groups, but other teachers from different classes would also do the same. With Zhao Haochen aiding Ouyang Junyi and Chen Jufeng, their speed advantage would undoubtedly be maximized, relying entirely on swiftness to secure victory. Regrettably for Huo Yuhao and his companions, their most daunting adversaries were not speedsters, as Huo Yuhao's mental perception had the upper hand over them. A faint golden glow ignited in Huo Yuhao's eyes, and the entire competition arena vividly materialized in Wang Dong's mind. Although Ouyang Junyi and Chen Junfeng moved swiftly, their flight trajectories, soul power operation methods, soul skill eruption directions, weaknesses, and vulnerabilities all crystallized in Wang Dong's consciousness. At last, he experienced the exhilaration that Xiao Xiao and Huo Yuhao had shared during their earlier collaboration. Ouyang Junyi and Chen Junfeng's attacks were highly targeted, and Wang Dong's emergence from the fray played right into their hands. With a sudden burst of speed, they were absolutely confident that Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao would be unable to intervene in time. Their strategy was to first incapacitate Wang Dong before turning their attention to Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, effectively taking them down one by one. Ouyang Junyi, apart from the sharp spike in his right hand, was enveloped by a layer of feathers along his entire right arm, rendering his body remarkably light. As a soul master, he arrived ahead of Chen Jufeng, his yellow soul ring shimmering as the spike in his hand transformed into a multitude of luminous shadows, cascading towards Wang Dong. Although Chen Jufeng was a beat slower, it was evident that he was no novice in collaborating with Ouyang Junyi. Before he even arrived, his short sword was already in motion, the brilliance of his first soul ring igniting as a blade of light surged towards Wang Dong. Golden patterns had already begun to spread across Wang Dong's wings as they initiated their assault, also utilizing their first soul ring. His arms coincided seamlessly with his front wings, and the two formidable winged guillotine blades, previously witnessed by Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, re-emerged. Suspended in midair, Wang Dong's elevation surpassed that of Ouyang Junyi and Chen Jufeng. A hint of pride etched on his face as he gazed down upon them. In response to their offensive, his left wing swept outward to meet Ouyang Junyi's sword-humming hummingbird martial spirit, while his right wing delivered a frontal slash, intercepting Chen Junfeng's blade of light with precise timing. With a series of piercing sounds echoing, Ouyang Junyi was astounded to see his sword hummingbird's first soul skill, hummingbird flicker, merely create ripples of golden radiance upon striking the front wing of the radiant goddess butterfly, failing to penetrate the formidable strength of those wings. Almost immediately, the massive front wing came crashing down towards him. Drawing upon his combat experience, Ouyang Junyi instinctively crouched, attempting to slip beneath the wing, but to his surprise, Wang Dong's winged guillotine suddenly descended, as if he had halted to allow Wang Dong to strike him directly. With a resounding thud, Ouyang Junyi was sent crashing to the ground, landing in a rather undignified manner. The immense force from the impact nearly caused him to spit blood. Wang Dong unfurled his wings in the air, the blue and purple light of the radiant goddess butterfly shimmering alternately as the golden pattern slowly retracted, and he gracefully descended to the ground, his pride unwavering. On the sidelines, teacher Wang Yan observed with fascination, while other three-member teams watched the match with solemn expressions. The atmosphere in the 33rd district turning eerily silent. Such formidable prowess. What an extraordinary powerhouse of an offensive soul master. While offensive types generally possess an inherent advantage over. It was astonishing that, despite being newcomers, the disparity in strength could be so pronounced. Wang Dong single-handedly overwhelmed two soul masters with a single strike, even in the presence of an auxiliary food-type soul master on their side. Although a two-ring soul master holds a significant advantage over a one-ring. The fact that he could swiftly defeat his opponents in a 1-against-3 scenario speaks volumes about the formidable nature of the radiant goddess butterfly soul master. Moreover, there was another soul master of the same two-ring caliber on Wang Dong's team, boasting two soul masters above level 20. Huo Yuhao, on the other hand, was overlooked by everyone, save for teacher Wang Yan, who discerned a faint golden glimmer flickering in his eyes. In truth, although Ouyang Junyi's team exhibited a significant disparity in strength compared to Huo Yuhao and his companions, it was implausible that Wang Dong could achieve victory so swiftly on his own. However, one must not overlook the fact that he possessed the mental detection shared assistance equivalent to 600 years of soul rings, courtesy of Huo Yuhao. This mental detection sharing is not merely a single skill, but rather two, each stemming from 600 years of soul rings. The assistance Wang Dong received far surpassed that of his opponents. Moreover, while both teams employed century-old soul rings, Wang Dong had already attained the 24th level of soul power, far surpassing his adversaries in cultivation. Additionally, with the acquisition of his second soul ring, the offensive capacity of his first soul ring had been significantly enhanced. Coupled with the overall suppression of their martial spirits, this led to a resounding triumph. Wang Dong chuckled and remarked, "Hold on. You should conserve your strength. The first 10 assessments are merely an appetizer for us. I can showcase my prowess alone. We cannot allow them to gauge our true capabilities." Huo Yuhao laughed in agreement, stating, "Wang Dong has a valid point. Xiao Xiao, you're indeed our ace." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao smiled and nodded in affirmation. After Wang Yan announced the victory of Huo Yuhao's team, he meticulously recorded the result on the document in his hand. Meanwhile, Ouyang Junyi and his companions had already managed to rise to their feet. Wang Dong had shown them mercy. They were not genuinely injured, yet their faces reflected a mix of shame and indignation. They were eager to depart, unwilling to linger even for a second longer after such an effortless defeat. Once Wang Yan completed documenting the competition results, he cast another glance at Huo Yuhao and his team, pondering to himself that this group was likely a formidable asset for Class 1. Indeed, the students nurtured by teacher Zhou Yi were truly exceptional. This new Class 1 team was known as the Huo Yuhao team, indicating that Huo Yuhao was the captain. However, in terms of cultivation, both Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao surpassed him significantly. To be more direct, Huo Yuhao's first soul ring was only of a 10-year duration, and he had yet to break through to the 20th level of cultivation. He had not even qualified to enter Shrek Academy as a new student. Yet, he remained the leader of this team, suggesting that this seemingly 10-year soul ring student was the core of the group. What could account for this? Wang Yan was a theoretical scholar at Shrek Academy, representing the moderate faction. His theoretical foundation was solid, and his teaching abilities were exceptional, despite being in his 40s. He was a distinguished senior teacher in the Outer Academy. Advancing in rank as a teacher at Shrek Academy is often more challenging than for students with a clear differentiation in levels. Zhou Yi, for instance, was merely a mid-level teacher, which was undoubtedly linked to her formidable teaching methods. Wang Yan's status as a senior teacher, qualified to instruct inter-academy students, underscored his formidable prowess in theory. Yet, he still struggled to comprehend the dynamics of Huo Yuhao's group, even failing to discern what type of soul master Huo Yuhao was. After the assessments concluded, Huo Yuhao and his companions chose not to depart immediately. Instead, they observed the subsequent 2 competitions from the sidelines. It was only after all 3 matches had concluded that they bid farewell to Wang Yan. Wang Yan did not call out to Huo Yuhao for inquiries. He believed that Huo Yuhao's abilities would surely become evident in the forthcoming competitions. The first round of assessments for the freshmen concluded swiftly. Today's evaluation primarily aimed to acclimatize the newcomers to this combative examination format. However, the intensity of tomorrow's assessments is set to escalate significantly, with 2 rounds scheduled for both the morning and afternoon, culminating in a total of 4 rounds. The third day promises an even grimmer challenge, as each team must endure 5 rounds of evaluation. The entire freshman assessment spans merely 3 days. This exercise not only hones the participants' practical combat abilities, but also tests their endurance in prolonged engagements. As the second day's evaluations commenced, the students of Class 1 expressed heartfelt gratitude towards their instructor, Zhou Yi. 4 matches in a single day not only deplete soul energy, but also severely tax physical stamina. Thanks to Zhou Yi's rigorous training regimen, Class 1 exhibited a markedly superior adaptability to this competition format compared to their peers. Following the first day of competitions and observations, Huo Yuhao and his companions were unequivocally certain that there were no adversaries within their group capable of posing a significant threat apart from themselves. There was only one other newcomer of level 20 or above. In this intensive competition format, the other groups were not oblivious in their quest for better results. They deliberately eased their efforts when facing Huo Yuhao and his team. Consequently, unlike the fatigue that plagued other newcomer teams, Huo Yuhao and his 2 companions triumphed effortlessly in all 4 matches on the second day, achieving an impressive record of 5 victories out of 5. With such a foundation of success, they could confidently assert that they had effectively passed the freshman assessments. Moreover, these 5 victories bolstered their confidence immensely. As the assessment instructor for District 33, Wang Yin felt a tinge of frustration. After 5 matches, Huo Yuhao's team's combat style remained consistent. Wang Dong would strike, while Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao observed, leading to swift conclusions of the battles. Yet, he still failed to discern the true capabilities of Huo Yuhao, a source of vexation for someone of his theoretical background. Huo Yuhao, come here with your companions. After the second day's matches concluded, Wang Yin summoned Huo Yuhao and his team. Teacher Wang, Huo Yuhao responded, stepping forward, with Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao flanking him. Indeed, Wang Yin mused. Huo Yuhao is undoubtedly the core of their team. You 3 have achieved an admirable record of 5 victories in the first 5 matches. For the upcoming matches, continue striving to secure a place among the top 64 for the ranking rounds. However, tomorrow's 5 matches will not be as effortless as today's. Following today's competitions, a redraw will take place, and teams that suffered 5 consecutive defeats will be eliminated. During the draw, considerations will be made not only to avoid clashes within the same class, but also to reflect upon previous performances. Tomorrow, your matches will certainly occur in District 33. However, you may face 1 or 2 formidable challenges. Huo Yuhao nodded and replied, Thank you, Teacher Wang. We will give our all. Wang Dong chuckled, Xiao Xiao. You've said so much, yet it's merely because you're itching to fight. I senti it? Very well, as you suggested, I've had my fill. We must also ensure you enjoy yourself. Fortunately, their conversation unfolded without the presence of any adults, or else Wang Dong's words could easily have been misconstrued. Huo Yuhao chuckled softly. Let us go. I shall treat you to grilled fish. I ordered extra yesterday. Just as the 3 had stepped out of the assessment area, they unexpectedly encountered 2 individuals. To their astonishment, it was none other than the inner courtyard disciple Ma Xiaodao, clad in red, accompanied by Su Sanshi, whom she had taken away a few days prior. In stark contrast to his usual vibrant demeanor, Su Sanshi now appeared pallid and drained, as if vitality had been siphoned from him. He looked utterly disheveled, his attire wrinkled, embodying a profound sense of despondency. Ma Xiaodao, still strikingly beautiful, bore an unusual flush on her cheeks, and her pale pink eyes seemed to have deepened in hue. Nodding slightly, she said, All right, you may leave. Su Sanshi cast a glance at Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, conveying a silent message of self-preservation as he turned to depart. His lack of camaraderie tightened the hearts of Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. What could Ma Xiaodao want with them? Just as Xiao Xiao was about to speak, Huo Yuhao quickly shook his head, signaling her to leave first, indicating that he and Wang Dong would be fine. It was evident that Ma Xiaodao's intentions were not benign, and he wished to spare Xiao Xiao from involvement. Moreover, being on academy grounds, both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong believed she would not resort to violence against them. Reluctantly, Xiao Xiao departed, while Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong followed Ma Xiaodao along the lakeside path. After a brief walk, they arrived at the very lakeside where they had previously been attacked. Ma Xiaodao halted before the sea god lake, while Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong maintained a noticeable distance from her. Wang Dong wore a vigilant expression, and Huo Yuhao felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach. Senior Ma, what brings you here? Huo Yuhao cautiously inquired. With her back turned to them, Ma Xiaodao responded, I trust you recognize me. Indeed, I am the student who fled the inner courtyard and nearly caused you harm. I have my reasons, and I wish to sincerely apologize to both of you. Wang Dong scoffed, thinking, is this what constitutes an apology? There is no sincerity in her words. After exchanging glances with Huo Yuhao, they replied, Senior Ma, the past is behind us. The academy has compensated us for the incident. Ma Xiaotao abruptly turned to face them, her pink eyes darkening noticeably, an unspoken pressure enveloping Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. However, for me, this matter remains unresolved, she stated solemnly. On that day, an Ice Element Soul Master intervened, preventing me from causing you harm. This individual is of great significance to me. You must divulge everything you know, or at least reveal the protector among you. I must find him. Wang Dong, perplexed, replied, Senior Ma, I do not comprehend what you mean. When you lunged at us, the intense heat from your body rendered us unconscious. We have no knowledge of what transpired afterward, let alone any Ice Element Soul Master. Huo Yuhao nodded vigorously, resolute in his determination to keep the secret of the heavenly dream ice silkworm undisclosed. Ma Xiaotao observed the two individuals, sensing an authenticity in their demeanor. Yet a flicker of hesitation glimmered in her eyes. Over the past 3 months, she had made considerable progress in her cultivation, utilizing the chilling essence left within her by the celestial dream ice silkworm to suppress the malevolent fire. However, with the disappearance of that frigid energy, she found herself compelled to seek out Su Sanshire once more. To her dismay, she realized that although Su Sanshire possessed a top-tier beast martial soul in the form of the Xianming turtle, its water attribute offered her diminishing assistance, as it did not possess the ice attribute she desperately needed. Unable to contain the sinister flames, she faced the daunting prospect of halting her cultivation, with the ever-looming threat of losing her sanity to an explosive outburst of that malignant fire. After much deliberation, she resolved to seek out Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. If she could locate the individual who had once employed ice attributes to thwart her, her predicament would be effortlessly resolved. Do you truly not know? Ma Xiaotao inquired, her tone low and menacing. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong shook their heads in unison. Ma Xiaotao's expression shifted dramatically, her voice turning frigid. Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. If you are unaware, I shall compel him to reveal himself. As she spoke, a searing wave of heat erupted forth, crimson flames bursting from her like a volcanic eruption. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong had sensed something amiss the moment Ma Xiaotao summoned them, maintaining a vigilant stance, especially after their previous encounter had led to significant losses. As Ma Xiaotao unleashed her power, they immediately reacted. They could not simply remain passive. The wings of the goddess of light butterfly burst forth from Wang Dong's back, shimmering with golden patterns as they unfurled, and the sharp blades of his wings were deployed in an instant. Simultaneously, Huo Yuhao released his mental detection and soul impact. Though only 3 months had passed, both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong had significantly advanced in their cultivation, their synergy remarkably harmonious. With a sudden surge, Wang Dong swiftly grasped Huo Yuhao and propelled them backward into the sky. Ma Xiaotao had evidently underestimated them, believing that with a 1-ring and 2-ring difference, she could afford to dismiss them. As her martial soul manifested, the dazzling red feathers enveloped her form, but before she could steady herself, she beheld the flickering violet gaze of Huo Yuhao. In that fleeting moment, she felt as if his eyes were twin needles piercing her consciousness, compelling her to instinctively shut her eyes while a wave of dizziness washed over her mind. After the advancement of his purple extreme demon eyes, Huo Yuhao's soul impact had grown exponentially stronger, affecting even someone of Ma Xiaotao's 6-ring cultivation level rather than simply being immune. Wang Dong's wings expelled powerful gusts of air, propelling him and Huo Yuhao away with remarkable speed. Yet, Ma Xiaotao would not permit their escape. Disregarding Huo Yuhao's concealed weapons, she swiftly pursued them, her massive fiery wings unfurling behind her. Any metallic projectiles that drew near her were instantaneously melted, dripping to the ground in liquid form. The terrifying heat bore down upon Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong like an ominous hand. Huo Yuhao's mental detection and sharing ability, a formidable skill among peers, seemed woefully insufficient against an opponent of Ma Xiaotao's caliber. What use was accurate judgment if it could not thwart her advance? Wang Dong had exerted every ounce of his strength to soar through the air, yet the searing heat behind them swiftly engulfed their bodies. From an aerial perspective, one could observe Ma Xiaotao swiftly catching up to Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. Her enormous fiery wings expanded dramatically, abruptly converging inward, enveloping both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, causing them to vanish. With one hand grasping each of their garments, Ma Xiaotao's formidable soul power rendered them powerless to resist. Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao were astounded to find themselves surrounded by a sea of crimson, rendering the outside world entirely invisible, leaving them incapable of uttering a single word. Ma Xiaodao, her countenance grave, awaited in silence. After a prolonged half-minute, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Could it be that the previous encounter was merely a coincidence? Her sole intention in confronting Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong was to compel the soul master who had once subdued her with ice attributes to reveal himself. However, contrary to her expectations, it appeared as though she had completely consumed Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, yet the elusive soul master remained absent. As the flames receded, all the surrounding red faded, and Ma Xiaodao returned to her normal state. Releasing her grip, she pushed Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong away, causing both to stumble and fall to the ground. With a nonchalant tone, Ma Xiaodao remarked, "Since this does not concern you, let it be. I understand your dissatisfaction. Channel that into your training. If you ever manage to enter the inner academy, I shall grant you the opportunity to challenge me." With that, she paid no heed to the indignant expressions of Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, turning gracefully to depart. "What a madwoman!" Wang Dong exclaimed in anger. In a sober state, Ma Xiaodao would hardly resort to violence within the academy. Her aim was merely to provoke the emergence of the Tianmeng ice silkworm. However, Huo Yuhao had already discerned her objective. Even if he had not, the Tianmeng ice silkworm would not emerge. It was peacefully slumbering and had long declared it would not lend its assistance for a year. The following morning, when Xiao Xiao encountered Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, a hint of surprise crossed her delicate features. "What happened to you two? You both look so glum. That senior from the inner academy didn't trouble you, did she?" Wang Dong interjected, "Of course not. She merely had some inquiries for us. Come on, let us head to the assessment." It was an embarrassment he was unwilling to disclose. Due to their outstanding performance in the previous 5 rounds, they remained in Area 33. After a reshuffling of groups, they were placed with 5 new students for the continued assessment. These newcomers were unlikely to be the top contenders from other regions, so the subsequent 5 matches would not pit them against the strongest adversaries. However, compared to earlier rounds, it would not necessarily be a walk in the park. Teacher Wang Yin cast a meaningful glance at Huo Yuhao and his companions before announcing, "All right, everyone is present." Given the exceptional results achieved by Huo Yuhao's team in the previous 5 rounds, they will represent our region as the seed team. According to the competition order, they will be the first to compete. Thus commenced the first match of the 6th round in Area 33, featuring the new student Class 1, Huo Yuhao's team, against the new student Class 7, Huang Chutian's team. As both sides entered the arena simultaneously, Huo Yuhao and his companions were immediately astonished to discover that among the opposing team stood a pair of remarkably identical female students. Both young women possessed long blue hair and charming, rosy faces, exuding an undeniable cuteness that suggested they were perhaps even younger than the trio. Twins. In front of the 2 female students stood a tall and sturdy male student, evidently the leader of their small team, Huang Chutian. "I am Huang Chutian. And to my left is Lan Susu, while to my right is Lan Luoluo. Please guide us." As the teams took their positions, Huo Yuhao's side maintained their original order, Wang Dong at the forefront, Xiao Xiao in the center, and Huo Yuhao tucked away in the far corner. On the opposing side, Huang Chutian stood at the very front, flanked by Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo behind him. Each team was permitted only one powerful assault-type soul master, and it was evident that the twin girls were not of that category. They were likely either dual assistants or possessed dual control abilities. Akin to Huo Yuhao and his companions, commenced the assessment, intoned Teacher Wang Yin with a commanding voice. Both teams swiftly unleashed their martial souls. With a fierce roar, Huang Chutian struck his chest with his fists. Despite being under 12 years of age, he stood over 1.5 meters tall. As he released his martial soul, his stature surged to approximately 1.80 meters, his robust muscles tearing through the confines of his school uniform. His exposed skin transformed into a dark iron hue, while his eyes shifted from black to a striking yellow, with pronounced canines jutting from his thickened lips. His limbs were exceptionally sturdy, each muscle resembling iron in its strength. 2 yellow soul rings ascended simultaneously from beneath his feet, revealing him to be a formidable assault-type soul master of over level 20. The twin girls behind Huang Chutian also released their martial souls in unison, which astonishingly turned out to be their hair. Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu each manifested 2 yellow soul rings beneath their feet as well. With a flick of their heads, their long blue hair surged upward, rapidly unfurling into tendrils that extended over 10 meters in length, gracefully floating in the air without touching the ground. Chapter 19. The Spirit Fusion Skill. Heavenly Web. This formidable team is composed entirely of students who have surpassed the 20th level. How is it that they failed to secure first place in their original region? This marks the first encounter for Huo Yuhao and his companions with a newly formed team, all consisting of second-ring soul masters. Huang Chutian and his two companions indeed possess exceptional strength, however. They encountered adversaries who were perfectly suited to counter their abilities in their original territory, resulting in a record of 4 victories and 1 defeat, relegating them to second place as they arrived here. Meanwhile, Wang Dong soared into the air at the earliest opportunity, his wings unfurled. The dazzling appearance of the radiant goddess butterfly captivated the eyes of Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, filling them with wonder and admiration. Huang Chutian let out a low growl and charged towards Wang Dong with great determination. His footsteps resonated with a thunderous boom against the ground. As he closed the distance to Wang Dong, he leapt into the air, his fists aimed directly at him. Wang Dong swiftly folded his wings behind him, bracing for the impending impact. With a resounding crash, he was forcefully struck down from the sky. Upon landing, he staggered backwards several steps before regaining his balance. Huang Chutian, undeterred, leapt again in pursuit of Wang Dong. At that moment, a massive ebony cauldron silently appeared at the apex of Huang Chutian's jump, as though it had been summoned by fate itself. Huang Chutian hesitated briefly. Without any leverage in the air, he found himself unable to alter his trajectory. With no other option, he redirected his fists towards the dark cauldron. Strangely, as he altered his motion, the cauldron suddenly retreated by 30 centimeters, evading his strikes, only to charge forward in an instant. Undaunted, Huang Chutian thrust his head forward, colliding with the 3 live soul-calming cauldron with remarkable tenacity. Wang Yan, the supervisor of the competition, observed with keen interest. He recognized the extraordinary nature of Xiao Zhao's martial spirit, but what truly captured his attention was her impeccable timing. Huang Chutian, let us see if your ironclad physique can withstand my winged guillotine. With wings spread wide, he launched himself towards his opponent. Employing a net against a butterfly is undoubtedly the most strategic approach. The net, a mirrored first soul skill of the twin sisters, enveloped Wang Dong as they harmoniously executed their synchronized technique. When the azure net descended upon him, Huo Yuhao's spiritual perception revealed no gaps or weaknesses within its confines. Huang Chutian quickly retreated into the net, yet the blue strands seemed to possess sentience, deftly parting to avoid contact with his body. Huo Yuhao's worst fears materialized. The opposing team featured a powerful offensive strategy combined with dual control tactics, and the twin control-type soul masters worked in seamless unison. At this critical juncture, the might of Wang Dong's winged guillotine became evident. Originally, the net was designed to counter his butterfly spirit, yet as he wielded his blades, their razor-sharp edges unleashed tremendous destructive force. The 2 golden-blue blades swung vigorously, cleaving a breach through the net, and with Huo Yuhao's shared mental guidance, they plunged directly towards Huang Chutian. Huang Chutian and the Blue Sisters, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, were taken aback by the formidable destructive power of Wang Dong, the goddess of light. They had never anticipated such strength, nor could they comprehend how Wang Dong managed to pinpoint Huang Chutian's location despite the interference of the hair nets. With a mighty roar, Huang Chutian activated his first spirit ring, causing his fists to double in size, gleaming with a brilliant metallic luster, as he charged towards Wang Dong's winged guillotine. Simultaneously, the hair nets from the Blue Sisters surged forward from behind, attempting to ensnare him. As the winged guillotine collided with his iron fists, a thunderous metallic clash erupted, resulting in Huang Chutian being the one to retreat this time, staggering backward several steps. His fists were bloodied, each sustaining a deep gash. Huang Chutian was struck with astonishment. His powerful divine ape spirit, known for its formidable strength and robust physique, was unable to withstand Wang Dong's wings. It was not a matter of inferior power, but rather the terrifying sharpness harbored within those winged blades. Had he not retreated, his fists would have sustained grievous injuries. Having repelled Huang Chutian, Wang Dong's momentum surged. Her wings flapped in unison, twisting as she spun like a top, shredding the incoming hair nets to pieces, yet she remained unrestrained. Xiao Xiao, sharing her perception with Huo Yuhao, sensed Wang Dong's predicament. Thus her 3-life soul rescue cauldron only intervened once before pausing. Huang Chutian roared once more, raising both hands skyward as the second spirit ring finally illuminated. A thick yellow radiance enveloped his body, causing his arms to swell with explosive power, the yellow glow culminating at his fists. Power of the cannon hammer. Huang Chutian bellowed as he unleashed a formidable strike towards Wang Dong. A solid yellow energy sphere erupted from his fists, hurtling towards Wang Dong with a locking effect, preventing her from evading despite 3 desperate attempts. Just as she prepared to meet the attack with her winged guillotine, a smile crept across her face as she chose to abandon the defense. Instead, she dove downward, shredding the hair nets while aiming straight for Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. The 3-life soul rescue cauldron silently manifested behind Wang Dong, colliding with the energy sphere. In the split second before their impact, a black halo emanated from the cauldron, producing a deafening roar in the air. Upon colliding with the black halo, the energy sphere was significantly weakened before striking the 3-life soul rescue cauldron. Although the explosion propelled the cauldron away, Huang Chutian's attack was ultimately defused. Meanwhile, the Blue Sisters found themselves facing the full brunt of Wang Dong's assault. Clearly underestimating the situation, while Huang Chutian was struggling against Wang Dong, he had not been defeated, yet they overlooked the fact that they were not facing him alone. As Wang Dong launched his hair net towards them, it was already too late for them to employ their second soul skill, as it required a certain distance to unleash its full potential. The sisters exchanged a resolute glance, determination evident in their eyes. Suddenly, the soul rings around them vanished simultaneously, and they released their clasped hands, embracing each other amidst the battle. Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback, wondering what they were up to. The next instant, the Lan sisters provided him with an answer. An overwhelming surge of soul power erupted, far surpassing their previous strength. As Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo embraced, a deep blue aura radiated from them, enveloping their forms in a shroud of obscurity. Concurrently, their long hair lifted, transforming into a translucent blue, still delicate, yet imparting a completely different sensation as it enveloped Wang Dong. The winged guillotine struck the hair net head-on, but did not tear through it as before. Instead, Wang Dong felt as though he had collided with an elastic and resilient net, which tightened around him no matter how he struggled. In that instant, Huo Yuhao's mental detection unexpectedly vanished. Had Huo Yuhao ceased his skill? The answer was a resounding no. Rather, it was the overwhelming strength of the soul skill before Wang Dong that had obscured Huo Yuhao's mental probing. After all, Huo Yuhao was merely a one-ring soul master. In the blink of an eye, Wang Dong found himself ensnared like a zongzi, surrounded by shimmering blue strands. These cascading blue filaments did not relent. They swiftly advanced toward Xiao Xiao and Huo Yuhao. A martial soul fusion skill? Xiao Xiao exclaimed, as the Sanxing Jun Hun Ding sprang into action, dividing into 3 and simultaneously striking the vast net. A martial soul fusion skill is a technique executed by soul masters whose martial souls resonate perfectly with one another. Its power far exceeds that of any soul skill of the same level, transcending ordinary classifications. Such fusion skills are exceedingly rare, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Within Huang Chutian's team, while he was undoubtedly the strongest individual, the true trump card lay in the Lan sisters' martial soul fusion skill. Throughout the previous assessments, they had remained patient, even refraining from using their fusion skill despite losing a match. However, today marked the first of the final 5 rounds, and they could no longer afford to lose. Just as Huo Yuhao's team was a seed team in Class 1, Huang Chutian and the Lan sisters represented the seed team of Class 7, tasked with breaking into the top 3. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo embraced each other, catalyzing their martial soul fusion skill, the Heavenly Net. It was said that even a 2-ringed Great Soul Master, let alone a 3-ringed Soul Venerable, would find it impossible to escape from the Heavenly Net when alone. The 3 ebony cauldrons were instantaneously engulfed by the celestial net. With a commanding shout from Xiao Xiao, 3 resounding booms echoed simultaneously within the net. In that moment, the celestial net appeared to tremble slightly, reminiscent of the earlier skill that had thwarted Huang Chutian's attack. It was none other than the first soul technique of Xiao Xiao's 3 lives soul-settling cauldron, the tremor of the cauldron. Unlike the previous singular activation, this time the tremor was unleashed by all 3 cauldrons simultaneously, maximizing its potency. The secret of Xiao Xiao's 3 lives soul-settling cauldron lies in the fact that its defensive capabilities are strongest when the 3 cauldrons unite, while their offensive power and soul skill prowess reach their zenith when separated. However, the celestial net is a martial soul fusion technique. Despite the formidable power of Xiao Xiao's tremor, it paled in comparison to the celestial net, which quickly reasserted itself after a momentary disruption. advancing toward Xiao Xiao with alarming speed. At that critical juncture, Huo Yuhao suddenly bellowed, "Wang Dong!" The celestial net, which had almost reached Xiao Xiao, seemed momentarily stunned by Huo Yuhao's voice, halting its advance. Deep within the net, a brilliant blue-gold light flared to life. Huo Yuhao's mental detection sharing had remained active. Although the circumstances within the celestial net were obscured, Xiao Xiao still felt the amplification brought about by their mental connection. As Huo Yuhao shouted, she was struck with astonishment as she realized that the originally expansive range of the mental detection was now converging toward the center, transforming into a narrow beam that pierced directly into the core of the celestial net. Furthermore, Huo Yuhao's soul power seemed to surge rapidly, infused with an enigmatic force that she could not comprehend. In the next instant, Xiao Xiao felt as though something had swept past her temple, leaving her momentarily dizzy. Immediately afterward, the overwhelming celestial net began to crumble, receding like the tide. With a thud, Wang Dong collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily, clearly having undergone intense exertion. The Blue Sisters, however, were in a far worse state, having both fallen unconscious. Huo Yuhao's complexion was exceedingly pale, and even his mental detection sharing could no longer be sustained. Though he did not wheeze like Wang Dong, his chest heaved with labored breaths. On the sidelines, Wang Yin stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at the spectacle before him. When the Blue Sisters initiated their martial soul fusion technique, the celestial net, his gaze had been filled with astonishment. He had believed that Huo Yuhao's team was destined to lose, but he could hardly fathom the dramatic turn of events. Just as victory seemed within reach for the celestial net, Huo Yuhao's team had inexplicably reversed the situation. What frustrated Wang Yin the most was his inability to discern how Huo Yuhao's team had executed their maneuver. Particularly, Huo Yuhao, his pale visage and the powerful shout from earlier indicated that he had indeed taken action. It was likely that breaking through the celestial net was the result of his utmost effort. Yet, how had he achieved it? How had he penetrated the martial soul fusion technique? Wang Yin found himself utterly at a loss. The battle was far from over. Although Wang Chutian was taken aback to witness the Lan sisters' collapse, astonished that the celestial net had not vanquished the enemy, he quickly regained his composure. With a fierce shout, he lunged toward Wang Dong, the nearest target. In his mind, it was clear that Wang Dong must have disrupted the martial soul fusion skill. Huo Yuhao, possessing merely a decade-old soul ring, would undoubtedly go unnoticed in any circumstance. At this moment, Wang Dong was nearing his limits. As Huang Chutian charged towards him, he barely managed to flap his wings and retreat swiftly, calling out, "Xiao Xiao, it's your turn now." "Leave it to me," Xiao Xiao replied with a huff. The three lives soul-settling cauldron, having scattered after the celestial net was deployed, reformed once again. Although lacking Huo Yuhao's shared mental perception, she could clearly see Huang Chutian, a target of considerable size. The cauldron was positioned horizontally, blocking Huang Chutian's path in front of Wang Dong. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating to restore his mental strength. The previous exertion had indeed taken a significant toll on him. Fortunately, he was no longer the novice he had been at levels 11 or 12. His purple extreme magic eyes had undergone a qualitative leap, preventing him from exhausting his mental energy completely. Nonetheless, the intense output had left him with bouts of dizziness, making it impossible to maintain both mental detection and sharing simultaneously. He needed to recuperate. Could Huo Yuhao possess the ability to disrupt a martial soul fusion skill? That was, of course, impossible. He was merely at the first ring. Although the million-year soul ring was formidable, he was still far from harnessing its true powers. His ability to break the celestial net resulted from a combination of various factors, with Huo Yuhao playing a crucial role. He shouted Wang Dong's name, and Wang Dong instantly understood. As the celestial net tightened around them, he activated his second soul skill. This skill, while still incapable of breaking the martial soul fusion, was formidable in its own right, stemming from a 1,000-year soul ring. Although it could not dismantle the celestial net, it significantly accelerated the soul power consumption of the twin sisters. Following this, Huo Yuhao launched his attack. With the celestial net obstructing his mental detection, he concentrated his mental perception in a singular direction, unleashing a powerful mental wave that pierced through the encirclement, successfully completing the detection, albeit unidirectionally. Upon locating the Lan sisters, he unleashed a soul impact, augmented by the purple extreme magic eyes. This was the full-force strike that Xiao Xiao felt as an instant dizziness in her mind. Ultimately, it was proven that Huo Yuhao's all-out effort succeeded. The fusion skill of the Lan sisters was undeniably powerful, yet it was not without its flaws. The most significant flaw lay in their current cultivation level, rendering the activation of the martial soul fusion skill exceedingly strenuous and unsustainable. Under the relentless depletion caused by Wang Dong, Huo Yuhao's soul impact collided forcefully with their bodies, the intense mental wave shattering their skill and leading them into a state of unconsciousness due to the overwhelming backlash of their own powerful fusion technique. Nevertheless, the Lan sisters, through their combined strength, managed to render both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong almost devoid of combat capability, showcasing the formidable power of their martial soul fusion technique. Huo Yuhao appeared diminutive, yet he possessed a soul ring that had existed for 1,000,000 years. Huang Chutian unleashed a powerful strike with both fists upon the Sansheng Zhenhunding, employing his first soul skill, the might of the diamond fist. The collision between the black aura and his metallic fist sent the Sansheng Zhenhunding careening 3 meters away, yet Huang Chutian remained steadfast. Though his body quivered violently, the tremors emanating from the ding carried a profound, disorienting effect, capable of not only inflicting harm through shockwaves, but also incapacitating all foes within a 1-meter radius. As Huang Chutian succumbed to the dizziness, Xiao Xiao let out a cold snort, deftly wielding her hands, causing the Sansheng Zhenhunding to divide into 3, encircling Huang Chutian at its center. The disorientation was fleeting. Huang Chutian quickly regained his senses. This time, he refrained from immediate action, pausing to assess the situation before him. The Lan sisters had succumbed to unconsciousness, completely stripped of their combat prowess, while their adversaries, Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao, appeared similarly incapacitated, though they remained conscious and could potentially re-enter the fray at any moment. The only viable strategy was to achieve a swift resolution to secure a glimmer of hope for victory in the assessment. With this thought in mind, Huang Chutian let out a roar, forcefully stamping his feet on the ground, propelling himself upward, while simultaneously clasping his fists above his head. His second soul ring shimmered brightly, and he activated the force cannon hammer once more. Xiao Xiao, with her hands converging inward, commanded the 3 great ding formed from the Sansheng Zhenhunding to rise simultaneously and collide inward. The might of the force cannon hammer was extraordinary. She could not allow her opponent to unleash his attack. However, Huang Chutian cunningly grinned, executing a sudden somersault in midair just before the 3 ding converged. Altering his position to be inverted, and with all his might, he hurled his clasped fists downward, releasing a burst of yellow light that sped directly towards Xiao Xiao. Indeed, Huang Chutian had calculated well. In order for Xiao Xiao to counter his force cannon hammer, the 3 ding had to unite. This would afford him ample time to close the distance. Regardless of whom he targeted among the trio, they would find it exceedingly challenging to defend themselves. Yet, in that fleeting moment before Huang Chutian unleashed his strike, he felt a momentary blur in his vision. Although he had released the force cannon hammer, it veered off course. The yellow sphere shot askew, accompanied by a deafening explosion that shattered the partition used to demarcate the assessment area, startling the participants in the adjacent zone who were engaged in their own evaluations. At this juncture, the outcome between Huo Yuhao's team and Huang Chutian's team had already been determined. The black light continued to swirl, persisting for over 3 seconds before Huang Chutian regained his capacity for movement. This was the second soul skill of Xiao Zhao's Sansheng Zhenhunding martial soul, known as the Ding's recoil. Targeting a singular foe, it not only generated devastating impact, but also propelled the opponent while disorienting them, effectively serving as a control skill. With her current 2 abilities, she could justifiably claim the title of a control-type battle soul master. Xiao Xiao could never have anticipated that her opponent's attack would deviate. The reason she shifted from defense to offense was due to the timely support she received from Huo Yuhao. However, she remained unaware that Huo Yuhao had simultaneously unleashed 3 skills, which ultimately drained his soul power completely. Among these 3 abilities, the first to be utilized in combat was the mental interference, a skill that envelopes the area in its influence. Compared to soul impact, the potency of mental interference might seem considerably weaker, yet it should not be overlooked that it is an area of effect skill and operates with remarkable subtlety, often affecting the opponent without their awareness. Otherwise, how could Huang Chutian's clearly targeted force hammer have gone awry? Wang Yin declared, Huo Yuhao's team wins. As he spoke, he gently set down the bewildered Huang Chutian and approached the Lan sisters, channeling his soul power to awaken them. Upon regaining consciousness, the Lan sisters were overwhelmed by a throbbing headache. as if countless needles were piercing their minds. The intensity of Huo Yuhao's soul impact had escalated, even affecting Ma Xiaodao, a six-ring soul master, let alone them. Coupled with the backlash from their martial soul fusion technique, it was evident that Huang Chutian's team had suffered a significant setback. At least Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo would undoubtedly be unable to restore their combat capabilities today. Moreover, they were facing 4 more matches ahead. On the other hand, Huo Yuhao's team was in a relatively better situation. They had secured a victory, and neither Wang Dong nor Huo Yuhao had sustained injuries, only expending their soul power. They could afford to rest for 2 matches. However, in the upcoming contests, Xiao Xiao would undoubtedly have to take on the role of the primary combatant. Wang Dong supported the weakened Huo Yuhao to the sidelines, with Xiao Xiao trailing closely behind, her expression tinged with confusion as she inquired, "Class leader, how did his attack miss just now?" Huo Yuhao offered a wry smile and replied, "Let's not dwell on that for now. We must meditate to recover our soul power. We've expended so much in the first match, and there are still 4 more to come. We can only hope that the others have also worn themselves out." With that, he promptly settled into a cross-legged position to meditate. A total of 6 teams participated in the assessment, and immediately after Huo Yuhao's team completed their match, the second round commenced. Following the reorganization of the new student assessment, they had entered the latter half, the most critical moment for scoring points. Every additional victory increased their chances of remaining in the competition. Thus, every team was now wholly committed to giving their utmost effort. The earlier clash between Huo Yuhao's team and Huang Chutian's had left the other 4 teams astonished. They recognized their lack of that level of strength and resolved to secure points against the other teams as much as possible. The first match, which had resulted in mutual exhaustion, further complicated the dynamics of this round of assessments. Before long, all 3 matches of the first round concluded. Just as Huo Yuhao had hoped, the other 4 teams had also experienced considerable depletion. After all, they weren't merely expending energy today. The 4 continuous matches from the previous day had also taken a toll. They had not yet returned to their optimal condition. As a seeded team, when the second round of the competition commenced, Huo Yuhao and his companions were the first to take the stage once again. This time, their opponents consisted of 3 students from the new 4th class. After both sides introduced themselves and positioned themselves, there was a noticeable shift on Huo Yuhao's team. Xiao Xiao stood at the forefront, followed closely by Huo Yuhao, while Wang Dong, the formidable assault-type battle soul master, took his place at the rear. Before Wang Yin could announce the start of the match, Wang Dong had already settled himself on the ground, meditating right there on the battlefield. This was a task assigned to him by Huo Yuhao, emphasizing the necessity of restoring the soul power he had previously expended. Only with Wang Dong in optimal condition could they hope for an unblemished victory in the round-robin tournament. "Xiao Xiao, give it your all," Huo Yuhao whispered. "Rest assured, class leader, we will succeed," she replied confidently. As Wang Yin declared the assessment to begin, both teams simultaneously unleashed their martial souls. From their previous observations, Huo Yuhao and his team were aware that their opponents comprised 3 agility-type soul masters, focusing on speed. The moment Wang Yan's voice rang out, the trio of agility-type soul masters surged forward, splitting into 3 paths, all aiming directly at Xiao Xiao. Wang Dong's seated meditation did not go unnoticed. As the strongest assault-type battle soul master, he seemed devoid of combat capability, and such an opportunity was not to be squandered. Although they had also exerted considerable energy earlier, they launched themselves at full force from the very start. Wang Yin stood at the edge of the arena, his gaze fixed intently on Huo Yuhao, unwilling to let a moment slip by. He believed that without Wang Dong's assistance, Xiao Xiao alone would stand no chance against 3 opponents, especially not against 3 agility-type soul masters. He was determined to discern how Huo Yuhao would engage in combat and how his soul skills would manifest. Huo Yuhao's eyes sparkled. The faint golden glow, though subtle, was clearly visible to Wang Yin. It was not uncommon for a soul master's eyes to change color while releasing their martial soul. Wang Yin also noticed the delicate white soul rings appearing beneath Huo Yuhao's feet, yet he still could not ascertain the nature of Huo Yuhao's martial soul. At that moment, the 3 agility-type soul masters had already commenced their assault. They approached from 3 distinct directions, each exhibiting varying speeds, with 2 advancing directly toward Xiao Xiao, while 1 maneuvered to flank Huo Yuhao from the side, attempting a surprise attack from behind. Their coordination was impeccable. Xiao Xiao's gaze remained steadfastly fixed ahead, seemingly oblivious to their presence, as she raised her hands above her head, performing a gesture of support. The 3 live soul-settling cauldron materialized and split into 3, simultaneously confronting their adversaries from three directions. A breathtaking scene unfolded as, without even directing her gaze, Xiao Xiao's divided three lives soul-settling cauldrons effectively blocked the paths of the three advancing agility-type soul masters. All three possessed the pinnacle of first-ring cultivation, with their soul power hovering around level 19. Fueled by sheer determination, they moved with remarkable speed, but the sudden change in tactics left them no time to react. They could only collide forcefully with the three great cauldrons. They lacked the formidable strength exhibited by Huang Qutian, who wielded the great strength divine ape martial soul. The impact upon the soul-resonating cauldron of Sanxing immediately resulted in a state of utter confusion. Even more astonishing revelations lay ahead. Chapter 20. The Soul Fusion of the Frosty Winter, Part 1. Due to the unexpected and swift arrival of the three lives soul-calming cauldron, the three agile attack-type soul masters were unable to activate their soul skills in time. To all the spectators, it was already remarkable that Xiao Xiao could utilize her mind in three ways simultaneously. It seemed implausible that she could also manage to control her divided soul to unleash skills at the opportune moments, particularly since the timing of her three opponents' assaults varied. Yet, Xiao Xiao astonished them with a breathtaking spectacle. Three resounding booms echoed in succession as the three cauldrons unleashed their power from distinct positions, coinciding precisely with the moment of collision against the agile attackers. Consequently, the three soul masters were not only propelled backward, but also rendered momentarily unconscious. Lacking the robust physique of a powerful attack soul master, their stupor lasted significantly longer than that of Huang Qutian earlier. The three live soul-calming cauldrons pursued their bodies once more and collided with them. Bang, bang, bang. Three forces met the adversary, and three victories were achieved. The three figures were simultaneously launched from the arena. Three dark beams of light ascended once again, converging above Xiao Xiao's head, and quietly vanished as she retracted her soul. The arena fell into a profound silence. The victory led by Xiao Xiao was even more astonishing than the previous round, with the entire battle lasting less than half a minute. With her singular prowess, she had boldly faced three agile opponents, preventing them from crossing even halfway, thus achieving a comprehensive triumph in three dimensions. Wang Yin had witnessed the entirety of Huo Yuhao's team's earlier assessments. In his mind, the strongest among the trio was naturally Wang Dong, while the most enigmatic and composed was Huo Yuhao. Xiao Xiao's weapon soul seemed commendable, but was comparatively inclined towards being a semi-support and semi-control type, leading her to rank lower in his estimation. However, in that very moment, Xiao Xiao proved to Wang Yin that she occupied an indispensable position within this trio. He could scarcely fathom how an 11-year-old girl could maintain such composure on the battlefield, accurately discerning all the enemy's attack trajectories and delivering decisive counterstrikes. Even a control-type soul master of the fourth ring might struggle to execute such fluid and seamless enemy disruption. How could such a young girl achieve this? The other teams, who initially perceived an opportunity to capitalize on Huo Yuhao's team's considerable exhaustion after the first bout, abandoned their thoughts of victory. Two individuals among this trio possessed the strength to single-handedly confront an entire team. They were formidable. However, the Huang Qutian team, whose overall strength was comparable to Huo Yuhao's, was not as fortunate. Although the Lan sisters had regained consciousness from their stupor, they were plagued by excruciating headaches and excessive soul power depletion, rendering them unable to participate in the match. Only Huang Qutian could continue to compete. His soul power had already been significantly diminished, and he had sustained injuries from Wang Dong's winged guillotine. Moreover, in a 1-against-3 scenario, all attention was directed solely at him. While Xiao Xiao had also faced three opponents, Huo Yuhao's presence behind her had undoubtedly diverted the enemy's focus. Thus, Huang Qutian faced a tragic fate. After enduring for a while in the second match, he ultimately succumbed to his opponent, resulting in a second defeat for the team. For Huo Yuhao and his companions, the remaining matches transformed into a virtuous cycle, as no one dared to confront them head-on. Instead, opponents sought to conserve their strength for encounters with others. In the subsequent 3 matches, their victories could be described as remarkably effortless, particularly in the 4th match, with Wang Dong fully restored. He and Xiao Xiao positioned themselves before Huo Yuhao, leading their adversaries to concede with mere token resistance. Despite Huang Qutian's team possessing formidable foundations after suffering 2 consecutive defeats, the Lan sisters managed to regain some composure and re-entered the fray, with Huang Qutian showcasing his impressive prowess. Faced with opponents who had already exhausted much of their energy in earlier matches, he ultimately secured consecutive victories. culminating in 7 wins out of the 10 matches. Advancing to the top 64 should pose no significant issue. As the round-robin tournament drew to a close, Wang Yin could no longer contain his excitement. "Teacher Wang." Huo Yuhao approached him. Wang Yin nodded with a smile, saying, "Congratulations on achieving a flawless record in the freshman assessment round-robin. There are likely no more than 10 teams that can boast such an accomplishment. You truly are impressive. However, I have always been curious, Huo Yuhao, as the team leader. What is your martial soul? Though I cannot discern your contributions during battle, I believe you are indeed the core of this team. Am I incorrect?" Huo Yuhao was momentarily taken aback and bashfully replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Teacher Wang. Our impressive results are due to the formidable strength of Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. I am merely a supporting figure, as you have observed. I possess only a 10-year spirit ring." Wang Yin smiled softly and replied, "There is no need for modesty. If you lack sufficient ability, I find it hard to believe that talents like Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao would allow you to be their leader. Moreover, I have looked into your performance over the past 3 months at the academy. Do you know what your fellow students generally call you?" Huo Yuhao shook his head in confusion. Wang Yin continued, "They refer to you as Iron Rain Hao, for you possess an iron will. Though your innate talent may be the weakest, your diligence has made you a model for the new students. However, I have refrained from inquiring about your martial soul because I wish to witness it and your soul skills firsthand to validate my own capabilities. Yet, the reality compels me to concede that I have lost. Throughout, I have been unable to discern your martial soul or the nature of your soul skills. Each match, I have seen the brilliance of your white 10-year spirit ring, yet I cannot comprehend the effect of your soul skills. Could you enlighten me?" Huo Yuhao replied, "Teacher Wang, my martial soul is the spirit eye, a mental attribute martial soul. As for my soul skills, I would prefer to keep them confidential, as we still have further assessments to complete." His martial soul was not a significant secret within the academy, as many were aware. If this teacher truly sought to uncover it, he would undoubtedly succeed without any need for reticence. However, he was reluctant to disclose his soul skills. "Spirit eye? Your martial soul is an eye?" Wang Yan's reaction was far more intense than Huo Yuhao had anticipated. After listening to Huo Yuhao's explanation, he was nearly propelled into the air with excitement, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao was taken aback and inquired, "Teacher Wang, what is the matter?" Nodding affirmatively, Wang Yin drew a deep breath and, with a tense expression, pressed on, "So, are you a member of the Body Sect?" Huo Yuhao shook his head in confusion. "The Body Sect? Teacher Wang, I have never heard of it." A wave of unrestrained joy blossomed in Wang Yan's eyes as he released Huo Yuhao's hands, exclaiming, "That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Haha, I never expected Shrek Academy to stumble upon such a great fortune. No wonder your single-decade soul ring possesses such immense power. It turns out you have a body martial soul. What a pity, had you arrived at the academy sooner. I would have insisted on helping you acquire and extreme your first soul ring." Observing Wang Yan's somewhat eccentric demeanor, Huo Yuhao could not help but glance toward Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. He recalled their previous encounter with that unreasonable evil fire phoenix, Ma Xiaodao. This teacher had been perfectly normal just a couple of days ago. Why the sudden change? This led Huo Yuhao to remember what his dear teacher, Xiaoya, and his senior brother had mentioned. While there were few monstrous students at Shrek Academy, there was no shortage of extraordinary teachers. As he watched Wang Yan's departing figure, Xiao Xiao could not restrain herself from whispering, "Do you think this teacher Wang is unwell?" Huo Yuhao frowned and replied, "Do not speak of our teacher in such a manner." Wang Dong approached Huo Yuhao, remarking, "He must have lost composure due to your body martial soul. I believe I have heard at home that individuals possessing a body martial soul are exceedingly rare, but I have never heard of the Body Sect." Huo Yuhao shook his head and smiled. "It is of little consequence. I suspect Teacher Wang will seek me out again in the future, having achieved a resounding victory. Shouldn't we celebrate? Allow me to treat you to something delicious at the cafeteria." Xiao Xiao, brimming with enthusiasm, interjected, "Forget the cafeteria, class leader. I haven't yet tasted your grilled fish. Today, you must fulfill this small wish of mine." "What is it, Wang Dong? What are you pondering?" Huo Yuhao asked. Noticing him seated on the bed, Wang Dong contemplated for a moment and replied, "Yuhao, I have been reflecting on the process of our first match today. No matter how I think about it, something feels amiss. My 1,000-year soul ring ability is indeed powerful, yet the opponent was utilizing a martial soul fusion technique. At that moment, I sensed you concentrating your mental detection to probe the intricacies of their soul abilities, but you did not share that information with me. Immediately after, their soul techniques collapsed. What exactly did you do?" As he spoke, Wang Dong raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao's heart raced. He understood that concealing the truth from Wang Dong would prove quite challenging. Unlike teacher Wang, the two of them shared a dormitory and had trained together for a considerable time, making Wang Dong well acquainted with him. While fabricating a lie might allow him to evade the inquiry, it would inevitably sow seeds of distrust in Wang Dong's mind. To speak the truth was, of course, impossible. The existence of the million-year soul beast, the dream-ice silkworm, was simply too astonishing, causing an unimaginable impact on anyone it concerned. Revealing the truth to Wang Dong might only bring him harm. Yet, what could one do if truth remained unspoken? Suddenly, the phrase entity martial soul flashed through Huo Yuhao's mind, and his eyes brightened with inspiration. Wang Dong. Huo Yuhao lifted his gaze anew. His expression now tinged with a gravitas that had not been there before. Wang Dong had never witnessed Huo Yuhao in such a state, and his eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that you possess some sort of ace up your sleeve? Huo Yuhao met his gaze, momentarily taken aback by the beauty of Wang Dong's eyes. With long, curled eyelashes framing a pair of deep, dark eyes that revealed only a hint of white at the edges, the curiosity in those eyes seemed almost to speak. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No wonder the girls were so enchanted by him. He was undeniably handsome. Well, it can't exactly be termed an ace. Huo Yuhao replied softly. Rather, it's a secret regarding my entity martial soul. I only discovered it recently. Wang Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. A secret about the entity martial soul? You mean to say, he continued, that your martial soul, influenced by the purple extreme demon eye, can directly unleash a mental attack akin to a soul skill? Huo Yuhao raised a finger to his lips, urging him to lower his voice. Do you want everyone to know? This is my greatest secret, and I've just shared it with you. In a certain sense, Huo Yuhao was not lying. Though it was not entirely the truth either. The existence of a million-year soul beast was simply too shocking. By attributing his soul shock skill to a plausible source, Huo Yuhao felt a sense of relief. He understood that as he continued his studies at Shrek Academy, various assessments awaited him. Concealing his soul shock was an impossibility. Thus, it was only a matter of time before he would need to provide an explanation. His recent assertion to Wang Dong seemed perfectly fitting. Wang Dong gazed at Huo Yuhao in astonishment. His physical martial soul was so formidable that it could spontaneously evolve skills. Huo Yuhao scratched his head, responding. Isn't that commonplace? Your radiant goddess butterfly also possesses the innate ability to fly, doesn't it? And it can elevate its flying height as your cultivation improves. Such inherent abilities must be considered part of a martial soul's essence. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Dong countered, No, it's not the same. Indeed, my radiant goddess butterfly's flying ability is a martial soul instinct. However, your mental shock is different. It evolved only after interacting with the purple extreme demon eye. This implies that your spirit eye, as an entity martial soul, a mutated martial soul, has a certain capacity for evolution, which my radiant goddess butterfly cannot compare to. Perhaps, in time, it will develop even more skills. Huo Yuhao chuckled lightly and said, It cannot truly be classified as a skill. A more precise description would be that my spiritual eyes continuously enhance my mental strength. When I project this mental strength through my purple extreme magic eyes, it manifests in a certain application. Wang Dong nodded, understanding. Now that you mention it, I grasp your meaning. It's akin to how I purify or compress my soul power for offense and defense. However, your mental strength is formless and invisible, making it more challenging to detect. I hadn't anticipated such a remarkable use. With a hint of curiosity, Wang Dong's beautiful eyes reflected a sense of relief, but his spirits soon soared again. Yuhao, that twin martial soul fusion skill is truly formidable. If we were both at the third ring, we would undoubtedly be defeated today. Although martial soul fusion skills are not sustainable, their immense power and explosive force render them among the pinnacle abilities of soul masters. As their soul power increases, if they can maintain the martial soul fusion for longer durations, they will be nearly unbeatable within the same tier. How I wish we could possess such a skill. Huo Yuhao chuckled. Don't indulge in fantasies. Such good fortune is rare. I recall my teacher saying that a martial soul fusion skill requires a remarkably high compatibility between both martial souls to manifest, and the chances are exceedingly slim. If two martial souls are highly compatible, they will sense each other upon meeting. We have been living together for 3 months. Have you ever felt a sense of compatibility with me? I certainly have not. To his surprise, Wang Dong lowered his head, seemingly deep in thought, his face slightly flushed. What's wrong? Huo Yuhao inquired, puzzled. Wang Dong appeared resolute as he lifted his gaze, a peculiar glint in his eyes as he fixed his stare on Huo Yuhao. Since you have revealed the secrets of your primary martial soul, it would be unkind for me to withhold mine. In truth, I have always concealed my abilities, as well as my aura. Now it was Huo Yuhao's turn to be astonished. Wang Dong's prowess was evident. The strength of her bright goddess butterfly martial soul had been fully showcased during the freshman assessment. In 10 battles, she had only utilized her second soul skill once, and no one had witnessed its form. The revelation of hidden strength was indeed surprising. Wang Dong continued, although you cannot perceive my aura, I felt a close affinity when I first experienced your mental detection and shared assistance. The reason my aura remains contained is due to the restraint of another power within me. Only through physical contact can you truly sense my presence. Would you like to give it a try? Physical contact? How so? Huo Yuhao asked, bewildered. Wang Dong was momentarily exasperated. You fool, just embrace me. Huo Yuhao laughed. Is that all? You could have simply said so. Do we need to remove our clothes? Absolutely not. Wang Dong exclaimed, startled. Huo Yuhao grinned. Then let us proceed. With that, he casually opened his arms, moving to embrace Wang Dong. Wang Dong found himself momentarily lost in thought as he observed Huo Yuhao drawing ever closer. Unlike the casual demeanor of Huo Yuhao, he felt an involuntary tension coursing through his body, entering a state of peculiar rigidity. Huo Yuhao naturally embraced Wang Dong, believing that such a gesture between friends was entirely normal. However, upon actually holding Wang Dong, the sensation transformed. He had assumed that, as fellow soul masters who diligently trained their physical prowess and soul power, Wang Dong's physique would be as muscular as his own. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Although Wang Dong's body was resilient, it was astonishingly supple, evoking a sensation as if it were devoid of bones. Additionally, a faint, fragrant aroma emanated from him. With their heights nearly equal, Huo Yuhao found his face nestled against Wang Dong's neck. As his chin grazed the smooth, elegant curve, a shiver ran through him. He yearned to exclaim in wonder but sensed an underlying incongruity. At his tender age, his understanding of certain nuances remained limited, leading him to dwell little on it. He simply felt that embracing Wang Dong was far more comforting than he had anticipated. How does it feel? Wang Dong almost whispered, refraining from reciprocating the embrace, allowing Huo Yuhao to hold him instead. His perception was quite different. Huo Yuhao's physique was solid, radiating a robust masculinity, subtly tinged with the faint scent of youthful perspiration, causing Wang Dong's lovely visage to flush crimson. Wang Dong, initially stunned, soon became incensed. You fool! I didn't mean for you to find it comfortable. I wanted you to sense the essence of my martial soul. I forgot. Let me hold you a little longer. I shall try, Huo Yuhao replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet tightening his embrace. This sudden pressure made Wang Dong involuntarily emit a soft sound of protest. He attempted to push away, but ultimately restrained himself. Grasping the sides of Huo Yuhao's clothing with a delicate grip, his lips pressed tightly together, as if he bore a great grievance. Huo Yuhao gradually focused his soul power while intently absorbing the aura emanating from Wang Dong. Yet, after embracing him, his first impression was that the fragrance intensified. He sensed that while Wang Dong's body remained supple, there was a slight tension within it. Gradually, Huo Yuhao perceived the fluctuations of Wang Dong's aura, a rich, warm light that gently stirred his own soul power into motion, a sensation of indescribable comfort. Even more astonishingly, amidst this radiant aura, he began to detect an increasingly vibrant life force. Following this, a profound and steady essence emerged. Wang Dong's aura underwent 3 distinct transformations, each amplifying Huo Yuhao's sense of closeness. As he sensed the final change within Wang Dong's essence, he realized that his soul power had begun to autonomously follow the trajectory of the Xiantian skill S operation. This is. Huo Yuhao gradually widened his eyes, and Wang Dong was equally astonished. As Huo Yuhao embraced him tightly, a faint golden aura began to emerge around Wang Dong, which then gradually transformed into a blue-gold hue, ultimately evolving into a dark golden shade. The colors shifted thrice, reflecting the peculiar fluctuations Huo Yuhao sensed in the aura. Wang Dong, being more experienced than Huo Yuhao, observed the entirety of the situation while Huo Yuhao silently absorbed the essence of his presence. He noticed that a glow began to emanate from Huo Yuhao as well, initially manifesting as a gentle white stream, soft and substantial, exuding a quality reminiscent of an all-encompassing sea. When Wang Dong's aura came into contact with this white essence, an indescribable sense of comfort enveloped him. Huo Yuhao's aura felt as though it carried the weight of virtue, perfectly merging with his own. Soon after, Huo Yuhao's aura began to shift. The initially soft and substantial essence gradually turned cool, a subtle chill radiating from him yet imbued with an endless vitality, harmonizing seamlessly with Wang Dong's life force. Although one emanated from the essence of nature and the other from the ancient ice of eternal life. The shared resonance of their prolonged existence allowed their auras to intertwine further, deepening their connection. As Wang Dong's surrounding colors transformed into dark golden streams, Huo Yuhao's aura shifted from icy blue to a delicate gray. This gray was faint, yet Wang Dong was astonished to feel its weight, its depth, perhaps even surpassing the dark golden aura he possessed. Indeed, Huo Yuhao's aura underwent 3 transformations, each time perfectly blending with Wang Dong's essence. Wang Dong gradually lifted his hands, which had been gripping Huo Yuhao's collar, and embraced him in return. In this moment, their minds became devoid of distractions, completely immersed in the exquisite sensations arising from the interplay of their auras. The 3 distinct essences continued to evolve, their soul power gradually circulating, and as time progressed, the speed of this circulation increased, amplifying the rhythm of their aura exchange. Subtle hues of differing colors swirled around their bodies, barely perceptible, yet only they could distinctly feel one another's essence. At this moment, they were unaware of the significance of their state, yet they held each other closely, silently savoring this extraordinary and increasingly soothing sensation. Gradually, both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong felt as though each other's bodies were melding with their own, an exquisitely delightful sensation. Their souls seemed to transcend to a higher plane. Just then, within Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, a refreshing presence emerged, accompanied by a voice he recognized all too well. What incredible luck! Could it be? The sudden voice startled Huo Yuhao, pulling him partially from that wondrous feeling and instinctively prompting him to release his embrace. The voice hastily urged, "Hurry and hold tight, you fool." Instinctively, Huo Yuhao tightened his embrace, for he possessed unwavering trust in that voice, having discerned that its owner was none other than the celestial dream ice silkworm. Remarkably, after months of slumber, it had awakened due to the embrace shared between Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. However, it soon fell silent again, and after a brief moment, its voice resonated once more within Huo Yuhao's mind. "From now on, you must heed my words. I never anticipated you could find someone in this world whose essence aligns so perfectly with yours. It truly baffles me, nay, it seems nearly impossible. Yet, you have accomplished it. This presents an unparalleled opportunity for you. Seize it, for it will illuminate your future boundlessly." Huo Yuhao pondered instinctively, "Celestial dream, what is happening between Wang Dong and me? What does it mean to have an essence that aligns perfectly?" The celestial dream ice silkworm replied, "In simple terms, your current relationship resembles that of human spouses. One embodies yin, while the other represents yang. Though they are 2 distinct essences, together they form a harmonious unity, inevitably unleashing immense power. It seems that human soul masters refer to such a phenomenon as martial soul fusion. This indicates that your martial soul resonates perfectly with that of the little one you are holding. Furthermore, martial soul fusion can occur in varying degrees, typically requiring a compatibility of over 50% for fusion to be feasible. However, your compatibility stands at a remarkable 100%. And what astonishes me further is that you are experiencing a tri-martial soul fusion. This is not merely a miracle. It is extraordinary. Tri-martial soul fusion? Huo Yuhao exclaimed in disbelief. How is that possible? Wang Dong possesses only one martial soul, known as the goddess of light butterfly, and I have only 2 martial souls, the second of which is still uncertain. Huo Yuhao continued in astonishment. Does this mean Wang Dong also possesses a tri-martial soul? Chapter 21. The Fusion of the 3 Lives Martial Souls. Part 1. The dream ice silkworm spoke softly. "Fool. Of course it is. Have you not considered that even with twin martial souls, one cannot bear the oppressive force of a 1,000-year spirit ring at the mere 20th level? It is precisely because he possesses 3 martial souls, each enhancing his physique, that he can attain a 1,000-year spirit ring at such a level. Holding on to this individual, in terms familiar to your kind, he is truly a rare prodigy, a once-in-a-millennium genius." Huo Yuhao could scarcely believe that Wang Dong possessed 3 martial souls. No wonder he had once claimed that in a one-on-one scenario against Xiao Xiao, she could never match him. It was no surprise that he exuded such confidence. Despite being merely at the 2-ring level, he had never displayed admiration toward anyone. The extent of his talent was astonishing. "Foolish boy, what is there to be surprised about? In a sense, you are also a bearer of 3 lives martial souls. Moreover, do not forget, Your first spirit ring is an unprecedented million-year spirit ring. I assure you, there is not a second million-year spirit beast in the entirety of Douluo Continent. Thus, while he may be an extraordinary talent, you are truly unique. Have a bit of faith in yourself. Just like now, with this unparalleled wisdom spirit ring of mine, you must take the initiative during the martial soul fusion. Relax your body. Leave everything to me. As he spoke, a refreshing aura rapidly spread from Huo Yuhao's head throughout his entire being. Within that coolness, his perception of the surroundings heightened significantly. It was as if he had unleashed a mental probe, rendering the room in vivid three-dimensional form, with colors shifting and changing. Huo Yuhao finally observed the transformation of colors upon Wang Dong. Golden, blue gold, and dark gold hues flickered in alternation. In contrast, his own colors shifted among white, ice blue, and gray. As the Dream Ice Silkworm had indicated, their martial soul compatibility was extraordinarily high. Each time Huo Yuhao's color turned white, Wang Dong shifted to gold, followed by ice blue to blue gold, and gray to dark gold. The three pairs of colors harmonized beautifully. However, when the Dream Ice Silkworm commenced its actions, Huo Yuhao's eyes subtly transformed to a pale ice blue. Unlike the previous instance when it had helped him resist Ma Xiaotao's terrifying phoenix flames, this time the Dream Ice Silkworm merely infused a trace of power into Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness without directly controlling his body, guiding the fluctuations of Huo Yuhao's aura as they began to manifest various changes. Gradually, it became apparent that Huo Yuhao's aura was quietly strengthening. In this entirely involuntary process of martial soul fusion, any alteration in one party's aura would inevitably lead to a corresponding change in the other. Wang Dong's aura consequently intensified as well. At that moment, a powerful wave of mental energy erupted from Huo Yuhao, causing both him and Wang Dong to tremble, nearly succumbing to a shared dizziness. Their bodies collapsed onto the bed adorned with a fur blanket in Wang Dong's quarters. The voice of the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, accompanied by a mischievous chuckle, resonated in the air. What followed was a spectacle to behold. In the art of martial soul fusion, there exists a hierarchy. One must seize the initiative and gain an advantage whenever possible. This young lad named Wang Dong seems to possess an unexpected quality. Given this, I shall temper my advantage. A delicate strand of icy blue silk began to emanate from the fingertips of Huo Yuhao, swiftly enveloping both him and Wang Dong in its embrace. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that these threads were woven from soul power, and notably, they were not derived from Huo Yuhao's own essence. At his current cultivation level, he was far from capable of manifesting his soul power in such a tangible form. Gradually, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, entwined in each other's embrace, transformed into a colossal cocoon. Being a silkworm, the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm was naturally endowed with the gift of cocooning. The breath of both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong converged entirely within the icy blue chrysalis, circulating and evolving within their bodies. The dormitory fell silent once more, illuminated solely by the ethereal glow of the cocoon. Outside its confines, not a trace of soul power could be detected, while the two within slumbered deeply, lost in repose. As time trickled by, this day marked the singular occasion when Huo Yuhao refrained from selling grilled fish. The disappointment of not tasting the grilled fish was not felt solely by him. Jiang Nanan had also arrived early, only to return home disheartened. Yet, unbeknownst to them all, this moment held immense significance for Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. After 3 months as classmates, their relationship underwent a profound transformation on this very day. At the Sea God Lake, on the island at its heart, stood teacher Wang Yan, who had recently overseen the new student assessments. His demeanor was strikingly respectful. Not far ahead, an elderly man with disheveled hair sat in a rather unkempt state. His once white robe was now a shade of gray-brown, tattered in several places, while his bare feet rested in the refreshing waters of the Sea God Lake. In his right hand, he held a large gourd, deep purple in hue, the material unknown, from which he occasionally took a sip, releasing a rich aroma of alcohol. In his other hand, he grasped a roasted chicken, carelessly indulging in a feast of meat and drink. This was Xianlao, indeed. Although these students were youthful and new, they were certainly worthy of attention. After swallowing a morsel of chicken, the scruffy elder turned to glance at Wang Yan. Surprisingly, despite his otherwise aged appearance, his eyes shone with an unusual brilliance, albeit tinged with a striking crimson that evoked a sense of awe. However, his gaze seemed somewhat unfocused, carrying an air of bewilderment, as if he had not fully comprehended Wang Yan's words. An intrinsic martial soul, now that is intriguing, Xianlao murmured, his voice raspy and aged. Wang Yan inquired, Xianlao, Does a hair martial soul qualify as an intrinsic martial soul? As he continued to consume his meal, Xin Lao replied, "It's somewhat relevant." Wang Yin remarked, "Given this, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo deserve your attention. These two young girls possess the ability to execute a martial soul fusion technique. If their abilities can be aligned with their primary martial souls, their potential for future development should be substantial." Xin Lao shook his head and replied, "Hair? That's not acceptable. You claim to be a theoretical researcher, yet your understanding of the primary martial soul is surprisingly inadequate." Wang Yin forced a smile, saying, "There simply aren't any subjects to study. Information on primary martial souls is exceedingly scarce, as the primary sect has long remained reclusive." Xian Lao chuckled softly. Rising to his feet, his damp soles treading lightly upon the grass, exuding an air of ease and comfort. "Allow me to impart a lesson. To discern the strength of a primary martial soul, one must consider the significance of that martial soul to the body. The more vital this aspect of the body is to the human form, the stronger the primary martial soul is deemed to be. Therefore, what truly captivates me is that boy with the spiritual gaze. Hair can grow back, but what of the eyes? Moreover, he possesses a mental attribute, indicating that his martial soul essentially comprises his eyes and brain. You are fortunate to have encountered the pinnacle of primary martial souls in your lifetime. However, I believe his primary martial soul has not been fully awakened. Otherwise, how could he have fallen to the level of using a 10-year soul ring? Inform Xiao Ning that I shall attend the new student assessment ranking competition. Have him reserve a spot for me." As night gradually descended, the icy blue aura in Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao's dormitory flickered quietly. As evening transitioned into the depths of night, time slipped away unnoticed, while the energies surrounding Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong began to undergo peculiar transformations. The colors of their energies intertwined and fused. Even their soul powers began to flow into one another, forming an extraordinary cycle, navigating through diverse routes as the colors shifted. The night passed in silence, and gradually dawn broke. The icy blue cocoon began to fade, revealing the scene within. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong remained locked in a tight embrace, their shifting energies having dissipated. Face to face, their breaths were audible, and they were deep in slumber, profoundly so. This marked the first time since arriving at Shrek Academy that Huo Yuhao had not risen early to practice, nor had he sought breakfast. Before long, the dormitory outside became lively as other students stirred, bustling about their morning routines. The commotion gradually encroached upon the slumbering duo, prompting Wang Dong to stir first. With a soft, languorous murmur, his voice carried a delicate sweetness. As he slowly opened his eyes, he found himself mere inches away from Huo Yuhao. Momentarily taken aback, he shifted his body, only to realize how tightly Huo Yuhao had embraced him. Their chests and abdomens were completely pressed together, and he could feel a warm sensation emanating from Huo Yuhao. Wang Dong felt as though he had slept for an eternity, an unfamiliar sensation washing over him, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of panic. Huo Yuhao finally emerged from the depths of slumber, his gaze immediately falling upon Wang Dong, who was astonishingly close. Their proximity was so intimate that only Wang Dong's deliberate backward tilt of the head prevented their noses from nearly touching. Yet, with a mere blink from Wang Dong, Huo Yuhao felt as though her long eyelashes brushed against his face. "What are you doing so close to me?" Huo Yuhao instinctively inquired, his breath inadvertently warming Wang Dong's face. Upon awakening, Huo Yuhao subconsciously released his embrace around Wang Dong, and with the separation caused by his long legs, he fully shook off the remnants of sleep. However, in the next moment, Wang Dong ensured he was even more awake. In their dormitory, both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong had single beds. Suddenly, Wang Dong's long legs exerted force, and Huo Yuhao was unceremoniously kicked off the bed, landing with a thud on the floor. "Ouch, Wang Dong, what are you doing?" Huo Yuhao exclaimed, caught off guard and feeling a sharp pain, his face contorted with anger. Wang Dong, slightly breathless, sat up on the bed, hastily straightening her disheveled clothing, and retorted, "What do you mean? What am I doing? Why were you sleeping on my bed last night?" Huo Yuhao then realized that he had indeed been kicked off Wang Dong's bed. Momentarily speechless, he thought to himself, "Oh dear, Tianming, you've put me in a terrible predicament. Didn't you know she has a cleanliness obsession? How could I have fallen asleep?" While his thoughts raced, he stubbornly defended himself. "This isn't my fault, is it? You fell asleep too, didn't you?" Wang Dong huffed in anger, ready to retort again when suddenly, a piercing bell rang, startling both of them. "Oh no, class is starting. We're late," Huo Yuhao exclaimed. leaping to his feet and pulling Wang Dong along as they dashed out. Wang Dong, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly set aside her anger and followed him. They had neither time for breakfast nor for personal hygiene, rushing at full speed toward the teaching building. They were all too familiar with Zhou Yi's temper. Being late for class was akin to a death sentence. Their appearance was indeed disheveled. Wang Dong fared better as she had tidied herself somewhat after kicking Huo Yuhao to the ground, while Huo Yuhao looked much worse. His school uniform was half tucked in and half out, his hair a wild mess, and 2 buttons of his shirt were undone, revealing a glimpse of his bronzed chest, causing his clothing to flap in the wind as he ran. Nevertheless, neither of them had the luxury to concern themselves with their appearance. Their sole focus was on reaching the classroom as swiftly as possible to quell Zhou Yi's fury. They were already late. Within a minute, they arrived at the entrance of Class 1 for freshmen. Reporting. Huo Yuhao shouted with vigor. Reporting. Wang Dong's voice was noticeably softer, almost feeble. She cast a furtive glance at Huo Yuhao, her expression laden with complexity, before raising her hand to twist a portion of his waist. The other students had already gathered. And when Zhou Yi caught sight of Huo Yuhao's disheveled appearance, a glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes. However, Huo Yuhao, tormented by a sharp pain in his lower back, failed to notice her reaction, despite his usual keen observation skills. Xiao Xiao had arrived earlier and, upon witnessing the two in their disarray, couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. She moved her lips, seemingly forming the words, "Heavens! What on earth did you two do last night?" All eyes in the class were focused on the pair, particularly on their disheveled class leader. Zhou Yi, with her customary icy tone, inquired, "My dear class leader, would you kindly enlighten us as to what is transpiring here?" I'm sorry, Teacher Zhou, we overslept." Huo Yuhao replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. At this point, he could only admit his mistake, accepting whatever punishment Zhou Yi might impose. Who overslept? How could one actually manage to oversleep? Zhou Yi jested, a rare smile gracing her lips. Huo Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, while Wang Dong's face turned a deep shade of red, for he realized the truth in her words. The entire class remained silent, but only for 3 seconds, after which a wave of laughter erupted throughout the room. Wang Dong lowered his head, wishing he could find a crevice in the ground to hide in, utterly mortified. This was exceedingly embarrassing. Only then did he notice Huo Yuhao's disheveled state, wishing he could slap him for causing such humiliation. To his surprise, Zhou Yi also laughed, though her aged features were more ghastly in mirth than in sorrow. Yet, Huo Yuhao was certain she was genuinely amused. With a mere raise of her hand, the authority of the esteemed teacher silenced the laughter instantly, though the mirth in the eyes of the first-year students remained uncontainable. Both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong instinctively looked up, each thinking they had misheard. Zhou Yi glared. What? Overslept to the point of being unable to comprehend human speech? Fortunately, as they were all 11 and 12-year-old students in the first-year class, their curiosity about who had slept with whom was merely amusing to them, devoid of any deeper implications. Had they been in a senior class, encountering a few overly enthusiastic female students who might embellish their male-male sleepover into a scandal, the situation would have been far more chaotic. Upon hearing her words, the students of Class 1 immediately perked up. Not every group possessed the same confidence in passing the assessment as Huo Yuhao and his companions. Zhou Yi's aged visage unexpectedly displayed a second smile that day, one that was not often met with admiration. I must say, you have all worked diligently, and you have brought honor to me. All 22 groups from our class that participated in the assessment have successfully passed the freshman evaluation. I am gratified. A roar of excitement erupted from the entire Class 1, cheers resonating in every corner of the room. This time, Zhou Yi did not intervene but simply smiled at the jubilant children. They truly deserve this moment of celebration. Last night, all the assessment teachers and the class leaders from the 10 freshman classes had gathered to finalize the results. Nearly all evaluators have expressed that the students of Class 1 exhibit greater resilience compared to their peers in other classes. Throughout the intense competition, they have demonstrated remarkable willpower and tenacity, achieving the most comebacks among all classes. Notably, the students of Class 1 have nearly secured victory in all evenly matched contests. Since becoming a teacher at Shrek Academy, Zhou Yi has received her first public commendation from the institution. Initially, Class 1 had the fewest students, but after the round-robin matches, half of the newcomers were eliminated, leaving Class 1 with the largest number of participants among the 10 freshman classes. Regardless of Zhou Yi's stern demeanor, her spirits were exceptionally high today, which is a significant reason why Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong were able to escape reprimand despite their tardiness. All right, silence. Zhou Yi commanded after allowing the students to cheer for a considerable time. Passing the assessment ensures your place in the academy. At least until the end of your first year, you will not be easily dismissed. However, this only secures your first year. Should your efforts wane in the future, I fear I may not see your faces again in the second year. Furthermore, merely passing the freshman assessment is not a cause for great celebration. Among you 22 groups, 14 have yet to conclude their evaluations, and since you have entered the top 64, you must now complete the subsequent elimination matches. It is within these matches that your true excellence will be demonstrated. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong looked up in astonishment. All 22 participants from Class 1 had passed the assessment, and astonishingly, 14 of those groups had entered the top 64, meaning their class represented over 1/5 of that ranking, approximately double that of other classes. Such an achievement is indeed a source of pride. Zhou Yi continued, in this round-robin assessment, 6 groups achieved a perfect record, and only 1 is from our class. I initially intended to reward them with a class prize. However, they arrived late to class today. Thus, merit and fault balance out, and there will be neither reward nor punishment. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong once again found themselves the center of attention in the class. Their expressions filled with frustration as they exchanged glances. In that moment, both were taken aback, as they distinctly felt their soul power subtly fluctuate while looking at each other. A profound sense of familiarity washing over them, even evoking a desire to embrace once more. At that instant, they simultaneously recalled the events that had led to their embrace and subsequently sharing Wang Dong's bed the previous night. Wang Dong whispered, "Could it be that we have succeeded?" Huo Yuhao's conviction was far stronger than his words suggested, especially after his communication with the Dream Ice Silkworm. Yet, he refrained from expressing certainty, though his eyes betrayed a glimmer of eagerness. The two individuals nodded at each other almost simultaneously, an indescribable sense of tacit understanding blossoming between them. Even in the absence of any mental telepathy, they seemed to sense what the other was about to do, akin to the innate connection shared by twins. This sensation was both exquisite and uniquely peculiar. Suddenly, a resounding bang jolted Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong from their shared moment of understanding. Both raised their heads simultaneously to behold the furious expression of Zhou Yi. Ahem caught daydreaming during class. You two, go run laps outside, don the iron suits. And do not cease until the class bell rings. Having just achieved a modicum of success, you're already basking in self-satisfaction. Zhou Yi observed the dejected figures of the two as they exited, snorting disdainfully. Remember this, no matter how great your accomplishments may be, one must always maintain a heart of humility and caution. Arrogance not only leads to stagnation but can also be fatal. The elimination round is imminent, and I shall briefly outline the critical points you need to heed. Unfortunately, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong were destined to miss Zhou Yi's explanation. Thankfully, Xiao Xiao remained. And though Zhou Yi did not articulate it, the implication was clear. Xiao Xiao would relay the information to them. This is all your fault. The moment they exited the teaching building, Wang Dong erupted, glaring at Huo Yuhao with palpable anger. Huo Yuhao, feeling unjustly accused, protested, "How can you blame me? You were the one who insisted I carry you yesterday. What did you say?" Wang Dong's eyes glinted with cold fury as he glared at Huo Yuhao, teeth clenched. "Oh, we're a team. We must unite," Huo Yuhao earnestly replied, observing Wang Dong's tightly clenched fists. "Unite my foot. You got me punished. So what do you say we do about it?" Wang Dong retorted angrily, adding, "And what about the fact that you slept in my bed last night?" Huo Yuhao placed a hand on Wang Dong's shoulder and pulled him into an embrace, saying, "Come now, we're all brothers. Is it worth quarreling over such trivial matters? Let us swiftly complete Teacher Zhou's task to avoid further aggravation." As Huo Yuhao embraced him, Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback, and Huo Yuhao himself felt his voice diminish. Upon finishing his sentence, both paused, instinctively glancing at their hands, a shared bewilderment overtaking them. How could this happen? They exclaimed in unison. "Wait, let us try again." Wang Dong's hand felt unexpectedly soft, smooth, and fair, a comfortable grip. Yet, at that moment, Huo Yuhao was too preoccupied to savor the sensation. At the instant their hands clasped, the soul power from Huo Yuhao's Xiantian skill surged forth, swiftly flowing from his right hand into Wang Dong's left. Then, it seemed as though his left hand possessed a pulling force, drawing Wang Dong's soul power into his own body. The circulation of their soul powers began to accelerate, at least doubling the speed of Huo Yuhao's previous training. Wang Dong, a prodigy among prodigies, immediately grasped the situation and decided to test it further, directing his soul power into Huo Yuhao's body while retracting his left hand from Huo Yuhao's grasp. Thus, only his soul power flowed into Huo Yuhao. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao felt an astonishing surge of soul power coursing through him, an unprecedented sensation of strength enveloping his entire being. His meridians, transformed by the Xian Shui Dan and nourished by the Xian Tian Gong, had reached the pinnacle of endurance for someone of his age. Despite the substantial influx of soul power, he did not experience any sense of fullness. An unspoken understanding had emerged between the two, prompting Huo Yuhao to immediately employ his spiritual detection sharing to envelop Wang Dong within its reach. Wang Dong closed his eyes, allowing himself to immerse in this extraordinary experience. In an instant, he realized that the range of Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing was expanding at an astonishing rate. Initially, Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing already exceeded a diameter of 60 meters, with linear detection capabilities of around 100 meters. Yet now, with Wang Dong's infusion of soul power, this range remarkably extended beyond 100 meters in a remarkably short span of time. The two gazed at each other in astonishment, Huo Yuhao's voice trembling as he asked, "Wang Dong, have you ever heard of two soul masters capable of employing a martial soul fusion skill temporarily infusing their soul power into each other?" Wang Dong shook his head in confusion, murmuring, "How could this be? Could it be that our attempt yesterday truly succeeded?" Huo Yuhao, with fervor in his expression, suggested, "Shall we find a place to test it?" Just then, a furious shout erupted from a nearby window of the teaching building. "Aren't you two going to put on your iron suits and run instead of holding hands and whispering sweet nothings?" In the fourth volume, The Golden Path. The martial soul fusion of Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong proved successful, and they attempted to unleash their martial soul fusion skill, surprisingly manifesting an extraordinarily powerful ability. They named this skill. The new assessment elimination round commenced. They were about to face even more formidable opponents. How far could they go? Chapter 22. The Power of the Bitter Winter, Part 1. Why aren't you two hastily donning your iron suits and running, instead of indulging in sweet nothings hand in hand? The unexpected remark from Zhou startled Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, prompting them to quickly release their grasp and dash towards their dormitory. However, their hearts raced not from the implication of romance, but rather from the extraordinary changes in their martial souls. Huo Yuhao could not help but exclaim, "It seems our slumber last night was not in vain." Humph! Wang Dong shot him a glare but swiftly raised her long, delicate hand to attempt once more, eager to ascertain the authenticity of their earlier experience. Huo Yuhao quickly joined his hands with hers. As their four hands intertwined, a flow of soul power resumed, revealing their distinct energies. Huo Yuhao's Xiantian Gong was serene and gentle, while Wang Dong's soul power exuded an assertive and noble aura. If Huo Yuhao's soul power could be likened to that of a gentle and unassuming youth, Wang Dong's resembled a proud and haughty maiden of noble birth. Despite the stark contrast in their energies, a harmonious cycle began to form, circulating perfectly within their bodies. Remarkably, the two energies began to meld seamlessly, each indistinguishable from the other, as if they were always meant to be one. Huo Yuhao remained relatively composed, thanks to the tranquil nature of his Xiantian Gong. In contrast, Wang Dong was taken aback, fully aware of her soul power's dominance and exclusivity. The scene unfolding before her far exceeded her understanding. In that fleeting moment of synergy, both felt invigorated, clearly aware that their joint practice would yield far greater results than their individual efforts. Moreover, they sensed that this was merely the beginning. The exquisite fusion of their soul powers hinted at possibilities beyond mere training together. Wang Dong paused for a moment, her lips twitching slightly at Huo Yuhao's words. The combination of his remarks and the inexplicable embrace they shared the previous night left her with a hint of ambiguity. After making a gesture with her fist behind Huo Yuhao, she donned her iron suit and fell in line behind him. Having engaged in this routine for 3 months, they were now well versed in the process. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong faithfully continued their run until the bell rang, halting only when Xiao Xiao arrived on the playground to find them. Xiao Xiao informed them that Teacher Zhou had already left. Huo Yuhao was drenched in sweat, while Wang Dong, whose cultivation level was significantly higher, managed to remain dry under careful control. "What did Teacher Zhou say?" Huo Yuhao panted as he inquired of Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao shrugged and replied, "It was nothing too significant, just some encouragement to rally our spirits, conveying the tenacity to overcome any obstacle." Then she analyzed our opponents, noting that the path to victory will be quite challenging. It appears that the round-robin tournament is merely a rehearsal, and our Shrek Academy has never been devoid of prodigies. Observing her expression, which clearly bore signs of concern, Wang Dong dismissively remarked, "What's the matter? Even our dual martial soul genius lacks confidence?" Xiao Xiao pursed her lips and replied, "Of course I have confidence. However, I must admit that some individuals possess talents that surpass ours. Teacher Zhou just mentioned that among the teams that achieved victory in all matches of the round-robin, 3 of them have students at the Soul Elder level. Faced with such Soul Elders, how much confidence can one truly have? Soul Elders?" Both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong exclaimed in disbelief. Xiao Xiao sighed. "Isn't it obvious? Do you think I would lack confidence for no reason?" Huo Yuhao inquired. "What did Teacher Zhou say?" Xiao Xiao continued. When Teacher Zhou spoke of those 3 teams, she appeared quite unsettled, as if she had just learned this news. The students from those 3 classes had never revealed that they had Soul Elders among them. "Like you. They are all specially recruited students." Upon hearing this, Wang Dong chuckled and said to Huo Yuhao, "See? They are all specially recruited, yet the disparity is so vast." Huo Yuhao found himself at a loss for words and remarked, "What is the point of discussing this? We should focus on strategizing to overcome our opponents." Xiao Xiao said, "All we can do is fulfill our responsibilities and leave the rest to fate." Those 3 individuals are the leaders of their respective teams, clearly formidable adversaries. Consider this. To break through to the 3rd ring before the age of 12, one must possess an exceptionally powerful martial soul. Moreover, they undoubtedly have families that fully support them. Their soul rings must also be of the highest caliber, even if they are not as monstrous as Wang Dong, whose 2nd soul ring is at the 1,000-year level. They should not be far behind. I sense that even Teacher Zhou is not overly optimistic about our chances. I believe we can only set our sights on 4th place. Wang Dong scoffed. "So what if they have 3 rings? Soul Elders are not invincible. We have our own advantages, your dual martial soul, along with my yet-to-be fully explored combat prowess, combined with Yuhao's primary martial soul and spiritual martial soul. The 3 of us together may not necessarily fall short against them." Xiao Xiao replied, "Do you think I do not wish to secure 1st place? Only the top 3 receive substantial rewards. 4th place yields nothing. Yet, the reality is that our overall strength does not match theirs. Just think. A Soul Elder level student would have teammates who are at least great Soul Masters like us. We certainly have our own strengths. But unless the class leader also breaks through level 20 and possesses a powerful spiritual attribute soul skill, we may have little hope." Huo Yuhao looked at Xiao Xiao, then at Wang Dong, and said earnestly, "Let us not be hasty. While it is true that our collective strength may not rival theirs, if we lose confidence now, we will have no chance at all. Xiao Xiao, consider this. When we faced the martial soul fusion technique of the Lan sisters, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, how difficult was our situation? Yet, we still emerged victorious. The martial soul fusion technique they executed was undoubtedly comparable to, if not more potent than, soul skills at the Soul Elder level. Yet we persevered. Others possess their own advantages, and we too have our unique strengths. Our advantage lies in the hidden potential we currently harbor. Our singular goal is crystal clear, to seize the championship." Xiao Xiao's confidence seems to have been rekindled by Huo Yuhao, who nodded slightly and declared, "Let us strive together, for we shall achieve whatever we are capable of." Huo Yuhao extended his right hand, and Wang Dong, acting swiftly, placed his palm atop Huo Yuhao's before Xiao Xiao could do so. Thus, Xiao Xiao rested her hand upon Wang Dong's. "We are destined to be champions, without a doubt," Huo Yuhao asserted. "Xiao Xiao, I fear that the grilled fish I owe you may be delayed a few more days. The upcoming elimination rounds are of utmost importance to us. We must concentrate on enhancing our skills in these few days. Even the slightest improvement can amplify our chances of victory. Once the elimination rounds conclude, I shall ensure you have your fill of grilled fish. For now, I shall refrain from setting up my stall and focus on training." Xiao Xiao chuckled, saying, "Debts come with interest, you know. Class leader, I've decided to stick with you, so I want to be paying for your grilled fish in the future." Huo Yuhao laughed in response. "No problem, I can still afford the grilled fish." Xiao Xiao continued. "Teacher Zhou mentioned that we are to gather in the assessment area before the class bell rings tomorrow. She also instructed me to remind both of you not to be late. Our foremost prayer should be for good fortune. However, Teacher Zhou did say that our team, having achieved a perfect record in the round-robin matches, will enjoy certain privileges in the first 2 rounds of the elimination rounds, meaning we shall not face each other. This is the only benefit of our outstanding performance in the round-robin matches. As long as we perform normally, advancing to the top 16 should pose no problem. Beyond that, it will depend on our own efforts. Xiao added, I shan't wait for you two any longer. I am heading to the cafeteria. See you tomorrow. With that, she waved goodbye to Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong and turned to leave. Bang! The door shut. Wang Dong instinctively lifted his gaze toward the dormitory door, a complex mix of emotions gradually surfacing in his eyes. Due to his tardiness that morning, he had not yet had the opportunity to confront Huo Yuhao regarding the fact that they had spent the entire night in the same bed. Huo Yuhao appeared unaffected by the incident, yet Wang Dong felt entirely different. I actually slept beside him for an entire night, and it seems we achieved a remarkable fusion of our martial souls, one that is not commonplace. Wang Dong was unsure of the emotions swirling within him, feeling a sense of disarray that left him uncertain of how to proceed. Yet, as if finding clarity amidst the confusion, he nodded resolutely, saying, All right. What has transpired has already occurred. Dwelling on it is futile. I shall focus on securing a good rank in this assessment. When Xiao mentioned the emergence of several new students at the Soul Ancestor level, it ignited Wang Dong's fighting spirit. He firmly believed that his potential could rival that of those new students. It was merely his childhood laziness and reluctance to train that had prevented him from reaching such heights. Rank does not define everything. Defeating them would prove my superiority. With this understanding, he no longer found himself entangled in conflicting thoughts and joined Huo Yuhao in the cafeteria for a hearty meal. Due to their late arrival, the cafeteria was nearly deserted by the time they finished their meal. Upon returning to the dormitory, Huo Yuhao securely locked the door to prevent any disturbances during their training, and hung a Do Not Disturb sign on the door. This sign was standard in every dormitory. Once displayed, even instructors would refrain from knocking, as it signified that the occupants were engaged in cultivation. How shall we begin? Wang Dong inquired of Huo Yuhao. With a slight smirk, Wang Dong remarked, You certainly have a methodical approach. Huo Yuhao chuckled, Of course. Don't forget, I'm the class leader. Being organized is only to be expected. Let us get started. As he spoke, he moved to sit on Wang Dong's bed. What are you doing? Wang Dong exclaimed, pushing him back. Huo Yuhao, puzzled, replied, We're cultivating. How can we do so without sitting cross-legged? Wang Dong stood up and pointed to Huo Yuhao's bed, saying, Go sit on your own bed to cultivate. Huo Yuhao was momentarily speechless. He thought, If you're not worried about discomfort, I have no objections. Wang Dong clearly noticed the slight displeasure on Huo Yuhao's face. Indeed, Huo Yuhao felt a tinge of unhappiness. After all this time as friends, it seemed petty for Wang Dong to be so particular. Nevertheless, Wang Dong maintained his stance, and they both settled onto Huo Yuhao's bed. As they sat, Wang Dong began to feel somewhat discontented. The hard bed was far less comfortable than his own, which was adorned with a plush fur cover. Yet, he bore it silently, as they had inadvertently spent the night on his bed previously. It wouldn't be right to let Huo Yuhao take his bed again. Huo Yuhao, however, demonstrated magnanimity. After a brief moment of dissatisfaction, his mood returned to normal. He thought to himself, it was important to respect each other as habits. With that thought, any lingering resentment dissipated. Wang Dong caught Huo Yuhao's gaze and felt an inexplicable mix of fluster and regret. He quickly raised both palms and said, Let us begin. As you suggested, we'll cultivate until dinner and see what results we achieve. Huo Yuhao raised his palms to meet his, and as their bodies made contact, their soul power immediately began to intertwine and merge. Within a mere rotation through their bodies, the fusion was complete. What flowed within them now was a blend of their distinct soul powers. Earlier that morning, they had sensed this peculiarity, but time had been too short to fully appreciate it. Now, as they focused on their cultivation, they gradually began to experience the differences. Indeed, just as they had sensed before, their combined training resulted in a remarkably swift enhancement of their soul power. Simply put, the rate at which each of them improved was equivalent to the sum of their usual training rates. In other words, if Huo Yuhao cultivated alone for an hour, his soul power would increase by 1 unit, while Wang Dong would achieve an increase of 2 units in the same time frame. Now, as they cultivated together, their mixed soul powers surged in tandem. Not only has the speed of soul power circulation significantly increased, but after just 1 hour, each of them has experienced an enhancement of 2 in their respective soul powers. Consequently, Huo Yuhao's cultivation speed has effectively more than doubled, while Wang Dong has also approached a similar increase. Undoubtedly, Huo Yuhao reaps greater benefits, as Wang Dong's cultivation level surpasses his own. However, As the disparity in their cultivation levels narrows in the future, the advantages gained from their joint training will become more comparable. For Soul Masters, a doubling of cultivation speed is nothing short of astonishing. Huo Yuhao initially aimed to reach level 20 by the time he graduated from his first year. But at the current rate of progress, he might achieve this milestone in just 3 to 4 months. If Wang Dong maintains this pace until the end of the year, a breakthrough to level 30 is also within reach. In perfect harmony, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong simultaneously opened their eyes to gaze at one another, instantly recognizing the shared excitement reflected in each other's eyes. Regardless of the origins of this martial soul fusion phenomenon, it is undeniably a fortuitous development for them, especially for Huo Yuhao, who benefits more significantly than Wang Dong. Eagerly, they resumed their exploration of the enhancement of their soul skills, during which they uncovered yet another secret of their martial soul fusion. Every skill they possessed could be amplified through their fused martial souls, with the increase in power being substantial, far exceeding the simplistic notion of 1 + 1 = 2. When they executed a skill together, not only did the power surge by more than double, but the soul power consumption was halved. This implies that after merging their respective soul powers, the energy expended when utilizing soul skills diminished. It was as if their fused soul power had transformed into an extraordinarily advanced, entirely new essence of soul energy. Thus, their current state cannot merely be described as martial soul fusion. A more precise term would be soul power fusion. However, Wang Dong found himself somewhat exasperated by the fact that, post-fusion, it was not the more powerful individual who took the lead. Upon their physical contact and the merging of their soul powers, Huo Yuhao unexpectedly assumed a dominant position. With merely a thought, and while in contact with Wang Dong, he could unleash powerful soul skills, regardless of Wang Dong's cooperation. Conversely, if Wang Dong wished to channel this fused soul power, he required Huo Yuhao's consent and collaboration. The distinction of dominance was starkly evident. Why is it like this? It's so unfair, Wang Dong exclaimed in frustration. Huo Yuhao replied helplessly, I truly do not know. But rest assured, whenever you need me, I will fully cooperate with you. Although he claimed ignorance, a vague suspicion loomed in his mind that this situation was likely tied to the heavenly dream ice silkworm. After all, why would the weaker individual hold the initiative in the fusion of their soul powers? Wang Dong, don't be disheartened. This new soul power resulting from our fusion deserves a name. Let us name it after you, Huo Yuhao suggested. Wang Dong chuckled. Let us not. Wang Dong power? That sounds dreadful. How about we take one character from each of our names? We could call it Hao Dong power. Huo Yuhao scratched his head and remarked. It seems to sound a bit more pleasant. Wang Dong stood up, touched his backside, and retorted, This wretched bed is far too hard. Let us switch to my side for our evening practice. You've already benefited greatly from the power of Hao Dong. You're treating for dinner tonight. As he spoke, he slightly tilted his head back, resting his hands behind it as he strolled outside. Observing his seemingly indifferent demeanor, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow was all bravado and pride, yet deep down, he was quite kind-hearted. Fine, I'll treat, since all my money comes from selling grilled fish. If it runs out, I'll just eat yours, he remarked, chasing after him. With the shared power of Hao Dong, both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong distinctly felt a shift in their relationship. In Huo Yuhao's heart, he felt that he and Wang Dong were no longer merely friends or classmates, but rather brothers. He believed Wang Dong felt the same way. As for whether that was true, only Wang Dong himself could confirm. While enjoying their dinner, Huo Yuhao harbored some doubts regarding his understanding of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The silkworm had once stated that as long as his physical endurance reached a certain threshold, it would grant him greater fundamental power, thereby enhancing both the quality of his soul rings and the potency of his soul skills. However, after merging their powers to generate Hao Dong, he noticed a significant increase in the power of each of his soul skills. Although he could sense the approach of his physical limits, he was still able to endure. If that were the case, why hadn't he, the heavenly dream ice silkworm, elevated his soul skills to that level? Fool. The voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm echoed in his mind just as Huo Yuhao was lost in thought. Brother Dream, you're not asleep? Huo Yuhao exclaimed with delight in his mind. The heavenly dream ice silkworm snorted and replied, Of course not. Do you think I love to sleep that much? Huo Yuhao inwardly scoffed, wondering how one could sleep for millions of years without loving it. The heavenly dream ice silkworm continued, Your concerns are quite simple. Indeed. I have not enhanced your soul rings to their utmost limits because I cannot allow you to become like an overinflated balloon. There exists a fish known as the tiger puffer fish, covered in spines, which can instantly inflate its body when threatened, expanding its spines to deter predators. In such moments, it maximizes its defensive capabilities. However, what would happen if a needle were to pierce it? You are the same. If I were to elevate your soul rings to their maximum threshold, any strike or accident during practice would cause you to burst like a balloon. Therefore, when I speak of your limits, I refer to the capacity you can fully endure without adverse effects. When you fused your soul power with Wang Dong's, that fusion itself instantaneously improved your physical constitution, which is the greatest benefit of the complete merging of your soul powers that I facilitated last night. In essence, when your soul powers merge, your physical endurance will be enhanced due to this newfound amalgamation of soul energy. This enables you to bear a greater amount of soul power, thus amplifying the potency of your soul skills. This, in itself, is the profound essence of martial soul fusion. The distinction between your fusion and that of ordinary soul masters lies in the continuous enhancement of your physical forms through the merging of soul powers. As long as you persist in training together, your bodies will eventually evolve into the finest among humanity in this world, and your cultivation speed will become unparalleled. Of course, this process of physical enhancement will be rather protracted. However, should you truly achieve a complete fusion in the future, the results will be even more remarkable. Huo Yuhao, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean by true fusion?" The heavenly dream ice silkworm seemed momentarily stunned and replied, "I am uncertain. I have never experienced it myself." Well then, continue experimenting with him. Whether it be soul power fusion or martial soul fusion, the benefits for you are immense. You will gradually come to understand this. After uttering these words, the heavenly dream ice silkworm fell silent and vanished without a trace. "Hey, you're about to eat your food through your nostrils," Wang Dong remarked, waving his hand in front of Huo Yuhao, who had been lost in thought for quite a while. Huo Yuhao quickly touched his nose, only to see Wang Dong grinning mischievously. "What are you thinking about?" So entranced, Wang Dong teased, finding Huo Yuhao's dazed expression quite amusing. Huo Yuhao replied, "Naturally. I was pondering our Haodong power. I was contemplating the reason behind our soul power fusion. After much reflection, it seems there is only one possibility. Our martial soul fusion last night had an exceptionally high compatibility, which led to this occurrence." Wang Dong's eyes sparkled with realization. Right. That makes perfect sense. If it weren't for that, why would we experience something others haven't? Hurry, eat up. Once we finish, let's see if we can perform the martial soul fusion technique. But do you know how to execute it? Huo Yuhao, somewhat exasperated, replied, "How would I know? Isn't it supposed to come naturally?" The two exchanged glances, unable to suppress a wry smile, for while the martial soul fusion technique had been discussed in class, it remained an exceedingly rare ability. The teacher merely touched upon it, let alone detailed how to execute it, as those who could genuinely perform it were exceedingly few. Wang Dong suggested, "Never mind, let us give it a try tonight. If it doesn't work, we can ask Teacher Zhou tomorrow for any methods to execute it." "All right," Huo Yuhao agreed, while internally calling out to the heavenly dream ice silkworm. He was confident that the ice silkworm, with its million-year lifespan, would certainly know what to do. "Fool, do you really need to bother me over such trivial matters? Just do as you did last night. Silly boy." The heavenly dream ice silkworm seemed to be on the verge of falling asleep and expressed its displeasure at being disturbed, muttering a response before falling silent once more. "Do as we did last night." Huo Yuhao paused for a moment before the realization dawned upon him. An embrace? After a swift dinner, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, filled with excitement and curiosity, hurriedly exited the academy. Today, Huo Yuhao did not sell grilled fish, and upon stepping out of the academy gates, he was met with a flurry of complaints from numerous loyal customers. He could only offer repeated apologies, using the excuse of needing to prepare for the freshman assessment ranking competition to deflect their grievances. "Let us race," Wang Dong proclaimed with a spirited shout, his toes barely grazing the ground before he surged forward like an arrow. If this had been 3 months prior, Huo Yuhao would have scarcely caught a glimpse of his retreating figure. However, the rigorous physical training over the past 3 months had not been in vain. Huo Yuhao propelled himself forward with equal vigor. Though he may not have appeared as graceful as Wang Dong, his speed was certainly commendable. Each footfall left a distinct imprint in the soil as he rapidly closed the gap between them. The explosive power of his muscles surged forth, and the soul power within him circulated, continuously replenishing his stamina. The evening air was cool and refreshing, and in that moment, they experienced the exhilarating sensation of racing through the wind. Unencumbered by heavy armor, their bodies felt light and free, allowing them to unleash their utmost speed. Wang Dong, possessing a significantly stronger foundation, quickly extended the distance between them. Only when the gap exceeded 300 meters did he slow his pace, waiting for Huo Yuhao to catch up. Considering you are a control-type battle soul master and not particularly adept at direct combat, your speed is quite commendable, Wang Dong remarked sagely as Huo Yuhao drew near. Huo Yuhao chuckled. I believe the distance is sufficient now. Let us proceed into the woods. Agreed, Wang Dong nodded. The two surveyed their surroundings, ensuring they were alone, and simultaneously darted into the forest beside the road, stopping after delving a few hundred meters in. This will do. How shall we proceed? Wang Dong inquired of Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao replied, let us first test the recovery ability of the Haodong power. As he spoke, he raised his hands towards Wang Dong. Wang Dong lifted his hand to meet his, and after a productive afternoon of training, they were quite familiar with the operation of the Haodong power. As anticipated, the fusion of their soul power resulted in an enhanced capacity for recovering stamina and soul power, though the extent of this enhancement was not as pronounced as during their training sessions. The effect is moderate. Nonetheless, it is somewhat beneficial, Wang Dong stated after a moment, as his depleted stamina was the first to be restored. Huo Yuhao nodded, spreading his arms wide. Come here. Wang Dong hesitated, suddenly alert. What are you planning to do? Huo Yuhao responded nonchalantly, a hug. You. Wang Dong's expression shifted dramatically, alternating between shades of green and white. I never imagined you to be this kind of person, Huo Yuhao. Do you believe I won't incapacitate you? Huo Yuhao, bemused, replied, where are your thoughts wandering? Fool, have you forgotten how we achieved the soul fusion? Now that our soul power can merge, the simplest way to trigger the soul fusion is to replicate yesterday's scenario. Wang Dong suddenly realized the situation, his face turning crimson with embarrassment. Although the night had fallen, Huo Yuhao's keen eyes could discern everything clearly, even in the darkness. You should have clarified your intentions before asking for an embrace. Are you intentionally trying to make me uncomfortable? Wang Dong masked his embarrassment with anger. Hesitating, he remarked, in this desolate wilderness, we wouldn't just sleep like we did last night, would we? Huo Yuhao, exasperated, replied, not at all. Today as circumstances are different. Why are you being so indecisive, like a woman? Here I come. As he spoke, he swiftly stepped forward and enveloped Wang Dong in his arms. Wang Dong's body stiffened at that moment. His mind went blank as Huo Yuhao held him. Having run vigorously earlier, Huo Yuhao was slightly perspiring, and a faint scent wafted towards Wang Dong. Wang Dong's body felt soft, and being held was as comfortable as it had been the night before. However, Huo Yuhao was not in a state to relish the embrace. While securing Wang Dong in his hold, he immediately channeled his soul power and activated his spiritual eyes. In the next instant, Wang Dong also came to his senses. The full contact between their bodies allowed their soul powers to swiftly transform into the Haodong energy. Huo Yuhao's eyes shone exceptionally bright in the evening light, flickering with a pale golden hue. After a brief moment of dazedness, Wang Dong hastily summoned his martial soul. In that instant, both experienced peculiar sensations. Releasing their martial souls during the embrace was entirely different from the mutual assistance they had previously employed to wield the Haodong energy and perform soul skills. Just as Wang Dong's ice-blue wings unfurled behind him, both experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. Chapter 23, The Withering in Brilliance. The Golden Path, Part 1. On one side stood Huo Yuhao, his eyes radiating a soft golden hue. On the other, Wang Dong, with resplendent wings unfurled behind him, emanating the essence of the radiant goddess butterfly martial spirit. As they embraced and simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits, a luminous aura enveloped the area within a 10-meter radius. A peculiar light, shifting in shades of blue, purple, and gold, blossomed forth from their beings. The vibrant essence of light served as the foundation, intermingled with an array of extraordinary soul power fluctuations. Behind Wang Dong, a magnificent silhouette emerged, a complete and splendid image of the radiant goddess butterfly. Conversely, a colossal vertical eye apparition manifested behind Huo Yuhao, its entire form shimmering in a pale golden hue, while the pupil emitted a faint purple glow. After a brief moment of disorientation, both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong regained their senses, only to realize that they were enveloped in an overwhelming brilliance. In the air, the two grand light forms drew closer, undergoing a transformation as they approached one another. Huo Yuhao's ethereal eye grew increasingly profound, its entirety shifting to a deep blue-purple, while the golden hue receded entirely. The silhouette of the radiant goddess butterfly, in contrast, ignited fiercely, ablaze with blue and gold flames as it neared the ethereal eye. At long last, as if traversing the expanse of time, the two martial spirit apparitions converged above Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. In that instant, both individuals experienced a violent tremor, the combined force of Haodong erupting within them like a geyser, nearly draining them of all their strength. The burning, radiant goddess butterfly unfurled its magnificent wings, gently enveloping the ethereal eye. In that fleeting moment, the figure of the radiant goddess butterfly vanished, while the blue-purple ethereal eye radiated brilliantly. The dazzling blue and gold flames erupted instantaneously from the ethereal eye, cascading downwards to protect the entwined forms of Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. The immense ethereal eye appeared remarkably profound, as if it contained boundless worlds within. In the next heartbeat, a terrifying amalgamation of blue, purple, and gold light shot forth with electric intensity. This iridescent beam surged forward, reducing all vegetation in its path to nothingness, the brilliance of that moment echoing through the ages. Wherever the tricolored light passed, the aura lingered, leaving behind a mesmerizing distortion and radiance. However, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong remained oblivious to this spectacle. At the instant of the light's eruption, the Haodong power within their bodies was instantaneously depleted, an overwhelming sense of weakness causing them to collapse to the ground, unconscious. Martial spirit fusion techniques are inherently potent skills, and this was their inaugural attempt. The process involved two martial spirit fusions, with significant consumption of both soul power and mental acuity. Having never acclimated to such circumstances, it was no surprise that they succumbed to unconsciousness. Maintaining their embrace, they both fell straight down. A night of silence ensued, as dawn gradually broke. When Wang Dong awakened, unsure whether from a feint or a dream, he felt an overwhelming desire for death. Last night, at least they were on a bed, but today, just look at them. They remained entwined, yet covered in dust, grass clippings, and dew. They had spent the night outdoors. Could this be the fabled dew marriage? Huo Yuhao, get up. Wang Dong struggled to extricate himself from Huo Yuhao's embrace, his expression bordering on hysteria. Huo Yuhao groggily opened his eyes, startled to find the day already bright. He quickly sat up, but the sight that met him was Wang Dong, standing before him with a fierce glare, as if ready to unleash a punch at any moment. Wang Dong seethed. Did you not say you wouldn't hold me while sleeping again? Did I say that? Huo Yuhao replied, bewildered. I will fight you. Wang Dong suddenly lunged forward, straddling Huo Yuhao, ready to strike him. Huo Yuhao hastily grasped Wang Dong's wrists, his gaze drifting to the side. Look! Both stared in astonishment at a trench that had appeared at a 45-degree angle from them. A peculiar trench. It measured approximately 1.5 meters wide and a foot deep, extending straight ahead for over 50 meters before vanishing silently. If it were merely a trench, it would not have astonished Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong so. After all, the martial soul fusion skill they had executed had drained their entire soul power, rendering them unconscious for the night. Such power was to be expected. However, the most terrifying aspect was that the soil within the trench was not the expected brown but a uniform, pale golden hue, identical to the color manifested when Huo Yuhao unleashed his spirit eye martial soul. Not only was the earth tinged with this pale gold, but several large trees in the vicinity bore the same mark. One tree, grazed along its edge, displayed a half-moon-shaped indentation on its trunk, its cut surface similarly glowing with the pale gold. On either side of the trench, even the vegetation that had merely been brushed against bore this hue. In that moment, illuminated by the rising sun, the layer of pale gold shimmered brilliantly, resembling a golden pathway laid out before Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. How could they not be astonished? Is this the work of your goddess of light, butterfly? Huo Yuhao asked, bewildered. Still perched atop him, Wang Dong instinctively shook his head, replying, No, absolutely not. While my martial soul possesses a golden hue, it is bright gold or blue gold, never this pale gold. It looks just like the color of your spirit eye. Huo Yuhao smacked his thigh and urged, Get down, let us investigate. All right. At this moment, Wang Dong was also captivated by the golden path, oblivious to the fact that Huo Yuhao's camera was now perilously close to his posterior. As he turned, he rose from Huo Yuhao's side, who promptly followed suit. The two hastily approached the golden pathway and crouched down. Just as Wang Dong was about to reach out and touch it, Huo Yuhao seized his hand, saying, This color resembles my spiritual eye. Allow me. With that, his other hand plunged into the trench, making contact with the golden surface. Is this merely a remnant of our martial soul fusion technique? You should give it a try. Huo Yuhao urged Wang Dong, who was already brimming with curiosity, and quickly extended his hand to touch the golden trench. The two exchanged a glance, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. This is astonishing. This is merely a remnant of our martial soul fusion technique. Yet it feels as if I have been struck by the full force of your spiritual eye. If we were to endure a direct hit from our combined attack, what magnitude of power would that yield? Wang Dong's voice trembled with excitement. No soul master would wish for anything less than formidable soul skills. Huo Yuhao remarked, "Look, our attack range should be 50 meters in a straight line. We still don't know if it can lock onto an opponent. The power is indeed immense. It appears to possess both destructive and mental attributes. Our combined attack power must have increased exponentially. If such an attack were to land directly, the impact would be." Wang Dong nodded enthusiastically. "Moreover, the potency of our martial soul fusion technique will undoubtedly increase as our cultivation advances. This technique is truly formidable. If we were to encounter the Lan sisters' net again, we could surely shatter it in an instant." Huo Yuhao shared in his excitement, but remained more composed. "Wang Dong, do you think our martial soul fusion technique could be utilized in the assessment? With such power, I doubt any soul venerable could withstand it." Wang Dong's expression faltered. "That is indeed a concern. Such overwhelming power can be quite troublesome. Furthermore, we only have this one strike. We wouldn't even be able to intimidate anyone. Once used, we would be left incapacitated." Wang Dong continued, "If that Ma Xiaodao dares to bully us again, we should unleash it on her. With her cultivation level, she shouldn't be killed, but she will certainly understand our strength." Huo Yuhao stated, "A martial soul fusion technique as potent as ours deserves a name. Since my misjudgment led to you sleeping outdoors for a night, I shall grant you the honor of naming it." Wang Dong replied eagerly, "Excellent, you are wise. What shall we call it? How about death gaze? What do you think?" Before Huo Yuhao could respond, Wang Dong quickly dismissed the idea. No. This is a technique executed by both of us. It must embody my martial soul's characteristics as well. Let us name it Gaze of the Radiant Goddess. Isn't that impressive?" Huo Yuhao looked at him in disbelief. "Your radiant goddess butterfly is truly a goddess? That implies it brings light, akin to a butterfly of divine beauty. Setting aside the existence of a radiant goddess, it bears no connection to you whatsoever." Wang Dong retorted, "Can't you say something nice? Would you prefer it to be called Butterfly's Gaze? That would sound even worse." Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with inspiration. "Why must our martial soul fusion technique incorporate all our martial souls? That would be far too ordinary. With such resplendent gold and the momentary brilliance emitted by our martial soul fusion technique, why not call it Withering in the Radiance, the Golden Path? What do you think?" Huo Yuhao's eyes widened slightly. The name was indeed splendid, but might it be a tad too lengthy? Upon hearing Wang Dong mention Teacher Zhou, Huo Yuhao shuddered with sudden realization and turned to glance at the sun that was gradually rising. Wang Dong, prompted by his movement, recalled something as well. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously let out a cry, immediately taking off in a dash. They were going to be late again, especially during the elimination rounds. They were going to be late again. Outside the assessment area, a line of nearly 30 faculty members from the academy stood, among them the stern-eyed Elder Zhou. Her gaze swept over the nearly 200 students below, yet she could not find the person she sought. Xiao Xiao had arrived long ago, anxiously waiting, and roll call was already underway, starting with their class. However, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong had yet to arrive. If they did not show up by the end of roll call, they would be considered forfeit, not to mention how regrettable it would be to miss this opportunity. They could hardly withstand Elder Zhou's wrath. Their own team would likely suffer as well. What on earth were these two doing? They were late yesterday, and now they were late again. Class, one of the new students had the most participants, thus roll call took the longest. When it was time to call out Xiao Zhao's group, aside from her response, the names Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong were met with silence. This not only shocked all the new students but also astonished the teachers. In the history of Shrek Academy, while this was not the first occurrence, it was certainly exceedingly rare. Even though they had passed the new student assessment, their absence from the elimination rounds would undoubtedly be seen as a slight against the academy, leaving a poor impression on all the faculty. The teacher taking roll paused momentarily before continuing with the other classes. Reaching class 6 of the new students when Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong finally arrived, fashionably late. The two had rushed over, having spent the night outdoors. And in the morning, they hadn't even had time to freshen up. They appeared as disheveled as could be, their clothes in disarray and their bodies marked with traces of dirt and dew. However, at this point, They had no choice but to steel themselves. They could not truly forfeit. Report. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong shouted simultaneously as they reached the area between the teachers and students. The roll call teacher, a man in his 50s with a tall stature, a black face devoid of a beard, and a cold demeanor, immediately halted. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong recognized him. He was Douluo, the director of the Martial Soul Department in the External Academy, a figure of considerable authority. Huo Yuhao called out loudly, "Report, Teacher Du. New student class 1, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, are late due to excessive training." Douluo's expression darkened. "You can be late even for assessments? Have you no sense of time? You two are to clean all the hallways of the new student teaching building after today's competition. Return to the team." Douluo cast a glance at Zhou Yi, who stood not far away, before continuing to read from the list. Given his temperament, had it been any other student, they would likely have faced disqualification from the assessment, especially since they had already passed the new student evaluation. However, the exceptional performances of Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong in the round-robin matches, achieving a perfect record, granted them leniency from this stern director. Although Shrek Academy does not adhere strictly to a meritocratic system, strength and good grades certainly afford certain privileges, a truth applicable to any institution. What are you two up to? Just wait for Granny's show to deal with you after the competition ends. Look at that glare she is giving you. It's as sharp as a knife. If looks could kill, you'd both be facing dire consequences, Xiao Xiao remarked with irritation. Wang Dong, wearing a gloomy expression, replied, "Stop nagging. This is all Huo Yuhao's fault. If he hadn't insisted on sparring, we wouldn't have miscalculated the time and ended up late." Soon, Douluo, the director of the Soul Martial Arts Department, had completed the roll call, and it was time for the draw. The assessment was merely a new student evaluation, devoid of elaborate formalities. Huo Yuhao represented their team in drawing lots. The 64 participating groups were divided into 32 matches for head-to-head competition. The students had a day of rest yesterday, and the assessment area had been adequately prepared, merely requiring the repositioning of dividers. It had been reorganized into 16 zones, each significantly larger than before, providing ample space for the contestants to showcase their abilities. Once the draw concluded, the matches for the 64 to 32 round commenced immediately, with 32 matches occurring simultaneously. This arrangement aimed to minimize the duration of the assessment and ensure that the victorious students had ample time to rest for the afternoon's competition. Huo Yuhao and his companions found themselves assigned to Zone 15, where they encountered a newly appointed supervising teacher, a kind-looking woman in her 30s. During the draw, only numbers were assigned, leaving them unaware of their opponents until they arrived at the venue, where they were met with a sense of resignation. Their first-round draw pitted them against their own classmates from the first-year class, turning this elimination round into an internal conflict. Huo Yuhao recognized all three opponents, one of whom had previously attempted to challenge Wang Dong. According to Wang Dong, after receiving a thorough beating from him, that individual had learned to behave. Zhou Yi's judgment had proven remarkably accurate. Having designated Huo Yuhao and his companions as the seed team for the first-year class, their strength was undoubtedly unmatched by other teams. The match did not last long, but their opponents displayed remarkable resilience, with Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao launching their attacks simultaneously and Huo Yuhao providing shared mental support. They concluded the battle in under 10 minutes, successfully advancing to the top 32. However, as Huo Yuhao and his companions exited the assessment area, the elation of their recent victory evaporated instantly. At the entrance to the assessment area stood a grim-faced Granny Zhou, awaiting them. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong simultaneously felt a chill run down their spines. Fortunately, both had prepared for this moment. Exchanging a glance, they followed Zhou Yi into her office. Xiao Xiao could only convey a look of resigned hope. Upon entering Zhou Yi's office, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong were taken aback. The stern and fiercely strict teacher Zhou had adorned her office with an exquisite elegance. The walls were painted a delicate pink, and the furnishings were crafted from a special light red wood, complemented by a vibrant crimson sofa for guests and a few other tasteful decorations. There was even a small door that seemed to lead to a designated resting area. It was undeniable that Shrek Academy treated its educators exceptionally well. Even the homeroom teacher of a freshman class enjoyed the privilege of an independent office. Exchanging glances, Wang Dong nudged Huo Yuhao, signaling him to explain. Huo Yuhao, steeling himself, spoke. "Apologies, Teacher Zhou, it was our mistake." Over the past 3 months, they had grown familiar with Zhou Yi's temperament. Confronting her head-on would yield no benefits, only further inciting her wrath. A more respectful demeanor might lead to a lighter punishment. Is a mere apology sufficient? Do you believe that being late is inconsequential? Allow me to enlighten you. Tardiness signifies laxity, and at your age, it is a grave matter. For this reason alone, I have grounds to dismiss both of you. Now, provide me with a reasonable explanation. Huo Yuhao respectfully replied, Teacher Zhou, please do not be angry. You may recall that 2 days ago, during our encounter with Huang Chutian's team, there were twin sisters named Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo among them. Zhou acknowledged. Huo Yuhao continued, in that match, we nearly faced defeat. The twin sisters were capable of executing a spirit fusion technique. Ultimately, through the combined efforts of the three of us, we managed to withstand their formidable skills and secured victory, concluding the round robin with an unblemished record. As he explained, Huo Yuhao distinctly felt Wang Dong behind him gently pinching the soft flesh at his waist and twisting it a full 180 degrees. The sudden pain coursed through him, yet he dared not show it, his expression stiffening momentarily. Spirit fusion? Zhou Yi was taken aback, not expecting Huo Yuhao to offer such a rationale. She instinctively inquired, did you succeed? Huo Yuhao scratched his head and replied, we were uncertain of our success yesterday. Hence, when you instructed us to run laps, we decided to test it out, and it indeed seemed promising. Later that evening, we ventured outside the academy to attempt the spirit fusion technique. To our surprise, we succeeded, and the attack power appeared remarkably strong. However, as it was our first time executing such a technique, we inadvertently exhausted our soul power. After using the skill, we both collapsed in the wilderness, and upon waking, we found ourselves late today. Teacher, we truly only intended to train diligently, and this was an unfortunate accident. We assure you it will not happen again. As he spoke, Huo Yuhao discreetly lifted his head and cast a furtive glance at Zhou Yi, only to find her staring at him with a look of sheer astonishment. You mean to say that the two of you successfully attempted the martial soul fusion technique? Zhou Yi's voice rose a pitch, and she stood up from the sofa, her expression a blend of surprise and excitement. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong both nodded in affirmation. Zhou Yi, brimming with enthusiasm, urged, quick, let me see what your martial soul fusion technique looks like. Huo Yuhao replied, Teacher Zhou, we have a competition this afternoon. Using this technique will deplete our soul power. Given her insistence, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong felt it would be impolite to decline. They exchanged glances, and Huo Yuhao naturally opened his arms to embrace Wang Dong. Although Wang Dong's movements remained somewhat stiff, he did not resist. He closed his eyes and opened his arms, reciprocating the embrace. As their bodies connected, they released their respective martial souls. Their soul power instantly intertwined, transforming into the formidable energy of Haodong that coursed through them, granting them the sensation of becoming one. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In Teacher Zhou's office, silence reigned, interrupted only by the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong's martial souls, with nary a sound beyond that. Zhou Yi watched them wide-eyed, prepared for any potential threat, yet Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong remained merely in their embrace, without any further action. The muscles around her eyes began to twitch in response. Realizing something was amiss, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong recalled that, according to the events of the previous night, their soul power should have been rapidly depleted by now. They anticipated an explosion of brilliance, a display of overwhelming strength on the path of the king, yet nothing transpired. Are you two jesting? Zhou Yi's icy tone seemed to emerge from between clenched teeth. The chill in her voice sent shivers down Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong's spines, compelling them to instinctively release their embrace, their faces reflecting sheer bewilderment. The murderous aura emanating from Teacher Zhou was palpable, a sensation they felt anew as they regarded her. This elderly figure was clearly on the brink of eruption. Zhou Yi coldly declared, are you two embracing in my office to showcase your camaraderie? If I do not discipline you today, I shall. Before she could finish her threat, Huo Yuhao swiftly took action, grasping Wang Dong's hand and simultaneously deploying his mental detection, sharing it with Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, on the verge of an outburst, suddenly found her surroundings sharpening into clarity. Her thoughts expanded outward, and in an instant, everything within a diameter of 100 meters vividly manifested in her mind. How has the range increased so dramatically? Zhou Yi recalled that during the last instance Huo Yuhao activated his mental detection, the coverage was only about 30 meters in diameter. This time, however, it had expanded to 100 meters, an astonishing enhancement indeed. Observing Zhou Yi's momentary daze, Huo Yuhao hastily explained, Teacher Zhou, do you remember? I once remarked that my mental detection would evolve with the enhancement of my cultivation. After more than 3 months of your meticulous guidance, my mental detection has now reached a diameter of approximately 50 meters. Moreover, I have discovered a method to concentrate my focus in a singular direction, thereby expanding the range of my detection even further. The 100-meter detection radius you perceive is not solely my accomplishment. It is a result of the fusion of our martial souls with Wang Dong. Through his assistance, my soul abilities have experienced a tremendous augmentation, effectively doubling the detection range. Conversely, my soul power can also enhance his soul abilities. Does this not serve as evidence that we have successfully fused our martial souls? Last night, we truly experimented and achieved the martial soul fusion technique. If you doubt us, we can take you to the site of our successful experiment, where remnants of our endeavor still remain. Listening to Huo Yuhao's words, Zhou Yi gradually regained her composure, realizing she had been somewhat impulsive. Over the past 3 months, she had closely observed Huo Yuhao's performance at the academy. In her memory, no other student had exhibited such diligence. Furthermore, Huo Yuhao displayed a maturity beyond his years, possessing a certain gravitas. It would be implausible for him to deceive himself with such a transparent falsehood. As the saying goes, each profession has its specialization. Although Zhou Yi was a teacher at Shrek Academy, her understanding of martial soul fusion techniques was rather limited, as such skills are exceedingly niche. After hearing Huo Yuhao's explanation, she found it credible, and her anger dissipated swiftly. Old Madame Zhou was known for her decisiveness. As soon as she finished speaking, she had already exited the room, hastily departing. Once she left, both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the sofa. Huo Yuhao lifted his left hand to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, while Wang Dong attempted to do the same but discovered his hand was still being held by Huo Yuhao. Let go. Wang Dong irritably withdrew his hand, shooting him a glare. It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on testing the technique, would we have been caught by old Madame Zhou? At this point, there were no secrets left to keep. Leaning back on the sofa, Huo Yuhao chuckled. If you're going to blame someone, blame me. However, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. With a teacher guiding us in our cultivation, we can avoid many detours. When will you ever change your habit of complaining? Only I can tolerate you. Wang Dong huffed and replied, that's because it's you. With anyone else, I wouldn't even bother to complain. Nevertheless, witnessing old Madame Zhou's astonished expression today was worth it. Do you think she will continue to teach us after we complete the elimination rounds? Huo Yuhao pondered. It's hard to say. Teacher Zhou's instruction is comprehensive, yet she appears to have her areas of focus. However, we are still quite young, and our cultivation is lacking. We have yet to reach the level where Teacher Zhou can fully showcase her expertise. Regardless, we will know more once the elimination rounds conclude and class assignments are reshuffled. I still hope to be under Teacher Zhou's tutelage. A stricter teacher isn't necessarily a bad thing for us. At the very least, it will motivate us to diligently cultivate and learn. Chapter 24. The Bet, Part 1. Huo Yuhao lightly tapped his companion's head and remarked, You are quite the master of deceit. Nonsense, it is you who is being cunning, came the retort. We have a match this afternoon. We have already expended some energy, so it is wise to recover promptly. What is the harm in that? Are you coming or not? Hurry up. As he spoke, he removed his shoes and settled cross-legged on the sofa, extending his hands toward Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao, who always took the opportunity to cultivate, naturally did not decline. Mimicking Wang Dong's posture, he joined hands with him. The two simultaneously summoned their soul power, initiating their practice. As their soul powers flowed and merged, the sensation was markedly different from their training of the previous afternoon. Their energy seemed to grow closer, and the initial fusion occurred at a speed noticeably swifter than the day before. Almost upon contact, the Haodong power manifested, guided by their respective consciousnesses. It followed the trajectory of their cultivation, resulting in a substantial increase in their training speed, at least a 10% enhancement compared to yesterday. With their eyes closed at the onset of their practice, they remained unaware that a faint blue, purple, and golden light began to emanate from their joined palms. This luminescence spiraled around their arms and bodies, gradually enveloping them in a radiant hue. Observing Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong's training, Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback, while Wang Yin was utterly astonished. In unison, they exchanged a silent gesture, urging each other to be quiet. A hint of inquiry flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes, but Wang Yin shook his head and quietly crouched down a short distance in front of Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, keenly observing their condition and earnestly sensing the fluctuations of their soul power during the training. The more he sensed, the greater the astonishment on Wang Yan's face became, leading him to instinctively rub his hands together. Zhou Yi, having known him for quite some time, recognized this gesture as a sign of tension and excitement. As a teacher herself, she could also perceive the peculiarity of Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong's current state, one she had never encountered before. The two soul masters were not only training together, but their soul powers were harmoniously merging without conflict. The velocity of the swirling blue, purple, and golden light attested to the remarkable speed of their cultivation. Even a three-ring soul master would be hard-pressed to match their current pace. After completing 36 cycles, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong paused their training. They had not only fully restored the soul power expended during the morning match, but had also made slight progress in their cultivation. Upon opening their eyes, they both felt invigorated. This pace of training was truly exhilarating. However, they were soon startled. "Teacher Zhou, Teacher Wang?" Huo Yuhao exclaimed in surprise upon noticing Zhou Yi and Wang Yin seated nearby, intently observing them. Wang Dong was equally taken aback, and only then did they realize they were in Zhou Yi's office. Feeling a bit awkward, Huo Yuhao explained, "Teacher Zhou, we were hoping to recover our soul power early in preparation for the afternoon match, so we..." Zhou Yi waved her hand, saying, "No need for explanations. I appreciate your diligence. This is Teacher Wang Yin, an esteemed educator from the theoretical faction of our academy, holding a title even superior to mine, and possessing extensive research on the martial soul fusion technique." With a slight smile, Wang Yin remarked, "I suppose no introduction is necessary, for we have already met. I was the proctor during your round-robin tournament." At this moment, his demeanor had regained its composure, though the tranquility of his inner thoughts remained known only to him. "Teacher Wang," both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong respectfully saluted. Wang Yin nodded and said, "I have meticulously observed your training progress. Initially, I was skeptical of Zhou Yi's claims, but it seems my understanding was lacking. I can now unequivocally vouch for you to Zhou Yi, affirming that you have achieved martial soul fusion and possess the corresponding technique." Zhou Yi gazed at him in astonishment, but refrained from interjecting. Wang Yin continued, "The synergy of your soul power has fused seamlessly without any conflict, effectively enhancing your training. This phenomenon has not been documented in the annals of Shrek Academy over the millennia. There is but one explanation. Your martial souls are in perfect harmony. A legendary occurrence that allows your soul powers to merge so intimately, sharing each other's training velocity. Congratulations! I can even foresee that in the future, you will undoubtedly become a source of pride for Shrek Academy." Listening to Wang Yin's words, Huo Yuhao could not help but feel a deep admiration. He had previously heard of the perfect harmony of martial souls from the ice silkworm of the dreaming soul, yet Wang Yin's insight, derived solely from his observations of their training, truly exemplified his status as a representative of the Academy's theoretical scholars. Wang Dong, perplexed, inquired, "Teacher Wang, if that is the case, why did our martial soul fusion technique fail today? I attempted it with Huo Yuhao just moments ago, and we could not manifest it again." Huo Yuhao added, "Teacher Wang, when will we be able to utilize the martial soul fusion technique at will?" Wang Yin replied, "That is still quite a ways off. You must both reach level 70 and attain your martial soul's true form before you can wield the fusion technique freely. This applies to any soul master. However, since your martial souls are likely in perfect harmony, I suggest you begin practicing the martial soul fusion technique daily from this point forward, until you can successfully manifest it again. This will allow you to ascertain the cooldown period between uses. Once you have determined this time, do come to me so that I may witness the nature of your martial soul fusion technique. I am exceedingly curious." With Wang Yan's elucidation, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong's understanding of the martial soul fusion technique became significantly clearer. Zhou Yi then asked Teacher Wang if they possess a perfect martial soul fusion. What additional benefits do they gain beyond mutual assistance in training? Wang Yin chuckled and replied, "Ah, Zhou Yi, one's greed knows no bounds. You have already stumbled upon two treasures. The mere fact that they can assist each other in training will double their cultivation speed. At present, the significance may not be apparent, but I assure you, in just a few years, it will be evident that none of your contemporaries will possess a soul power cultivation that can rival theirs. However, your inquiry is not misplaced. There exists another distinction between a perfectly aligned martial soul fusion technique and an ordinary one, namely, the magnitude of power. This should be something you can readily deduce. According to the rules governing martial soul fusion techniques, the higher the degree of compatibility, the greater the resulting power. Yet, we have never witnessed such a flawless compatibility, which is why I yearn to personally experience the extent of their martial soul fusion technique's power and the effects of their assault." Zhou Yi nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Thank you for your insight. Teacher Wang, shall we report this matter together?" Wang Yin shook his head, smiling as he replied, "No need. You should report it on your own. You have long deserved a promotion to a senior teacher. Moreover, it was you who discovered these two little prodigies. I cannot take credit for your accomplishment." Zhou Yi smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Wang Yin rose to his feet, stating, "You two must strive diligently. You have advanced to the top 32 in the elimination rounds, correct? Once you reach the top 8, your efforts must intensify. The higher-ups of the academy will be observing your matches, and the rewards for champions are quite substantial in our eyes, so do not let this opportunity slip by. I believe we will have further exchanges in the future. Feel free to approach me with any questions. My office is located on the 4th floor. Teacher Zhou, I shall take my leave now." Zhou Yi escorted Wang Yin to the office door, where he cast a lingering glance at Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong before departing. However, Zhou Yi did not return inside but rather beckoned to Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, saying, "Come, it is time for lunch. Today, I shall treat you to a sumptuous meal." Though she did not verbalize it, her invitation to dine was an implicit apology for having misjudged Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. Both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong found the situation somewhat unbelievable, but they quickly recovered, exuberantly following Zhou Yi to the cafeteria for their meal. True to her word, Zhou Yi was quite generous, treating them to the cafeteria's finest dishes, which was a first for Wang Dong, let alone Huo Yuhao. The premium dishes in the cafeteria were exorbitantly priced, varying daily, but always charged in gold soul coins. Today, there were 2 such exquisite dishes, and Zhou Yi ordered 2 servings of each, amounting to nearly 60 gold soul coins. "Teacher Zhou, you are being too extravagant," Huo Yuhao remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After selling grilled fish for so long, he had yet to accumulate 60 gold soul coins. Zhou Yi replied, "Hurry and eat while it's hot. Do not think that the academy offers these premium dishes for profit. In fact, it is the only category of food in the cafeteria where the academy incurs a loss." "Why?" Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong asked almost in unison. Zhou Yi smiled lightly, saying, "It is, of course, for the well-being of the students. Do you recognize what these 2 dishes are?" She pointed to the plates before them. The dishes emitted a rich aroma. One appeared to be braised meat, while the other was a clear soup. The stew is primarily made from lean meat and tendons, resulting in a rich and viscous broth, with the meat being tender and succulent, while even the tendons have transformed into a soft gel-like consistency that ignites the appetite at a mere glance. The clear soup, however, presents a delicate golden hue, devoid of any solid ingredients, merely a broth, yet it emanates a fragrant aroma that surpasses even that of the stew, subtly infused with hints of herbs. Undoubtedly, these 2 dishes left Huo Yuhao at a loss for their names. Wang Dong hesitated momentarily before speaking. "Teacher Zhou, this stew seems to be made from the meat of the armored magic crocodile?" To which Zhou Yi nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed, you are correct. This stew is indeed from the armored magic crocodile. This amphibious soul beast possesses immense strength. Consuming its meat is a significant boost for soul masters, enhancing physique and fortifying meridian resilience. It is a rare delicacy. However, the flesh of the armored magic crocodile is as tough as iron, and transforming it into something tender and pliable requires exceptional culinary skill. Thus, I wish to convey to you that our Shrek Academy is not only renowned for its esteemed faculty, but also boasts exceptional culinary talent. An adult armored magic crocodile is at least a millennium-level soul beast. Do you still deem this dish expensive? As for the soup, it is derived from a flying soul beast that has been simmered for an extended period. It has the effect of nourishing the internal organs, thereby stabilizing the internal essence of us soul masters, which is beneficial for cultivation. I previously mentioned that among our new cohort, 3 individuals have already achieved the rank of soul master at level 30. Their talent is indeed commendable, coupled with their diligence. However, they are also scions of prominent families, having enjoyed the finest in both cuisine and medicinal aids from a young age, which has facilitated their current prowess. Wang Dong likely received similar treatment before arriving at the academy, yet the reason for your failure to reach the 3rd ring in cultivation, I suspect, may stem from either your own laziness or some unique circumstances. Furthermore, if my memory serves me right, you have just recently celebrated your 11th birthday. Wang Dong nodded affirmatively, stating, "Teacher Zhou, I will undoubtedly reach the 3rd ring before I turn 12. Both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong readily agreed, and they immediately began to indulge heartily in their meal. Zhou Yi's praise for the chef was met with instant approval from both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. Huo Yuhao, Having had little experience with high-quality ingredients, found the meal delightful, while Wang Dong, who had previously tasted such delicacies, noted that the flavors prepared by his family could not compare to the exquisite dishes crafted in the Academy's dining hall. Upon finishing the sumptuous meal, both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong felt a gentle warmth spreading throughout their bodies, particularly in their stomachs, as a wave of comforting warmth flowed through their limbs, leaving them with an indescribable sense of liberation. Truly, one gets what one pays for. Zhou Yi accompanied them to the dormitory entrance, and before departing, she placed a hand on Huo Yuhao's shoulder, softly stating, "If one is not born a noble, then one must use their own strength to become one." With that, she turned and walked away. Since their meal, the icy demeanor she initially bore seemed to have entirely dissipated. At the entrance of the dormitory, an elderly man, seemingly the dormitory administrator, yet perpetually indifferent to his duties, reclined in a lounge chair. He appeared to have heard Zhou Yi's words, mumbling something indistinctly, though no one could decipher it. The elimination round of the new student assessment, transitioning from 32 to 16, commenced officially in the designated area as the afternoon class bell rang. Compared to the morning, the number of participants had halved. Following another round of drawing lots, the competitors promptly proceeded to their assigned areas for the contest. As it was the same day, the venue remained unchanged, still divided as in the morning, but only the arenas numbered 1 to 16 were in use. To the north of the assessment zone, a towering platform, elevated 20 meters above the ground and supported by 6 metallic pillars, stood prominently. From below, it was impossible to discern how many spectators were present atop. Those shadowy figures could be seen, seemingly engrossed in the ongoing matches. From such a height, one could easily oversee the entire assessment area and observe the proceedings in each competition zone. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong were punctual this time, arriving early at the assessment area to draw lots, much to Xiao Zhao's relief. Their designated competition zone was number 8. Upon their arrival, they were met by another team that had also drawn the 8th area. To Huo Yuhao's surprise, the opposing trio consisted entirely of young women, all strikingly beautiful. At the viewing platform, the upcoming 32 to 16 match was of paramount importance. "Teacher Zhou, are you in search of your seed team? I just glanced at the draw, and it is quite the coincidence. The seed team you selected is up against our class's seed team in the 8th assessment zone. Who do you think will emerge victorious?" A female teacher, appearing to be in her 30s, approached Zhou Yi with a playful smile. Zhou Yi's expression hardened. "Mu Jin, do you truly believe your students are destined to win?" Though not particularly old, Mu Jin could certainly be described as youthful and vibrant. She shook her head with a smile, saying, "Not necessarily. There are no absolutes in competition. However, I haven't heard of any exceptionally talented individuals in your class this time, at least none above level 30. What a pity." Zhou Yi's gaze turned icy. "Are you here to provoke me?" The smile faded from Mu Jin's face instantly. "And what if I am? Isn't your class performing well? I am eager to see how many of your students can break into the top 8. When I discovered that my seed student was matched against yours during the draw, I felt quite pleased. Ever since you expelled my brother despite my earnest pleas, this is the first time I felt so good. I hear you're aiming for a higher professional title. Alas, it seems this time it may come to naught." Zhou Yi, undeterred by Mu Jin's taunts, focused her attention on the competition grounds, locking her gaze on Area 8, where Huo Yuhao and his companions stood. In a calm tone, she proposed, "Care for a wager?" Mu Jin's intent was to provoke and humiliate Zhou Yi, and upon hearing her proposal, she immediately responded without hesitation, "I accept. What do you wish to wager?" Zhou Yi finally acknowledged her, turning to face her directly, and stated resolutely, "A soul bone. Do you dare?" Upon hearing the term soul bone, Mu Jin's pupils suddenly contracted. For soul masters, soul rings are already exceedingly precious, as they are essential for each soul master to break through their limitations. However, soul bones are 100 times more valuable. Each soul master can integrate 6 soul bones, which comprise head, torso, and limb bones. Each soul ring grants a soul master 1 skill, while a 100,000-year soul ring provides 2 skills. Thus, a typical soul master who has cultivated to the 9th ring title Douluo level should possess 9 skills. Soul bones, however, exist in a completely separate realm. Each soul bone also bestows a skill upon the soul master and significantly enhances the constitution of the corresponding body part. Soul rings are produced by every soul beast, but soul bones are not so common. Only 100,000-year soul beasts possess the inherent ability to yield soul bones. The probability of a soul beast below this level producing a soul bone is merely 1 in 10,000. The emergence of any soul bone is bound to incite fierce competition among soul masters. There is a saying in the soul master community, to become an exceptional soul master, one must strive to enhance their soul power and acquire soul rings with the highest possible age. However, to ascend to the ranks of top soul masters, the true powerhouses of the Douluo Continent, one must possess their own soul bones. The greater the number of soul bones, the mightier the strength. In fact, in a certain sense, soul bones also possess the effects of medicinal elixirs, as integrating any soul bone will elevate a soul master's soul power. At this moment, Joey proposed a wager involving soul bones, seemingly intent on risking everything to compete with Mujin. How could Mujin not be astonished? Most importantly, she could not fathom the source of Zhou Yi's confidence. Zhou Yi's lips curled into a dismissive smirk, suggesting that if Mujin was afraid, she should keep her distance and not let her detect the nauseating scent of her perfume. A sharp glint flashed in Mujin's eyes. Fine, I accept your wager. Do you think mere threats will intimidate me? If I lose, I shall give you a soul bone. If you lose, you shall have Fan Yu forge a close-range soul guide for me. Zhou Yi coldly replied, the wager is between you and me, not him. If I lose, I will still provide you with a soul bone. Mujin scoffed, I do not want your soul bone. I require Fan Yu to craft a close-range soul guide for me. Very well, I shall speak on her behalf, came a deep voice, as a tall figure appeared beside Zhou Yi, seemingly having arrived unnoticed. Was it not Fan Yu, the soul guide instructor whom Zhou Yi had previously brought to meet Huo Yuhao? Upon seeing Fan Yu, Mujin's expression changed dramatically. The arrogance and provocation she had previously displayed vanished entirely, leaving her pale and stepping back slightly, her eyes reddening as she looked at Fan Yu and said, You were colluding with her to bully me. Fan Yu's expression remained calm, though his brow furrowed slightly. You were the one who instigated this disturbance first. If you wish to wager, then do so. If not, do not provoke Zhou Yi again. As for our relationship with you, we are merely colleagues, nothing more. Huo Yuhao and his companions were completely unaware of this unfolding scene on the observation platform, their attention fully focused on their opponents. The three young ladies across the way are all strikingly beautiful, each adorned in pristine new school uniforms. The girl standing at the forefront is somewhat taller than both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, with a head of golden short hair that presents a remarkably tidy appearance. Her azure blue eyes, framed by long lashes, are accentuated by a few charming freckles on her cheeks. Behind her, to the left, stands a girl with fiery red short hair. Her eyes, a rare shade of red, can appear somewhat intimidating at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one would find her features exquisitely refined. Her skin is fair as jade, albeit her gaze is icily cold, rivaling that of the elderly Mrs. Zhu. To the right, in stark contrast, is a girl with flowing light green hair cascading down her back, her dark green eyes radiating gentleness. Her delicate demeanor evokes an instinctive sense of compassion. The supervising teacher proclaimed, Both sides, introduce yourselves. The 6 individuals advanced simultaneously into the expansive arena, taking their positions on either side. The trio maintained their original formation, with Wang Dong at the forefront, Xiao Xiao in the center, and Huo Yuhao at the rear. The formation of the 3 young ladies opposite them shifted. The previously leading golden-haired girl stepped back, allowing the other 2 to move forward and shield her. The red-haired girl proclaimed with pride, New student class 9, Wu Feng, a level 25 master of the aggressive spirit. The girl with the light green hair cast a reproachful glance at her, as if chiding her for being overly boastful by revealing her soul power level. Yet, she did not alter the manner of her introduction. With a soft voice contrasting Wu Feng's haughty tone, she stated, New student class 9, Namin Yuner, a level 24 master of the agile spirit. From behind the 2, a calm voice emerged, New student class 9, Ning Tian, a level 31 auxiliary spirit master. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao and his companions were taken aback. A level 31 spirit master at such a young age? They had not anticipated encountering one of the new students at the 3rd ring level so soon into the competition, especially one specializing in auxiliary spirits. It is well known that the cultivation speed of auxiliary spirit masters is generally slower than that of aggressive spirit masters. Yet, this individual had reached level 31 by the age of 12, possessing 3 spirit rings. This was no mere talent, but a remarkable phenomenon. Despite their astonishment, Huo Yuhao and his companions did not forget to introduce themselves, commencing with aggressive spirit masters, just as their opponents had. New student class 1, Wang Dong, a level 24 master of the aggressive spirit. New student class 1, Xiao Xiao, a level 22 master of the control spirit. Huo Yuhao concluded, new student class 1. Huo Yuhao, a level 17 control spirit master. Upon hearing the number 17, Wu Feng noticeably scoffed, displaying a demeanor of disdain. Wang Dong narrowed his eyes. Fixated on Wu Feng, for some reason, the contempt in her gaze ignited a fire within him. Wu Feng felt his stare and, locking eyes with him, let out a cold snort. Though the competition had yet to commence, the atmosphere was already charged with tension. At that moment, the proctor's authoritative voice rang out, signaling the commencement of the competition. With a swift tap of his toes, Wang Dong surged forward, his form propelled by the sudden unfurling of his resplendent blue and gold wings. Regardless of the confidence exuded by his opponents, Wu Feng, Nanmin Yuner, and Ning Tian, they were momentarily dazzled by the brilliance of his luminous butterfly wings, inwardly commending their beauty. Wu Feng, too, responded with a spirited cry, her delicate frame springing into action as a wave of intense heat radiated from her being, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar. In an instant, her figure elongated, transforming midair into that of a fully developed 16 or 17-year-old maiden. Her slender body strained against her school uniform, which tore to reveal a snug outfit beneath. Clearly prepared, she donned a form-fitting leather suit that accentuated her shapely thighs, the attire seamlessly enveloping her curvaceous form that had blossomed with the manifestation of her martial spirit. A soft crimson glow shimmered upon Wu Feng's skin, while intricate dragon scales began to adorn the left side of her face, cascading down her neck to envelop her entire left arm and hand. In comparison to Beibei's imposing blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial spirit, Wu Feng's dragon spirit appeared more subdued, though only relatively so. The fiery red dragon emanated an overwhelming aura of a top-tier martial spirit as two golden soul rings materialized at her feet. Wu Feng's figure, strikingly slender and alluring, exuded an impression of explosive power, and in a flicker, she was before Wang Dong. With a sweeping motion of her left arm, she launched a fierce strike aimed at his body. In response to her ferocity, Wang Dong refrained from deploying his soul skills directly. Instead, he executed a half-turn in midair, unleashing a lightning-fast kick with his right leg that collided with Wu Feng's left arm. The impact resonated with a dull thud, causing Wang Dong to sway midair and glide back 5 meters, while Wu Feng descended toward the ground. This initial clash evidently favored Wu Feng. Despite both being power-focused battle spirit masters, their strengths lay in different aspects. In a contest of physical resilience, the radiant butterfly of light stood little chance against the fiery red dragon. Just then, Nanmin Yuner from Ning Tian's team sprang into action. As she initiated her movement, her body appeared weightless, yet her speed surpassed that of the engaged Wang Dong and Wu Feng. In what seemed like an instant, she traversed dozens of meters, arriving before Xiao Xiao. It was only at this proximity that one could discern the pair of emerald green wings that had mysteriously sprouted from her back. Though modest in size and lacking the splendor of Wang Dong's luminous wings, they imbued Nanmin Yuner with remarkable swiftness. Simultaneously, her hands transformed into a jade-like green, seemingly sculpted from precious stone, as she aimed a direct strike at Xiao Xiao's face. Meanwhile, from a distance, Ning Tian extended her right hand, issuing a clear command as the 7 treasures turned to reveal their brilliance. The body spun gracefully in place, and a dazzling array of colorful light burst forth from within her. At the heart of this radiant spectacle, a resplendent 7-colored pagoda, over a foot tall, materialized in the palm of Ning Tian's right hand. This pagoda shimmered with a kaleidoscope of hues, seemingly adorned with countless gemstones. Its mere appearance captivated the attention of all spectators on the viewing platform. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings ascended from Ning Tian's palm, rhythmically encircling the 7-tiered pagoda. On the viewing platform, Mu Jin turned to glance at Zhou Yi and Fan Yu, just in time to catch the astonishment reflected in their eyes. Zhou Yi exclaimed in disbelief. The 9-treasure glazed tile school, the 7-treasure glazed pagoda. Chapter 25, 7 treasures glazed tile versus Spirit Eye Part 1. If Wang Dong's bright goddess butterfly martial soul represents the pinnacle of the exquisite beauty among beast martial souls, then the treasure tower appearing in Ning Tian's hands embodies the zenith of elegance among weapon martial souls. As the tower materialized, Ning Tian's clear voice resonated simultaneously. The 7 treasures are renowned, the first being swiftness. The first soul ring atop the tower illuminated, its rich yellow radiance accentuating the tower's splendor. 2 brilliant beams of light instantaneously emanated from the tower, landing on Wu Feng and Nanmin Yuner. From the onset of the competition, Huo Yuhao had activated his mental detection sharing, yet he was astonished to discover that he could not perceive Ning Tian's soul power circulation, nor could he discern the appropriate timing for her to unleash her soul skills. A peculiar layer of ethereal waves emanated from the resplendent tower, effectively cloaking Ning Tian's presence, rendering Huo Yuhao's mental probing futile. What kind of weapon martial soul is this, exhibiting such formidable strength? What left Huo Yuhao and his companions further astounded unfolded next. The beams of color illuminating Wu Feng and Nanmen Yuner altered the dynamics of the situation dramatically. Nanmen Yuner's palms, initially directed toward Xiao Xiao, surged with unprecedented speed, conjuring a series of afterimages in the air. Had it not been for the mental detection sharing from Huo Yuhao, Xiao Xiao would have been gravely endangered by this strike. The instant Nanmen Yuner was enveloped in the radiant light, Huo Yuhao's mental detection alerted Xiao Xiao. Concurrently, Huo Yuhao, positioned behind her, grasped the collar of her garment and swiftly yanked her backward, narrowly evading Nanmen Yuner's twin palms. Simultaneously, Xiao Xiao's three-life, soul-settling cauldron martial soul activated. With a flash of dark light, the cauldron descended from the heavens, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Xiao Xiao's first soul ring illuminated in response, initiating the cauldron's tremor. Since the commencement of the round-robin matches, it could be said that Nanmen Yuner was the swiftest opponent they had encountered. Especially under the amplification of Ning Tian's tower's brilliance, her speed had transcended the realm of the two-ring level. Even a three-ring soul master specializing in agility would find it difficult to match her velocity. In light of facing such an adversary, the significance of Huo Yuhao's mental detection sharing became even more paramount. With her initial strike thwarted, Nanmen Yuner surged forward once more, confident that her overwhelming speed would allow her to conclude the battle within a fleeting moment. However, in that instant of her advance, an ominous premonition arose within her. She, indeed, possessed remarkable prowess, executing a sudden halt mid-charge, her body coming to an abrupt stop. Her first soul ring ignited, and a vibrant green light radiated from her palms, faintly visible extending along her arms. It bore a resemblance to Wang Dong's winged guillotine, albeit with somewhat diminished potency. As her body froze, the three-life soul-settling cauldron crashed to the ground, effectively separating her from Xiao Xiao. Nanmen Yuner intended to evade and press her attack. Yet Xiao Xiao's cauldron's tremor was unleashed. Amidst the resounding roar, a powerful shockwave enveloped her, plunging Nanmen Yuner into a brief state of disorientation. It can be said that the tremor of Xiao Xiao's ding, in conjunction with Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection, serves as a formidable weapon for controlling the battlefield. Even with Nanmen Yuner's remarkable speed, she still found herself at a disadvantage. The Sansheng Zhenhun Ding surged forward, colliding with Nanmen Yuner's body in an instant. Simultaneously, as the Sansheng Zhenhun Ding landed with a thunderous roar, Ning Tian in the distance spoke once more, invoking the seven treasures, the second being release. Another beam of light descended upon Nanmen Yuner, abruptly dispelling her lingering state of dizziness. She swiftly retreated, evading the strike from the Sansheng Zhenhun Ding. Huo Yuhao cast a glance at Ning Tian from afar, taken aback by her formidable auxiliary martial soul and keen judgment. Though she lacked her own spiritual detection, she was able to assess the battlefield's dynamic shifts without hesitation, promptly aiding her allies. Huo Yuhao was astonished, but the surprise was even more profound for Nanmen Yuner and Ning Tian. In their eyes, the true powerhouse was Xiao Xiao. Retreating rapidly, they unleashed their soul skills, and the timing and positioning of the Sansheng Zhenhun Ding were nothing short of perfect. Coupled with its ability to counter Nanmen Yuner's soul skills, it effectively thwarted her decisive strike, nearly turning the tide against her, compelling Ning Tian to employ her second soul skill. This forced the two women to regard Xiao Xiao with newfound respect. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the combat between Wang Dong and Wu Feng raged fiercely. Both were wielders of top-tier beast martial souls, with Wu Feng bolstered by Ning Tian's enhancement, her speed and attack rate soaring. She unleashed her first soul skill, Dragon's Fire, as a thick layer of crimson flames erupted from her being, encircling her within a foot's radius. Each of her attacks carried the searing heat of this dragon's fire, causing considerable trouble for Wang Dong. Yet, Wang Dong's combat prowess was by no means inferior to his opponents. His second soul ring was of a millennium grade, providing him with enhancements that surpassed even Wu Feng. The rarity of the bright goddess butterfly martial soul eclipsed that of the red dragon. Though his opponent's speed had increased, Wang Dong benefited from Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection. With a pair of winged blades unfurled, he not only kept pace but, leveraging his foresight, even gained the upper hand. Since their martial soul fusion, a tacit understanding had developed between the two. Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection proved even more effective on Wang Dong than on Xiao Xiao. Often, as soon as a hint of judgment emerged from the spiritual detection, Wang Dong's winged blades would strike out. Wu Feng found herself constrained, despite feeling stronger than her opponent. She could not gain the upper hand, too wary to clash her body against Wang Dong's blade. Wang Dong's blades seemed to anticipate her every move, lying in wait before she could even react, causing her immense frustration and eliciting piercing cries from her. When both sides revealed their martial souls, everyone initially believed the outcome was predetermined. Even Zhou in the observation tower had lost confidence. Yet, none anticipated that Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao would stand their ground against such formidable adversaries without faltering. The hibiscus murmured in disbelief, "How is this possible? What are they doing?" With the speed enhancement of the Soul Master Level 7 Treasure's glazed tower, their velocities should increase by 40%. At the very least, they should be on par with Soul Masters. How can they fail to defeat their opponents? Zhou turned her head to exchange glances with Fan Yu, who displayed a questioning expression. Zhou nodded slightly, and Fan Yu instantly understood, his eyes lighting up as his gaze unconsciously returned to the inconspicuous figure of Huo Yuhao, who bore a solitary white 10-year soul ring among the 6 on the battlefield. Is it him? Yes, indeed, it is Huo Yuhao. Ning Tian is undoubtedly a top-tier support soul master among his rank, and Huo Yuhao's spiritual eye is equally a premier control-type battle soul master. Although he currently relies solely on this one martial soul, let us not forget that he is contending against opponents of the 2nd and 3rd rings. Yet he manages to neutralize the advantages brought by the 7 Treasures glazed tower through the shared assistance of his spiritual detection. This exemplifies the might of a million-year soul ring. With the comprehensive support of both spiritual detection and shared consciousness, he controls the entire situation. While Ning Tian enhances merely 2 individuals, the battle between the 2 sides has reached a stalemate. Although Xiao Xiao has blocked the attacks from Nanmen Yuner, she dares not act recklessly, for her opponent's speed is exceedingly swift. At this moment, she has released all 3 of her soul-settling tripods to protect them both under Huo Yuhao's guidance through spiritual detection. In truth, she remains in a passive position. On the other side, Wang Dong finds himself in a similar predicament. Without a sudden outburst, he can only maintain the status quo, and launching a counterattack proves to be quite challenging. After all, the enemy's speed is alarmingly fast. A single misstep could grant them an opportunity. A flicker of doubt crossed Ning Tian's eyes as she instinctively glanced towards Huo Yuhao, who stood behind Xiao Xiao. The petite figure of Xiao Xiao could not fully obscure Huo Yuhao's presence, and he was also gazing at her. Their eyes met. Ning Tian narrowed her eyes with a hint of arrogance, while Huo Yuhao responded with a smile and a nod. Is it him? Ning Tian's heart stirred, just as she caught sight of the luminous white soul ring on Huo Yuhao. At the outset of the battle, neither she nor Wu Feng or Nanmen Yuner had paid any heed to Huo Yuhao's existence. It is no wonder, considering that a level 17 Great Soul Master with merely a 10-year soul ring could hardly attract the attention of these prodigies. However, as the competition progressed to this point, the observant Ning Tian began to sense something amiss. She was the first since the new student assessment to harbor doubts about Huo Yuhao. How could someone with only a 10-year soul ring become a member of Shrek Academy? Moreover, the soul ring on him continually glimmered, signifying that he was utilizing a soul skill. This inevitably led Ning Tian to recall Huo Yuhao's earlier introduction, where he stated he was a control-type battle soul master. What is his martial soul? What soul skill is he currently unleashing? With a flash of insight, Ning Tian called out sharply, "Yuner, attack that first-ring fellow at the back." Just as Huo Yuhao holds a pivotal position within his team, Ning Tian serves as the cerebral force behind their trio. Upon hearing Ning Tian's instructions, Nanmen Yuner accelerated abruptly. Yet her target was not Huo Yuhao or even Xiao Xiao. Instead, she pivoted and charged towards Wang Dong, who stood not far behind. Nanmen Yuner's speed was so extraordinary that, although Wang Dong sensed her impending assault through mental detection, he was left in a state of utter disarray. Xiao Xiao was too late to offer any assistance. In this instance, their opponents fully capitalized on their speed advantage, effectively sandwiching Wang Dong between them. The synergy between Nanmen Yuner and Wu Feng was remarkable, as Nanmen Yuner initiated her attack. A brilliant red light erupted from Wu Feng's body, heralding the activation of her second soul ring. The flames of the dragon surged forth, morphing into a deep crimson hue, while her previously semi-scaled armor thickened significantly. As the red light in her eyes intensified, her left hand transformed completely into the form of a dragon's claw. This was Wu Feng's second soul skill, Dragon's Fury. In the state of Dragon's Fury, her offensive and defensive capabilities surged instantaneously, while simultaneously amplifying all her other soul skills. The temperature of the dragon flames soared nearly 100 degrees in an instant, causing the surrounding air to distort violently. Nemin Yuner also activated her second soul skill, her yellow 100-year soul ring shimmering brightly. As she lunged towards Wang Dong, her hands came together above her head, coalescing a verdant light into a crescent-shaped blade. Aimed directly at Wang Dong, her martial soul, the Jade Greenbird, had previously employed the first soul skill named Jade Blade, which transformed her arms into blades. This second soul skill, when combined with the first, was known as Jade Slash. Attack-oriented soul masters are renowned for their speed and striking power, and the might of this attack was evident. The emerald blade traced a graceful arc through the air, slicing toward Wang Dong with an unerring lock-on effect that rendered evasion impossible. As both Grand Soul Masters unleashed their second soul skills, augmented by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, they aimed to defeat Wang Dong in one fell swoop. Once Wang Dong, the formidable assault-type soul master, was neutralized, Xiao Xiao and Huo Yuhao would naturally pose no challenge to them. This exemplified the utilization of speed. Even with foreknowledge of their opponent's intentions, they were still suppressed. However, would Huo Yuhao and his companions simply resign themselves to fate? In the case of others, they might indeed be caught off guard. But the advantage held by Huo Yuhao and his team lay in their ability to anticipate the forthcoming attack based on Nemin Yuner's trajectory and the energy fluctuations of her and Wu Feng's soul power as soon as Nemin Yuner made her move. While they were indeed pressed for time, the three of them simultaneously devised distinct countermeasures. Xiao Xiao's gaze sharpened, her hands rising before her as an ethereal transformation overtook her presence, a hint of grace illuminating her visage. Suddenly, her two yellow soul rings merged into one, and the three live soul calming cauldron floated above her, while a verdant bamboo flute appeared in her hand. The jade flute is elongated, adorned with vivid carvings of phoenixes, and in comparison to the solemnity of the three lives town soul resonating cauldron, the one wielding it, Xiao Xiao, exudes an ethereal beauty akin to that of a celestial maiden. A soul ring quietly illuminates, and a haunting melody resonates. Though not melodious, it imparts a viscous texture to the atmosphere. A layer of emerald light radiates outward from Xiao Xiao's form. Despite the swiftness of Wu Feng and Nanmin Yuner, they cannot surpass the sound, as they unleash their soul abilities. Their assault on Wang Dong is abruptly halted, their speed diminishing instantaneously. Dual martial spirits. An astonished chorus erupted from nearly all spectators witnessing the match. Indeed, what Xiao Xiao exhibited at this moment was her second martial spirit, the Nine Phoenixes flute. Although this flute possesses but a single soul ring in that instant, Xiao Xiao manifested the prowess of a control-type soul master. It must be said that, in terms of martial spirit quality, her Nine Phoenixes flute pales in comparison to Ning Tian's Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. This first soul skill merely reduces the opponent's speed by 20%. Nonetheless, even Wu Feng and Nemin Yuner, having adapted to rapid movement, experienced a significant impact, causing their ambush on Wang Dong to falter momentarily. Wang Dong, however, would not allow his adversaries to strike unimpeded. The instant his mental perception signaled the impending danger, his second soul ring, a purple millennium ring, burst into brilliance. The resplendent purple ring instantly overshadowed the glimmer of Wu Feng and Nanmin Yuner's soul rings. The wings, transformed from his radiant goddess butterfly martial spirit, shone with vibrant light. Upon the azure wings, golden patterns erupted like miniature suns, radiating intense luminescence. All these golden motifs converged upon the front wing, which abruptly twisted to face the rear, while the right front wing confronted Wu Feng. Both wings erupted in a simultaneous display of golden brilliance. At that moment, Wang Dong's entire being was enveloped in a golden hue, rendering him the most dazzling presence across all 16 arenas in the competition. Even the instructors on the observation platform, who initially paid little attention to their match, were drawn to the spectacle, witnessing the simultaneously launched powerful attacks from those resplendent wings directed both forward and backward. Wang Dong's second soul skill, the light of the butterfly god, unfolded. Even Huo Yuhao beheld the might of this soul skill for the first time. Wu Feng, engaged in unleashing Dragon's fury, was almost instantaneously engulfed by the golden radiance, while the jade slash barely pierced through half of the golden light before faltering, with the same golden brilliance crashing into Nanmen Yuner. Both Wu Feng and Nanmen Yuner merely felt a warmth enveloping them before their bodies were violently hurled away. Meanwhile, Wang Dong executed a graceful spin in midair, landing with unparalleled elegance, such as the might of the Millennium Soul Ring. However, unbeknownst to all, a clandestine clash transpired between Huo Yuhao and Ning Tian. As Wang Dong unleashed his soul skill, Ning Tian began to chant the incantation for the third time, invoking the renowned 7 treasures. First, however, her soul incantation faltered at that point. Not only that, but the 2 significant enhancements previously bestowed upon Wu Feng and Nanmen Yuner also dissipated simultaneously. Consequently, the deceleration effect of the 9 Phoenixes flute, which had been countered by her second soul skill, came into play, and the swift Nanmen Yuner was unable to evade the illumination of the butterfly god's light. She succumbed to the seemingly warm and gentle golden radiance, falling into unconsciousness. Ning Tian, of course, would not falter. The catalyst for this turn of events stemmed from Huo Yuhao's soul eye, radiating with a resplendent purple-golden light. Soul shock. It was indeed the soul shock that interrupted Ning Tian's enhancements on her 2 companions and disrupted her own formidable soul skill, also of a millennium caliber, that she was preparing to unleash. Although there was a considerable disparity in cultivation between Huo Yuhao and Ning Tian, his soul shock, coupled with the purple extreme magic eye, could induce a momentary daze even in someone of Ma Xiaotao's caliber. When Ning Tian bore the brunt of his attack, it felt as though her brain had been pricked by a needle, plunging her into an instant of blankness. As she bore the searing pain in her mind, and her consciousness swiftly returned, she saw that Wu Feng and Nanmen Yuner had already been sent flying by Wang Dong's butterfly god's light. Wu Feng fared somewhat better, simultaneously wielding Dragon's fire and Dragon's fury. Her defensive and offensive capabilities were formidable. After enduring the strike, she rolled several times before regaining her footing. In stark contrast, Nanmen Yuner fell unconscious upon landing, completely devoid of combat capability. Ning Tian, what are you doing? Wu Feng questioned, her expression a mixture of anger and confusion as she glanced back at Ning Tian. Yet, Ning Tian, supporting her forehead, had just recovered from the soul shock, her eyes flickering with bewilderment. Being the core of the team, she quickly realized she had likely fallen victim to the opponent's skill, her gaze locking onto Huo Yuhao, whose eyes shimmered with a pale golden light. Wu Feng, give it your all. As she spoke, Ning Tian hastily chanted her soul incantation, 7 treasures. First, speed, 7 treasures. Second, release, 7 treasures. Third, strength. Her second soul skill had the power to negate all negative effects on auxiliary soul masters, and this time she applied it to herself, confident that Huo Yuhao could not interrupt her. With her Millennium Soul Ring skill activated, Wu Feng not only received a 40% increase in speed but also in strength, augmented further by the negation of negative effects from Ning Tian's second soul skill. At this moment, she was equal to a powerful attack-type soul master above level 30. Though they had lost Nanmen Yuner's combat capability, they still held a strong confidence in securing victory in this match. Huo Yuhao placed a hand on Wang Dong's shoulder, causing Wang Dong's wings to fold slightly, effectively obscuring Huo Yuhao's movements from all angles except for Wang Dong. With his hand resting on Wang Dong, the combined power of Haodong surged forth. This battle had proven exceedingly arduous, and with the likelihood of facing formidable opponents tomorrow, Huo Yuhao was resolute in his decision not to waste any more time. He aimed to conclude the battle decisively. Wang Dong distinctly observed a surge of violet golden brilliance emanating from Huo Yuhao's eyes. This extraordinary radiance seemingly erupted into a 3-inch flame from his pupils in an instant. Although it flickered and vanished as quickly as it appeared, Wang Dong still sensed a terrifying wave of mental energy erupting through Huo Yuhao's spiritual probing. This was precisely why, standing beside Huo Yuhao, their martial souls merged, granting them formidable immunity to each other's abilities. Had it been anyone else, even without being struck directly by Huo Yuhao's assault, they would likely have succumbed to dizziness. If Ning Tian had previously felt as though her brain was pricked by needles, this time it was akin to being struck by a colossal hammer, leaving her mind a blank slate. Her body weakened, collapsing to the ground, with blood flowing from her nose and mouth like a serpent. Her second soul skill could only negate auxiliary abilities, whereas Huo Yuhao's soul impact was a genuine mental attack. What could her second soul skill possibly counter? Moreover, This strike was a collaborative effort between Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. Regardless of the prowess of the Seven Treasures' glazed tile martial soul, it lacked the capacity to defend against mental assaults. In a certain sense, Ning Tian's enhancement abilities were precisely countered by Huo Yuhao. Ning Tian, what has happened to you? Wu Feng exclaimed in a flurry upon witnessing Ning Tian bleeding from her mouth and nose. Wang Dong smirked with satisfaction, while Huo Yuhao shrugged and remarked, "Your execution of this technique leaves much to be desired." The supervising teacher stood momentarily dumbfounded, only to announce their victory at Huo Yuhao's prompting, despite Wu Feng's evident discontent. Without Ning Tian's support and Namin Yunar's speed, she stood no chance against Wang Dong and the dual martial soul of Xiao Xiao. Furthermore, her urgency to aid Ning Tian overshadowed her concerns. Upon the observation platform, Mu Jin was utterly stunned, scarcely able to believe her own eyes. The combination of two great soul masters and a soul venerable, renowned for the unparalleled Seven Treasures, glazed tile martial soul, had been defeated by two great soul masters and a soul master with merely 10 years of soul ranks. It was unbelievable, and anyone privy to this comparison of strength would likely share her disbelief. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before them. Ning Tian and her companions had indeed lost. Fan Yu's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement as he turned to Zhou Yi, saying, "This was a splendid match. Your student has truly astonished me, especially Huo Yuhao. I never anticipated he possessed such capabilities." Zhou Yi's gaze was filled with pride as she replied, "Let us depart." She began her descent down the steps of the platform, casting a cold glance at Mu Jin without uttering a word, then leapt gracefully from the 20-meter high stage. Fan Yu, not even sparing Mu Jin a glance, followed suit and descended alongside Zhou Yi. "What did you two do? How did Ning Tian end up unconscious?" Xiao Xiao inquired. Her curiosity piqued as they exited the examination area. Huo Yuhao chuckled softly, explaining, "It was an impact I initiated with my mental force. She was caught off guard and fainted from the shock." "Really? It can be done that way? No wonder her soul skill was interrupted earlier. It was you, wasn't it?" Xiao Xiao wore an expression of astonishment. As teammates, she had exerted herself in the previous match. And since Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong's combined strength would undoubtedly be needed in the subsequent rounds, it was futile to conceal the truth. It was better to disclose it to prevent any rift from forming in Xiao Xiao's heart. Staring blankly at them, Xiao Xiao pointed at Huo Yuhao and then at Wang Dong, exclaiming something that left both boys in a state of bemusement. "I'm increasingly suspecting that you two are involved in a romantic relationship." Huo Yuhao scratched his head and asked, "What does involved mean?" Xiao Xiao took one hand of both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, joined their hands together, cast a disparaging glance at Huo Yuhao, and stated, "How can you not know such a popular term? Involved refers to love between men." Both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong simultaneously erupted in indignation, but Xiao Xiao, amidst a fit of melodious laughter, turned and fled, even releasing her 9-phoenix flute to play a tune that slowed down the two pursuers. In stark contrast to their jolly commotion, Ning Tian gradually regained consciousness in the infirmary with the assistance of a high-ranking healing soul master. Upon awakening, she instinctively curled up and clutched her head. A wave of excruciating pain coursing through her mind, causing beads of cold sweat to form on her forehead. Ning Tian. Wu Feng, concerned, embraced her, while Namin Yunar stood nearby, her expression one of confusion. The healing teacher pondered, "I cannot say for certain, but it feels as though her head has sustained a heavy blow, resulting in a concussion. As you know, our brain is the most intricate organ in the body, and even today, no one has truly deciphered its complexities. I can only make a judgment based on the surface symptoms. However, her innate soul power has excellent self-regulatory capabilities. The issue is not severe, and she will recover in no time." "Thank you." Mu Jin expressed her gratitude to the healing teacher and approached the bedside. After a brief period of discomfort, Ning Tian's headache gradually subsided, and her breathing became steadier. Wu Feng helped her sit up and drink some water, bringing a slight improvement to her pale complexion. Upon noticing Mu Jin standing by the window, a hint of embarrassment crossed her charming face. "Teacher Mu, we are becoming quite familiar." Mu Jin nodded gently and replied, "It's all right. Losing a match is not the end, as long as you are unharmed. That is what truly matters." Mu Jin's words warmed Ning Tian's heart. "Teacher Mu, from the observation platform, could you discern where we faltered?" Mu Jin appeared taken aback. "You were unaware?" Ning Tian placed a hand on her forehead, steadying herself. "At that moment, I had just finished assisting Wu Feng and, to be cautious, I had applied 3 major support skills to myself. However, In the next instant, I seemed to see a surge of purple-golden light expanding before my eyes. And then it felt as though a massive hammer struck my head. After that, I knew nothing. Wu Feng expressed his fury. Those rascals were so ruthless. Teacher Mu, this cannot be left unaddressed. Mu Jin shot her a cold glance. And what do you propose we do? This is an assessment, not a sect competition. Wu Feng lowered his head in silence, yet his fists were clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze not only with fury but also with a profound hatred. Mukin inquired of Ning Tian. Reflect carefully. Prior to your unconsciousness, was there any unusual circumstance? After pondering for a moment, Ning Tian replied, though I am unaware of how they achieved it. The issue likely resides with that soul master. Throughout the encounter, his soul ring remained perpetually radiant, indicating that he was continuously employing a soul skill that evaded our perception yet influenced the battle's outcome. I vaguely discerned a flicker of golden light in his eyes. Their team comprises a formidable assault-type soul master and a control-type soul master with twin martial souls. What merit does a freshman with merely a decade-old soul ring possess to stand alongside such exceptional individuals? He must harbor some extraordinary ability. At the most critical moment, he disrupted my support. It felt akin to a sharp prick in my head. The second time, his attack was significantly more potent. Mukin's heart stirred. Indeed, that freshman with only one soul ring had remained largely inactive, leaving the combat to the goddess of light butterfly soul master and the twin martial soul master. What, then, was his role? No wonder Zhou Yi exhibited such confidence. This freshman with merely a decade-old soul ring must possess some secret. Calming her inner resentment, Mukin stated, a loss is a loss, yet it is essential to reflect and learn from the experience. You have all successfully passed the freshman assessment. Future competition with them is inevitable. Ning Tian, take the time to rest. Thank you, Teacher Mu. Chapter 26, The Nation's Heirloom. The Quake of the Cauldron, Part 1. The departure of Mu Jin and Nanmin Yuner left only Wu Feng to accompany Ning Tian. Despite their trio functioning as a team, the bond between Ning Tian and Wu Feng was far more harmonious, while Nanmin Yuner remained merely a classmate. Young master, we cannot let this go unpunished. That scoundrel dared to harm you. Shall we not enlist the power of our family? Wu Feng spoke with a hint of bitterness. A flicker of reluctance crossed Ning Tian's eyes. Feng Mei, do not allow your anger to cloud your judgment. We are at Shrek Academy. How can we so easily resort to our family's influence? Besides, our defeat stems from our own inadequacies, and it is futile to blame fate. To cleanse this humiliation, we must rely on our own efforts. And I have told you before, within the academy, do not address me as young master. We are sisters. Understood. Wu Feng replied obediently, nodding gently. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Tian continued, tomorrow, we shall find a way to observe their match. With careful observation, we are bound to discern some clues. Their victory over us is not due to luck, but rather their formidable strength. That student with only a decade of soul rings, if I recall correctly, is named Huo Yuhao. He warrants our utmost attention. Perhaps they will become our most significant rivals during our studies in the Outer Academy. Fortunately, the freshman elimination rounds were conducted separately, resulting in fewer spectators. Thus, Huo Yuhao and his companions did not attract excessive attention. By successfully entering the top 16 and defeating one of the most competitive teams, Huo Yuhao and his friends not only proved their mettle but also bolstered their confidence. Soul Emperors were not to be feared. Had they not just triumphed over a team led by a Soul Emperor? The excitement within Huo Yuhao's trio was palpable, especially given that even a team as formidable as Ning Tian's had succumbed to them. After Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong had refreshed themselves, Huo Yuhao, aware of Wang Dong's fastidiousness, deliberately changed into clean attire. Tonight, shall we occupy your bed or mine? He inquired. Wang Dong's expression stiffened, her annoyance apparent. Would it kill you to add the words training to that? Must you speak so ambiguously? Huo Yuhao found himself at a loss. Do not heed Xiao Zhao's nonsense. I have no interest in you. I prefer beautiful girls. Wang Dong scoffed. We shall each remain in our own beds. Your bed is far too hard. Frowning, Huo Yuhao retorted, stop joking around. We need to hurry. Training together can nearly double our progress. Do you not wish to catch up to Ning Tian in terms of soul power? Wang Dong flashed a cunning smile. Who said we cannot train together while staying in our own beds? Simply pull your bed over, maintaining a distance of 50 centimeters. And we can sit at the edge of our beds with our hands extended. The space in between will serve as our boundary. Huo Yuhao rolled his eyes. Are you not exhausted? This is mere folly. Wang Dong glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Are you coming or not? If not, I shall go to sleep. I am not naturally diligent. Who has the inclination to train at this hour, if not for you? All right, you win, he conceded. In a moment of desperation, Huo Yuhao had no choice but to drag his bed beside Wang Dong's, settling down cross-legged. Wang Dong similarly raised his hands, pressing his palms together, channeling the power of Haodong, which swiftly began to circulate within them. Today, their victory over Ning Tian marked their inaugural attempt to harness Haodong's strength in utilizing soul skills. They succeeded, as both Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong sensed that the fusion of their Haodong power rendered their soul skills akin to that of a martial soul fusion technique. By combining their soul power to unleash a single skill, while its might could not rival that of a true martial soul fusion technique, it significantly surpassed the potency of their individual skills. This synergy enabled them to triumph over their opponent. Furthermore, this battle allowed Huo Yuhao to experience a profound sense of strength for the first time. However, their cultivation levels remained relatively modest. Their combined efforts merely reached the threshold of a three-ring soul master. Huo Yuhao's own soul power was still too feeble. Had it not been for the unique nature of the soul impact, a specialized mental attack, they might not have secured victory so swiftly. In just one day of competition, the majority of the newcomers were eliminated, leaving only the top 16 teams to continue the contest the following day, comprising a total of 48 exceptional newcomers. They were indeed the C-Army de la C-Army among their peers, arguably among the finest soul masters of their age across the continent. During the draw for the top 16, Huo Yuhao and his companions encountered familiar faces, the Huang Chutian team, who had previously lost to them in the group stage, also appeared among the top 16. Huo Yuhao leaned in to whisper to Wang Dong, "What do you think? How long will it take for the Lan sisters to recover before they can use their martial soul fusion technique again?" Wang Dong replied, "Probably not long. Although they are twins, their martial soul fusion technique does not seem particularly formidable, likely due to a lack of compatibility. Their explosive power is insufficient, and while their limitations are manageable, they cannot sustain the soul power consumption for long. Should we encounter them again, you need not intervene. Simply assist me in releasing a butterfly godlight, and I am confident I can break through their martial soul fusion technique." As they conversed, they also observed their other opponents. By this stage of the elimination round, it appeared that Huo Yuhao was the sole one-ring soul master present. The audience in the viewing platform had swelled considerably compared to the previous day, with the area already brimming with spectators before the match had even commenced. Curiously, however, a space of approximately 3 square meters remained vacant in the center of the platform. There sat a disheveled old man, his garments tattered, with wild hair, barefoot with his feet dangling over the edge of the platform, leisurely sipping from a large purple gourd. Beside him lay several roasted chicken legs on oiled paper, while he himself indulged in one, alternating between sips of wine and bites of meat, thoroughly enjoying his repast. Those capable of ascending to the viewing platform were all esteemed teachers from Shrek Academy, yet none approached the old man, nor did anyone question his presence. "Elder Xian, you have arrived." Wang Yin respectfully approached the disheveled elder and greeted him in a hushed tone. The old man merely grunted in acknowledgement before resuming his feast. Wang Yin pointed to the audience below and said, "The 3 young individuals I mentioned are right over there." Just as he was about to continue, Elder Xian, growing impatient, waved his chicken leg and remarked, "I can see for myself." Wang Yin, daunted, refrained from saying anything further and stepped aside. The draw had concluded, and the elimination round of the freshman assessment, progressing from 16 to 8, was officially underway. The competition area expanded once again, with 8 spacious arenas commencing battles simultaneously. This time, Huo Yuhao and his companions found their opponents somewhat peculiar, in contrast to the 3 young women they faced in the second round yesterday. They were now matched against 3 young men. As the trio entered the arena, they lined up horizontally, with the central figure being a notably large boy. According to the admission criteria of Shrek Academy, he could not be older than 12, yet his physique certainly belied that age. Standing at least 1.70 meters tall, he towered over Huo Yuhao and his friends by a significant margin, and his waistline likely approached 1.70 meters as well, making him resemble a small mountain of flesh. Beside him stood 2 others who, in comparison, appeared exceedingly slender. They were shorter by a head and almost gaunt in appearance. The 2 seemed somewhat alike, possibly brothers, though not identical twins, with particularly long arms. From a distance, the 2 lean figures might have easily been overlooked. With both sides introduced, the examination supervisor announced the commencement of the match. The hefty boy thumped his chest, causing his flesh to jiggle, and proclaimed, I am Xie Huanyu from Class 2 of the Freshmen. Class 2, Luo Tian Long. Class 2, Luo Tian Ba. The names of the two slender students carried a certain gravitas. Huo Yuhao and his companions likewise introduced themselves, and with the supervisor's signal, the competition officially began. Before the clash could unfold, the muscles in Huo Yuhao's face began to twitch. The reason was simple. They had once again encountered 3 soul rings. Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, "Are we just incredibly unlucky, or is the Academy deliberately toying with us?" The newcomer Xie Huanyu was already exhibiting 3 soul rings, an optimal configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple, and, due to the movement on his substantial form, they appeared even more pronounced. As the soul rings manifested, his body unexpectedly swelled, growing from 1.70 meters to over 1.90 meters. His skin turning dark as he forcefully pounded his chest, producing a resonant thud. He charged toward Huo Yuhao and his companions with great strides. However, Luo Tianlong and Luo Tianba did not immediately unleash their martial spirits. Instead, they quickly darted behind Xie Huanyu, utilizing his massive physique as a shield. This was their customary combat style, which had frequently granted them the advantage of surprise in the past. Unfortunately for them, they had now encountered the anomaly that was Huo Yuhao. Why hide? He mused. Can one conceal themselves from mental detection? As a faint golden light illuminated Huo Yuhao's eyes, a three-dimensional image instantly appeared in Wang Dong and Xiao Zhao's minds. In this instance, Xiao did not directly summon the 3 live soul-settling cauldron. Instead, she released the 9 phoenix flute. Since their dual martial souls had already been revealed, it was only prudent to utilize the most advantageous option. As the melody of mass deceleration resounded, the speed of the malevolent Xie Huanyu, along with the 2 hidden figures behind him, significantly diminished. Wang Dong, however, refrained from rushing forward. He summoned the goddess of light butterfly martial soul, unfurling his resplendent and expansive wings to shield both Huo Yuhao and Xiao from harm. At that moment, he and Xie Huanyu could solely perceive one another. Xie Huanyu appeared unperturbed by his slowed pace. He forcefully stamped his left foot upon the ground, yet the prior sounds of impact did not echo again. At that instant, his first soul ring ignited. Through Huo Yuhao's mental probing, he discerned that Xie Huanyu intended to leap. However, how high could such a massive physique truly ascend? As the trio pondered this uncertainty, they were soon struck by the realization of their misjudgment. Xie Huanyu's form launched skyward like a soul-guided cannonball, soaring a full 10 meters into the air. He curled into a tight ball, resembling a colossal mass of flesh, plummeting towards Huo Yuhao and his companions. Simultaneously, Luo Tianlong and Luo Tianba, clearly brothers, initiated their assault. Although their speed was curtailed by the mass deceleration, they remained remarkably swift. Both bore 2 yellow soul rings, their forearms transforming into a silvery hue, each sprouting a massive mantis blade that appeared both agile and rapid. Wang Dong, with a deft push-off from the ground, surged forward, not towards the airborne Xie Huanyu, but rather targeting the Luo brothers. He unleashed the wings of his guillotine, intending to overpower with brute force. The Luo brothers, hindered by Xiao Zhao's suppression, could no longer maintain their prior superiority. Wang Dong felt confident in his ability to contend with both. As for the descending Xie Huanyu, he would be met with Xiao Zhao's 3 lives soul-settling cauldron. The cauldron split into 3 mid-air, aiming not for merit, but for the avoidance of failure. As the second soul skill, the cauldron's displacement, was activated, Xiao held no underestimation of her adversary, for he was a formidable soul master of considerable strength, prompting her to employ her most potent soul skill from the outset. To her astonishment, Xie Huanyu neither evaded nor unleashed a soul skill in response to her attack. He allowed the 3 cauldrons to collide with him. In that moment of impact, Xie Huanyu's body spun elegantly in the air, his first soul ring finally illuminating. Releasing his inaugural soul skill, his already substantial form inexplicably expanded once more, akin to a balloon inflating, becoming perfectly rounded, as the 3 live soul-settling cauldrons struck him. The force of the cauldron's displacement was initially realized, yet the enormous balloon-like body abruptly contracted, dissipating the cauldron's impact. He then plummeted straight downwards, targeting Xiao. Such strength! At that moment, both Huo Yuhao and Xiao felt a profound sense of inevitability, realizing that their efforts might be in vain against this formidable foe. The ethereal moon of deception possesses an extraordinarily peculiar martial soul, likely a rare beast martial soul, yet its true nature remains shrouded in mystery. On the other hand, Wang Dong stands his ground against formidable opponents, although they are strong. He leverages Huo Yuhao's shared spiritual detection and the resilience and sharpness of his winged guillotine to hold his own against two adversaries. However, the Luo brothers are not only swift but also exceedingly cunning, consistently evading direct confrontation with Wang Dong, leaving the outcome indecisive for the moment. With a resounding thud, the colossal form of the Moon of Deception plummeted, akin to a giant ball, only to be sent flying by the tri-life soul-capturing cauldron. Simultaneously enduring Huo Yuhao's soul shock and Xiao Zhao's cauldron's oscillation, it faltered, unable to utilize its intricate force-dissipating soul technique, ultimately being propelled away. Regrettably, the tri-life soul-capturing cauldron's offensive capability proved insufficient to pose a genuine threat. Its massive form landed at a distance, rebounding off the ground almost instantaneously to soar back into the air. Huo Yuhao was taken aback, as he distinctly sensed that when his soul shock attempted to penetrate the Moon of Deception's mind, it seemed to be delayed by its thick hide, filtering his spiritual power before it could reach the creature's brain. This resulted in only a fleeting disorientation, comparable to the effect it had on Ma Xiaotao. What manner of martial soul is this, so tenacious and resilient? The pressure mounted on Huo Yuhao and his companions, and Wang Dong, through spiritual detection, acutely felt the shift, his eyes glinting with determination. In an instant, his wings flared, forcefully repelling the Luo brothers, followed by the activation of his second soul ring. The dazzling light of the butterfly god once again illuminated the battlefield. Thanks to the precise foresight afforded by spiritual detection, not only does this skill possess a locking effect, but Wang Dong's soul technique also would not miss its mark. Naturally, the Luo brothers would not remain passive. However, lacking the shared spiritual detection that Huo Yuhao possessed, their reactions were significantly slower. By the time they began to unleash their second soul techniques, Wang Dong's attack had already come to fruition. The Luo brothers conjured dozens of blade beams from their Manus blades in an attempt to obstruct the radiance of the butterfly god, yet their efforts proved futile. In terms of soul power level, martial soul tier, and the age of their soul rings, they fell short of Wang Dong. With a dazzling flash of golden light, the 1,000-year soul ring technique, the butterfly goddess radiance, unleashed its might, forcefully sending the Luo brothers flying. However, at the moment their soul technique was shattered, the supervising teacher, like a specter, entered the fray, swiftly extracting the two from the golden light before darting away from the competition grounds. Clearly, he judged that the Luo brothers would sustain severe injuries from Wang Dong's assault, prompting his intervention, which also meant they could no longer continue in the tournament. Wang Dong's astute judgment, formidable offensive capability, and decisive actions earned him unanimous approval from the observing instructors. Meanwhile, as Wang Dong celebrated his victory, Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao braced themselves for the full force of the Moon of Deception's onslaught. Once again descending from the sky, the Moon of Deception's second soul ring ignited with brilliance. Huo Yuhao, employing his old tactics once more, unleashed a soul shock towards his adversary. Simultaneously, Xiao Xiao activated her 3 live soul-controlling cauldron. Their objective was to buy time until Wang Dong's return, at which point the trio would combine their powers to confront the malevolent Xie Huanyu. However, while Huo Yuhao's mental probing could detect the enemy's movements, it could not unveil the nature of their soul skills. Suspended in the air, Xie Huanyu's second soul ring suddenly illuminated, and his previously short and stout right arm swung out with astonishing force. As Huo Yuhao's soul shock took effect, his arm elongated dramatically, striking precisely at the 3 approaching 3 live soul-controlling cauldrons. Though Xiao Xiao promptly initiated the cauldron's quake, Xie Huanyu's arm effectively negated her skill, his brute strength sweeping the 3 cauldrons aside with ease. His corpulent form descended from above, and his outstretched arm lunged directly at Xiao Xiao. The brief impact of the soul shock had little effect on him, and his mastery over soul skills was exceptional. He had accurately anticipated the timing of Huo Yuhao's soul shock, executing his skill at the most opportune moment and thus gaining a decisive advantage. Despite being a dual martial soul owner, Xiao Zhao's close combat abilities were notably lacking. She was not a powerhouse or an agile attacker, but rather a control-type soul master with limited combat experience. As she beheld the massive figure descending upon her, she momentarily froze in shock. In a split second, Huo Yuhao surged forward from behind, wrapping his arms around Xiao Zhao's waist. With a swift motion, he evaded Xie Huanyu's inevitable strike, rolling with Xiao Xiao to evade the oppressive weight of Xie Huanyu's body. The moment Xie Huanyu's substantial form struck the ground, it did not produce the expected heavy thud. Instead, he rolled upon landing, pursuing Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao relentlessly. At this very moment, Wang Dong was simultaneously unleashing his formidable prowess to defeat the Luo brothers, and Xie Huanyu sensed the mounting pressure. If he could not first subdue Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, he had no hope of overcoming them in a 3-on-1 engagement. The third soul ring on his ample body finally shimmered to life, enveloping him in a radiant purple glow, rendering Xie Huanyu akin to a colossal violet sphere. Accompanied by a low growl, a surge of intense purple light erupted from him, instantly closing the distance to Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao. In this critical moment, Huo Yuhao displayed his true mettle. His body, which had been rolling sideways, sprang upright. The hands wrapped around Xiao Xiao's waist exerted their full strength, propelling her into the air, beyond the reach of Xie Huanyu's attack. Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao exclaimed in unison. Yet the overwhelming purple light had already collided with Huo Yuhao. A tremor coursed through him as purple halos began to pulsate upwards from his feet, rendering him motionless. His mental probing connection vanishing instantaneously. In a flash, as Xie Huanyu's colossal form loomed over him, the supervising teacher swiftly extracted Huo Yuhao from the arena, to prevent him from becoming a mere meat patty beneath a meatball. Xie Huanyu silently cursed his misfortune. What was the use of defeating a soul master with merely a decade's worth of soul rings? That grand soul master with dual martial souls had fled. It seemed this battle was far from over. Nevertheless, he remained confident. Within their team, the Luo brothers were but his vassals, while the true combat power lay within him. He believed that, with his 3-ringed prowess, he stood a greater than 70% chance of overcoming 2 second-ring Grand Soul Masters. However, when he lifted his gaze skyward, he was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Xiao, who had been thrown into the air by Huo Yuhao, was caught by the arriving Wang Dong. With his wings unfurled, Wang Dong suspended both of them in midair. At that moment, both their eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. Even Xie Huanyu could feel the pressure emanating from them, despite his own formidable strength. Wang Dong, let me down. Xiao Xiao's voice was icy. A stark contrast to her usual gentle temperament, now suffused with genuine anger. Huo Yuhao had endured that blow for her. At that time, they were uncertain whether the supervising teacher would intervene in time. If not, Huo Yuhao would be gravely injured, if not dead. How could this not stir Xiao Xiao's heart? Moreover, she believed that her own error had allowed Xie Huanyu to close in, igniting her inner fighting spirit completely. Wang Dong retracted his wings, gently lowering Xiao Xiao to the ground. His anger still simmered, fixating on Xie Huanyu with a fierce glare. One thought consumed him. This scoundrel had harmed Yuhao, and he vowed to eliminate him. Xie Huanyu, however, did not rush to attack. His massive form ambled toward Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, the first soul ring on his body glowing steadily, maintaining his imposing girth. This was an inherent characteristic of his martial soul. As a top-tier defensive beast martial soul, his cultivation goal was not limited to mere defense. He aspired to be a comprehensive defensive controlled dual-system soul master. Thus far, his training had proven remarkably successful. Even before the freshman assessments, he and Ning Tian, along with another freshman who had achieved soul master rank, had become core disciples of the Outer Academy. Xiao Xiao, I need 15 seconds, Wang Dong spoke solemnly. After uttering this, he closed his eyes, both his yellow and purple soul rings illuminating simultaneously. Radiant golden halos began to emanate from his striking blue wings as he raised his arms, aligning them with his front wings. Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously, saying nothing. Instead, she strode purposefully toward Xie Huanyu. The sound of the 9 Phoenixes' ceremonial flute grew fervent, and emerald-green halos swiftly spread from the jade flute she played. The 3 life soul-settling cauldrons suddenly coalesced around her, the 3 great cauldrons forming a protective triangle around her. Xie Huanyu snorted, abruptly crouching down, then springing up instantaneously, charging directly toward Xiao Xiao. His body was the most potent weapon. Though his speed had been somewhat diminished, his confidence remained unshaken. His second soul ring also ignited, the extendable arm poised to strike, ready to send Xiao Xiao's 3 life soul-settling cauldron flying. Yet, just as he was within 5 meters of Xiao Xiao, suddenly, the 3 great tripods beside her erupted with a dark radiance, colliding towards the center not to strike the malevolent phantom moon, but to engage in self-collision. Simultaneously, the 2 soul rings attached to the Sanxingzhen Hunding on Xiao Xiao's body illuminated. Almost all soul masters can utilize their soul skills in conjunction, but the extent of this synergy depends on the strength of the soul master's martial soul and the compatibility of the skills produced by the additional soul rings. The national treasure, the tremor of the tripods. The 3 tripods combined emitted a thunderous roar, giving birth to a colossal tripod, twice the size of any preceding one. Upon this giant tripod, strange runes faintly emerged, exuding an indescribable majesty alongside the resounding blast. The arm of Phantom Moon was forcefully rebuffed, and when his hefty body collided with this national treasure, he found himself inexplicably glued, suspended motionless in midair. Rings of black halos incessantly assailed his body, and Phantom Moon felt his internal soul power rapidly evaporating. The 9 phoenixes flute in Xiao Zhao's hand vanished the moment the giant tripod appeared, and it was evident that black halos were also rising around her, her complexion growing increasingly pale. The 2 soul skills, fused in such a peculiar manner, consumed energy nearing that of a martial soul fusion skill. Coupled with the soul power expended in the previous battle, Xiao Xiao could hardly sustain herself for long. Yet, at that moment, her mind echoed with Wang Dong's words. 15 seconds, no matter what, I must endure these 15 seconds. The moment Huo Yuhao resolutely propelled her forward. Her innocent heart brimmed with emotion. In that instant, she felt utterly integrated into this team. Though she was a girl, her heart surged with fervor. For the glory of the team, for her companions, she too was willing to sacrifice. 15 seconds, ordinarily fleeting, felt excruciatingly long at this juncture. Phantom Moon, possessing a soul power of 32, began to feel panic rise within him as he beheld Xiao Zhao's eyes. Filled with unwavering determination and tenacity, clearly a gaze that signified mutual destruction. Had she lost her mind? This was merely a new student assessment competition. Although he was uncertain of how she immobilized him, his knowledge made it clear that even twin martial souls could not defy the laws of martial souls. The greater the power, the greater the consumption. 1 second, another second, and yet another. The supervising teacher at the sidelines grew anxious, unsure whether to terminate such a contest. But if it were halted, how could victory or defeat be determined? Just awakening from the intense dizziness brought about by the purple light, Huo Yuhao clenched his fists tightly. Possessing the spirit eye, he saw most clearly Xiao Xiao was evidently at her limit. Xiao Xiao, give up, Huo Yuhao shouted, unwilling to see his companion harmed. Even at the cost of losing the match. In that fleeting moment, Huo Yuhao was profoundly shaken by the unwavering determination reflected in Xiao Zhao's eyes. Not just him. Even the elder Xian, who was gnawing on a chicken leg from the observation platform, ceased his chewing and nodded slowly in acknowledgement of Xiao Xiao. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the final second approached, a brilliant golden beam of light suddenly erupted from behind Xiao Xiao. The wings of Wang Dong's radiant goddess butterfly transformed entirely into a resplendent gold, and as that golden light ascended, he soared like a phoenix reborn from the flames. The golden beam, as it elevated his form, began to curve, morphing into a terrifyingly massive crescent-shaped blade of light. In that instant, the very air seemed to teleport, engulfing the arena in an indescribable surge of potent soul power. Gazing upon the colossal blade of light, Xia Huanyue was gripped by sheer terror, and despite his confidence in his formidable defenses, he did not believe he could withstand such a strike. The supervising teacher, no longer hesitating, swiftly darted into the arena. Yet, as he grasped Xia Huanyue in an attempt to pull him away from Xiao Zhao's overwhelming force, he was astounded to find himself unable to separate them. Meanwhile, that immense golden blade was hurtling toward him, and even with his status as a soul emperor, he felt a suffocating pressure. Could it be that a student of the great soul master level could wield such power? The teacher realized it was too late to release his martial soul. Reluctantly, he braced himself to take the blow directly. At that moment, an immense gravitational force suddenly surged from the sky, causing the golden blade to veer away just before it could strike the teacher. In midair, a large, fiery red hand appeared seemingly out of nowhere, grasping the golden blade, squeezing it slightly before effortlessly shattering it. Elder Xian took a bite of his chicken leg, murmuring, "This Orlean-flavored chicken leg is a tad salty today." As he spoke, he rose and slowly descended from the platform. The national treasure, the tripod, vanished quietly, and Xiao Xiao collapsed unconscious. The dazzling brilliance of the radiant goddess butterfly dissipated. Yet Wang Dong persevered, refusing to fall, gazing at the somewhat dazed supervising teacher with unwavering conviction, declaring, "We won." After barely uttering those 4 words, he finally succumbed, collapsing into unconsciousness. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. Huo Yuhao sprinted into the arena with all his might, embracing his 2 companions. Xia Huanyue's form had returned to its normal size, though his school uniform was entirely soaked through with cold sweat. In that moment, he genuinely felt that Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong intended to kill him, and he was utterly powerless to defend himself. His body trembled, and he realized that the intensity of Xiao Xiao's gaze was indelibly etched in his heart. On the observation platform, the teachers fell into a profound silence. Having completely disregarded the other matches that had either concluded or were ongoing, the individual strengths of Huo Yuhao's team and Xia Huanyue's team were inconsequential to them. To be a teacher at Shrek Academy, one had to be at least a sole emperor of the Sixth Ring. What astonished them was the unwavering faith exhibited by Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. Wang Dong appears to be somewhat better, seemingly merely fatigued. However, Xiao Xiao is evidently exhausted, a state that cannot be remedied in the short term. Chapter 27. Foes or Brothers? The instructors of Shrek Academy have encountered numerous prodigies. Yet few new students exhibit the unwavering dedication to victory and resolute beliefs demonstrated by Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong. The director of the Martial Soul Department, Douluo, approached the somewhat dazed teacher Zhou Yi, expressing, "Congratulations, Teacher Zhou, for having nurtured two exceptional students. Please submit their names for consideration. I believe they are worthy of becoming core disciples of the outer court." Zhou Yi, regaining her composure, promptly replied, "Director Du, we must not overlook Huo Yuhao. He is the true core and leader of the team." Du Weilin paused, shaking his head as he remarked, "One ring is too weak. He must be an unusual spiritual attribute soul master, correct? Have you considered how rare spiritual attribute soul beasts are?" With that, he descended from the high platform. As the director of the Martial Soul Department, his strength was not only formidable, but his insight was keen. He could certainly discern Huo Yuhao's pivotal role in the competition. It was his influence that ignited the near-manic fighting spirit in Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. However, as the director, he bore significant responsibilities and would not simply elevate a student to core disciple status based on temperament and leadership alone. Upon hearing Du Weilin's words, Zhou Yi was taken aback. Indeed, she had overlooked this crucial point. Although Huo Yuhao's first soul ring possessed impressive abilities, he remained a spiritual attribute soul master. The scarcity of formidable spiritual attribute soul beasts naturally diminished the likelihood of his becoming a powerful soul master in the future. Not to worry. If the Martial Soul Department will not take him, we in the Soul Guidance Department shall, Fan Yu said, patting her shoulder, his eyes gleaming with determination. While it may be challenging to locate strong spiritual soul beasts, more ordinary ones can still be found, as long as his soul power is sufficient. Even with merely the abilities of his first soul ring, he can excel as a student in the Soul Guidance Department. I shall claim this core disciple for myself. Zhou Yi, usually composed, appeared uncharacteristically warm in Fan Yu's presence. Not yet. If you are truly invested, let us wait for this child for 3 years. Yuhao is a special student recommended by Tang Sect, likely coming from a humble background as a self-taught soul master, hence the single 10-year soul ring. In class, he is invariably the most attentive student. Although he started a bit late, he is the most diligent and earnest learner I have encountered. His foundation is lacking, and I wish to keep him close for further guidance. 3 years will suffice to strengthen his foundational knowledge. Given his current efforts, he should at least reach the 3rd ring by then. Once he surpasses the 3rd ring, his future will undoubtedly be bright. At that time, he can join your Soul Guidance Department as a core disciple. Fan Yu smiled gently and replied, "It is evident that you hold a fondness for this child. Since you have laid out a plan for him, I shall defer to your judgment. After the new student assessment, bring him to me. Let him explore the Soul Guidance Department as well, and I shall assess his aptitude in this area." Indeed, Zhou Yi nodded. "I will check on Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong's progress." Fan Yu, do you believe that the Martial Soul Department's refusal to accept Yuhao as a core disciple will lead to regret in the future? Fan Yu responded, "Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Wang Dong is in relatively good condition. He is merely fatigued. More importantly, he has the spirit fusion partner, Huo Yuhao, by his side. As soon as Huo Yuhao embraced him, his soul power naturally flowed into Wang Dong's body, swiftly restoring a measure of his strength. Through the fusion of Hao Dong's power, Wang Dong awoke from his state of unconsciousness in less than 10 minutes. Consequently, it was not only Xiao Xiao who had exhausted her soul power, but also her vitality. Upon the conclusion of the match, she fell into a deep slumber. Fortunately, at Shrek Academy, a plethora of healing potions is always at hand. After consuming the potion, Xiao Xiao drifted into a profound sleep, but according to the instructor treating her, she must rest for at least a full day and night without any disturbances to avoid any lingering effects. This implies that, conservatively speaking, she would be unable to participate in the matches scheduled for this afternoon and tomorrow morning. Wang Dong, perhaps we should forfeit the afternoon match, Huo Yuhao suggested. Observing Wang Dong's pale visage with a sigh. No, Wang Dong replied, fully aware of Huo Yuhao's concern for his well-being. Yet, his fighting spirit was at an unprecedented high. Never before had he approached a matter with such seriousness. Witnessing the determination in Wang Dong's eyes, Huo Yuhao was deeply moved. Adversity reveals true affection. And the matches from yesterday and today had rapidly strengthened the bond between him, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. Their relationship had transcended mere camaraderie, evolving into that of life-and-death comrades. Although this was not a battlefield, they had approached the competition as if it were a war. What are you waiting for? Hurry, Wang Dong urged, raising his hands towards Huo Yuhao. Taking a deep breath, Huo Yuhao raised his palms to meet Wang Dong's, affirming resolutely, we fight for Xiao Xiao. On Sea God Island, by the lakeside, Wang Yin stood beside Xian Lao, inquiring softly, how do you feel, Master Xian? Xian Lao had finished his chicken drumsticks, and the food before him had been replaced with chicken wings, as if he were perpetually unsated. Those two youngsters are quite commendable. However, the one with the body spirit you mentioned is somewhat lacking. He should possess a skill akin to spiritual sensing. Yet his first soul ring is only at the 10th grade. This is an irreparable flaw, Xian Lao remarked while taking a sip of wine. Wang Yin countered, but Master Xian, he possesses a body spirit. Xian Lao shook his head, stating, you should understand what is most crucial about a body spirit. It is the potential and the mutation of the spirit in combat. Today's competition made it abundantly clear that under such pressure, his spirit exhibited no mutations, indicating he lacks the essence of a body spirit. He is too old, with insufficient soul power, and a first soul ring that is merely 10 years old. Even if he harbors decent potential, he is not what I seek. Do you comprehend? Wang Yin, still reluctant to concede, replied, but Master Xian, I learned just yesterday that Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong have achieved spirit fusion, enabling them to perform a spirit fusion technique. Although I am still unaware of the nature of their technique, does this not sufficiently demonstrate his talent? Xian Lao dismissed the notion, saying, spirit fusion techniques do not encompass everything. Having made up his mind, he decided that the other two youngsters could serve as alternatives. While regarding Huo Yuhao, he dismissed him entirely. Rising from his seat, he clutched his chicken wing in one hand and a large gourd of wine in the other, swaying unsteadily as he walked. His staggering gait suggested he might fall at any moment. Observing the figure of the elder Xian departing, Wang Yin couldn't help but sigh. He was well aware of Huo Yuhao's shortcomings, yet he still sensed an extraordinary aura surrounding the young man. While Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao appeared to surpass him in every respect, Huo Yuhao had managed to lead them in competitions, becoming the true core of their team. Why was that? Was my judgment truly flawed? No, I refuse to give up. Regardless of the circumstances, I will devote myself to nurturing Huo Yuhao. When he achieves success, I can approach Elder Xian then. The freshman assessment elimination rounds were nearing their conclusion, and the top 8 teams had emerged after the morning's fierce competition. Undoubtedly, they were the finest teams. However, it was unexpected that both teams led by Soul Master level students were eliminated, and more surprisingly, they were ousted by the same team. Only 8 teams remained in the elimination rounds. As Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong arrived at the competition venue that afternoon, they immediately drew the intense attention of the other 7 teams. Clearly, no one wished to face this team, which had already defeated 2 major contenders. Even if they were reduced to just 2 members, the power of Haodong was indeed remarkable, with Huo Yuhao's assistance. Wang Dong's soul power had fully recovered after more than 2 hours of training. Furthermore, due to his earlier efforts and diligent practice, his soul power had impressively broken through to level 25. While waiting for the draw, Huo Yuhao quietly inquired of Wang Dong, by the way, what skill did you use at the last moment this morning? Listening to Wang Dong's explanation, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but secretly admire him. Despite his own 3 months of diligent study in various aspects of Soul Master knowledge, he still felt a considerable gap compared to Wang Dong. This further solidified Huo Yuhao's resolve to train harder. When it was time for Huo Yuhao's team to draw lots, Director Du Weilan's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He hurried forward to draw a slip from the container in Du Weilan's hand. Du Weilan scrutinized Huo Yuhao closely, contemplating that this student indeed possessed remarkable qualities, as mental-type martial souls were exceedingly rare. Unfortunately, he had yet to reach level 20, significantly diminishing his chances of obtaining powerful soul rings in the future. Otherwise, he would certainly qualify as a core disciple. Let's observe further. If he manages to stay through the Academy's assessments, by the time he reaches the 4th or 5th grade, It should become clear whether he is eligible to become a core disciple of the martial soul system. Number 3, Du Weilin announced loudly after receiving Huo Yuhao's drawn slip. Upon hearing this, one of the already drawn teams exhibited a noticeable change in expression, as Huo Yuhao's opponent was indeed them. Wang Dong, wearing a look of resignation, remarked, "What deity should we worship?" Huo Yuhao chuckled. "Of course, it is the sea god. Was that ancestor not the true symbol of our Shrek Academy?" Wang Dong placed his right hand on his shoulder and said, "Hey, there's nothing to laugh about. At 1/3 odds, our chances were less than 1 in 10. Yet we succeeded. At 2/16, our probability dropped to under 1 in 8, and still, we prevailed. Now, at 1/7, the odds are even greater than before. How do you suppose our chances will fare?" Upon hearing this analysis, Huo Yuhao's expression soured. Could we truly be so unfortunate? It proved that while luck exists, it seldom manifests as unyielding fortune or relentless misfortune. Among their opponents this time, there were no Soul Emperors present. The two sides stood in the assessment area, confronting one another and exchanging names. Their adversaries hailed from the newly formed Class 9, all three being powerful Soul Masters above level 20. Comparatively, they constituted a formidable team. Yet they still fell short against the teams Huo Yuhao and his companions had previously vanquished. 2 agile attackers and 1 strong attacker. This configuration felt quite dull. "What should we do?" Wang Dong whispered into Huo Yuhao's ear. A spark of determination flickered in Huo Yuhao's eyes. "Let us go all out." "All right." Their synergy was growing ever stronger, and after a brief exchange, the match commenced. Both sides unleashed their martial souls. However, this time, Wang Dong, the assault-type soul master, did not charge directly forward. Instead, he flapped his azure wings and ascended into the air, his purple second soul ring gleaming brilliantly. Huo Yuhao grasped Wang Dong's ankle from below, his faint golden glow entirely overshadowed by the radiance emanating from Wang Dong. The golden patterns on the wings of the radiant goddess butterfly ignited, and with the infusion of Hao Dong's power, the gold took on a tinge of orange red. Observing closely without any interference, Huo Yuhao distinctly sensed that Wang Dong's second soul skill, divine light of the butterfly god, did not emit beams of light, but rather clusters of light. Each small golden pattern released a light cluster, totaling around several dozen. In the next moment, the orange-red brilliance illuminated the entire arena. The opponents were utterly unprepared for Wang Dong's fierce onslaught. More astonishingly, they did not anticipate the terrifying power of Wang Dong's divine light of the butterfly god. With the support of Hao Dong's strength, the divine light of the butterfly god was at least equivalent to a millennium soul skill unleashed by a 3-ring soul emperor. All the 3 opponents could do was exert their utmost to resist with their soul skills. After a dazzling display, 2 agile attack-type soul masters were ejected from the arena, while the strong attacker managed to endure but suffered considerable soul power depletion and injury from the overwhelming light. Thus, as Wang Dong gracefully landed with his magnificent wings unfurled, he proclaimed with an air of dominance, "Will you exit on your own, or shall I assist you?" Following the conclusion of this match, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao officially secured a place among the top 4 in the new student elimination round. This meant that if they won just one more match, they would undoubtedly receive a reward. Winning 2 more would crown them as champions of the new students. Zhou Yi had informed them that the caliber of this year's freshmen far surpassed that of previous years. In such a context, should they attain the championship, it would undeniably attest to their potential. At dawn, as the first rays of brilliance illuminated the distant east, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong simultaneously opened their eyes. With a graceful motion, Huo Yuhao rolled out of bed and pushed open the window facing east. A subtle hue of purple began to emerge in the pale light of dawn, and in that moment, Huo Yuhao's eyes quietly transformed to match its shade. Wang Dong tidied his attire before heading off to freshen up. Everything unfolded with an air of naturalness, breathing in the crisp air wafting through the window. A faint smile graced Huo Yuhao's face. Yet, as he pondered, a flicker of intensity flashed through his gaze. Alongside the purple, a fleeting glimmer of crimson danced in his eyes. He had been training relentlessly, striving to become a formidable force, not out of a desire for supremacy, but driven by the need for vengeance to avenge his mother. The bullying he endured in his youth had left an indelible mark on his memory. Although he had experienced warmth and camaraderie upon arriving at Shrek Academy, the agonies of those 11 years remained etched in his mind. The memories of his childhood were deeply imprinted within him. The ambition that resided in Huo Yuhao's heart was beyond anyone's comprehension. The seed of hatred had long taken root and flourished within him. To Tang Ya and Bei Bei, as well as to Wang Dong, He merely claimed to be an orphan, bereft of his parents. Wang Dong's expression softened instantly as he approached Huo Yuhao, saying, "Do not dwell on the past. What is done, and I believe your mother would wish for your happiness, would she not? At Shrek Academy, you have a fresh start. Let go of the unhappy memories. Go wash up, and after breakfast, let us practice a bit more. Time spent learning is often regretted as insufficient. If only I had worked harder in the past, I wouldn't be in such a hurry now." Huo Yuhao chuckled lightly, gathered his toiletries, and exited the dormitory. Could hatred truly be forgotten entirely? If one could forget such animosity, what force could possibly sustain an 11-year-old child as he traversed mountains and waters towards the Stardew forest, propelling a seemingly talentless freshman to this point? Hatred, at times, serves as motivation, yet it can also cloud one's judgment. After freshening up, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong quickly consumed breakfast before practicing for a while longer, until the light of day fully illuminated the surroundings, at which point they departed the dormitory for the assessment area. Today would determine the champion of the freshman elimination round. Having reached the top 4, they were resolute in their determination not to retreat. Compared to yesterday, the audience had swelled significantly, comprised entirely of teachers. As the students continued with their classes, notably, the scruffy elder who had appeared on the platform yesterday was conspicuously absent. The 12 freshmen who had advanced to the top 4 stood together, yet today the draw would not be overseen by Douluo, the director of the External Soul Master Department. An elderly gentleman clad in white took his place, and upon seeing him, Huo Yuhao could not help but feel a jolt of surprise, for he had encountered this venerable figure before, during his first encounter with the frenzied Ma Xiaotao alongside Wang Dong. "Greetings, young ones. I am Yin Xiaozhe, the 261st Dean of Shrek Academy," the elderly man said with a warm smile. His demeanor was exceedingly gentle, exuding the aura of an utterly ordinary elder. Although Huo Yuhao had already deduced some aspects of his identity, when the words were spoken aloud, he found himself instinctively straightening his posture, much like the other students. The Dean of Shrek Academy, what a prestigious title. As the leader of the foremost academy on the continent, he stood on equal footing with the emperors of any nation. Furthermore, the Dean of Shrek Academy was undoubtedly a formidable being at the title Douluo level, a true pinnacle of existence on the Douluo Continent. The personal appearance of the dean was an unexpected privilege for any new student. Naturally, the task of drawing lots could not be undertaken by the dean himself. Du Weilun hastily assumed the responsibility. However, Dean Yin insisted on personally holding the box for the new students to draw from, which instantly ignited a fervor within each newcomer. This was indeed the legendary superpower, the Dean of Shrek Academy, who was graciously holding the drawing box for them. It was a privilege that would evoke profound honor even among a group of 8-ring-soul Douluos. In an instant, the emotions of the new students surged uncontrollably, and Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong were no exception. In Class 1 of the newcomers, Huo Yuhao's team approached to draw lots. Surprisingly, their group was the first to participate in the drawing. Huo Yuhao exchanged glances with Wang Dong. "You go ahead," he urged, nudging his friend. Wang Dong shook his head, replying, "No, you are the team leader. Go on." As he spoke, he pushed Huo Yuhao forward, making him the first student to draw in front of the dean. With a heart full of trepidation, Huo Yuhao stepped forward. As he reached for the lot, his emotions became somewhat uncontrollable, causing his hand to tremble. Dean Yin smiled gently and said, "Young man, do not be nervous. I wish you and your team great success." In Class 1, Huo Yuhao's team drew the number 2. A number 2 indicated that they would compete in the second arena during the semifinals. Within that box, there were only 4 numbers, 2 1s and 2 2s. Next, Class 5's Dai Huabin team took their turn to draw lots. A tall youth strode confidently onto the stage. Huo Yuhao had a good memory, yet he realized that he had not seen this boy in the previous round of drawing. Clearly, due to the presence of Dean Yin Xiaozhe, the team from Class 5 had changed their lot drawer. The boy approached the stage, saluted Dean Yin and Du Weilun, and then drew a lot as well. Mimicking Huo Yuhao's earlier gesture, he bowed again before handing the drawn lot to Du Weilun and turning around. It was a strikingly handsome yet frigid visage, with golden locks cascading down from a center parting, framing either side of his face. A closer inspection revealed the peculiar dual pupils within his deep blue eyes. His stature was notably taller than that of his peers. Upon beholding his countenance, Huo Yuhao was suddenly seized by a violent tremor, his eyes filled with incredulity, his body quaking uncontrollably as he grasped Wang Dong's arm with fervent intensity. Startled by this unexpected gesture, Wang Dong turned to him. only to find Huo Yuhao's face pale, his gaze betraying an unmistakable and profound animosity. Huo Yuhao's grip was so fierce that it caused Wang Dong discomfort. "Mother, I shall assist you with the laundry." The delicate boy, appearing no older than 7 or 8, struggled to lift a large wooden basin. His steps unsteady as he ventured out of the courtyard to hang the clothes. Within the yard, a middle-aged matron gazed fondly at the boy's retreating figure, murmuring, "My Yuhao has truly grown. He is becoming increasingly sensible." Little Yuhao, with great effort, finally exited the yard. Just a short path lay ahead, and only a few more steps would bring him to the place designated for drying the garments. At that moment, an unforeseen force collided with him from the side, sending both him and the basin crashing violently to the ground. The freshly washed clothes scattered across the earth. He was strikingly handsome, with dual pupils that radiated an air of aristocratic superiority. His gaze was icy, completely disregarding Huo Yuhao, who lay fallen by the roadside, until his foot unwittingly stepped upon a garment now sullied by dirt. The elegantly attired youth halted, casting a frigid glance toward Huo Yuhao, commanding, "Strike him." With that, he hastened away as if to shield his eyes from any perceived blemish. Among the 8 attendants, 2 surged forward, launching a brutal assault of fists and kicks upon little Yuhao, who, at merely 8 years of age, possessed no means to defend himself. Hearing the commotion, his mother rushed from the courtyard, shielding her son with her own body, pleading desperately. Yet, ultimately, both mother and son were left battered and on the brink of unconsciousness, only ceasing when the 2 attendants decided to relent. Though young, little Yuhao's ability to recover was strong. His mother, however, having endured years of toil, was frail and burdened by lingering injuries. 2 years later, she succumbed to illness, leaving this world forever. Despite the passage of over 3 years, and having matured significantly, Huo Yuhao could never erase from his memory those indifferent eyes and the chilling voice. It was he who was one of the culprits responsible for his mother's demise. Huo Yuhao's eyes gradually reddened as he vividly recalled those distinct dual pupils, a symbol of the Duke's direct lineage. He was none other than Dai Huabin, the youngest son of the Duchess and his half-brother, who had brought about their mother's death. Dai Huabin's expression remained as stoic as ever. Even when facing the esteemed director Yan Xiaozhe, he never once lowered his proud head, exhibiting a composure far superior to that of his fellow students. Only that same tightly clenched fist revealed the turmoil within him. Clearly, he no longer recognized Huo Yuhao. Indeed, even when he had brought disaster upon Huo Yuhao and his mother, he had never truly regarded this half-brother. Wang Dong was filled with astonishment. It was the first time he had witnessed such emotions from Huo Yuhao, and he could not fathom what had transpired within him. However, it was certain that it was related to Dai Huabin. Yuhao, please remain calm. What is the matter with you?" Wang Dong whispered in consolation. The drawing continued, and no one noticed the change in Huo Yuhao's expression until the drawing was complete. Only then did Huo Yuhao regain his footing. Yet Wang Dong could still sense the tremors coursing through him. It was a quivering born from the extremities of emotion. "Can you still compete?" Wang Dong inquired with concern. There was no time to ponder the reasons now. The semifinals were about to commence. Huo Yuhao took a deep breath, striving to soothe the pain within, and gently nodded. "I can." "What draw did Dai Huabin get?" Wang Dong furrowed his brow, surprised that he had not heard such a loud announcement amidst the tumult of emotions. "He drew number 1. If we both overcome our opponents, we will meet in the finals. I believe I heard someone mention that he is the last remaining 3-ringed soul ancestor in the new student assessment." "A 3-ringed soul ancestor?" A cold glint flashed in Huo Yuhao's eyes. Indeed, a 3-ringed soul ancestor. With such ample support and resources, how could he not excel? "Let us go and compete." He seemed to have regained his composure, as the tremors and emotional upheaval had completely dissipated in that moment. Wang Dong felt as if everything that had transpired earlier was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, in truth, it could not possibly be an illusion.